1. Dyna Prophecy. Source: ChatGPT. The prophecies of Dimitri Demetriadis are a mystical prophecy said to have originated in Switzerland and is associated with a figure named Andreas Demetrio Danach. He is believed to be a Greek-Swiss teacher who experienced a year-long coma in the early 20th century, waking up claiming to have entered the future during his coma and witnessing the world in 3906 AD. Legends and backgrounds. According to legend, Danach fell into a coma in 1917 due to illness, and when he woke up a year later, he found himself with memories of a future world. He documented these experiences in detail and compiled them into a manuscript in the 1920s, which was only available to his students for reading. One of the students, George Papachatzis, later translated and preserved, was finally made public in the late 20th century. The main content of the prophecy. Danach's prophecy describes a series of major historical changes that took place between the 20th century and 4000 AD, including wars and turmoil of the 20th century, World War I, World War II and their effects, changes in the global political and economic system, important changes in the 21st century. The unification of Europe eventually led to the formation of a European Federation. The world is experiencing large-scale environmental disasters and economic crises. Human society has begun to develop towards more technological and artificial intelligence. Scientific and technological breakthroughs in the 22nd to 30th centuries. Humanity began to come into contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. Gene technology, artificial intelligence, and quantum technology are highly developed. The energy revolution has brought the Earth into an era of sustainable development. The world in 3906 AD. The Earth is ruled by a global federal government, and there are no longer national boundaries. Human society has achieved a high degree of integration of spiritual civilization and science and technology. Material needs are no longer the main problem, and human beings are mainly concerned with philosophy, art, and the exploration of the universe. Source: Sohu.com. In 1922, the date of Paul's return, Einstein had not yet studied the theory of relativity, that is, at that time, Paul did not know about crossing, so people at that time would not believe his experience. As a teacher, Paul himself had good scientific literacy, so he chose to remain quiet, mainly for fear of being taken as crazy. And when he returned, he chose to recuperate in Greece, during which he taught German in Greece while recording his special journey in a diary, and his diary was also in the hands of his most admired student George, who translated it into Greek, and George fell into a kind of fear when translating, because he felt that what his teacher had given him was not a science fiction novel, but a real experience of his teacher. So what exactly scared George so much? Because Paul recorded in detail in his diary that after he fell into a coma, he realized that a person named André, and the age of this person's life was 3906, it was a coincidence that this André was in a car accident and fell into a near-death state. After being rescued by doctors, Paul was resuscitated in André's body, but after seeing everything around him, Paul fell into a deep fear. Not only everything around him felt strange, but also according to in 3906, the doctors recounted that he had discovered the fact that he had crossed over, and that the doctors at that time were very aware of Paul's state at that time, and called this phenomenon the phenomenon of conscious hallucinations, but these doctors were unwilling to help Paul go back to the past, nor did they want Paul to understand the future, because they were afraid that when Paul returned, something would change. But Paul was aware of many of the major historical events that took place from the 21st century to the 39th century, and it was the events that scared George that Paul wrote, because according to Paul's account, the future of mankind was not as rosy as humanity had hoped. In Paul's diary, he recorded everything he learned, and calculated in his time that after a few centuries, mankind was facing a huge overpopulation, and the problem of world war breaking out at any time, and in the following centuries, the entire human civilization would usher in a new management system around the world, and begin to colonize Mars, and human beings also began the next stage of evolution with the help of technology, which no one believed in that era, so until 1924, when Paul died of tuberculosis, he did not share his experience with others, and his student George Papacox became the president of the Greek University at that time, and shared his diary with a small academic circle, because he considered his teacher's diary to be sacred. But in 1979, there was a national movement in Greece that beat President George into an outlier, and Paul's diary disappeared with it, but there were still a few people. Some of the events recorded in this diary were transcribed. And this is how Paul's diary is now. In fact, Paul's diary also records some major social changes that have actually taken place since 1921, and it is clear that he is also verifying the authenticity of his own experience, and we can generally sort out a clear thread from his diary, that is, what will happen in the future. In Paul's account, we only intercept the events that happened from the time closest to us to the time he arrived. After all, what happened after 1921 is written in the history books, and it cannot be regarded as the future recorded by Paul. We start from 2000, in Paul's record, from 2000 to 2300 years, human civilization on the Earth has been plagued by huge overpopulation, and the ecological environment is getting worse and worse. It has also put the entire civilization system of mankind in danger, but human beings have not given up the dispute and continue to carry out phased local wars, until the greenhouse effect continues to intensify. There is a suffocating extreme weather, and the glaciers at the poles have also begun to melt rapidly on a large scale, and mankind has almost ushered in the end of the world. In this process, the entire human civilization fell into a terrible competition because of economic factors, and no one cared about the development of the human spiritual level, until a great scientist discovered the relationship between electromagnetic energy and the reaction force of the spirit on the energy gravity, and used this achievement to awaken the entire human race, and the scientist not only won the Nobel Prize, but also was awarded the highest honor, but it is strange that Paul did not record the name of this person in his diary. Maybe you didn't understand the narrative just now, so let's put it this way, because of the difference in language translation, so this narrative is incorrect, and the mysterious understanding means that the scientist recorded by Paul should have discovered the development of the human spiritual level, so when this discovery was announced, human beings found that it was not right to rely on foreign objects and matter, so human beings began to develop towards the spiritual development level. And it was also recorded in this diary, the most important spiritual energy of human beings actually comes from the radiation energy of the sun all the time, and in the end future scientists have obtained the way to extract this spiritual energy from human beings, so in the face of that kind of natural disaster level phenomenon, in the end it was human beings themselves who saved themselves, and in fact, as early as tens of thousands of years ago, the sages of our Chinese people have long passed down these inheritances. But they have been ignored by us. Of course, the mystery does not dare to say, what Paul recorded must be true or right, but at least the mystery thinks, spiritual development is an indispensable process for the entire human civilization. According to Paul's record, when human civilization really saw the powerful energy bursting out into the world, major changes took place in society, and the economic system began to become unimportant in the real life of human beings, and the result was that the so-called relatively fair economic system was developed, and in a short period of time, such a system was perfected, so that human beings got rid of economic slavery, and as the top level of the authorities at that time, they made more efforts to build a working framework for the spiritual aspects of human civilization. This period was accompanied by the extinction of the monetary system and the replacement of fossil fuels. And Paul recounted in the record that by 2204, human beings had begun to immigrate to Mars. You must know that Paul lived in 1922, how could there be a concept of Martian immigration in that era, even what Mars was like at that time, human beings did not know, how dare they want to immigrate to Mars, but Paul recorded in his diary how difficult human beings were to transform Mars. He said that throughout that time, human technology actually did not develop very quickly, so in the face of the harsh environment of Mars, the process of human migration was very slow, and in the end, due to the frequent natural disasters on Mars, the whole plan was severely damaged, and human beings finally gave up the plan to colonize Mars. Source: Daily Headlines. A diary from 1921 actually predicted the Earth after 2,000 years, human immigration to Mars, no more wars, and human beings can communicate directly with consciousness, and even teleportation. Will these be realized in the future? Is consciousness crossing possible? Was Paul's diary written by a comatose man or was it written by a future man who crossed into Paul's consciousness? In 1921, a Swiss humanities teacher named Paul Amédée Danashki fell ill with a strange illness that made him drowsy, and he ended up in a coma that lasted for a year. During this time, his consciousness entered the body of a man named Andreas Lossum in 3906. There, Paul saw what would happen to the Earth over the next millennia. The future of medicine is well aware of Paul's physical condition, and they call this phenomenon conscious hallucinations, which is a rare phenomenon of extravision or superintuitive, simply a kind of consciousness drift, and Paul's consciousness is rarely chosen by them. The future humans also told Paul many things about the 21st and 39th centuries, but they did not tell him what happened in the 20th century, because the future people felt that Paul knew about these things and were afraid that he would go back and change the past. In 1922, when Paul woke up from his slumber, the events of which were so real that they didn't feel like dreams at all, he realized that he might have undergone a consciousness journey, so he recorded what he saw and heard in his diary. Although Paul wanted to tell people close to him about this, he knew very well that if he said it, he would probably be sent to a mental hospital as a madman, so he kept these secrets deep in his heart. In 1924, Paul died of tuberculosis, and before his death, he gave the diary to Papahazi, who later became the rector of a Greek university and a famous professor. Papahazis was so struck by the contents of the diary that he began to spread the knowledge within a very close circle, who took Paul's predictions of the future very seriously, believing that the book was sacred, containing wisdom for the future of mankind, and that only a few people could preserve it. After retiring from Greek University in 1972, Papahaz began to organize Paul's diaries, and in 1973 published a book in Greek under the full title of Chronicles of the Future, The Surprising Story of Paul Ahmades Janazzi, which was later hotly debated by many over the content of the book. By 1979, the Greek national movement had taken a blow to Papahazia's political perception of being an outlier, and the book disappeared from the public and was only circulated in some theological circles. It wasn't until 2016 that a member of the Greek Freemasons saw the book and decided to publish it on a small scale so that people really learned about Paul's extraordinary experience. Curiously, Paul was not a writer, on the contrary he was just an ordinary man, and he wrote this diary without publication or hope to be recognized by others, so there is no need to lie. So let's take a look at what exactly this magical diary predicts in the future. In Paul's diary, it is written that in 2000 to 2300, humanity began to solve overpopulation, ecological destruction, climate change, famine, tyranny, and regional conflicts. During this period, people lacked proper nutrition, and local small wars continued. People are caught in a terrible race for survival and have no time to find their inner self and spiritual development. This passage is about our present. In fact, this is very true. People are pursuing the satisfaction of material life, ignoring spiritual life. But people are starting to recognize the problem. However, a certain scientist discovered electromagnetic energy, gravity, and mental energy, which led to the Nobel Prize in Physics. At this time, most of the Earth's energy is still due to the radiation of the sun. Later the monetary system became extinct, and the economic system became more humane, intelligent, and well-intentioned, which allowed people to be liberated from the enslavement of economic survival and have more time for inner enrichment and spiritual development. Child mortality has become rare, and fossil fuels have been replaced by sustainable energy sources. Due to the destruction of the Earth's ecology, the Mars immigration plan was launched in 2204, and 20 million people immigrated to Mars, but in 2265, a large-scale natural disaster occurred on Mars, causing humans to abandon the Mars colonization plan. When it comes to the Mars immigration plan, it is not impossible, Zaza thought. Isn't Musk's SpaceX doing the Mars immigration plan now? Whether it is successful or not, at least it gives humans the opportunity to dream. Paul's diary also predicts a global war in 2309 CE. A large part of the civilization we know has disappeared. In 2396, humanity established a world government, and the era name began to be counted again. Since then, the power is not in the hands of a few politicians and businessmen, but in the hands of people with technology, such as scientists, engineers, and humanitarians. The distribution of resources is more even, and the connection between human beings and extraterrestrial civilizations has increased, and the people are not hidden, and by the year 2400, the conflict has disappeared and there are no more wars. In 2400 to 2600, life was simple, but people had less and less space to live. At this time, people still had a national consciousness, and some barbarian groups were also trying to undermine the world government through cyber attacks. However, by the year 2600, people gained planetary consciousness, and the barbarian groups were pacified by the world government, and direct voting became the way to solve most problems, and the traffic at this time was mainly through spiritual energy and flying saucers. From the year 2600, science has made great progress, and people have learned a lot about the interior of the Earth and started to build cities in the interior of the Earth. In medicine, the role of drugs is reduced, replaced by new therapies of sound, color, light and meditation. Speaking of which, Bamboo interjects that there are already studies that have shown that sound, color, and meditation have different therapeutic effects on the human body, and it is very likely that this type of treatment will develop in the future. Despite these significant advances, the human spirit, in general, remains weak and stagnant. This peculiar dark age lasted until 3,400 years. In 3382 AD, there was a remarkable change in humanity. People successively acquired a new spiritual ability, which can be called hypervision or hyperintuition, that is, similar to telepathy. In fact, this is a stage that human development will inevitably come to. When people no longer worry about material things, they can pursue higher spirituality, consciousness growth, and human spirituality will improve as a whole. Beginning in 3382, spiritual revival began to rapidly transform the world into a state of extravision, in which people did not need to learn, but could grasp knowledge by reading it directly through a connection to the spiritual light. That is, consciousness can be digitized, and even lasers can be used to transmit consciousness information. People can create through intention, and humanity has entered a new golden age of world civilization. Science has discovered and activated more than 2 dormant forms of DNA strands, which will allow humans to develop both physical strength and consciousness. As there are no longer barriers to access to knowledge and information, human society has achieved unprecedented rapid development, and human beings have also shifted from the pursuit of material to the pursuit of spirituality. The flying saucer has become obsolete and replaced by a new type of transportation involving the field gate, a similar passage that can open the material and spiritual realms, and realize the transformation of space through the transfer of consciousness. People can feel each other's feelings and intentions, Empathy becomes a reality, so secrecy is no longer part of human culture. Because everything is almost transparent, there are no major inequalities, only unequal dreams of honor and public evaluation, and human beings live longer. 2. Paul Amadeus Deinach. Source: ChatGPT. Paul Amadeus Deinach was a legendary Swiss/Austrian teacher and writer whose name is associated with a mysterious book of prophecy, Chronicles from the Future. It is said that Deinach experienced a year-long coma between 1917 and 1918, during which time his consciousness entered the future and lived in the world of 3906 AD for a while. When he woke up, he kept a diary of his experiences, which was later compiled and made public by his student George Papachatzis. Source: Ruffian. A Swiss humanities teacher went into a coma for a year. He entered an incarnation, a famous physics professor who lived in 3906, and returned to his body a year later, in 1922. Swiss teacher, the true story of Paul Amadeus Deinach, who, in 1922, freed himself from a long period of lethargy, recorded all his vivid memories in a magazine. It later became a book, Rose Valley, or Chronicles of the Future. In 1921, Paul Amadeus was teaching Greek studies in Switzerland. In 3906, Andreas Northam, a famous professor of physics, suffered a serious accident and was on the verge of death, NDE. When he wakes up, he speaks in tongues, Swiss. 2000 years ago, he does not recognize his family members, and is unable to sleep, forever awake. Meanwhile, in 1921, the teacher Amadeus fell into a coma and fell into a permanent slumber for a year, unable to wake up. In 1921, Amadeus fell into a permanent sleep, and the spirit left the building and came to the body of another man in 3906. It's amazing to experience the physical world of 3906 through a 1921 mind template. Both time periods are confusing for all doctors. Doctors in 1921 diagnosed Amadeus with an inexplicable symptom of lack of sleep. Physicians in 3906 conducted a thorough examination of the extensively awake, anxious Northam and could not explain his symptoms and attributed it to mental trauma. Northam had to restart re-educating in all aspects, including the detailed history of the Earth over the past 2000 years. Eventually, Amadeus recovers from his future adventures, re-enters his 1921 body, and records his adventures on paper. Amadeus continued his Greek research in Switzerland until he contracted a fatal case of tuberculosis at the age of 38. Before his death, he entrusted his manuscript to one of his students, George Papachatzis, who later, in 1927, became a prominent professor of Greek studies at the University of Pantheon. From 1964 to 1965 he was president of the university. In the 20s of the 20th century, an obscure German edition was published, the most recent of which was published in Greek under the title Valley of the Roses. 3. George Papachatzis. Source: ChatGPT. George Papachatzis was a Greek scholar, lawyer, and philosopher known for preserving and publishing the cryptic prophetic manuscripts of Paul Amadeus Deinach. He is said to have been a student of Deinach and one of the first to come into contact with and study Chronicles from the Future. According to legend, Deinach briefly taught in Greece in the 1920s and gave his manuscripts documenting his future experiences to some of his close students. After reading the manuscripts, George Papachatzis was shocked by their contents and began to sort them out and study them. In the 1940s, Papachatzis attempted to publish the manuscripts, but the book was banned for a time due to the fact that the content involved future prophecies, which were not accepted by the political and academic circles of the time, and some even thought that it might be some dangerous heresy. However, he continued to circulate these manuscripts in academic circles until they were officially made public. Source: Wikipedia. Georges Papachatzis, 1905 to 1991, was a Greek jurist. He was born in Halkis in 1905 and studied law at the University of Athens, where he received his Juris Doctor degree in 1932. Papachatzis publishes mainly academic papers in the fields of sociology and administrative law. He died in Athens in 1991. One of his published works is a diary allegedly written by Professor Paul Amadeus Deinach. The content is that in 1921, Paul Amadeus Deinach fell into a year-long coma due to narcolepsy, during which his consciousness traveled to the year 3906 and entered the body of Andreas Northam, where he lived for a year. When he awoke, he recorded his experiences in the future, which were later compiled into the book Chronicles from the Future. Before his death from tuberculosis, he gave Georges Papachatzis a diary written in German and asked him to translate it into Greek as an exercise to improve his German skills. The book was first published in 1973 and republished in 1979 under the title Rose Valley, with several research articles related to the book. 4. Snowy encephalitis. Source: ChatGPT. Encephalitis lethargica, also known as encephalitis or narcolepsy, is a rare but once massive outbreak of mysterious brain disease that affects the brain's motor control and state of consciousness. Patients often experience drowsiness, bradykinesia, confusion, and even a vegetative state, while some develop chronic symptoms similar to Parkinson's disease. The most famous outbreak of lethargic encephalitis occurred from 1916 to 1928 and spread throughout Europe and the United States, affecting millions of people. The cause of the epidemic is still unclear, and some scholars believe that it may be related to influenza viruses, such as the 1918 Spanish flu, but there is no definite evidence. Typical symptoms include persistent drowsiness and even prolonged coma, eye movement disorder and binocular gaze fixation, muscle stiffness and weakness, similar to Parkinson's disease, behavioral or emotional abnormalities, such as hallucinations, confusion. Some people recover for a short time, but eventually they will still decline. Long-term effects. Many recovered patients eventually develop a chronic neurological disorder called late-onset Parkinsonism, which leads to lifelong motor dysfunction. Source: Wikipedia. Encephalitis lethargica, sleeping/sleepy sickness, 1917. Tsetse fly, the disease affects the brain, making it impossible for some patients to speak or even move. Between 1915 and 1926, there was a global pandemic of the disease, with an estimated 1 million infections and 500,000 deaths, and then there were only sporadic cases and no further major outbreaks. 5. Homo sapiens. Source: ChatGPT. Homo sapiens is the scientific name of modern humans, belonging to the genus Homo primates, and is the only surviving human species on Earth. Homo means man and sapiens means wisdom, so Homo sapiens means wise man. Appearance time. According to fossil evidence, the earliest Homo sapiens appeared about 300,000 to 200,000 years ago and originated in Africa. They evolved from earlier hominins such as Homo erectus, and gradually developed modern body size and cognitive abilities. Out of Africa theory. The prevailing theory is that Homo sapiens began migrating about 70,000 years ago, leaving Africa and gradually spreading to Europe, Asia, Australia, and the Americas. Homo sapiens may have had genetic exchanges with other hominins, such as Homo neanderthalensis and denisovans, during this process, which is why some modern humans still have Neanderthals or Denisovans in their genes. Source: Wikipedia. Homo sapiens, scientific name, Homo sapiens, meaning intelligent human, is the only extant species of the genus Homo sapiens of the subphylum Mammalia, which is divided into two evolutionary stages in evolutionary biology, early Homo sapiens and late Homo sapiens. Particularly. Chronicles of the Future, The Amazing Story of Paolo Amade's Dianozzi. Editor's Preface. Introductions usually try to present the essence of a book, highlighting the most important elements of the story you are about to read. My presentation didn't do that. On the contrary, I will tell you how this unique text came to be in its course from the 20s of the 20th century to the present day. It's a book with a diary of a man who never wanted to reveal his words to the world. It chronicles an experience that was never shared for fear of ridicule and suspicion. When you peruse his private memoirs, the reason for secrecy quickly becomes clear. The author claims to be living in the future, back to his original era, Central Europe in the 20th century, and records a detailed narrative outlining the events of his travels. The real protagonists of this amazing and true story are two people, Paul Amadeus Danach, the author, and the one who claims to live in the future, George Papachas, Danach's graduate student in German. He left him a note, the diary you hold in your hand today. After getting to know the first acquaintances, let's uncover their stories step by step. Paul Amadeus Danach was a Swiss-Austrian teacher who was physically frail. His father was German-speaking Swiss and his mother was Austrian from Salzburg. In the autumn of 1922, after recovering from a coma caused by a serious illness, Danach traveled to Greece in the autumn of 1922 in the hope that the mild climate would improve his condition. While in Greece, Danach taught French and German to maintain a minimum income. Among his students was George J. Papachas, who was Danach's most admired student. Papachas described his teacher as a very cautious and humble man who used to emphasize details. We learn from Papachas that Danach was born on the outskirts of Zurich and lived as an adolescent in a village near the Swiss capital. He later followed humanitarian studies and had a strong interest in cultural history and classical philology. It is believed that he eventually died of tuberculosis in Athens, Greece, or on his way back to his homeland, through Italy, probably in the first quarter of 1924. Before he died, Danach entrusted a part of his life and soul to Papachas, his diary. Without telling Papachas what his notes were, he left him with a simple instruction: he should use these documents to improve his German by translating German into Greek. Papachas did as he was told. At first, he believed that Danach had written a novel, but as the translation progressed, he soon realized that the notes were actually his diary from the future. At this point, we must clarify some crucial issues. Danach is believed to have narcolepsy encephalitis, a strange neurological disorder that generates an immune system response to overloaded neurons. The first time Danach fell asleep was 15 minutes. The second time was a whole year. In that year, Danak was in a coma in a hospital in Zurich when he claimed to have entered the body of another person, Andreas Northam. He lived in 3906 AD. When he recovered from his coma, Danak didn't talk to anyone about his extraordinary experience because he thought he would be considered insane. What he did, however, was write down his entire memory of the future. At the end of his life, he even stopped his teaching work in order to have as much time as possible to write down everything he could remember. Based on the mindset and limited knowledge of a 20th century man, Danak describes the environment and people he experienced in 3906 AD. It was not an easy task for Danak. For what he saw, he claimed that there were many things that he did not understand and was not familiar with all their terminology, techniques, or the evolutionary path they followed. In his memoirs, he claimed that the people of the future fully understood his particular medical condition, which they called the slippery slope of consciousness, and they told Danak as much as possible about the historical events that took place between the 21st and 40th centuries. The only thing they didn't tell him was the exact story of the 20th century. In case Danak's consciousness returned to his original body in time, as he was, they thought it dangerous to let him know his present future and the future of his time, in case it disturbed or changed history in the course of his life. By reading Danak's unique personal narrative page by page, you will be able to decode what he claims to see in relation to humanity, our planet, and our evolution. Many people may wonder what really happened to the diary during that time, almost a century later, from 1926 to the present. George, over the course of 14 years, 1926 to 1940, mainly in his spare time and during his summer vacations, Papacat gradually translated Danak's notes. World War II and the Greek Civil War delayed his efforts to spread the amazing stories that had been on his desk years ago. On Christmas Eve 1944, Papacat and his friends lived in a house that was also occupied by Greek troops. As soon as the soldiers saw Danak's note, which was of course in German, they confiscated it, because they thought it suspicious. They told Papachatzis that they would only return it after checking the contents. They never have. But by that time, Papacat had already finished translating. George Papachaz visited Zurich 12 times between 1952 and 1966 in an attempt to track down information about Danak. He could not find any trace of him, nor could he find any relatives, neighbors, or friends. Danak is believed to have fought against the Germans during World War I, but in Greece, a country that fought against the Germans, he may never reveal his real name. After the end of World War II and the Greek Civil War, Papacat gave the translated diary to some of his friends, Mason, theosophist, theology professor, and 2 anti-Nazi Germans. After that, when everyone realized what they had in their hands, the diary was kept in a closed philosophical circle and kept in a constructive hut of which he was a member. The book was highly valued by the stonemasons who did not want the information to be disseminated to the larger circle. They believe that the book is almost sacred, contains wisdom about the future of humanity, and is best preserved only for a few. Finally, after a heated argument, George Papachaz decided to publish Danak's diary. It was during this period that Greece entered the most difficult phase of its 7-year dictatorship in 1972. Some people in the ecclesiastical circles strongly protested, arguing that the book was heretical, and a year later the dictatorship fell, condemning the first edition for being forgotten. When the present is so intense, no one is interested in the future. All of these factors, combined with the difficult language and rugged style of Danak's notes, mixed with elements of his past, combined with his experience of the future, make the diary even more difficult to understand. Only a few people have the time and patience to decipher the secret knowledge hidden within nearly 1,000 pages. Another version was named Rose Valley in Greece in 1979. However, the book disappeared once again, and almost no one mentioned it anymore except for a few who knew of its existence. After the silence, Papacat died, and his family did not want to continue his work. 22 years later, independent publisher Radamanthus Anastasakis picked up the diary again, and he decided to publish the book on a small scale, as he had written before. It was then that I discovered the book for the first time and began to restore it, without the kind of person who asked Papacat not to do anything, but simply to translate exactly the sacred script of his teacher. Nearly a century after the original script was written, this is a task that must be undertaken so that readers in the 21st century can truly understand what the 20th century people are trying to say. So I did just that, making sure not to change anything, but to filter out extraneous notes related to Danak's early life, emphasizing his experience of the future, but in a simpler language, without the gaps in Danak's narrative. I did my best to keep his story authentic. This is my debt to Danak, whose chronicle of the future completely changed my view of life. No more, no less. My only goal is for everyone to read it, because if Danak's experience is true, then this book contains revolutionary information and the stonemasons clearly recognize this and has the potential to fundamentally change your perception of the world and humanity. Now that you know the background of this unique story, I will simply hand over The Future to You, a book by George published in 1979 by George Papachatzis, who knew Danak personally. The translator of the original text knew Dinaj personally. His belief was that the inspiration and writing of these texts was not the creation of Dinak's fiction based on his education and insight. This is a real parapsychological phenomenon that is related to his life. Maybe he also added something of his own, maybe he didn't see or live all the events that he described and presented so vividly. To be sure, most of the essential elements in his texts are real experiences that he had. He lives in advance of a part of the future where an impossibly clear metaphysical phenomenon occurs to him, a parapsychological phenomenon that rarely happens in such a strong and crude way. Because of him, what will happen on Earth from the last decades of the 20th century to 3906 AD, we now know, at least in general. I must tell you that although Papacox was only a student when he received Dinak's diary, he later became a very respected man of his time. He is vice president of the European Movement, Greek National Committee, founding member of the Hellenic Philosophical Society, professor of philosophy and culture. He took great risks to publish Dinak's work, which in itself reflects his strong belief in the authenticity of his work. Now I leave you with Dinak's diary, a chronicle of the future. Achille Siligos. May 2015. Translator's preface to the first edition of Rose Valley, 1972. Preamble and commentary, a kind of preface, remnants of Dinak's publication. It was written 6 years before the first edition of Valley of the Roses was published. Dinak's Chronicle from the Future, the original title of the first edition was the number of pages of the diary, provides the essence of the cultural development of Western Europe in the distant future. More specifically, in Dinak's first chapter and second diary. After that, the continuation of the history of Western civilization from the beginning of the 21st century was illustrated for a long time. On the surface, however, the form of these prophetic manuscripts is very simple. They seem to be passages of travel novels, time travel to the nations of our continent, to those distant future times, to a panorama of social and spiritual life, a vivid and real slice of life in that distant future cultural development, as the author narrates it as a traveler's narrator. It was his own destiny, he said, and his life, as he wrote, was tied to one of the rarest metapsychic and spiritual phenomena. It is because of this that he was able to experience everything he described. Paul Amadeus Dinak left neither a name nor a single publication in his homeland. In the autumn of 1922, he came to Athens from Central Europe, and later in the winter he began tutoring students with limited financial means in foreign languages, i.e., French and German, for a small fee. As he said, his childhood was spent in a district of Zurich, where his parents settled after his birth, and he continued to spend his adolescence in a village close to the cultural center of this Germanic-speaking country. Later, he pursued the study of humanism and had a unique talent for the history of civilization and classics. In 1906 he briefly worked as a teacher at a private school, most likely in a town near Zurich. He was frail and delicate, with the appearance of an intellectual, though he had very little, and as far as he could, traveled to the west and south. About his travels to Paris and Rome, I think he wrote somewhere in the manuscript. I remember his affection for his mother, who, from everything he told me, seemed to be a holy woman and, above all, an excellent mother. When I met him, she was dead. When he handed over the manuscript to me for safekeeping, he called me the most admired person in his student circles, and I remember him using my young friend. It is clear that at the time of writing this note, he was filled with loneliness and desolation. None of his family remained. On the other hand, he once told me, people who haven't experienced isolation don't know what it means. I suspect that he died in Marassi, on the outskirts of Athens, or on his way back to his homeland, passing through Italy, in some town near our peninsula, most likely in the first 6 months of 1924, after suffering from tuberculosis, which manifested itself in Athens and lasted only a few months. From 1952 to 1966, during my last 12 summer trips to Zurich, I found no other trace of his relatives or the Dinak family. Perhaps, though, he has a new generation of distant relatives in the suburbs. Nevertheless, the young anti-Hitler reserve officer of the German occupation forces may be right. I will elaborate further on his point at the end of this introduction that my teacher was plagued by the guilt of his people during the Reich era. In the last case, one would have sought him in vain from places other than the German race, since he was a borrowed surname. If Paul Amadeus happened to be born in the Indies, and he would not hesitate to express his thoughts. As early as 1922, he would talk about his two lives, his self-perception, his incomparably rich memories, and his other existence, which he had developed at different times. However, Dinak was born into a European, in fact a Central European, a highly educated German-speaking Swiss descendant of his illustrious Salzburg mother. He was always careful to speak, careful not to let things that were beyond rational and scientific cognitive thinking slip away. He still firmly believes that man has an indefinable spiritual element of nature, which can escape the laws of biological decay and transcend the obstacles of time and space. This, he argues, is true not only for our own biological species, at least among the best individuals, but also for a wide range of superior species with the wealth of thought, language, and emotion, he wants to say, on millions of planets that we do not yet know. It is because of this, Danak says, that a cultured person, a personality rich in intrinsic cultural value, is able to transcend limitations and cruel biological fate. It is because of this factor, as he said, that in a very different way from the one-sided view of the sole unit of religious belief or other established spiritual teachings and beliefs, that the free spirit continues to exist and is not bound by the laws of biological evolution and decay. The continuity of time and space was not an obstacle to the process of individual spiritual existence, which he wrote in the manuscript and lived in. It is only in the field of celestial mechanics and the study of the natural universe in general that we humans have been able to become Copernicus, I remember telling me when he talked to me about the spiritual journey of mankind over the centuries. Our entire philosophy and worldview remains Ptolemaic, geocentric and anthropocentric. He often speaks of the triple blindness of time, space, and biological species, the limited, i.e., cognitive sensors, innate psychic abilities, and the intellectual potential of human recipients that hinder our access to advanced perceptions and perceptions of the world and life. At the same time, he believes that, given the development of the times, the world of existence, that is, the limits of the world of existence, may expand in the future, which is a rather amazing thing. He often speaks of most spiritual civilizations, as well as the parallel ascent of countless biological species in the universe, and the innumerable species of rational beings that exist on a large number of golden celestial bodies, as well as progress and evolution of a moral, rather than technological, nature. He will not admit that our planet is the only inhabited celestial body, nor will he admit that our living species is unique and the crown of creation. He disapproved of excessive technological development and techno-economic and social forms, believing that they were secondary, arguing that what served the main purpose of great creation was ascension through noble inner cultivation of suffering, renunciation, kindness, love, and self-sacrifice. However, he never spoke of such a rare fate in his private life in Europe, geography, and knowledge. He also didn't tell me the contents of his manuscript, and he decided to send it to me when he left. He gave me several pages, which I had read while he was still alive, and it gave me an indescribable desire to read these manuscripts. Still, when he spoke, many of the wonderful things he said seemed to be his deepest beliefs rather than the experiences he had really lived. Until I lost track of him, I remembered that he was not a mystic and was endowed with special or supernatural elements. He seems to be a very cautious and conservative Western European, the restless philosophical spirit of the 20th century, like Faust of the next century, but without the versatile education of the latter. Danak seems to be a simple educator, however, he has strong questions and a desire to respect humanity. In an age of materialism and pragmatism, he had an irresistible longing that lasted from the last decades of the 19th century to the first decades of the 20th century. Perhaps it was in such an intellectual place, where he was born, raised, became a man, in the context of this intellectual and scientific cognition, the world in which his education was located. Perhaps it is because of this that he shows great hesitation and caution in suggesting anything that is accepted beyond established and based on rational or empirical scientific facts. From the day the handwritten translation of his manuscript reappeared, his distant memories inadvertently came back and occupied my thoughts. This time, one morning, I saw them popping out of an old drawer while looking for something else, and I made the final decision, let them be published. Among them, I was also excited to find some of my favorite yellowed letters in a notebook with notes I left while studying with other students. A strange thing happened to me and Diner. In the old days, he was only an acquaintance to me for a few months. My carefree spirit at the time, and the huge difference in age, prevented us from forming a bond worthy of what we called friendship. But as time went on, the more I realized that when he left Italy in 1924 to die there, Danak left a large part of his soul to me. So, after his death, my spiritual connection with him flourished. A simple early acquaintance with the person's unique and unprecedented personal destiny slowly turns into compassion and friendship in life. Later I understood that he gave the impression that I had a bit of a good time with him from our whole group, a lively group of young students. Also, when I was learning a foreign language, I found it a little boring. So it's no surprise that we happened to spend the whole evening together talking about all sorts of things. I will always remember the caution with which he spoke, to whom I have just mentioned, although he prefers to exchange views with me rather than with other people on various philosophical and historical issues. In the first years after his death, whenever I read his manuscripts and from then on, I began to translate them as best I could from 1926 to 1940. I always said to myself, look, Danak was determined to write literature. He tried to portray the character of a psychopath, and by creating myths, plots, he found ways to write down his thoughts on various things. At the time, I was filled with doubts, which were common among students of my time. I refused to believe anything that goes against the accepted laws of nature. In fact, I remember that the kind of religious belief that Danak displayed in his diary was somehow exaggerated. Over time, I realized how little we humans knew about these laws and how inconsiderate it would be to completely rule out those phenomena related to mental functioning, which can be very rare. But more importantly, the more time passed, the more carefully I pondered some of the things that had happened since I met Danak, and some of his subtle words that I could not really explain until now. In this way, I am convinced, all these manuscripts were written by a dead man, a sad man with deep eyes, so tedious in the eyes of the rest of us, as one of our companions said that one of his words one day was not entirely unfair, that it was in fact his diary. I am now beginning to believe that this man, who may not have been highly educated, who had no intelligence, who had little work in his last years, who was not a linguistic craftsman, is evident from his manuscripts. In some cases, the translator's efforts to simplify the style without violating the meaning are futile. He admits in his manuscript that the phrase is less presumptuous, less colorful and not ornate with various adjectives like Danak, as he actually admits in his own manuscript. Nor does he claim to have any other job in his own country, and that he does not write his own imagination and he cannot have what he writes, except teaching. He did nothing but narrate what happened in his life and what it meant for him to see and live at a strange turning point. And one more thing, I would say that Danak did not create the character of a psychopath, but he himself became ill, even before the onset of tuberculosis. He is a withdrawn, whiny hypochondriacal who complains endlessly in his work, to say the least, and his sensitivity is almost pathological. He was reluctant to talk about his past two illnesses, 1917 and 1921 to 1922. However, I remember him telling me vaguely at some point that lethargy is no longer a scientific mystery and that this response of the neuropsychological system, this defense mechanism, is beneficial when nerve cells are overcharged. It helps regulate their AC current, protecting them from impending collapses. In any case, if it weren't for his illness, he would not have met such a fate in his life, which now surprises us. Really, who would have expected such an incredible and unique turn in this person's illness? Much has been said about the unknown forces hidden in the human soul. It is true that we do not know that there are thousands of things, that there are thousands of things happening around us, and we don't know anything about it. However, who would say that this potential of human psychodynamics resembles a miracle? Of course, this does not mean that every state of mind that is emotionally overloaded has such amazing potential, as in the case of Danak. However, certain similar states, which are rarely present in numerous states, may lead to this insanity, or metapsychic, as is the case with the spirits of these manuscript authors. I remember that in 1923 we saw only Danak as a man whose life was crushed by incorrigible sadness. In those days, the phrase "some great love" would appear frivolously on our smiling and slightly sarcastic lips. In fact, the text in his first notebook indicates that he was a man who failed at work and ended up being worthless in life due to his pathological inclination for incorrigible romance and unhappy love. Cf. December 6, 1918, I told myself to be strong, to pick myself up and walk out, but I couldn't. January 17, 1919, I feel guilty for my mother, etc. Those exaggerated purple prose and those repetitions here and there, as well as considerable redundancy, were preserved by the translator, as well as excessive sentimentality, which can be found everywhere in his manuscripts. However, every time he is not absent-minded and not lost in endless daydreams, it is really fun to talk to him. He often wanted to ask us about our studies. In fact, in one of our conversations, he told us that he had also studied history and classics in his home country as a young man, but a few years later an illness forced him to leave his job permanently. On another occasion, when asked about his choice to come to live in Greece, he told us that he had revised the first strange answer, that he had done so for nostalgic reasons and that he, like many others, had come out of love for the famous city. And, he added in a hesitant voice, in the same voice every time he doubted the correctness and rationality of his words, I would like to see a place where two lives live, separated by a full 20 centuries. In Greece, a sense of nostalgia haunts him again, and this is evident in anyone who spends time with him. As everyone who is sick, he also blames the place and the climate. In fact, I believe in this man, he sometimes feels, as we said to him at the time, that life is too short for him and that no matter where he goes, he can't get rid of these thoughts. Where is the exit? Eventually, he stopped teaching and spent the last months of his life in a somewhat bleak economic environment, which we later found out. He is not interested in material needs. Instead, he was tormented by the idea that he would eventually die young before he was 38 years old, and that he would not have enough time to write a cultural history of Europe, which was his lifelong dream. In 2 volumes, he would say enthusiastically. He was sure he could do it. The only thing missing is time. When I asked him how to divide the historical periods, he told me that the first volume would reach our great 19th century, and he was puzzled by me. He immediately hesitated and vaguely hinted that he had his own methodological convictions and that the second volume would be more critical. However, it's clear that there's more to this. When the diary was in my hands and I began to read it, I realized that Danak intended to reach the spring of 3906 in the second volume. He kept it a secret from me while we talked. I remember, how brilliant his face was, how brilliant, whenever I think of that moment, I feel a conviction that ignites and motivates him to believe even more firmly that he knows what happened afterwards and that he can recount it all if fate gives him health and free time. He had the courage to do so. Honestly, sometimes we already know what our future holds, and that's very rare, he said. We have too many events that show cutting-edge knowledge. Last night, the preface and commentary written in 1966, I once again looked at the translated version of the diary, and my mind returned to him. Many old things are lost, but I have never forgotten that I have these manuscripts. In fact, year after year, the carelessness of youth fades, and the more I feel guilty when I think about it. I have been thinking about their publication for a long time. This is not only because a student naturally respects his memory of his old teacher, but also because of the very rare case of the latter. It was thanks to an unprecedented fate in his personal life that Dignac had the privilege of realizing what would happen many years later, through the science of the space age accessible to the wise and, in fact, through the methods of scientific research dear to the natural sciences. Many will say, is it possible that in the middle of Europe, there is a case of such detailed memories of past lives? However, we should ask the following question, why do those who have such vivid memories of the past only appear in the East Indies? The prevalence of materialism in the European way of life has reached the point of exaggeration, and positivism has injected the European spirit to an intolerable degree of one-sidedness. The more you let go of these things, the more they will be so. Today, the name Dignac is unknown. It is only natural that it does not exist in every writer's index, in every encyclopedia. However, one day, he will become a glorious name. The ancient descendants of modern Western Europeans say this with respect. One day one will see all the things that he described so in such detail in his verses come to fruition in Europe. He portrayed them so vividly because he saw them with his own eyes. In fact, everything he tells is what he experienced. Just like the night they brought me the manuscript, 2 days ago, I read it until dark. Just like that time, I didn't want to turn the lights on. At that moment, I thought I would suddenly see a distant friend in the dead of night, appearing between two window panes, shining milky white in the dark, just as milky white as I remember my friend's complexion. For those who don't want to hear any cases of parapsychology, extrasensory perception, and parapsychic phenomena, and for those who don't accept anything beyond the limits of scientific thinking and information, Dignac didn't see and live his works, but invented them. He envisioned, that is, the future course of cultural development of our race, and more specifically, the white race, which, in fact, for quite some time would dare to solve this problem courageously and persistently. In addition to this, he also recorded his own philosophical beliefs and philosophical beliefs. According to this view, Dignac puts his mind in the mouths of his heroes, Jaeger, Sylvia, Lane, Cornelius, Stefan, Astruxi, Hilda, Syrd, etc., which is a rather novel narrative. However, it is hard to believe if you have the opportunity to meet Dignac in person and realize that he is not an extraordinary genius and that his level of education is not so unique. This Central European, and he alone, gave the world and life such a sublime meaning and such a special content, that he not only glorified life, but even transcended the concepts of the classical education and humanistic traditions of ancient Greece, which, however, does not represent anything that does not exist. If we accept the more rational of these two interpretations, then we must say that Dignac's text is a page of applied futuristic sociology, an optimistic view of metaphysics. Some of the author's beliefs are distinctive. We present them directly below. Dignac has not the slightest appreciation for human cognitive abilities. He even thinks that a priori perceptions of the mind, such as time, space, and classification, are too narrow. He said that the continuity of time cycles, yesterday, today, tomorrow, and even the concept of space is obvious. They appear to us in this form because they correspond to the perceptual sensors of human receivers, corresponding to their mental faculties, that is, to their cognitive potential, intellect, and reason. The objective reality of time makes it impossible for us to understand. It is most likely not the linear time we are familiar with sequences that we think are reasonable, its reasonable flow, but deep down it is an eternal being. The same goes for space. It is impossible for humans to perceive anything outside of three-dimensional space. However, there is a huge reality in this concept. For example, we can't understand the dimension of depth. According to Dignac, Kant's simple moral requirements for practical reason are excellent, unperceived realities that, though they are inaccessible to the human intellect, are quite real. As Stephen told Dignac, the new abilities that modern people in the West have managed to acquire add to the endless ontological depth of reality, which includes the moral demands that the old cognitive theory version once had. Objective ontology really doesn't hurt, it's just that we don't have the ability to perceive it, because the sensors, the mind, the human reason happen to be limited and imperfect. An objective being does no harm, because the whole cognitive and psychological human structure, the whole organization of reason, happens to be inherently fragile. By the same token, ultraviolet and infrared rays, for example, do not compromise their objective existence and authenticity, because the perception of human visual sensors happens to be insufficient. He disapproved of the rise of reason to an omnipotent cognitive faculty. He disagrees that man's intellect is the only secure source of spiritual life, that cognitive function is the highest, or that what can only be accepted through rational proof is relevant to existential reality. As for the authenticity of science, if he says so, there is a suspicion of rejection of natural science. He emphasized the fluidity of the natural sciences, not one that was considered the most objective and valid in the 19th century, but many subjective natural sciences, one for each period. He believed that the achievements of physics were very useful for our empirical knowledge, their technical applications in various fields of the natural sciences, and the progress of material culture, but they were not helpful for understanding the true nature of man. Fate does not provide us with the key to perceiving their objectivity. By definition, our knowledge of all this is all too human. A correct understanding of reality is beyond our potential. As mentioned above in the color light of the solar spectrum, the same is true here and with the perception of the natural universe. For a creature like humans, the senses are tools of nature, but they are also obstacles. Our mental intelligence, our intellectual potential, our intellect, our reason, are all tools of the rational species of beings to which we belong in the existing world of things, but they are also obstacles. Even the distinction between the physical and the dead of a person is fully considered. It is the sensory perception and limited cognitive potential of this particular creature that limits them. He said that we no longer live in the time of Aristotle, Descartes, or Kant, an age that exalts human wisdom and reason, as if these were unattainable, unique, and incomparable. The distinction between physics and metaphysics in the human intellect is subjective, for humans, and not objective. He said that it is impossible for us to perceive much reality, a reality of incredible grandeur and wonderful beauty, and how much ontological validity may be the basis for what we have long been accustomed to calling the spiritual world. The correct definition of the term, Denac argues, is that there is neither something that has no true ontological entity, nor something that exists only in our spirit, but something that the human recipient of objective existence in essence lacks the ability to perceive. For thousands of years, we have believed that human beings are the only biological species with a higher spiritual life, inner cultivation, inner culture, and a free spiritual personality. Denac argues that this erroneous notion of our uniqueness, the main reason why we think that human cognitive faculties, such as intelligence and reason, are so satisfactory is almost infallible in the eyes of intellectuals and positivists. This is the main reason why we believe that the human mind is omniscient and that rationalism is absolutely effective, he said. We say that if something really exists, then it is impossible for our intellect not to perceive it. Human reason prevails among all beings. However, man is not the crown of creation, unless we limit ourselves to the spiritual and intellectual life of the earth. Our author says that all the humanistic traditions, religious beliefs, the Greco-Roman spirit, and the Renaissance have transmitted to our Western civilization the firm belief that man is the spiritual center of the universe. Our whole mind is self-centered, anthropomorphic, and geocentric. Many different biological species are higher than our level, while others are in lower numbers than ours. In fact, he said, the meaning and content of the phrase "heaven proclaims the glory of God" is much broader and higher than what was thought by those who expressed it. Positivists, intellectuals, empiricists, rationalists, and critical philosophers are all wrong, he says, and they are absolutely right about the imperfections and limited potential of human sensory sensors. They also mistakenly believe that nothing exists except what is given and tested by intellect, reason, and experience. As long as we continue to see things entirely from the perspective of human beings, from our own perspective, and from our own mental intelligence, a higher worldview and outlook on life is not feasible, Denac writes. Another point worth noting is Denac's belief, he observes, he says, that the cognitive faculties of many other biological species provide an equally subjective image to all living beings that exist, even though they are more perfect and complete than we are, even if these species are higher than us on the scale of numerous rational biological species. He said that finite elements are intrinsic to the inevitable fate of organic matter, no matter how much the latter has a divine spark at some stage of its spiritual development and biological evolution. He said that when the soul embraces matter, you can never find perfection. Among those beings who are superior to us, there is no perfection, and any of their functions are what we are accustomed to call mind and reason. Corresponds to mental and intellectual function. He said that they also suffer the fate of understanding only the surface of reality. In other words, they also have their own worldview, which they believe to be true due to their limited ontological perception. In the same way, we have our own worldview of the physical sciences, thanks to Copernicus, Kepler, Newton, Einstein, Max Planck, Werner Heisenberg, and our other wise men. The most wonderful thing he writes about is that there is a real existence, a deeper essence of existence, that is, an objective existence, and no longer a superficial reality. This existential being transcends thousands of subjective images beyond the ontological realm, generally in the realm of knowledge, beyond a wide variety of perceptions that vary across countless inhabited realms and incredible time frames spanning millions of centuries. Their variation, he said, depends on the level of logical biological species, and even on the specific stages of their biological and spiritual development, as well as on the different stages of development of their mental functions. Of course, human language cannot express this incredibly vast ontological reality. However, Danak uses one term, samis. He thinks it's a special language, but he thinks it's a special era, not the language of a special era. Let us assume that an advanced species of rational beings somewhere in the universe is capable of grasping the whole true nature of this objective ontological reality, its essence, its structure, its entire ontological content. Then, he said, we will at once solve all the great and unknown problems of the world, a small part of which, also on our earth, constitutes the object of our metaphysical suffering, an object, an intolerable spiritual hunger, an irresistible spiritual and spiritual nostalgia. These questions are the objectively existing natural universe, the existence of God, the beginning and end of existence, the profound mysteries of life and its purpose, various teleological perspectives, eternity and infinity. Moreover, the thousands of questions in metaphysics, the origin and destination of man, and their place in the whole being, everything that we desperately strive to understand, everything that is unimaginable but existential, no matter how it escapes the human intellectual capacity and the rationalist censor. Danak argues that it is feasible for advanced beings to have knowledge. Of course, this is not the essence of summit, which is impossible, but at least its obvious presence. He went so far as to say that this is feasible for humanity, although in the distant future it will depend on the long-term self-cultivation of our human psychic capacities, as well as a more moral evolutionary process. Danak believed that this recognition of the existence of summit was sufficient to put an end to man's metaphysical anxiety and to free the human spirit from the eternal fate of suffering and doubt. Although its essence is inaccessible, all such a clear understanding of the existence of the great ontological reality of objective existence cannot reach the chosen among us, those whom fate will give them the divine grace to actually witness its existence. It can't come, but it has to do with the incredible greatness of meaning and the feeling of supercosmic beauty. In some footnotes, Danak writes, don't associate these last words with their human meaning. Alas, he said, as soon as I hear magnificent. This word, we think of space, we think of range. The same is true of supercosmic beauty, which is something beyond the capacity of the human psyche and is unattainable for great aesthetic pleasure and transcendent spiritual happiness, and moreover, it is beyond the reach of the poverty of human aesthetic consciousness and limited perceptual potential. However, perhaps this is an unintentional prophecy. Perhaps this is a distant reflection that once faintly shone in the dreams of Goethe or Beethoven and other masters of artistic creation and philosophical thought, in the heyday of European civilization. I remember that in later lost manuscripts, Danak wrote elsewhere about Kant's distinction between beauty, e.g., in great and immortal works of artistic creation, and the perception of beauty by cultivated art lovers, and the sublime, e.g., seeing the starry dome and perceiving the sublime inner cultivation and rich spiritual culture by sensitive religious people. I also remember Danak writing further about Kant's observations, the former causing a deep aesthetic stir, the latter bringing a sense of wonder and a deep religiosity, as well as a sense of awe and reverence. I remember that Danak did not admit this distinction, on the contrary, he gave a single explanation for all this. He wrote somewhere that an unbearable thirst for the soul drove us to these concepts. Deep down, however, samis is an object of our nostalgia. Without it, we turn to those things that give us the impression of a secular form in our spiritual world. They have given us some salvation in some way, albeit temporarily freed from the intense desire for summit in our own life circumstances. That's all there is to the cruel fate of our world. In addition, Danak goes on to say that this need for salvation was the reason religion was founded in the first place. People feel that it is impossible to live without religion. This salvation is also achieved through the arts, in general, the creation of various forms, symphonies, lyric poetry, visual arts, spiritual treasures. The same reason has led to the creation of a whole spiritual edifice of elite beliefs and lofty ideals such as humanitarianism, love, justice, altruism, freedom, education, and the spiritual impulse to achieve moral perfection over the course of several thousand years. This need for salvation is precisely the ability of people to express high moral demands to the Creator and suffering in a spirit of voluntary sacrifice, for high emotional and moral values, to fight, to sacrifice themselves, and to die without ulterior motives. All of this is to be quenched as much as possible, even if it is a temporarily insatiable, holy thirst of the heart. Throughout history, the true origin of the whole civilization has been most profoundly due to this never-relenting spiritual inclination, this impulse to save from the misery of the lack of summit, though we may be its subconscious. Danak argues that enlightened and worthy thinkers should thus truly address the question of the origins of civilization. As he wrote, everything learned was superficial. Rather than seeing the evolving process of civilization as a manifestation of people's struggles and inclinations to return to God, they were condemned by sin. Giambattista Vico is separated from God, and sin is the essence of people's social life. Auguste Comte, which was the result of competition between social classes in the face of conflicting economic interests. Karl Marx, the manifestation of the biological evolution of youth and decay. Oswald Spengler, is the product of the repressed end. Repressed libido of the elderly, in the depths of the subconscious, Sigmund Freud, or in the final manifestation, these desires return to transformation and idealization, externalized into forms of indifference in order to respond to feelings of inferiority and weakness in childhood. Adler and other proponents of personal psychology, he says, it is better to acknowledge the deeper, more real causes. Denack writes elsewhere that even Carl Jung, who looked for the origin and causes of the works of civilization in the hidden area of the spiritual organism, that is, in the subconscious of man, from the sublime, the great riches of tendencies, cannot fully explain the origin of this abundance. They are not only genetic traits and an instinct for elegance. This may also be the case, but these features are absolutely secondary. This explanation lacks depth. Without Samus, without the soul and the divine thirst of the soul and our remembrance of it, it is impossible for the human soul to have the noble desire to pursue the undiscovered, the impossible, the non-existent, the impossible, the eternal, the infinite, the divine, the perfect, and the ideal beauty that we aspire to in our meager circumstances of life. There is no great act of moral beauty, nor is there a temptation to something beautiful, sublime, unexpressed, and sacred. Denack later spoke of humanity's future efforts to make leaps in evolutionary processes, yielding thousands of years of fruition in a long period of psychological, spiritual, and moral maturation, thus accelerating the ability to acquire direct knowledge as quickly as possible. When people overcome this stage of techno-economic civilization, once satisfied with their cultural achievements, they turn to more spiritual pursuits. If he understands correctly, Denack writes, then the evolution of the old age intuition and second sight from the embryonic state of the past will produce this new acquisition of human psychic faculties. New cognitive potentials, new experiences, will make the knowledge of Samus clear, and despite its inaccessible nature, it will also give a sense of incredible grandeur and supercosmic beauty. Somewhere he writes that this astute species is restless. After crazy achievements in the field of technology, it suddenly entered a new path. It is dedicated to artificially developing, strengthening, and activating extremely ancient abilities that have been lurking in the deepest depths of the spiritual organism. It longs to see this elusive, cognitively processed, secret light become visible, stable, and conscious. Something that was once considered transcendent, in all of his texts, Denack uses the word transcendental in a metaphysical and extracosmic sense. In his manuscript, Denack calls it a transcendent high reality, above the censors of human perception, without which fate has given humans knowledge. In the 18th and 19th centuries there were doubts about whether they corresponded to what exists. Denack sees them as realities that are related to the great questions of metaphysics. He emphasizes the validity of their ontological substance. What is real but incredible, real, existing, but unthinkable and inexpressible, our species wants to make them the object of obvious knowledge in the here and now. Since intelligence and rationality have proven unsuitable, he is not enough, this new, alert species acquires new cognitive potential, he refers to new sensory sensors. One of the main reasons for Denack's reluctance to reveal himself to his friends, at least for the rest of his lifetime, was that he had to use new terms and neologisms in his writing. In general, neologisms were one of the biggest obstacles to Denack's expression. He said he found himself before 1,000 new words in another era of superior spiritual life, before thousands of new verbal expressions in a richer language, a linguistic tool superior to our 20th century civilization. In many cases, he had to use the original form of these neologisms. However, he prefers to use roundabout wording through our wording when possible. Thus, for example, the large classroom, the willing capacity alliance, the office partner, the herd partner, the service, the settlement boulevard, etc., constitute a roundabout rendition of the first word term. The same applies to the atmosphere of this life, which is intended to express the antithesis of the concept of life after death or the transcendent process of the individual mental entity after the death of a living being. The same applies to the outer far rooms of the dome and to the veteran officials and many others. Niebuhr argues that human beings have acquired new higher mental capacities that surpass intellect and rationalism, and that new perceptual sensors, intellectual potentials, are impossible to express in any of our languages in any term. Intuition and second sight are oversimplistic in comparison. In addition, hypervision reminds us of a material, experiential, sense of our own. Nonetheless, the distant future era to which Dienich's manuscripts refer often uses the word oversen or supersen as a synonym for Nebelverge, or indeed as a result of it. Elsewhere, direct reason and direct experience are used interchangeably. An acquaintance of his tried to tell him that it was wrong for him to hesitate like that. Moreover, before Socrates, concepts were not known as a spoken term, and before Plato, concepts were never expressed as a word. Futile. He said that he could not stand the thought of comparing himself to such a tall man. In any case, Denack writes, Niebuhr ushered in a whole new stage in the evolution of human spiritual life. He said that this new superior mental capacity and intellectual potential is a boundary, separating the life of Homo sapiens that has lasted for thousands of years from the dawn of a new life for enlightened humanity. In addition, he writes that he heard that anatomical variations were later observed in the main connective brain centers. Danak says that the whole millennia of clear language, the intellect, the capacity for reflection, all these cognitive functions, from naive belief to knowledge and empirical science, even including the whole content of emotions, and common instinctive impulses, and all this abundance of spirit, are, Danak said, with regard to stage A, he says that this particular stage was reserved for the early hominid whose senses and instincts were the only content of his spiritual life. Starting with Nibiru which, phase C began. It is an element that has been added to the psycho-spiritual function to date, which is not only new, but also superior in value. None of the previous ones can be compared with direct enlightenment, although they are necessary for the latter, in terms of continuity. This new element, the possibility of direct observation thanks to Nebelvish, did not destroy, reduce, or weaken the mental functioning of the elderly. It comes to increase them. It complements the entire human cognitive structure with something other, more powerful. One of the most characteristic aspects of Danak's observation is that it is only at the beginning of the third stage that the correct explanation and the deep meaning of the thousands of things in the previous stage become apparent, and only then can they be correctly explained. In stage C, humanity begins to realize the deep meaning of all these early things. These are noble emotional impulses, lofty ideals, religious reverence, the intolerable need of a great soul for artistic creation, the inner need for justice, even if it cares about others and not with itself. Other noble feelings are deep and sincere love and attraction to voluntary sacrifice, the desire for the ultimate proof of virtue and the sublime desire for immortality, which has always been misunderstood as a basic concern for death, a desire for life, a tendency to overcome obstacles to our biological destiny, and in general, the whole universe has high moral and spiritual values. In a word, they are the most solemn and sacred ideals of the human soul. It is clear that all this is a diverse manifestation of an unknown thirst for spirit and soul, a nostalgia that can never be alleviated. It is thanks to Nebelvish that it is possible to see its deepest object, samis, that is, to acquire knowledge beyond the mundane manifestations of its apparent direction, a posteriori interpretation, as he writes. This thirst for spirit and soul is the origin of an entire civilization. He said that in a given era, in a particular field, inhabited planet, the higher the level of moral and spiritual civilization, the stronger and noble the desire of the soul. In other words, it is an unknown mental and moral anguish, because between the atmosphere of life and samis, there is a great difference between the superficial, that is to say, and the great ontological reality, which is multidimensional and objectively existent. According to Danak, a fundamental common denominator and commonality between our biological species and thousands of other rational beings on countless celestial bodies is the deepest common cause of every noble spiritual devotion and every creative inspiration of cultural achievement. This is the irrepressible longing for spirit and soul, the nostalgia for summit, even if we don't always feel it, even if it's not a conscious longing. Beyond a certain stage of evolution in the life of the mind and spirit, he said, this deepest cause begins to manifest itself as commanding, invincible, and irrelievable. The form of organic matter can be very different from ours, depending on the terminology that controls the emergence of life and its ascension to those very distant realms. However, if these terms do happen to encounter the divine spark, if they encompass something of our intellect, rationalism, and emotion, then they cannot but approach our species in all things that have to do with the higher spiritual realm. Something similar to our unquenchable thirst for research and knowledge, similar to our own inner apprehensions, similar to our intolerable inclination to the indestructible and eternal, to the emotional attraction of our inner passion for the supreme existence of unknown nature, and our sincere belief in higher power. Similar to the inner voice of our great artists, the inevitable spiritual impulse, to give a visible form to the ideal of beauty, to give the work a lease of life, to transcend the biological decay of the model in order to triumph over the laws of time and decay. Danak concludes that the deepest and most fundamental reason for the realization of all these civilizations and their histories is common. It is a thirst for the spirit and soul of the Samites. For Danak, this common trait, in addition to the primacy of a common cause and a common purpose, is also important in the vastness of the universe in terms of duration and even validity, Geltung. The mission, he wrote, and the task entrusted to it by destiny in every inhabited realm, is to establish the spiritual structure of its civilization as beautiful, perfect, high, and complete as possible. This commonality is more important than the historical and cultural achievements themselves. Civilization, he said, comes and goes. However, their deepest origins remain eternal and unchangeable. The great aesthetic civilizations of antiquity, the thousands of statues and temples of Athens and Corinth, the high level of shared aesthetic consciousness of the ancient Greek era, created the inherent need of human beings to live in this atmosphere of beauty, one after another. However, the reason remains. He said that the thirst of the soul, the nostalgia for samis, would create something new that was completely new, never quite the same, with original elements. Such was the new great creative miracle of the 19th century Central European Symphony, which was on a par with the Greek miracle of the classical era. One by one, discoveries about the laws governing the natural universe appeared, and the constant updating of celestial mechanics proved that every previous version of the teachings was wrong. However, the reason remains. It is the thirst of the spirit and soul, the nostalgia for the Samites, which manifests itself in the desire for research, which is the respect for our species. It is a spiritual desire and an invincible tendency to learn more each time, to discover something more correct about the great secrets that surround us, to extract the secrets of nature, to diagnose the laws that govern the phenomena of nature. Religions, along with their teachings, their sacred historical stories, their teachings and their worship rituals, come and go, according to local conditions, However, their deepest causes remain. In this area, the reasons discussed are expressed through religious feelings. It is an unbearable soul need for every rational and emotional creature on our human and other inhabited planets. Concrete forms often come and go by lofty ideals, eternal moral values, and values of spiritual life. However, their deepest causes remain. Their effect on our spiritual world does not depend on every ephemeral form. The reason never changes. The intense and crazy longing and the inner longing are always as strong and fanatical. No matter what form these great ideals take each time, the price to pay for them does not seem high enough. The only constant for this profound reason is that, according to Dina, the soul and soul longed for the summit. He considered the latter, similar to Kant's Ding and Temple, a verbal expression. Regarding its essence, he argues that it is the objective existence of a whole, a totality of the deepest essence, without taking into account the limited cognitive abilities and intellectual potential shared by various organisms on millions of inhabited planets. In other words, he sees it as the ontological reality of all existence, a multidimensional, objective entity. Dinac believed that the strengthening and activation of all these spiritual faculties within man, once carried out extensively and for a sufficiently long period of time, faithful and enduring self-cultivation for thousands of years, could have a decisive impact on the form and cultural life of spiritual life. It can also gradually form a unique civilization, and it will leave its own unique mark, so to speak. The distant era of future civilization that he recounts, in which he sees and lives with those of us who believe that he has his own nuances, is due to the profound influence of the Adelson Institute, the spiritual teachings of the Niebuhr and Fouquet, the teachings of Folke, and various other factors that he recounts in his manuscript, which he reports in his diary as an eyewitness. The same was true in the years before our existence. Starting with ancient history, each era of civilization had its own characteristics, which matched its cultural identity. This is also due to a very large extent to the very strong and deep cultivation of certain mental and intellectual capacities of human beings. For example, the ancient Chinese civilization, monolithic and isolated, was characterized by excessive devotion to tradition. The Egyptian civilization of the time of the pharaohs and high priests was primarily concerned with life after death. The ancient Jewish civilization, and later the Islamic civilization, were distinctly religious in nature. At the heart of ancient Greek civilization was the cult of natural beauty, and thanks to Socratic self-discipline, morality, virtue, mutual respect, and the unparalleled principles and beliefs of Plato's ideals, the classical Greek civilization was infused with an unparalleled spiritual element. It is a civilization with a sense of proportion and beauty, first of all, an artistic and aesthetic civilization. The Italian Renaissance civilization was characterized by the revival of classical texts, the desire for free thinking, the elevation of aesthetic awareness, and the creation of art with the Christian tradition as the main theme. German civilization in the 19th century created a harmonious universe and brought unprecedented development and the pinnacle of scientific and philosophical thought to Europe. In general, in the millennial turn of the wheel of history, various trends prevailed. Sometimes, the rationalism, materialist ideas and the mentality of research, observation and experimentation that represent the natural sciences, the omnipotence of the laboratory. On the other hand, it is aesthetic consciousness and aesthetic development, that is, aesthetic taste. At other moments in history, it was the conquest of the technological world, the mass production of comfortable and standardized industrial products, the popularization of invention and application, the material abundance of means and the democratization of comfort. Then, at other times, it is fanaticism, intolerance and ideological bias that is spiritual or politically preachy, or even religious past. Finally, sometimes intellectualism is present in other expressions of thought and social life. Dinac once said that a possible one-sided reinforcement of cognitive functions, only of the brain and not of emotion, could create a materially omnipotent race over the course of thousands of years, creating incredible technological achievements, remarkable advances in natural science and its applications. However, this one-sided progress will produce a barbaric race in inner cultivation, without moderate moral norms, without inner culture, and there is a huge gap in soul, moral values, and emotions. The opposite path leads to other places. For example, the Romantic era in Western Europe gave the main voice to emotion in the first 3 or 4 decades of the 19th century. They are the main motives for creative inspiration, not only in literature, lyric poetry, painting, or sculpture, but also in musical composition, philosophical thinking, and metaphysics. In addition, they gave impetus to the course of political life, beliefs based on merit, trends and ideas, the beginning of social reforms, enthusiasm, lofty ideals, moral and social life, and in general, in almost all spheres of cultural activity. Poets also use their unique artistic techniques to free them from the inspiration and unconventionality of traditional artistic creation. In relation to the established logical form, in every field of creation, emotions prevailed in that era. The surrounding material reality is set aside, ignored, and succumbed to emotion and imagination. The view of life and the world beyond reason, everywhere, in every known field, in every field of achievement, prevails. Danak also proposes other spiritual courses and directions. Westerners, for example, show complete contempt for the esoteric mysticism of the East. For example, on the basis of the latter, the Hindus developed their own unique primitive spiritual civilization until the 19th century. In a materially frugal life and a strictly agrarian economy, disapproving of any attempt at social climbing, ignoring all scientific and technological achievements, these philosophically savvy religious tribes focused their attention on Brahma and his teachings. At the same time, they strive to embrace and realize the integration of human personality and the spirit of all things, and the identity of the human soul with one and all things. He also said that the in-depth and one-sided cultivation of human psychodynamics, once carried out extensively and for a considerable period of time, could form another form of complete civilization. This practice can be done through telepathy, reading and transmitting thoughts, foresight and prophecy of future events, perception beyond the senses, the calling of the soul, and so on, in a spiritual atmosphere that is very different from ours, in an atmosphere of happiness in which society coexists. One will observe a marked decline in positive science and reason, pragmatic judgment and material life, and confidence in the data perceived by the five senses, both in the material and in the real life around us. In any case, Danak does not approve of any one-sidedness in the process of civilization. He condemned, that is, any exaggeration in any exclusive and one-sided direction, which would lead to the weakening of human capabilities in certain areas. According to this version, the truly sublime teleological view of culture, the most valuable teleological view, is associated with parallel, balanced, harmonious, and almost equilateral tendencies for the cultivation and development of the best capacities and the most valuable of human beings. His views included, as far as possible, the prevalence of higher ideals, the experience of incomparable spiritual and emotional wealth contained in the true and deep spirit of Christianity, and the realization of humanitarianism and freedom in the life of society, among the peoples of the world. In fact, Danak argues that the two last ideals, humanism and freedom, can be found in our Western civilization by the moral value system formed by classical education, humanist and Christian traditions, their wonderful union, their unparalleled marriage. During the 4 years of the German occupation of Greece, until the events of December 1944 and Christmas Eve 1944, I found refuge in a friend's house, and on Christmas Eve 1944 4 people read the first 2 diaries and the future chronicle. He was respected in Greece, Macedonian friend and colleague, highly educated, his favorite profession was participation in Freemasonry and theosophical movements, he was among the best in Freemasonry, a professor of theology from the Greek island of Tinos, quite famous in his time, and 2 German friends of the latter, father and son. The father, a professor of history of liberal thought, and the son, a young reserve officer in the occupation forces, were extremely disgusted with the Hitlerites, and he did not hesitate to share them with me. Each of them kept Diner's manuscript for weeks and months, reading it until the end. However, their impressions of the manuscript varied. When the German history professor returned the manuscript, he told me that Danak was not, as I thought at the time, a simple professor with a mediocre education. He said that he was a great personality of the Western European spirit, a true spiritual leader of the white race, a prophet inspired by God, inspired by love and longing, to contribute to the survival of Western civilization. He also added that Danak predicted the Yellow Peril and the terrible wars of the 23rd century, and called on Europeans to instill a sense of unity and the need for a pan-European political community. German historians tell me that, in the case of Danak, the chronological repetition between theorists and pragmatists occurred in 2 great revolutions, the French Revolution of 1789 and the Russian Revolution of 1917. He said that Danak of the 20th century stood before the great warriors of the following centuries, before the political leaders of Europe and the intellectual and theoretical pioneers of the warlords of the 23rd century. In other words, he, like Voltaire, Rousseau, Montesquieu, the encyclopedists, and other thinkers of the 18th century, was like this in France in the last decade of the 18th century, before the orators of the National Assembly and the military leaders of the bourgeoisie. He said, "You Greeks have the term national teacher. Danak is therefore a true national teacher, but different from yours, in a broader sense, a sense of the ethnic, territorial and cultural scope of the spirit of Western Europe." However, I remember that the German professor had a different idea on another day. In Danak's text, we can discern 2 opposing ideological tendencies. On the one hand, there are the voices of the 19th century, centuries of materialist views of the world and life, centuries of technological domination. On the other hand, there is the voice of Nogel, as Danak says, 3382 AD. The motto of the former is that the correct and pragmatic outlook on life, the world, and scientific thinking inherited the immature period of childish faith. Our 19th century, he said, introduced us to science and put an end to the theological biases of the past. The research methods of the natural sciences allow us to understand things as they are. It also shows the true nature of humanity, a biochemical laboratory with amazing genetic intelligence, and the world, the natural universe and its material elements, material energies, and the forces they contain, and the laws of celestial mechanics. Driven by the fear of death and the painful recognition of the fleeting fate of life, people created religion, God, transcendence, the distinction between good and evil, and life after death as a justification for virtue. Nogel, New Chronology in 986, proved these things wrong. They are just human scales, he said. They are only perceptible to the limited cognitive potential of human beings. It is only what this particular species of creature perceives on this grain of sand of the sacred chain, which contains countless inhabited spheres. The belief in this new age is that ontological reality as objective existence is completely different. It has such extra-cosmic beauty, so incomprehensible and unlikely grandeur that it finds something very different in front of it, just a simple side. It is the natural universe and the totality of life, as well as anything that belongs to our cognitive faculties, the senses, the intellect, the reason, and so on. Before that, all the great religions said in their teachings, through the method of scientific research, the most unquestionable truths in natural science, the highest theoretical concepts of the universe, and the most valuable expressions of metaphysical beliefs, all seem childish and naive. This reality is incredibly huge. The son of a German historian has a different opinion. He told me, Danak's main idea is to continue the love story with his dead lover. This intense desire for the soul prompted him to keep a diary. This secret longing for this possibility, which made his intense human burning heartache, gave him a desire to narrate it all. With his pen, he gives him a time extension of the fate of the limited human creature that real life will deny. All of this happened in order to continue the continuation of a great love story that was prematurely terminated and pursued for it. He doesn't really live in his work. All this is made up by himself, artificial and imaginary. Danak was an incorrigible romantic, a poet with many delusions, and in fact, he was a man who lived in his own. Psychopaths in reality. The young anti-Hitler reserve officer of the German occupation forces later made me swear that those manuscripts were authentic and that Danak did exist. I'd love to do it because I know it's true. I tried to figure out his character, the contents of the diary excite him, and he was simply overwhelmed. Anyone can talk freely with him. He was an honest humanist, not so far from us Greeks in thought. He doesn't exist anymore, he later told me in conversation, but how wonderful it is that his way of thinking has survived in these manuscripts. He confessed to me that many of the chapters of his diary brought tears to his eyes. Are you sure that only his mother is Austrian? He asked me later. My personal opinion is that his father was also Austrian, he fought in the First World War, he had nothing to do with Zurich, and when Europe was at peace, it didn't make sense for you to look there. He was Austrian and Catholic, and he lived through the horrors of the 1914 war. At first, he showed me the words written on Father James in his first notebook. On August 14, 1922, he went out for a walk with 3 Protestant ministers. Then he showed me another sentence at the end of chapter 127, how happy I would be if I no longer felt disgusting and ashamed, and away from the smell of mustard, he said, and I have now put the title on my translation of Rose Valley, the original title of the first edition. He was a Catholic, and his father was German or Austrian, my interlocutor continued. He had a sense of guilt, which was not justified in his case. Most likely, he took part in the war. He has allergies. He suffered from the complex of the guilt of the people of the imperial era. He did write anti-war literature in many parts of his work. He is not Swiss. He hid his true identity from you, most likely his real name. He did this in order to find students, because he knew that in 1922 and 1923 half of the Athenians at that time were sympathizers of the Entente. The university professor from the Greek island of Tinos and a brilliant wise man of his time found the central meaning of the diary elsewhere. He said, the most important thing in Danak's manuscript is his idea that after a long time an incredibly great and beautiful solution to the great metaphysical problem will be found. These questions are the problems of the world, the problems of God, the origin, process, and purpose of man, the beginning and end of existence. It would be an incredible interpretation of the mysteries of life, the perfect answer to all those great questions that have mocked humanity in the noblest and most valuable individual and group cases. It would be such a great explanation that the human mind is temporarily incapable of perceiving its grandeur and exquisite beauty. He believes that one day, what happened in celestial mechanics and the entire natural universe at the beginning of the 20th century will also take place in a more general realm of worldview. In other words, real, Ontological reality will be proven to surpass the highest dreams of the human spirit and the boldest expectations of the human heart to an incredible degree. Danak conceived that the knowledge of these questions would be superior in grandeur and beauty to what we know today, even more so than the scientific knowledge of the natural cosmic problems of the early 20th century, and more brilliant than the time before Eudox, Aristotle, Hipparchus, and Archimedes. I remember one day he told me. Danak reminds me of William James, American thinker William Brown. James, 1842–1910, Renan, Huxley, and other thinkers in Central and Western Europe in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, who feared that Christianity was no longer content with dogmatism, that is, that there were more and more modernly educated people in the Western world. The aforementioned thinkers say that it is increasingly difficult for Christian doctrine to keep in touch with what is known, as this has been revealed to us in the course of world processes and intellectual development over the past 2 centuries. Since then, their paths have been divided. These covered materialist thinkers tend to replace religion with an infinite cult of science and even evolutionary humanism. They also believe that those religions that put themselves above worldly affairs talk about something that does not exist, and that it is time for the West to adopt a religion whose direction is the greatest possible development of the human spiritual and moral faculties towards harmony and the fullest realization of the highest and most beautiful tendencies and worthiness. Danak had the opposite idea. Not only did he believe in existence that was described as metaphysical and supernatural of reality, he also believed that what objectively existed was a grandeur and beauty that could not be imagined by human receivers. It also stands taller, evading, transcending, the greatest religion in the history of human spirituality, the most valuable philosophical teachings, the most ambitious theoretical conceptions of the universe, and, in general, the highest spiritual teachings on the planet. Danak envisioned a great new spiritual teaching, which he called Folky knowledge. The latter will be an unprecedented level, excellent and wonderful spiritual teaching, which tends to replace the already accepted Christian dogma and its theological foundations in the ontological realm with a broader, higher, and more universal worldview, outlook on life, and every area of existence. In doing so, it should not in any way contradict the established values of the Christian tradition and its unparalleled moral teachings. My well-educated Greco-Macedonian theosophist and respected friend had a completely different point of view. I am fully convinced, he told me as he returned the manuscript, that the diary was not written by Danak in Athens in 1923–1924. It was created by Andreas Northam, was written in 3905 and 3906 in northern Italy and other parts of Europe. He is the real author. Danak's personality and life is a simple, strong memory of pre-existence, which occupies Andreas Northam's mind, his world of emotions and his spirit and mind as a whole. Danak is a simple replicator of memory. He did nothing, except to write Andreas in 1923–1924. Northam was the first in 3905 and the following year write something. The temporal contradiction is clearly set on a human scale, so the whole story seems incredible from the start. Some might say I'm irrational. However, the contradiction in this flow of time exists only in the human standard, and for the perceived potential of the human being, only in the human standard, it can only understand the meaning of the alignment of time with yesterday, today, and tomorrow. This is extremely rare when the human spirit overcomes obstacles, transcends human standards, and acquires situations that transcend the senses, telepathy, perspective, and many things beyond the given spiritual potential. Time may well actually differ in its objective nature from our own human perception of time, which is subjective and anthropomorphic. The Greco-Macedonian theosophists apparently expressed the above ideas in impeccable pure Greek, because he was indoctrinated with this linguistic tradition. However, they are transcribed here in the vernacular, as it is a variation of the entire pre-introduction and commentary notes. He was helped in reading the manuscript by a young German-speaking reader, who was a relative or friend of his, a student at the Faculty of Education or an archaeologist, if I remember correctly. He mastered only one of the 4 native languages. He said he hadn't read the entire manuscript. Still, he talked to me about them. In his opinion, only the first diary and the second diary were actually written by Danak himself. He attributes the diary to a chronicle who never came to Northam. Regarding Northam, he also believes that at the age of 28 he was destined to suffer some very serious injuries, which temporarily led to his clinical death. Paul Danak's reincarnation, he said, is a very rare case of reincarnation, because it happened in the European region of our own domain. I remember that during one of our meetings, the theosophist, the stonemason, and a respectable friend came up with the idea that all who happened to meet Danak and then read his diary would have thought so. One thinks that the authors of these texts remembered the same facts, the same things, the same events, the same material in one word, and future historians will study these questions after a long time. The difference is that the latter should give this material a form of historical research and historiography, and its methodology should be completely different. Here, Danak deals with the same material as a traveler narrator and gives it the outward form of a travel novel of a certain literary nature in the wording of the text, an embellishment very familiar to his mind and at odds with the usual style of our time. I remember my esteemed friend adding that the most interesting element behind these texts is the regressive view of a time not far from us now, the 21st and 22nd centuries, which can be adopted by those who record the historical impressions of those distant years to come. George M. Papachatz. August 1966. The First Diary. Memories of the Past. December 2, 1918. I decided to write a little bit every day so that I could tell my sad story bit by bit from beginning to end. For the first 21 years of my life, you would think I was the happiest person in the world. It's been 11 years since 11 unbearable years. The only thing I crave right now is some comfort or something to keep me busy. It feels like yesterday, those happy days with Anna's longing for never-ending happiness. This can't be true, this love has such a sad and irretrievable ending. Anna has been dead for so many years and everything is gone. No, I can't believe it. 9 whole years without her. Why do you torture yourself with all the thought of this? They asked me. I understand. I need to close, but it's hard to find. You don't know. Our love is not ordinary love. We were still in school when we fell in love. Since then, I've been imagining her name next to mine. The man who brought ruin to our lives and sent her to the grave never loved her. He never treated Anna as his only one like I did. He never saw anything in her eyes. When I was younger, I would stare at her through my window for hours. When the weather is bad, I don't move at all. I saw people walking in a hurry, and I smiled at the thought of having warm soup and a comfy bed in my home, and I hoped that the weather would continue so that I would have a better chance of meeting her. How does Anna feel at the moment? Through her eyes, what does this colorless world look like? I think. When I saw her in the light, holding her embroidery, my longing became my goal in life, and I was relieved from loneliness. It's only on holidays that I wish for good weather, as storms reduce my chances of meeting Anna and her family in the park. But I'm still nervous. I had to say hello to her, and it was shameful for her parents to see me blush with embarrassment. How happy the following days were. Shortly before her brother left the city to study, I got to know him better. He invited me to his house, which I did many times. I swear to God that my knowledge of Anna is not the result of my initiative. I'll never find the courage. Those who have loved simply but intensely at the beginning of adolescence know this and know it well. In the early days, even Anna didn't realize anything, she was just looking forward to my next visit, so that she could give me a different gift each time, travel books or colored pencils. I still remember the first time I saw her in white at church. How did her eyelashes grow so long all of a sudden? I thought to myself. I remember that in my last year of middle school, my notebook had her name scrawled in the margins. One day I couldn't help it, and she noticed that I was teary-eyed. We were in the living room with a large book spread out on the table. Her mother sat right next to her. I'll never forget her gaze. It comes in the form of a huge question mark. It's too serious for her. We didn't say a word and quickly closed the book. I got angry, wiped my eyes, hurriedly said goodbye to her mother, and rushed out. I cried and fell asleep that night. If I never see her again, then blame me. 11 days passed. Early one afternoon, on my way home, I heard a noise coming from the living room. I walked in, who would have thought? Anna is with her mom. Before I could clear my thoughts, I had to say hello to the ladies. Anna was not shy at all, as if nothing had happened. A boy will never disguise himself like she does. The visit was her idea. Then it was my turn to study. I was absent for a year or two. By the time I returned, she had become a real lady. The first time I saw her, she stopped talking to me like she used to and didn't look me in the eye anymore. My mind went blank, like a fool, and I couldn't say a few words to make a sentence. I blushed and answered every one of her questions in monosyllables. But I'm still happy. Now I'm back where I used to meet her often. What else can I do to overcome my pain? As I wrote, my tears dripped on the new ink, blurring the letters. It's ridiculous, I know, a 32-year-old man crying like a baby. I've been told so many times, and I know it myself. But please forgive me. I'm just a miserable person who has been through so much of life. No one knew about our love at the time, no one except her best friend Amelia. I didn't even tell my mother, my best friend, my hero. How much of my misfortune and illness, she herself went through. Even now, as she lays down, she is still my crying shoulder, not me. I remember my mom, crying at night, I didn't know what to do. I remember when she was sick, you went to her house to see her, and her parents told you there was no choice, no hope. They won't let you see her. They wouldn't even let me see her. December 4, 1918. Our secret happiness lasted for several months. I don't remember what season it was. Has anyone else talked about us? I don't remember either. I only remember you. Every one of my future plans, every one of my thoughts, every one of my hopes was formed by you and came in your form. Later that school gave me the position. I think that's a good sign and I'm happy because I'm financially independent and I get to see her every 3 months. Another year passed. Her mother died. I finally saved some money to start my life with her. She used to write to me about how sad she was. I think it was the reason for her mother's recent death. I was wrong. When the man shows up and proposes to Anna's father begs her to accept it, lying to her about his financial situation. For months, he had been begging her, little by little, to bring her to her knees. It wasn't until after Anna's death that I learned how her father took advantage of her love and affection for him. If her mother were still alive, she would feel the pain in her heart. Even now, Amelia told me about how much Anna was torn between making her father unhappy and breaking her heart forever, and she knew how much pain it would take her. She would cry in her arms for hours, and Amelia would urge her to get out of the house, but she would never get this step. Her mother's dying wish was for Anna to obey her father, a wish that was etched in her mind and determined her every move. So, out of a misunderstanding of responsibility, she was consumed by the idea of sacrifice. One morning, I received a letter from my mother. Anna's brother kept looking for me. I've seen him. He asked me for help. They still couldn't convince her to marry the man. Have you ever wondered, under what conditions, how you will live? What can you give her? He asked me. I told him to leave, cursed him, and then I went home crying because I had offended someone she loved dearly. I managed to meet her a few times. She looked happy. Don't worry, they can't force me to marry him against my will, she said. For the rest of my life, no matter what night she will be my memory, the last time I saw her alive, standing in front of me, my mind will always be fresh and vivid. She wasn't sad. On the contrary, she is full of optimism. She was laughing. I kept staring at her. We are on our mountain. I put my lips to her hair. All around us, there are only blooming windflowers. Enough for today. Let's go back. I have to go home early, she said. The next time we come, I'm going to make a garland out of windflowers. Can you put it on my head? Promise me that I will see you again, they won't let you succumb. We'll come back, she assured, and I swear to you we'll be back. December 6, 1918. The pain will never go away. The doctor ordered me to rest. What did I just say? Oh, yes. One day, my mom asked me to go on a trip. It took me a while to figure out why. That was the time when Anna was supposed to get married. Don't blame her. Anna died after 2 years of marriage. She started to lose weight. Her husband said she neither listened to anyone nor cared about her own health. The doctor told them she shouldn't have had a baby. She died before she could breastfeed. When I came back from my trip, I had been in seclusion for a year without contact with anyone. My hair and beard grew all the way to my chest. The only thing I wanted was Amelia's company. Anna was sick, but alive then. One afternoon in 1909, I heard a knock on the door. Open the door. It's me. Amelia. I ran downstairs and barely gave her time to catch her breath. What's wrong? Is she dead? Tell me. I asked, shaking her. Her eyes are red. Listen to me. You have to come with me right away. She wants to see you. Amelia told me that Anna was looking for me all the time, especially at night. She kept saying that she wanted Fenghua. But only today did her husband allow Amelia to tell me. Today, because the doctor said that the end was coming. He wasn't at home. He left deliberately so that we wouldn't cross the road. The first thought that came to my mind was that I hadn't even seen Anna once since she got married. I can't think of anything else. We waited until it got dark. Their house is one of the best mansions in the state. Amelia and I walked into the room and walked straight into hers. Anna sat on the bed. There was only sweetness left on her dry face. She wore a silk robe and combed her long hair into her favorite hairstyle. The first word she said was my name. She smiled, and how much happiness could still be expressed on her face. She held out her hand. I put it in my pocket and started kissing it. Here you are, Paul. There you are. I'm glad you're here. It's nice to see you for the last time, and it's coming to an end. Now since my husband allowed. I knelt beside her bed and told her to stop. I told her she would recover and everything would be fine. She kept pulling my hand towards her pale face and lips and sighed as if relieved. The last time you saw her, Amelia said, when she swore she would come back, she really believed she could. Anna nodded in agreement. But then, she got worse and she couldn't do it. Since then, it has been a burden on her soul, so she begs you to forgive her. I forgave her wholeheartedly. I kissed her hair as before, and suddenly her face was filled with joy. We let her rest for a while, and then she told me, when I'm not around, I want you to visit our mountain once in a while. Trees and grasses may have something to share with you. Don't forget me. If you are faithful to our love and do not forsake me, I will never forsake you. I'll be there for you, Paul, by your side and my children. Whenever you need me, I'll be there. I escorted Amelia to her home and then returned to mine at midnight, overwhelmed by a strange mixture of pain and happiness. What is this? I wondered, why am I so confident that I'll see her again? I saw her on Wednesday night. She died on Sunday, January 17, 1919. This morning, at 8:40 a.m., is the anniversary of my resurrection, 2 years ago. It was at that time that I opened my eyes, and it was myself again. I remember it was snowing. My mom was on the floor next to me, crying happily. What's wrong? I asked her. I got my answer from our family doctor. Okay, it's time for you to get up. You broke all the records. It's clear that it's some kind of lethargy. I've been sleeping for 2 weeks now. The doctor wore a nice tie and wanted to make me happy. Not only did he not succeed, but instead of smiling, he had a grotesque smile on his face. A few months went by and I started to feel better. I cheered up. Eventually, humans can get used to anything. Now that you're familiar with my case, I once told the doctor, I don't have to fear being buried alive. January 23, 1919. It was the fourth cloudy foggy day in a row. What can you do in this weather? I don't have any friends to see me. I'm reading a history book. Ever since I was in elementary school, history has always had the power to sweep me away. I remember thinking at the time that we were all born somewhere and in a time, just by coincidence. It's easy to be born in a completely different country, culture, or even a century, with completely different friends, careers, and lovers. But we can't know what will happen later, that is, now. I'm trying to read, but I'm pushing myself. At that time, I was really engaged in what I was reading. Not anymore. Today, my loneliness has reached its deepest level. February 8, 1919. I started seeing the priest again. He never forced me to speak, which put me at ease. Amelia explained to him that I needed time. He respects that. That's why I went. He said he liked to talk to me. I did the same. It's always fun to talk to him. He thinks positively, judges clearly, and is free from prejudices and prejudices. His mind is active and intelligent. I stared at his library. He was almost all-encompassing, from the mystics of the East and the philosophers of the Ionians to the modern philosophers of Western civilization. I see you staring at these useless books, he told me, as if he could read my mind. Don't expect them to end well. I've read them all. I know what the smartest man of all time has ever said. But I will never feel the power of true love to elevate you to the highest point of knowledge. I would never experience such love. He turned to me. It was the first time he, such a cautious and considerate person, mentioned Anna, albeit indirectly. He's asking me for help, for insight. He wants to feel what love is, even indirectly. She told me she would be with me and I would feel her close to me from time to time. It's been 10 years since then. I've never received a signal from her. Tell me, then, Father, how is the concept of the immortal soul that you preach reconciled with the complete lack of communication of those who love us so much? If you're looking for a refuge from your pain, I have nothing else for you but faith, any faith. But let's focus on you. I'm speaking to you as a brother, not as a pastor. If I were you, I wouldn't pin my hopes and future on this promise. Over the years, you've been overthinking at the expense of your mental health. Why? Do you think it's healthy or right? Aren't you experienced enough to know that one shouldn't rely on unrealistic expectations? Do you need a logo? Why does the creation reveal its secrets to you? Why do you abandon them all on the pretext of a lack of signs? How can you be sure that they are not revealed to you, only to find that you are too blind to notice or understand them? I have no rebuttal. We sat there for a while without saying a word and left. I prayed for a long time that night. I asked God to calm me down and let me know that my doubts were unfounded. Nothing. But then I cried. I cried. Is that the sign I'm looking for? February 24, 1919. The thought that I could leave this life once and for all was fascinating at first. So many people disappear every day, people of all ages. Nothing can be ruled out. However, it didn't occur to me suicidal thoughts. I don't know if it's my mother or my cowardice, or rather, the sheer selfishness caused by that open wound in my heart. However, this possibility alone comforts me. I vaguely look forward to breaking that connection. If she's gone, I'll go with her. It's as simple as that. That's what I think. She will be there waiting for me, as it is, and everything will go back to the way it was. The second diary. After 3 years. Paul Dinac's diary after his second coma. Arousal. July 16, 1922. The preparations for this trip, along with all the forgotten things I had decided to dispose of, led me to my old library, where the diary hidden behind the rows of books was the one I kept for 3 years, from December 18 to February 21. During my illness, some friends had been looking after the house, especially after my mother died. I sat there last night, flipping through it, occasionally skimming through some of its pages. Reading between the lines, I rediscovered my old self, and in all the incredible things that happened to me during this time, I have long since lost it. I re-experienced that innocent emotion, with the genuine, pure excitement, inhaling that innocent breath of love and devotion to the only love in my life. Very rare thing. I knew then that it was a futile exercise, but I still couldn't help it. A lot of things inside me have changed. At this point, as an old dog, I can tell you that those moments were worth it. Even if it is thought that they are just traces of an abnormal temperament, they are precious. Oh my dear Anna. Forgive me. Why don't I think of you often? Why don't your memories overwhelm me as much as they used to? But these incredible countries I went to changed everything for me. Neither my little hometown nor my first love are big enough for me. But that's not the reason. No way. If yes, I don't deserve your forgiveness. This journey of my life and destiny reminds me of a myth I heard as a child, the myth of people who have been unjustly killed. For years, his soul wandered in the wilderness of the night. You can still hear the clatter of his iron. But after justice was done, he was never heard from again. The first day I returned, 2 months ago, my fellow villagers were very surprised to welcome me with a healthy and changed appearance. They felt genuine joy. Most of them thought I was dead. Luckily, though, the doctors in Zurich saw something different, so I stayed in the same bed for 12 months, feeding me special liquid food through a tube from May 21st to May of this year. Before I returned, my mother had died. She left with an unbearable pain, a pain that a mother could not bear, and she never had the chance to see her child strong again. All the excitement and joy, caused by my psychological resurrection, was at first overshadowed by my grief over the loss of my mother. Lord, forgive that saint and let her rest in peace. The priest is not in Italy. I am still ashamed of the doubts I shared with him, my lack of faith, a terrible sin. On the other hand, it is impossible for him to be ignorant of the incredible things that have happened in my 3-year struggle between doubt and remorse. I tried to use energy as a tool to drive away all these thoughts, an energy that I never imagined I had. I'm always on the move. I've dealt with all the inheritance issues, sold my land, I'm working in the fields in my spare time, and I've tried to keep my mind focused at all times. But when night fell, and all my friends were gone, all these memories, so near, yet so distant, came back to haunt me before I fell asleep. When these moments come, I can't help but wonder what I've lost. From time to time, I feel like an outcast of a veritable spiritual shipwreck. I can't tell anyone about my vicissitudes, I can't even confess to the priest. I know something that even the human mind can't imagine. The inanimate paper I write is no longer just an inanimate piece of paper, it's myself. I myself am well aware of the reasons for my strong beliefs. And, as long as I live and breathe, I'm not afraid that anyone will laugh at what I've seen with my own eyes. I trusted them as best I could. July 21, 1922. I have fewer and fewer companions to be alone at night. Maybe they're right. There was nothing more to say the next night. At this point, most of the time my companion is my book, and I'm happy with it. Who would have thought that every single event in history since they were written down would prove the value of its contents? I used to like Schiller, Goethe, but more recently names such as Einstein, Schweitzer, Bertrand Russell, Thomas Mann, and Maeterlinck, I can't express how strange it feels to see them. Only me and I can tell them the course of the last years of their lives, how their work will be glorified in history, their ends, things they never know and can never know. I sat at the foot of a tree, overwhelmed by the expanse of presence around me. But I felt as if I could squeeze the universe in two from this place. August 10, 1922. I went through hell tonight. On the one hand, I had the urge to tell everything I knew and unload my soul, but on the other hand, I knew I had to force myself to bury everything deep inside forever. Where are you, Mom? If you're still alive, I'll tell you everything. To you, everything. I know you will always honor the most sacred things in my life. August 14, 1922. 2 days ago I met Father James on the street. He returned from a trip to Italy. I thank him for all the help and support he gave to my mother during my lethargy. I told him I would go to see him the day after tomorrow and I did. We sat in his garden. How different it feels to be with him this time. All my past doubts are now gone. Dad, I'm not the same as I used to be. If only you knew the changes I've been through. I reminded him of my past thoughts and conclusions that I disrespected, and I assured him that I no longer had the same views as my previous self. But at the same time, I don't think I'm in a position to talk to him in more detail. Faith spoke to me, and he seemed excited. I was wrong about my father. If only you knew all the great things in the world. I stopped suddenly. I spoke in a tone that surprised even myself. The priest held his breath and stared at me. Even the most painful pain is welcome, both physically and mentally. Justice will come. The human mouth never utters a sigh. Then there was a silence. The priest is now restless. He looked like he wasn't letting me speak. Finally he said, "Look, my son? That's faith." "No, Dad, no," I replied calmly and steadily. "It's not just faith that has changed me. You can't even imagine what's out there. The human mind cannot realize its greatness. I won't reveal it anymore. But I've said too much, more than I should." At first, Father James patiently waited for me to continue. Then, he began to ask me, in his own inadvertent, indirect way. Then he began to beg me. He called me son and called me brother, and he reminded me of our discussion in the winter of 1919. In the end, he claims that it is a sin to believe that something can be completely ours, and in the end, the matter will eventually become a burden on my conscience. I regret ruining those sacred truths. Since last night, I've been thinking that something has changed between Father Priest and me, and that our long-standing friendship is a thing of the past. August 16, 1922. On such a summer day, the sky is so clear, and the breeze is so cool that noon is like a crystal clear spring morning. I'm glad I postponed all my errands for tomorrow, all the paperwork, the boring and serious things in my daily life. A morning like this shouldn't be surrounded by four walls. It should be considered a sin to work on such a holy day. Now I understand why we earthly bugs should think twice before mentioning God. I have been told that all the great things around us are far beyond the comprehension of our finite minds. That is why the little ones find joy in trifles, and based on this, they are undoubtedly much smarter than us. Forgive me, Father, for my lack of faith. August 17, 1922. When three people are talking on the sidewalk in the dead of night, it is natural that someone will hear them talking, no matter how low their voice is, especially when their windows are facing their heads. Half an hour ago, I experienced such an annoying situation that they didn't know I was listening. At first, they were talking loudly about local affairs. I could hear the innkeeper's deep voice, the characteristic tone of our family doctor, and a third person, whose voice I couldn't hear. At some point, they realized where they were standing and turned the conversation to me. They asked the doctor what was wrong with me, and he gave them a short lecture about drowsiness. The other two continued to ask more questions, and each time someone raised their voices, a few shh. Then I suddenly came up with the idea. I remember the theme of the second part of Luthermere Mass. Once, twice, 3 times, I played it in my head without any mistakes. I can easily play on the piano. I sat on a stool, opened the window, and then, the sacred melody broke the silence of the night, like a storm of happiness, and truly expressed the knowledge of the future. Then I approached the window. The doctor, the innkeeper, and the third man were still standing there talking, as if nothing had happened. Unbelievable. I think that even the army of peonies, who once carried huge stones for the pyramids, would not be indifferent to the sound of this tune. I'm going to Athens in a few days. I've arranged it. I need a milder climate, the doctor agrees with me. My heart is sound, but my body is sick, and tuberculosis has not gone away. I know I don't have much time left. Maybe a few years. A new life in Athens. Athens, October 20, 1922. I feel like I'm settled in the White City now. I'm used to the warmth of the winter sun, the sounds of street vendors, the scent of chrysanthemums and the dust raised in the carriages. I think I'm a good fit here. However, in the noisy streets and noisy nights, what I love most is to find my own fun in the noisy streets. Staying at home at dusk must be sick or insane. No one in the city finds fun at home anymore. This place is poor. It is evident from the many beggars and amiable old men in the streets that they have torturous violins in their hands. But the women here are all well-dressed, elegant, and have an inexplicable noble temperament. I just inadvertently remembered some unfair things Stephen said in conversation one day, when he wondered what it would be like to suddenly find yourself in the heart of the 20th century, one of the proudest and most rebellious of the underdeveloped and almost uncivilized countries of the South. To emphasize that the cultural center has now moved north. What an ignorant opinion formed without any knowledge of history. I now think that my future friend Stefan, with all his pride and love for the blood of the ancient Scandinavians that flowed in his veins, could easily draw unjustified conclusions about the uncivilized South. But on the contrary, I was well aware that this lucky game was pushed into all the excesses. I say lucky because it can't achieve anything on its own. They are nothing more than representatives of another victorious force that, under their authority, came to this tormented continent and was almost destroyed in the deadly War of 87 years, our year 2309. At this time, a medium-sized nuclear war broke out, destroying all of Europe except Scandinavia. At that time, most of Europe was recolonized by the remaining Norsemen. As far as the Greek nation is concerned, I don't think there is a country more relaxed in the Mediterranean sun. Unless everyone was pretending, including my landlady who went out of her way to help me and please me, and an 8-year-old boy who was late for school so he could take me all the way to Herod Atticus Odeon himself and wouldn't even accept the tip I gave him. I don't know about the rest, but I can walk the most remote streets and areas after midnight and feel as safe as in broad daylight. It was here that I encountered high morals and extraordinary local culture. These Mediterranean coasts are where civilization was born, and I'm proud to live here now. I felt so at ease in this foreign land, yet so beloved among strangers. I've settled in my humble room now. However, the only thing I was afraid of was that I started to feel the same weight in my chest again, and that was because I knew my days were numbered. November 2, 1922. The first few weeks abroad are quite difficult. All mornings and evenings, habits, plans for the day need to be redefined. I really believe, though, that things will get better over time. I believe that Mr. Dellis would recommend me to some of his German students because he has a lot of German students. Having visited the archaeological school with a letter of recommendation from Mr. M, I have every reason to be optimistic. For the past few days, the weather has reminded me of home, and loneliness has been flooding my world and my eyes. If I find a student to tutor, even if the salary is low, I will accept them in the hope that I will eventually meet someone I can really trust and communicate with. Hilda, Stefan, Sylvia, where are you? Tonight I sat opposite the Parthenon on the north side, meditating for hours, my gaze caressed by the inscription carved into the rock. Suddenly, soft footsteps interrupted my daydream. I looked up. It was a tall, well-cultured-looking young man. He apologized in French. I introduced myself, and he shook my hand and expressed his joy that I was not Prussian. Judging by my accent, he understood. I understand, I know you very well, he told me. When you focus your mind entirely on this stone and don't let your brain think about anything else, it's as if you were living in that time 2000 years ago. What else can one see if one bends over this place for a few minutes? In those few minutes, the stone was their world. I was touched and replied to him, after many years, it's still the same. The land has a solid foundation. In the meantime, a lot will happen, and a lot will change by then, but the stone will remain as it is. It's incredible. So, staring at it and forgetting everything around us, aren't we living at some point in the future? He turned around and looked me deeply in the eye. I fell silent. Except, I said after a moment, as if suddenly remembering something, unless then, there is no fence around it. They had already killed them. He looked at me with a strange expression, a questioning look on his face. He seemed a little angry, not because of what I said, but because of my plain and confident tone. I should go now, he said, and the door closes at sunset. The truth about his illness. March 20, 1923. Not again. The slight difficulty in breathing and the slight but gradually rising fever every night were accompanied by the same hostility, the same malicious insistence, hinting at a small but insidious crack in my heart. I have to deal with this now. By the next day, my soul was becoming more and more urgent. At an age when others felt young and prepared for a rainy day, I was dying with an intolerable moral responsibility. Everyone in my hometown knows that doctors mistakenly thought that the illness that afflicted me for 14 days in 1917 would not torment me again. It's back, not for a few weeks like before, but for about 12 months. They remember that in mid-May 1921 they drove me to Zurich and I looked like a dead man. Everyone there knows. What they didn't know, however, was that when I first recovered, I didn't remember anything about when I was sick. For me, it was as if I had lost touch with myself and the world, just for a second, not 2 weeks. On the contrary, when I opened my eyes for the second time, I was filled with fresh, clear memories of 360 days of real life, so close and vivid in my mind. You can give the medical, scientific, or any other explanation that works best for you, and I will accept it. Don't tell me it's a dream or my imagination, because you're never more wrong. There are things that the human mind doesn't know or understand. It is only when someone stands in my shoes that they can feel my absolute certainty. God testifies, and I say God because only He and He can see into the depths of my soul. He knew how much I respected and cherished His name. Listen to me, the truth cannot be hidden. There are countless signs. The first is the passage of time. When one has lived in a particular reality for a certain amount of time, when one has seen and touched all these tangible things and the details of their reliefs, it is difficult to assert that all this is a dream and not a part of one's reality. The same is true of my experience. I haven't rediscovered myself for months, and it's logical that these memories have blurred or disappeared. Well, I assure you that during this time, I never doubted my firm belief that all these things that happened to me were real-life events, and that I spent 360 days in the distant future in real life. March 21, 1923. I wasn't feeling well at all. I think my condition has worsened due to the surprising drop in temperatures over the past few days. This cough, at first I thought it would be fine, but it continued to torment my lungs. I don't like the look on the doctor's face yesterday. But what else do you want to tell me? If I'm going to die, so be it. After all this, what else is there to see for me? For the rest of my life, this will be my prayer, which is what my soul will wait for. April 1923. I remember the myth of the white-haired hermit. Back in his youth, his beloved took him out of the monastery many years later to let him spend some time with her. Before leaving, she placed her jade ring on the middle finger of his right hand. The hermit woke up again in the bushes where he was lying, and he believed that he had been dreaming, and everything he remembered, the golden lamp posts, the thick carpet he had walked, her sweet kisses were all part of the dream. But looking at his hand, he shuddered, and the ring was there. This was later confirmed by another hermit. As I sat here, staring at my empty hands, I wondered, why can't reality, no matter how far away in time, leave the slightest tangible sign when dreams once could? But these things only happen in myths and legends. However, if last May, I could choose to find any tangible sign on my body surrounded by Zurich doctors, it would be neither her jade ring, nor her photograph, nor her precious little gift. You can make any assumptions you want about me, but what I really hope to find is the original manuscript that I wrote in my future life. That's what has always bothered me. What happened to the diary? It took me almost a year and many sleepless nights to complete it. With true joy and enthusiasm, I put on paper every detail of what I experienced every day in the future. To Andreas, the memory of Andreas Northam and the manuscript diary I left behind, burned a hole in my heart. No, no. I must do whatever it takes to erase these disturbing thoughts from my mind, the belief that nothing in this universe is truly irreversible and that we have no right to measure everything by the limited capabilities of our human minds. After all, what do I have to worry about? One day, 2,000 years later, Andreas Northam will write these pages himself. My judgment was still clear enough to point out to me that these erroneous ideas were pushing me into a situation of idleness and resignation, and my doom was looming by the second. But I won't fall into the trap. My heart may be a little uncomfortable, challenging and painful, but thankfully, my brain is still strong and working properly. You, my lord, have chosen a humble, unimportant person, a man who has suffered a lot and is still suffering from a serious illness, to show him a small part of your eternal secrets. It's up to you to decide what to do on every occasion, I know, I believe. So, please give me the strength to complete everything I started and lighten my heavy heart. Let the newspaper be my confessor and savior. Tuesday, April 24th. Not long ago, my landlady, an amazing woman, knocked on my door to see if I needed anything and make sure everything was okay. Well, you won't believe it, but I suddenly had the urge to take her in my arms and tell her the good news. Now I can write everything down. Because once again, I had the opportunity to verify how good my memory is. After all the hard work, it's still here. I managed to write down on paper, word for word, complete verses that I had never read or heard in my life, which Sylvia recited to me under that unforgettable starry night. So, what can stop me from rewriting my lost pages, my future memories? I'm sure I can do it now. From now on, I may have any doubts, it's just an unreasonable hesitation, and I'm going to have to contend with it. I don't mind if this cough tears my guts apart, or the fever burns this nasty corpse. None of this is enough to overshadow the excitement that the prospect of getting the job done gives me. Time may be limited, maybe only a few months, but from now on, this will be my future, it will be a pleasant rewriting of manuscripts that were once prepared but abandoned. If fate had given me the only chance, I would have remembered. I stayed up tonight enjoying my newfound happiness. I'm ecstatic. Nothing is lost, from now on, my short life will no longer be empty. I have a new reason to live. My case has nothing to do with inspiration and creation. I've never gotten a gift like this, you can't lose something you never had. My example is a traveler who never talks about his adventures and finally decides to break the silence. I had no friends and my mom died. I'm completely alone in this world. So, whoever you are, one day, you will get my manuscript, be my friend, feel me. Don't laugh and don't laugh at me. I've been through a lot of trials in my life. I have seen with my own eyes everything you read, I've experienced it, I've touched it, I believe, I adore it. I'm not going back to my hometown, I've decided. I don't need any mandatory, superficial relationships with my neighbors. I just want to tell my story in the most accurate way possible. Rebirth. August 17th. Today is the 12th day, and I've already started to write. What really happened to that combination of horror and terror in the first week, that religious awe in front of what at first I thought was supernatural? Where does the fear of losing one's mind go? All these complicated feelings lasted less than expected. Then you can give it to you, people can really get used to anything. One can get used to the most incredible things and eventually return to everyday life. After a while. Almighty God, the path of my life is always planned by you and your desires. All these days and nights, only my faith, kept me from losing my mind in this incredible reality. Lord, have mercy on me, and don't refuse to forgive your unworthy servant. Evening. 3 days passed, and I managed to get out of bed and noticed something unexpected, my pain was gone, and I was able to walk even for the first few hours. The mirror is now the only reminder that I am still wrapped in a bandage around my head. And if what they say is true? The day after tomorrow they are going to remove it. Am I recovering? Is this true? Am I not dead? Who could imagine and believe in such a miracle? 3 hours later, dawn. The doctors comforted me with words, and I spoke yesterday with Johannes after Jaeger's meeting. I even felt better. Before, I was miserable day and night. This pain was nothing compared to the mental torture I had experienced, because of the inner conflict between the incredible world that took place around me and the existence of another world within me, a different memory, but still complete and clear. My mature judgment, the result of my age, has taught me how to distinguish between the real and the unreal, and my exceptionally good memories are filled with images and events of my past, in great detail, as I once lived. When I remember myself, everything was normal. But so do all the crazy things around me. I'm sure it's me, on the verge of a nervous breakdown, yes, but that's me. Once, when I was in front of the doctor, I broke down and started crying, and that's, in any case, I don't think anyone can confidently say that in this case they are able to control their nerves. I haven't seen anyone other than these 2 doctors in the past few days. When I first saw my new face, the nurses were moving away from me and I started going berserk. The new doctor stood beside me, an amiable and skilled therapist, but at the same time a silent companion who always avoided looking me in the eye whenever we were alone, and there was always a hint of excitement in his eyes. The afternoon before yesterday, Professor Morrison, the chief physician, unexpectedly came to my room. He seemed more excited than usual. He told me to stand up, took my arm, and helped me walk to the living room next door. At that moment I realized that a whole new world was opening up in front of me. Sometimes I find myself overwhelmed by a new child. I've never been so impatient since I was a little boy. I stood in the doorway for a moment, looking at the living room. It was a strangely large room with all sorts of things that were odd to me, and that high, transparent door overlooking the lush countryside, the hillside, and beyond. Then I started walking again, but not for long. Every 2 steps I stopped, looking around. At some point, I turned around and saw the doctor looking at me with a curious look on his face. I'll never forget that look, but I didn't care about anything in that moment. Neither fairytale gold nor precious stones amaze me. Everything there is made of a beautiful crystal, which is a perfect combination of pastel colors, sky blue, emerald green, creamy white, and rose red. From tables and chairs to stools and shelves, everything seems to be made of a colorless metal on which soft light flows incessantly in harmonious waves. Everything is bright and clear, even the pots and crystal branches of blooming flowers. However, if you get too close, like a curious child, believing that you will find something in the transparent colors, the touch will correct the first impression as the seat surface will become soft and warm. The doctor didn't rush me. Walking through the living room, we found ourselves in a large hallway. In the past few days, I finally met people there again. It is a spacious vestibule with direct access to the huge main terrace. It was afternoon and the house was brightly lit. Doctors and nurses stood around and chatted quietly. As soon as they saw the chief physician, they cautiously stood aside and gave way for us to pass. As I walked past them, I heard them whispering the name again, which kept repeating in front of me, Andreas Northam. I trembled. This Andreas, who is Northam? I want to know. Reality unfolded inexorably in all directions. I, like the doctors, could only accept this unprecedented thing that had happened to me, which exceeded even the wildest dreams of the most active imagination. Meet the future leader and reveal his true identity. On the other side of the hallway, in front of a very tall door, stood 6 boys and girls, who, judging by their clothing, probably did not live in the institution. They just arrived. I only saw them for a few seconds and didn't have a chance to look at them closely. They were all young men in their teens, all with long hair, dressed in almost matching uniforms, as pastel as the living room, all tied with silver embroidered belts and short silk scarves around their waists. Although strangers, they were the ones who opened the door for us to enter the small living room. Suddenly, the door behind us closed, no one told me anything, and I found myself facing the 2 teachers face to face. They looked at me silently. No one else was present. To my astonishment, I saw Professor Morrison, who had brought me here, standing respectfully. I felt like my body and strength were failing. I don't know if they were priests or kings, but these imposing figures, dressed in white, made a big impression on me from the very beginning. I see them as tranquil havens for turbulent souls. I want to tell them everything right away. I knelt at their knees and told them everything in a trembling voice. I struggled to breathe from time to time, but my passion and desire were so strong that I held on. I've never felt this way, even at the time of repentance. I was shocked and disturbed. I could not narrate it chronologically, but I managed to tell them the whole truth little by little. I think that the sincere tone of my voice, in my nonlinear, but otherwise coherent narrative, my pronounced emotional upheaval and the firmness of my tearful gaze, did not escape my grasp of the 2 elders. Their calm faces began to turn pale as they stared at me. The look in their eyes is indescribable. I begged them to believe me. Gradually, they began to ask me in broken German the language in which I spoke to them a series of questions about where and when I lived. I explained everything clearly. I can see that they are becoming more and more focused on my foreign language. I remember for a while I lost confidence and almost broke down, but then I answered all their questions as accurately as I could. I cried with emotion, but also sad because I couldn't provide them with tangible evidence. In the end, these wise men believed me. Oh my God, they believed me. They lifted me up and sat me down beside them, looking at me with an inexplicable aura, with deep blessings and complete kindness, and speaking to me as equals. God bless them. Only He can repay them for what they have done to me in those extremely difficult and bizarre moments. I didn't learn much from their insights into the narrow limits of human cognition or the relativity of time and the potential existence of simultaneous time intervals. Nor do I fully understand the concept of a great and unified reality that transcends human perception of the past, present, and future. But other things they told me about divinity and humanity calmed me down. They conveyed to me such a deep serenity, such a comfort, that I felt calmer than I had ever felt before. They are the panacea for my troubled soul. Of course, later I had a deeper understanding of their version. In their minds, they have before them a most rare superspiritual phenomenon, a peculiar manifestation of a mental state that is somehow not perfectly balanced. They even call it pathological, but not supernatural, that escapes the limits of the laws of life and the material world. Andreas accident in Nuttam. The two elders left. I barely knew how fast the time was passing and it was getting dark outside now. Valleys and mountains surround me. I can now hear the familiar heavenly melody, their vespers, sung by children's voices, as if from afar, from another, otherworldly planet. To be honest, I don't want it to stop. August 18th. After midnight. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Surrounded by complete silence, I got up from my bed to write. My day was painless and my nervous system was relieved of the tension of the first few days. If they tell me the truth, I still have hope of recovering from the shock. Today is the 13th day of my new life, and the 13th day is full of new experiences and emotions. My mind is always with God. He alone can have compassion on sinners. Yesterday morning I went to the terrace to soak up the sun. I was alone for a long time. I sat down and reread what I had written the night before. Later, Professor Morrison joined me and stayed with me until noon. He's not like me today. He was very talkative and we communicated very well, except for a few times when he tried to speak to me in his own German. I was eager to know more, so I accused him of Andreas Northam experimented, but I'm not sure if any of the right to that doubt crossed my mind. He categorically denied the allegation in apparent good faith. The day before yesterday, Elector Jaeger told me that they took Northam to Morrison, who had fatally wounded his head in a car accident. He died in Molson's arms, and 15 minutes later, he froze before Molson managed to revive him. I didn't mention this to the doctor. I asked Jaeg why they didn't let me talk to everyone as freely as any other patient, and he assured me that it would only last a few days. He also told me that as long as I lay down all night, insomnia wouldn't hurt me. As far as my life is concerned, he didn't ask me anything other than the illness I was experiencing. I talked to him in as much detail as I could about the incident in 1917, a little drowsy. In the afternoon, Jaeger visited me again. Both times he was sent by the instructor. He told me so much, his company was a great comfort to me. The way he spoke was completely different from the doctor's, and he was fully engaged in our communication. Truth, fainting in the past, 1921 AD, waking up in the future, 3906 AD. In the evening, I felt very nostalgic. Everything I've ever loved, everything I've ever been used to in my life, triggers painful memories that make me cry. If only I had something here from my own place and time, anything, even an inanimate thing, that kept me company and made me feel at home. Realizing this incredibly long interval weighs me down. It gave me a sense of a moral abyss that was more terrible in my inner world than in my outer world. I thought of a deliberate escape from life. In a hospital in Zurich, my beloved grey-haired mother wept in despair over her child's dead body. Mom. I cried and said, Mom, I'll never see you again. On the first night before I woke up, when I was half asleep, Anna's vivid memories conquered my mind again. I spent an evening with Fenghua on our beloved mountain. When night fell, it found me. I went home and walked through the dark and deserted streets so I could hide my tear-filled eyes from this world. I lay on the bed, careful not to wake my mother, who was sick and lying in the next room. She's been tired lately. I remember that when I turned off the lights and the light became completely quiet, I could hear her breathing. Her presence, the feeling of being with my mother, somewhat alleviated the pain of losing Anna. I had a fever. My eyes hurt when I blinked. I know I have a bowl of water and a towel by my side that I can put on my forehead if I need it. But I was too tired to find the strength to stand up, so I tried to cool my eyes and forehead with a cold pillow and kept changing positions. Then I remembered the feeling of slowly falling asleep, and I thanked God for the sweet salvation I had given, even if it only lasted a few hours. Before I fell asleep completely, my last thought was that the next day I would go and sit under 2 fir trees. However, waking up is very painful. I realized I had a high fever. My mind immediately thought of the bowl of water and towels. I tried to reach it without opening my eyes, but I couldn't even move. After a while, I fainted with a fever. This alternation of consciousness and unconsciousness lasted for several hours. The moment of consciousness pained me. I felt like I was free to fall into an unfathomable abyss. The pain of the abyss never left me. In the vertigo of fever, I remember seeing men and women standing on top of me as if in a dream. I knew my situation, that is, I knew I was sick and I thought they had moved me to a bigger city, another hospital, and all these people were doctors and nurses. I don't have anything clear in my head. Oh. And my mom. I feel like my mom is no longer with me. Then I thought I was having a nightmare. Why are they dressed like that? I want to know. My surroundings were completely different and alien to what I had used to be. No, I thought to myself, this can't be a hospital. I blinked and caught a glimpse of the countryside, the sky, the blue-green shadows mixed together, a pink light reflected on the crystal wall, so bright and beautiful. I still remember breathing in the fragrant air of spring, and sometimes, a heavenly melody drifted into my tired ears. It's like a prayer sung by children in their voices. I could make out the sound of the harp. I've never heard more beautiful and extraordinary music in my life, and I hope it never stops. And then I thought, am I dead? But if I am, why am I feeling sick and feverish? Another crazy thought crossed my mind. When I was still in school, I read that our beloved Earth may not be the only planet in the universe. But I ruled out that possibility after remembering those who stood above me. They are human beings, our kind. I also caught a glimpse of the familiar light in our earthly sky. Whenever I opened my eyes in a frenzied daze, all these tangled and chaotic thoughts took over my tired mind. The truth is that they did not leave me with unpleasant memories. But one morning, when I was fully recovered and managed to get out of bed, I can't describe the surprise. I was shaking my spine even as I wrote this. Oh my God! This corpse! This corpse is not mine! A young man looked me in the eye, a face distorted with fear. I thought I was crazy. I shouted for help. I felt someone running towards me. I choked and fainted. Language, English and Scandinavian mixed. When I woke up, I saw 2 doctors standing next to me with strange expressions on their faces, anxiously waiting for me to regain consciousness. If they take every word of mine to heart. Everyone else left the room. I was so nervous that I could barely breathe. What's wrong? I trembled and asked, am I crazy? I could hear my voice fade away, but I managed to say, where am I? Then I remember shouting Mommy, Mommy. Several times. As if I was asking where she was. The scientists didn't answer my questions, they just stood there, dumbfounded, pale, as if their simple words had left them speechless. One of them was young, in his 20s to early 30s. I reached for his hand, and I pleaded with him in the name of God and his mother, but he trembled, apparently trying to avoid my touch. Soon the old doctor turned to him and said something. They're foreigners, I thought. For a few minutes, I just watched them talk, ashamed, trying to come to a logical conclusion. A faraway place, yes, yes, that must be it. Their clothes, their mannerisms, see. Now it's a foreign language. I'm not familiar with that tongue. I remember that the man's accent struck me. Some of the words sounded a bit like ours, with Anglo-Saxon roots, and some resembled Scandinavian, which I was very familiar with, so I understood what they meant. The old doctor, still pale, tried to squeeze a smile out of what I saw, but without success. He told the other doctor that he had lost his patience. The young doctor shook his head in denial. The former seems deeply confused. He repeated my last sentence, stressing every syllable, "Mo there. Mo there, nothing else. Change, change." He grabbed my hand. He spoke to me. I knew he was asking me if my head hurt. A little less now, I replied, I'm much better. Physically, I'm telling the truth, but I didn't say a word about what was going on in my head. I want to see my mom, I added. Again, I've noticed that I'm having some trouble pronouncing it. But I blamed it on the disease. On top of that, I'm pretty sure that if I can't control myself and start crying for help, they'll think I'm a self-talking madman, and then I won't have a chance to get to know them. My mom told me if I could see clearly. Then I noticed something about them, something that changed, explained a lot. What made them look so shocked was not what I said, but the way I said it and the language I spoke. When they spoke to me, their eyes widened to reveal the incredible excitement they felt. The older one leaned over to me again and said slowly, in a trembling voice, in my own language, Andreas Northam, Don't you recognize me anymore? The last words he managed to utter with obvious effort and some difficulty echoed in my ears. Nightmare? I want to pray, I managed to reply in a faint voice. Then I fainted again. It's been 13 days. Tonight, the young doctor came to my room and saw that my pillow was soaked with tears. He tried to comfort me, but inadvertently, he did me more harm than good. I talked to him about my mother, who would mourn the death of her child, and he said to me, completely wrong place smile, talked about some kind of buried story in the past, said there was no need to worry about it now. Dear Jesus! I can't believe it. I never want to see that person again. I just don't let them drive me crazy. I'm going to talk to the old doctors tomorrow morning and ask them to tell me the whole truth. Nordhumberger Relations. August 20th. This morning they removed my bandages. When Electric Jag came to see me, my face was filled with joy. He gave me a firm handshake and palpable joy, and he praised and congratulated the old doctor. I didn't know that 18 years ago, Jaeger was Andreas Northam's teacher. Judging by what they explained to me, this now famous, widely acclaimed spiritual man, this brilliant thinker, whose works are now widely read, and whose lectures in Reagan were attended by thousands, were still unknown to the public at that time. For 4 years, he contributed to the education of little Northam, giving him spiritual fatherly care and affection wholeheartedly. Then they got caught up in the responsibilities of life, and they went their separate ways. When the senior priests found out that Northam had stood by Northam as a teacher and guardian in his early years, they went to visit him and asked him if they could give him a little more time in the afternoon. Seeing this now middle-aged thinker, without a young assistant accompanying him, come here alone and use his precious time to convey the same childhood knowledge to the same person, who is now 28 years old and, at least physically, resembles his spiritual son 20 years ago. What's more, they told me that he was unexpectedly resurrected, but as a completely different person. After his 15-minute trip to the land of the dead, he went insane. When Professor Morrison told me that the freezing process was rushed but completed in time, Jag confessed to me how happy he was. His brain was not damaged in the slightest. Confession. August 21st. Today, for the first time, Jag was accompanied by Andreas's closest friend, Stefan, who was 3 years his senior. He's a serious young guy and I really like him. Jaeger asked him to observe the lesson for a moment. Then I showed him my first work. I started writing, and I continued to write in front of him. I thought he would be impressed that I had regained my writing skills from the first few days, but Jaeger had already told him about my past research on Yi Qiansheng, and I had talked to him about it. It's not Andreas's handwriting, Stefan said. In addition to the excellent Ilial doctors, only 4 people knew about the unique case of Northam, 2 internists, Jag and Stefan. I begged Jag to keep it a secret and not to make me the object of curiosity for the whole world. He agreed, but he also added something I didn't understand. Rose Valley will have the last say, it's up to them to decide how long the secret will be kept secret from the rest of the world. As for Stefan, he would come regularly in a few days, and he had a lot to teach me about Northam and his life. He said I needed to know all of this before I could touch this new world. Jag's words came to mind shortly before Stefan left. Anyway, Andreas Northam's family and friends would find him. Now that the news of his recovery has been announced, what can stop him from returning to his normal life? While we were alone, I asked Jag to tell me what the doctors had said about all this, and I told him what had happened that night, and the young doctor cried when he saw me at the thought of my mother. Try to think about it from my point of view, because, believe me, in such a strange and scary situation, both sides are worth considering. Your life course is normal and unimpeded, as usual. To you, Northam is the man who has changed. For you, this is a case of a personality shift who was resurrected after 15 minutes of clinical death, a very rare psychological anomaly associated with the loss of the hyoid bone. Your friend was once your friend, but now he speaks a dead language. But I haven't changed at all. What I see is part of the future. With that in mind, how can I not think I'm crazy? Am I crazy? I sobbed uncontrollably. I was completely at a loss for what to do, because I couldn't believe that there could be a slight rift in the solid axis of time and space as I knew it. The rift must be somewhere inside me. I must be a paranoid. Only you can tell me the truth. If, as the young doctor told me, it had been 2,000 years, I would have gone mad. You can't imagine how fresh and close my memories of sleep are, it feels like yesterday. I could hear my mother's breathing, she slept in the next room. I could almost see a basin of water next to my bed and a tasseled towel embroidered with teal embroidery on it. It's like she's right in front of me right now. I stared at him in pain, but Jag didn't try to avoid my gaze. He understands most of my German. I don't think, he said, staring at him, that hiding even the tiniest truth from you won't help calm your mind, but, trust us, we know more than you. We no longer live in Kant's time. A lot of things have changed. But not everything can be measured solely by the intelligence and contraction of the human brain. For example, are you absolutely sure that while you are sleeping, as you say, Andreas Northam doesn't exist yet? Are you sure your mother is gone? His unbelievable reaction was less than the one that struck me as unbelievable a few days ago. Now, what brings tears to my eyes is the way this great man spoke to me, which was completely different from the way doctors spoke. He spoke to me in my own language. Sleepless. August 23rd. Yesterday and today were 2 very quiet days. I wrote or chatted with Stefan one morning, Jagger in the afternoon, and Reed in the evening. I became a voracious reader, a real bookworm. Doctors believe that attempts to artificially induce sleep are futile. In addition, according to them, sleep deprivation is neither fatal nor very harmful to me. In the evening they let me read, as long as I rested in bed or in an armchair for at least half an hour, and woke up in the morning refreshed, as if I had slept for 7 hours. Little by little, I also began to learn their language, what Stephen called lingua franca, or what I call crappy Anglo-Scandinavian. However, there is some consistency in the pronunciation and writing of the language, as I am much more comfortable reading now, although I often need the help of a small dictionary. My long conversation with Jag was like a spiritual cleansing for me. Under his tutelage, I no longer seek refuge in my past memories. This man succeeded in sowing the seeds of faith in the depths of my soul and gave me a new self-confidence that I never thought I was capable of. Because of him, I no longer feel like I'm living in a foreign body. Because of him, I can now look in the mirror without fear, and, oddly enough, under all these foreign features, I can discern my own expressions, as I have known all my life. I didn't mention anything myself, and the other day I heard Stefan and I have similar views on this issue. The man I saw in front of me was indeed Andreas Northam, but from his accent, his intonation and even the way he expressed himself and looked at me, I could tell it wasn't him. August 24th. Today, as usual, Jag taught me pronunciation, eloquence, and pronunciation. Next, we will begin to understand the world around me. This incredible man spent a lot of time patiently explaining every little thing, its purpose and function. When I came into this world, I had to be able to move around on my own and not look lost. Whenever he was tired, we took a break, and I told him all sorts of stories, about my hometown, about my life, about my mother's love for me. He listened to me with relish and was intrigued by the ways of the 20th century, asking countless questions about our school and our habits, and even taking notes from time to time. He seemed pleased with my nostalgia. I told him that I had also been a teacher, and that I had talked to him about my preference for history. In these conversations, I was overwhelmed by a great spiritual thirst. The thought of a sudden prospect in my field made me forget about my situation for a moment and made me tremble with anticipation. The longing in my heart, just a few steps away from this new, unexpected El Dorado, is something that only I can feel. In the middle of the night. I am tired. I've been walking on the terrace for hours on end, on this holy night. I felt a breath of joy welling up in my heart, as if I could hear my heartbeat. Do I have a fever again? The prospect of new emotions surging within me met the permanent chaos in my mind. Will I stop indulging in this incredible experience and slowly get used to it? Will I become a normal person who is interested in everyday life? Will I deserve a new thrill? I feel like an avid philatelist, having just received a philatelic collection from the King of England and can't wait to check it out, or like a scholar of classics who has just entered the Library of Alexandria. August 25th. Jag said to me tonight, trust Stefan. He will lead you through everything step by step. I begged him to give me some more history books now, and he agreed. He also came up with Rajon Swage, which was completely new to me, a narrative that combines both visuals and sound at the same time, and you don't even need to read it. A voice speaks about them, and you'll see the picture come to life in front of you. Listen to me, he told me, and I narrated his words, not according to what he said, but according to my understanding when time is running out, and I will no longer stand by your side. Face the challenge bravely, and do not let your mind be nourished only by facts. Delve deeper into the great spiritual path, which is now open to humanity. You won't benefit much from hard facts. Try not to get carried away by them and end up spending your time watching them unfold on Rajon Swage. After all, something has happened before. History repeats itself. Try to read between the lines and see what lies beneath the surface of the event. He alludes to the new, bright path that will lead to a century of thirst-quenching cravings and alleviating the metaphysical suffering of man. However, I don't know exactly if I've correctly explained everything that this wise man patiently taught me. He said that the past is us, not time. We live with short-lived creatures. We can't understand the dimension of depth. Our antenna capacity is very limited. They only form subjective impressions that have nothing to do with the real objective big reality, which he calls Samus. August 26th. Sometimes, when I think about that huge unknown world out there, I get scared. I've gotten used to living the same, unchanging, unsurprising life every day at school, and I've found some joy in it. But Stephen told me that I had to overcome my shyness and face the life that awaited me outside. August 27th. Today, Jaeger remembered young Northam again. Then, he looked me straight in the eye and muttered, "I know Andreas isn't with us anymore, but I'll keep calling you by his name." One day, Stephen told me the same thing, "Let me call you Andreas." And his tone made anyone jealous of Northam, and his rigid belief in the concept of friendship, so foreign to us, was so closely tied to his memory. August 30th. A few days is enough to change everything around me. Environment, people, environment, it's all so different. Who would have thought? The Nasham circle and its social norms. 1-9 MDIX, dating system changes. This is our 3906 advertisement, but according to the future calendar, it is 1509. Once again, everything inside me was crumbling. Most of the expectations and dreams of recent days have been in vain. The famous environment of my new life, Andrea Northam's social circle, seemed to be nothing more than a bunch of playful and carefree young people. However, I started to like the whole story. Who knows, this could just be another defense mechanism for my psyche. The plan for this morning is to take a walk along the nearby lake, where there are boats for hire. Youth, laughter, hustleness, singing. Stefan worked hard to command the group at every turn. Hilda. Hilda. Oh wait. We can't catch up. Andreas can't run. He looked a little annoyed because his lover happened to be the one who was so far ahead of the others, and she was exactly what the whole team had to speed up. Walking between him and his other friend, Sylvia, it was hard for me to keep up. "Forgive me, Andreas," Hilda said later. "My mind. Elsewhere. I feel like I have to say something nice about her, too." I looked at her. Truth be told, she looks very flattering. I smiled awkwardly and said it was okay, I feel strong enough now that I am not true. Stephen noticed that I was tired and suggested that we take another break. Luckily, the rest of the way is downhill. I sat on a stone bench next to Stephen and we listened to Axel and Eric's conversation as they talked about the beauty of a spring morning while picking poppies. Sylvia is chatting with Arya. Juliet and Hilda are chasing two blue butterflies. Are Northam's friends too? I pondered in disappointment. I don't think anyone can expect to learn a lot from this group of grown children. The two 25-year-olds, along with 4 young women and Stefan, rushed into the hospital 3 days ago as soon as the doctor allowed them to visit. They surrounded me, cheered and asked me 1,000 questions. They could barely suppress their excitement to see me strong and healthy, to see Andreas Gnome again, that is to say. I was impressed by their demeanor, which seemed rather childish to their age. It seems strange that Northam has such a circle of friends, because I know that, before the accident, he was a respected young scientist who had worked in a certain field of applied physics, I don't remember which one, who had achieved quite good results in this matter. In fact, his institute had called the Morrison Institute several times to inquire about his health. Inadvertently, I looked north, behind the mountains, with a sense of attachment to my homeland. I felt a tear in the corner of my eye. I didn't say anything to Stefan at that moment, he was referring to the villa in the distance, countless houses gathered together, almost like the whole country. He told me that in many places they retain the same ancient names, such as Vallon, Cernobio, Bolano, Menagio, etc., names that sound strange in a language that changes so much. Hilda wants to sing a song with the other girls. It was a spring song they sang together, one after another. Singing among friends is a cheerful song. Suddenly, a window opened, and a girl appeared and began to accompany the song with her violin. Right next to her, a painter, who until then had been struggling with his palette and brush, pulled out a flute, and then followed the melody. How did that happen? How can these people put down the work at hand and adapt themselves to our rhythm and joy? I was impressed by this spontaneous, relaxed joy, their positive attitude and their desire to identify with us. The friendship spreads as if the melody of the song has become an invisible bond that unites us. Before going to the lake, we applauded our new friends and they applauded us as if we were old friends. Then the children began to nail flowers on the lapels of the girls. Stefan pinned one to Hilda, Axel to Juliet, and Eric to Arya. Sylvia looked at me with a hint of a smile and waited for my action. I, like everyone else, pinned the flowers to her collar with trembling hands, and we walked down the hill hand in hand like little children. All 4 ships are ready. Most of the other friends had already stood up, greeted us latecomers, raised their right hands, and waved at us from afar. The white sails have set sail. I stopped to observe their code of conduct. As Stefan explained to me, people are no strangers to each other in this new world. You talk openly with people you've never met as if they're old friends. In return, they reacted exactly the same. They all had the same cordial and relaxed attitude, the same innocence, the same kindness, the same wit, the same warm friendship, as if they had gone to a large, universal university together in their childhood. There are a lot of things I want to ask Stephen. But how? If I were to do that, it would be just the two of us. He promised to show me a typical image of modern life. He knew that what I wanted to see and experience was not the countryside and holidays, but the exact opposite, the big city centers, the world of work and the people in everyday life. I know these things exist somewhere. I would also like to know whether this common behavior, which is highlighted by a strong and pronounced trait of childhood purity, is the result of the purely economic factors that Stefan and I talked about, and whether this equality and homogeneity have risen to such a high level over time. But without first seeing it in all its manifestations, I would not believe in this universal fairy tale, its perfect and elegant manners, and the lack of true brotherhood of anyone with ulterior motives. Verses 3-9. The strange changes I'm experiencing these days should be investigated from a psychological point of view. My heart is at peace and I'm used to everything around me. It's not easy. I remember the early days, people dressed strangely to me. I now find my life more and more interesting. Every little thing piqued my interest, and I asked Stephen so many things that it took me a long time to write it down. But why don't I have the ability to express my feelings accurately? Wouldn't it be more appropriate for a writing artist to be given this unique destiny rather than a poor and sickly teacher like me? So many new and different things and experiences. How well a writer can transcribe them. Every day I think of my mother. She is the only source of emotion in my life, and I don't know what it would be like if she could be there for me and see everything with me. Anna still comes to my mind from time to time, but I feel like my old wounds have begun to heal and don't hurt so much anymore. My heart took me elsewhere again. God, how light my weight is at 28. How light. From this perspective, it was as if I had turned back time. Looking at myself in the mirror, what scared me at first, almost drove me crazy, now gives me indescribable joy. Everybody treats me like Andreas Northam treated. I believe that none of them knew the truth except Stefan. As far as I know, in his circle of friends, old Notsam is slightly better than the others. If I judge by the way they treated her, Arya was the same. Arya was 25 years old, but when she spoke, the rest of the group fell silent. One more thing I noticed, last night when she walked into the living room of the villa where we lived, the ladies of our group all stood up, just like we men have done in the past, in our time and in our social circles, ladies would never do. Verses 5-9. At the same time, I learned a lot from Stephen about my new partner. Axel and Juliet's relationship is only 2 months. She was young, 19 or 20, dark-haired, pretty, and a little flirtatious. She is always a bit sloppy and has a zest for life, and when she is alone, she often hums. Axel was her first love, and their acquaintance began one day, when they were in a garden. Juliet's tulle dress was soiled, and Axel quickly made a temporary fold on the skirt with a pin so that the clothes would not become dirtier. Axel's violin plays well, but if you ask Juliet, she'll tell you he'll be a virtuoso soon. However, they all have hearts of gold, and without them, the group would not be alive. As for Sylvia, I know Andreas Northam loved her very much for 2 or 3 years, but her affection for him was nothing but a simple friendship and appreciation for the man and his work. Her heart may belong to someone else, who knows? Stephen didn't know anything about the topic because no one here liked to make small talk. However, when I first met her, I felt like I had seen her before. Later, when I was alone, I realized, I remember because of my vague memories in the hospital. She was with the nurses and I noticed her even when I was in a daze with a fever. Her figure has a very elegant and noble temperament that stands out from the rest. Stephen told me yesterday that this love affair is very painful for Andreas. There were nights when his eyes were filled with tears. I replied, though, that he should appreciate Sylvia's honesty and principles, and that Sylvia had never intended to respond to him without emotion. Someone in her place, I said, given Northam's reputation, really doesn't mind pretending to love and love for the sake of being with him. Stefan was at first taken aback by my words and replied, "Why do you say that? That's so vulgar. No woman would do that." I shouldn't have spoken. I quickly changed the subject and asked him what the rest of the people thought of the new Northam. He told me that in the past few days, Sylvia had mentioned me several times. In fact, this morning she asked him if he had noticed the change in my gaze and if he remembered Andreas having had such an expression before the accident. She also told him that Andreas was acting strangely, that he seemed unusually quiet, hesitant, and timid, that his accent had changed and that he even found it difficult to pronounce. I asked Stephen what to do, because one cannot get meaning from a myriad of new things, acquire a new mentality, a new manners, and become fluent in language from beginning to end. He smiled and encouraged me, saying that things would be fine. One of their old friends happened to be in a terrible car accident, and after he recovered, he temporarily struggled to regain his intelligence, which was their impression. Could that be the reason why they don't love you? No, you can see with your own eyes that they are always there for you and show you such love. I sat on the terrace and all these thoughts and discussions flashed before my eyes like a movie. I could hear the girls laughing below. They made fun of me and asked me how I could read and write in such a commotion. The sun was about to set, and it was soon time for the twilight prayer they heard every afternoon. Before I could get into thinking again, I heard them shouting Stephen. Stephen has a strange place. It seems that we have a bond that even his closest friend, Andreas Northam, have nothing to share the bond, the same love of history. His main occupation is the study of history, especially the art of the last few thousand years. So our friendship developed without much effort, even if there was nothing in me that reminded him of Andreas, nor the memories and dreams they shared. As for the relationship between Stefan and Hilda, it has stood the test of time. They have been happily together for more than 4 years, and it looks like they will be like this for the rest of their lives. This is a truly happy couple. In fact, they have already decided to have a child, and they have submitted a legal declaration to the office partner, the director of the Population Services Department, to whom those who want a child must submit an application. About a year later it was their turn. Hilda would also sometimes help Stefan with his work, reading aloud or transcribing, although Stefan himself said that he was not fit for big things. He just wants to learn and that's it. He knew he wasn't going to make any significant contributions to the research community, but on the contrary, the 25-year-old Arya had already made a name for himself by publishing a paper that took 5 or 6 years to complete. As for the other three, Hilda, Sylvia and Arya, they have a special friendship that is different from their friendship with Juliet, which is only recent. Of course, the latter knew, but she didn't mind at all because she saw how much they cared about her. 8 years ago, on Christmas Eve, they met in the Valley of Roses, in one of the Love's palaces, another ruling class similar to the electorates, who, according to Hilda, were and many other teenage girls, dressed in white and carrying torches, carefully selected from thousands of girls, and after the great Vespers, we welcomed the faithful to a reception. They described it as their fondest childhood memory, like a dream come true that was hard for them to believe later. Eric is finally here. He had some rackets in his hands and other small items for a game or sport that I hadn't had time to ask about. He wears sandals and is naked from the waist up. He looked refreshed and excited. The acquaintance between Eric and Arya is a decisive realization. They have been together for 14 months, and no one knows how long the relationship will last. This particular girl, who has loved to study what she has believed in since childhood, in her 20s, managed to take part in excavations in the United States with great experts who, based on a bold intuition almost like inspiration, made arguments for the conclusions they had drawn about the life of the Incas, which later turned out to be true. This young woman, who was born intelligent, whose views were confirmed in many ways, who had spoken out 2 years ago in front of thousands of listeners in the big city of Knoll, who had recently been helped by a large group of young people who had helped her with her research, who had given up everything for the sake of this brunette-haired young man, who might have had a delicate heart, but who could not listen to a word. Not long ago, Stephen heard him say, "Talk to me about sports, talk to me about traveling, swimming, or whatever else you want to do, but don't say to me about God and all these ancient treasures." They were ready to go. The time for a prayer has come. I'll write tomorrow. 2 years of global service, daily life, and demographic rules. 6-9. I left Stephen alone today so I could rest. I have a lot of things to think about. Stefan. Stefan, I often said to myself, I think you're right to Sylvia to Andreas. Northam's feelings were wrong. I often criticize myself and the weakness of my character. What are you doing to yourself, you poor madman? I thought, someday you'll have a sorry. I felt the insidious appeal of chaos and deception. Sylvia, Sylvia. I keep repeating it in my head. What a strange name, I like to speak up. The fact that she came from another, more superior race, from a different era, gave her an additional, metaphysical charm. The voice of reason whispered in my ear, be careful, you poor fellow, tranquility of mind is as important as physical health, only if you lose it, you will cherish its value. The truth is that I must never forget how important it is in my case to have absolute peace of mind and that it is my duty to protect it. The infinite horizon of knowledge ahead required me to concentrate and meditate. At the same time, however, I am proud to recognize that I should not be short of confidence at any time. Not only in appearance, but also in heart and in heart, so, according to what I have seen from these people, they are not better than me. I could easily be one of them without having to compare. I feel like I'm really in their world now. 7-9. Stephen avoided taking me to the city or letting me see what life was like there. He said to us silently, when you have a good day here, he said to us. Immediately afterward, I vaguely mentioned the duration of this holiday. At first, he looked at me in bewilderment. Then he smiled, pretended to be tired, pretended to be indifferent, and put his head on the back of the armchair. Oh yes, he said, staring into the distance. I'm lucky. From the age of 17 to 19, I happened to find a good job offer, and the business was good at that time. So young? You might ask. Yes, so young, although you think it's weird. Within 2 years, I not only managed to return all the money I had spent on them up to that time, but I also saved enough money to live comfortably in the future. I found a hint of sarcasm in his last sentence, so I showed him in my own way that I didn't believe every word he said. I smiled and asked him why someone would give up such a lucrative job prematurely. I've made enough money, he replied solemnly. It's my turn. What do you do? I asked, in a serious tone. Oh, I've done some pretty things before, he sighed nostalgically. Part of my luck was getting a more artistic job. We made combs. Mostly women. I worked there for 2 years. Millions of combs have passed through my hands. I remember thinking about how much hair they combed, and millions of young girls wearing them happily looking at their reflections in the mirror, millions of braids wrapped around them. If combs could talk, each of them would tell me incredible stories. I'm proud of my creations, which are the product of 2 of the richest and most memorable years of my youth. His last words were full of truth. But I remained true to the cheerful tone at the beginning of his monologue. I didn't want to appear more gullible than I was. That must be funny, I said, smiling awkwardly again. The story of this lucky, prematurely retired industrialist is definitely an interesting one, to say the least. Do other of our wealthy friends have a similar fate, perhaps even starting with their early school? In the beginning, when I talked about luck, I was just joking. It's not luck, it's a system. You see, we're living a comfortable life right now, but all of us, men and women, have experienced it. Every person you've met, and everyone you'll meet in the future, including Sylvia, Araya, and Hilda, is a companion from the age of 17 to 19. After completing their basic education in school, they go to earn a living. They work in the construction industry, in the food, furniture, and garment manufacturing industry, in public transportation, in utensils, in machines, everything you see and everything you can imagine. If their lives are easy now, it's because they've put in their hearts and minds for 2 years, which requires a lot of effort. Therefore, we are not placing a financial burden on our parents or our children. Before we served, the previous generation worked for us, and so it was in our time, and now it's the turn of the younger generation to work for everyone. If I'm sure Stephen is no longer joking, I'll have 1,000 things to ask him. But I have time to judge if all this is true. Now, I just want to turn the conversation to what I want to say. Anyway, given my situation and my undeniable curiosity, I think it's not hard for you to understand that this atmosphere of relaxation and happiness is causing me pain. So I was thinking if we could exchange this festive atmosphere with a typical image of modern life. As for the people, I find them getting more and more cute every day, especially you and Hilda. I hope you can always be with me. Sylvia's name keeps ringing in my head. Sometimes, we avoid talking about the things that interest us the most. Typical image of modern life. Stephen repeated, his voice getting louder and his mood cheerful. You're talking about the archetypal image of modern life. For most people, this is almost the most common way of life now. A simple life, surrounded by the beauty of nature, carefree, cheerful, between friendly faces and our loved ones. It is a life without ambition or the slightest desire for fame after death, without the need to do great things. Give them their great palace with all their heart, without any secret desires, to live freely and, above all, not to be bound by schemes that will enslave you for the rest of your life gradually, without you realizing it. Stay away from any contact with the institutions of our time, though they may be few, to see your life flowing silently in the treasures of mind and nature, to rejoice in your incognito, to indulge occasionally in the pleasure of reading or to be a sensitive admirer of the arts. This is the image of modern life you are looking for. You can see that he was stunned by his words. It is clear that over the years he has been building his lifestyle around his psychology and temperament, and he is not going to let anything and anyone change that. You don't understand what I mean, Stefan, I continued. It's not so much about the way of life as it's about the whole world and its people. After entering this highly developed society, people enter this developed society with their impeccable manners and civilized lifestyle. Don't I need to see that the lifestyle of the majority of people is reasonable? But we are the majority, he claimed amid a burst of laughter. This time his laughter was sincere, the laughter of a child. Do you think that's ridiculous? Yes, we are the people of your time, who would call it working class. Listen, because you don't seem to understand, so what if we had enough every day, and, literally, not a little less than the greatest recipients? All these consumer goods are what we deserve. We worked hard for them when we were young. And, in any case, there is such an abundance of resources that we will never run out. Travel, entertainment, sports, we can do whatever we want. However, all moral satisfactions, such as respect, fame, recognition, honor, and honor in general, are reserved for others. He lowered his voice and added in a tone of seriousness that struck me, the common perception of me is that we do nothing. It's true, what can I say? What? I naturally interrupted him, a product of his self-consciousness and the sincerity of his bitter heart. This perception is unfair. You have fulfilled your duties, you have paid off all your debts to society. They've done their job, he replied in an equally deep voice. They also work in their own time. They ran to the Grosvenor with the same enthusiasm and were assigned to our modern construction sites, laboratories, and Walkerst. They faced temporary mental and intellectual malnutrition, living an active partner of a disciplined life. They endured long and unbearable shifts, endured painful toiling for the spirit of freedom. They, like everyone else, happily completed 2 years of service. However, when they enter society in the name of citizens, they do not choose to sit back, relax, and enjoy what they get from their services, as we do. Like most people, they have every right to do so. Instead, they don't have the slightest sign of craving recognition and rewards, but try to create something out of themselves and leave something behind. Most of the time, Stefan continued, these things it is based on dreams and sheer ambitions that have already begun to emerge in their teenage years that the insight is generated in their final years of school. But a person's tendencies tend to manifest themselves at a more mature age. But in any case, no one forced them to do anything. That's what they love, that's where they find happiness. Some people get pleasure and satisfaction from caring for children and the sick, some people dream of inventions and technological applications that will one day make our lives easier, others want to become doctors and open up new avenues in science. All of these millions of people who come to our main spiritual center know that there is not the slightest material gain or professional prestige to look forward to after completing their chosen course. Many of them just sit there and listen to the same thing for years, purely out of love for their subject. A lot of people are old, but no one is under 19 years old, because our higher education is always serving without exception. Stefan told me that most of these young people came to listen to the masters, they had heard the great deeds of the masters since they were teenagers, and they always looked up to them from afar. In fact, some of these young men were lucky, and even for a short time, became the crew or followers of these wise men, known as Unga, an honorary title. He also told me that he could not fully agree with what almost everyone believes, that great artists are at the highest level, above the wise, and the teachers. They are the ones that attract all the attention, recognition today. They are now getting the crowd excited. According to the beliefs of modern elitism, they are now idols of the broader, anonymous public. But I think these two categories are unmatched, to say the least. He stressed the invaluable contribution to humanity of those outstanding figures in the field of science, particularly in the field of physical sciences. I remember him wondering why only the philosophical sciences are now considered to be equated with art. Supposedly, he added softly, as if to say to himself, only these sciences have an element of transcendence. But isn't it true that the physical sciences at the highest level have the same transcendentality, leading to philosophical reflection? At this point, I decided to interrupt him, arguing that his enthusiasm for high society contradicted his previous description of his simple, carefree life in obscurity as entirely satisfying. In fact, I reminded him of what he had said before. Right now, people like us don't want to pursue professional success now more than ever. People who don't need to earn a living need to organize our lives around our abilities according to the vision of each of us. I am very happy with my lifestyle because I know that I was not born to be great. In fact, creators are born, not created. However, if I had a choice before I was born, I think I would sacrifice this peaceful and carefree life to create a world of misery. He was silent for a moment, then touched my hand amicably and confidentially, and continued with a hint of a smile. I'm not going to lie to you, neither Eric nor Axel agree with me on this issue. Eric has a heart of gold, and he will choose the opposite. As for Axel, he continues to see on his violin, unwilling to realize that he will never reach the level of excellence that even proves that he has dedicated his life to it. He went on to add, this candid approach has been applied to art since the beginning, and now it is also applicable to the scientific community. The reason for this is what I told you before, one's devotion to science is not justifying a mediocre professional need to make a living. Our universal socio-political community needs quality, not quantity. It boils down to, either you say something really worth saying or you don't say anything. I asked him whether the content and purpose of the present class distinction was really purely spiritual, and whether the wise men and great artists of repute had no other material interests or any special power over others than the honors which he said these people had to accept. You won't see any further distinction other than those things I've told you, love, respect, passion, and gratitude. That is, unless you take into account material interests, there are not many palaces and works of art that have been given to the Valley of the Roses, their academic center, and our other great intellectual centers. These things are more symbolic than anything else. In fact, these huge structures sometimes even tire them out. On the other hand, Stefan adds, there are more joys in life, the joy of youth, travel, the joy of repaying love, which we can fully enjoy every day, which are deprived of it, choosing sacrifice and creation to satisfy their thirst for knowledge. They weren't made for our way of life, and they don't get enough satisfaction from these things. In this environment, there is nothing to quench your thirst. I don't think anything can quench their hungry minds. Constant dissatisfaction and dissatisfaction are part of their fate, I added, wanting to show him that I understood his point of view. The only thing that can be done, said Stephen in a tone of conviction, is the great reality, Samus. But here it is inaccessible. Every worthy concept and form in art is nothing more than an attempt, a painful endeavor, full of despair and at the same time full of crazy hope. Every valuable concept and form in art was, is, and will be born out of a desire for Samus. If it doesn't exist, neither does artistic creation. If even the greatest artists are not satisfied with their work, it is because Samus is the essence of the greatest art, just as infinity is the ultimate in the greatest number of things we can imagine. But now I'm talking to you about folky knowledge, something you are not familiar with. When are you going to talk to me about this knowledge? Can you give me some books on this topic? I asked him impatiently. It's an issue that takes many hours to discuss. We don't have enough time today because Hilda is coming soon. I will only answer the last part of your previous question. Material superiority is unknown to the contemporary ruling class, as is any form of power over others. 1, 2, 300 years ago, when it was still under the rule of leading physical scientists, power. The concept, in its original sense, punishment, coercion is still valid. But the legal relationships and property disputes that corresponded to them were almost non-existent then, as they are now. The implementation of private law and private law regimes has proved to be largely unrealistic. But the rights and responsibilities between citizens and political authority still need to be defined by a series of modern and efficient institutions developed by smart people in response to new needs. Eventually, as the centuries passed, any form of coercion and punishment became obsolete. This socio-political phenomenon is not recent. It occurs in the early years of the elderly. In the Old Era, the Old Age began in 2396 AD and lasted 986 years until 3382 AD. Scientists have used the concept of abundance and unprecedented progress in children's education to achieve this. Service lasted 20 years, that is, 30 years, before that, but no one ever thought to blame each other or steal from others, because no one lacked anything. I also asked him if anything else was true, something I happened to hear during the accident, or rather, Andrea Sherdwin Northam had an accident. I wonder whether, even in the case of an accident, the authorities only take into account technical and medical variables without assigning any responsibility. As I told you before, that's what education is all about. First of all, the likelihood of a car accident or other type of accident is extremely low right now. However, assuming that something like this happened and Lin Sen's driver was still alive, there was no need to blame, because such a possibility would be completely ruled out. As Stephen told me, there is a saying here that the people of today, what they call the Tronders, as the English used to say to their kings, cannot do anything wrong. This reality is made possible by their deep respect for the value of life, which is implanted in their conscience from an early age. According to the current folky cognition, every your neighbor is a complete inner world. Full of dreams of life, emotion, love, and divine human suffering, lofty ideals and a wide range of spiritual values, all of which are reflections of Samus, whom he has spoken to me before. Their attention to detail and their vision, sometimes to the point of exaggeration, are incredible. They are very careful not to insult this whole inner world, both materially and morally. These people have followed the precept of love thy neighbor as much as possible. Stefan continued, the same is true for the extremely rare case of illegal childbearing. The state does not consider such a thing to be intentional or unintentional, because respect for our population system excludes this possibility. Statistics are our reliable guide on these issues. Such a low illegitimate birth rate does not affect or interfere with the population screening process or the rhythm of life, even a little. Coercion and punishment have been superseded by domestic law. A truly civilized person, a person with an inner culture, cannot do anything wrong. Even if you force them, so to speak, they can't. Let's take a look at the problem of signing up for a service. For example, if you search among millions of young men and women, you won't find a single one who will try to escape it. In fact, quite the opposite. Our leaders and educators are compelled to feel inferior and unjustified remorse for the few children who are not accepted by those who are not praised each year for their health problems, with proper guidance and arguments. Their greatest suffering is not because they are sick or disabled, but because they feel that they are a burden to their fellow. Again, he stressed the simplicity of the existing institutions, assuring me that there were no institutions other than those dealing with services, population screening and traffic control. He said that he always combined personal freedom with some obvious constraints. Nowadays, no one can stop you from traveling to the other side of the world, to say what you want to say, to do what you want, and to believe in the way you see fit. From the most basic to the highest education, the Danes, the temple, the Regenswich, the theater, the park, the beach, the museum, the hospital, the various institutions, the walks, the shopping center, the ski slope, the countryside, the fitness center and all kinds of sports, all this you cannot imagine, is open to us, especially from the age of 19. When it comes to distribution, the help of statistics is also miraculous. They maintain a balance between supply and demand, enriching everything by monitoring all global demand and making early and accurate predictions. I asked him how the lack of any form of enforcement, as he said, fits into the work of enforcers and enforcers. Their role is more of a regulatory role, he replied. It's not so much political power as a responsibility. Others will use the application of a new generation of technology as an example to determine how the new generation of products will be produced, and thus the speed of production of the new generation of products. However, they did not encroach on personal life and did not deal with individual cases for centuries. There is no need to do this. Sometimes, in the past, they had to intervene, and that's when they had real power. For example, in the rare case that someone is too fertile, they will forgive any violation of priorities or the number of children. I couldn't help but tell him, you talk about personal freedom, Stefan, but you seem to have forgotten your unnatural of population restrictions. Because, as I told you, these are general rules, not interventions for individual cases. According to this provision, those who desperately want children will have their turn in due course. Don't worry, everyone has the right to have children. The aim is to meet the current renewal rate of the demographic structures so that the next generation does not outnumber the current generation of the entire planet. Basically, this restriction is not as scary as you think. For the good of humanity, it is a matter of order and understanding. In this age of what you call barbarism, we are closer to nature and individual freedom. The need wasn't that great. In addition, the planet is divided into competing political and economic forces, which in turn creates a corresponding competition in terms of population. In the past, the danger of overpopulation has increased dramatically. After that, the world was in dire need of regulation, and now, as a result of regulation, we have reached a question that is no longer about the quantity of the population, but about the quality. In your time, your wars and epidemics have easily restored the balance of the world's population. Every day someone dies and someone is born. But in our world, these two solutions have long been obsolete. What options do we have? If we stop tracking demographic indicators, all the booming applications of science and technology can only sustain these high standards of living for the international community for a short time, and ultimately cannot stop their decline. That's when Hilda, as far as I know, walked into the room with a bouquet of flowers. Stephen suddenly stopped talking, and soon we changed the subject. Fall in love with Sylvia. 8-9. I stayed home all afternoon today. I wasn't feeling well from earlier in the day, but Hilda took care of me and brought me a hot drink. Now I feel so much better. The book that Stephen ordered not so long ago was delivered along with yesterday's distribution. I sat with him and looked at it carefully. 9-9. I don't know what happened to me today, but, once again, I felt great joy. I might see her. Today I felt good all night. I left early, with the dawn breeze, for a walk in the gardens and forests. I don't know why, but I often have the urge to go out and walk by myself, in such an uninhabited place. Stephen was wondering where I was, and when I came back, he asked me. I didn't say anything other than how good I felt. What's wrong with me? One second I was happy, the next my eyes were filled with tears. For example, now I want to cry. Thinking about this morning filled my heart with inexplicable joy. Even at the sight of a ray of sunshine, I smiled. What is my fate tonight? Am I going to see her? Is she going to join the group? I'm in the minutes again, minutes. Evening. Nothing, nothing, nothing. I don't understand, she knows where we meet every night, these days. 10-9. The last time I saw her was a few days ago, walking through the park with a large group of people I didn't know. They talked on an equal footing, and were superficially comfortable and calm. I think if I were one of them, it would be difficult for me to speak tirelessly for so long. I'm a little jealous of them. They were approaching the edge of the park, and I was sitting there, and I didn't know if I had time to cheer myself up. I was in rags, and I'm pretty sure my complexion was grey. On top of that, I was worried that she would think I was sitting there with the sole purpose of seeing her. As she passed by, she turned to look at me as if she had just seen me. She barely greeted me, as if I had done something to her, and she wasn't very happy to see me, but, when our eyes met, in that moment, I felt the happiest person in the world for no reason. I knew right away that her actions had nothing to do with me. She's just moody or angry with herself. I could tell the excitement in her eyes. Be angry with yourself. Sometimes I think maybe I'm the only happy member of this group. Should I stop being so apathetic? Could it be my fault? All this cowardice, lack of courage and unreasonable attitude. 11-9. I'm going to ask Stephen to postpone the trip to Knoll he mentioned last night. Come to think of it, not so long ago, only the sound of this beautiful place would have made me jump with joy. No 16-9. Stefan knows everyone here. He managed to find some old acquaintances who were interested in scientific books, so we traded most of Northam's collection with some historical books of great significance that would take a long time to go out. Among them, a basic history book for children, suitable for beginners like me, the DuPont edition, a real miniature of 3000 glowing in the dark, green pages, with diorama, tiny prints, enlarged only in the part you read, and full-page panoramas. I came back to the villa late at night. With a heavy bag under my arm and excited about my new possessions, I locked myself in my room and poured my treasure on the table. As soon as I saw it, many happy and magical memories of my childhood came to mind, like a colorful parade. 17-9. Today, this is the. As it was meant to be today, fate gave me a beautiful surprise. I unexpectedly met her on the way home. We spent a whole hour together. At first she cried. Then I told her I loved her. Then she put her hand on my heart. I kissed her, and at the end, we stared into each other's eyes. No one will ever know what happened between us. Thank you, God, for this moment. Since this morning, I have had a hunch that today is going to be a big day. She told me that she had been in pain for days and had fallen asleep crying because of the suspicion that tormented her. She didn't know what to do. She was subtle because of her earlier behavior towards me. But she was deeply moved by my unwavering love, combined with the fact that after the accident, I seemed purer, gentler, and more romantic. I am happy. She told me she wanted to go anywhere with me. All the places she has been, she wants to go again with me. Only in this way, she says, can a simple visit be transformed into a real experience, otherwise, only the eyes are satisfied, not the soul. 18-9. I sat here for hours, thinking about what happened yesterday. I don't even know how to read. I looked like I was daydreaming. It's impossible for Stephen not to understand. Yesterday was an outburst of emotions, in which reason and judgment had no place. Today, under so much pressure, I feel so weak and exhausted that I can barely write. I have a lot of things to think about. I only remember what Stephen said, that as human beings, i.e. life forms with limited capabilities, we cannot define the boundaries between the real and the unreal, nor can we assess the actual scope of the larger reality. He says that it is impossible to know what lies beneath the exterior, much less through our childlike temperament, which often disproportionately causes simple, human psychological responses. As he explained to me, they now believe that the old interpretation of the idealization of human instincts seems to be nothing more than that, and that we humans are unable to comprehend the dimension of depth. The current international community will not hesitate to look at an insignificant person who has no visible contribution to life as a harbinger of something great and erect a statue in their honor in their holy city, the Valley of the Roses. 4 times. The most exciting thing for me was flying on their flying vehicle, the Linson family. Today we went to Horta, an experimental nursery of 1,000 acres surrounded by elm trees and centering on 6 ancient marble seats. We sat there, jokingly calling it our own living room, and Sylvia. She now regrets rejecting Andreas's love in the past. She felt that because of her, they had wasted too much time and missed too many precious moments. On the other hand, look at my situation, she opened up to me and I couldn't tell her anything. So I just sat there and answered mechanically, answering her with something I knew about Northon from Stefan. Finally, to escape her constant questioning, I kept saying, Sylvia, trust me. I don't remember anything. I'm ashamed of myself. But Stefan told me a few days ago, there's no other way at the moment. Remember, you are the one who asks for confidentiality. But, in addition to that, Rose Valley's Risnisdal has not yet reached any conclusions on your case. Italy West Coast Tour, endless global getaways. Salerno, 6x. We've only been to the south since last night. We deliberately postponed it a bit to avoid a large crowd gathering here for the summer celebrations. We stayed on the 3rd floor of the new Youth Mile Hotel. We booked the whole floor as there were still 6 friends to come. Among them were the most famous young doctor, Dizany, as well as the painter Syrd, Aria's friend, a kind, quiet and modest blonde man, in his 30s, dressed in dark clothes that contrasted with his blue daydream eyes. Judging by what others have done towards them, they must have thought that doctors and artists were the stars of the group, but the latter seemed to know nothing about it. They always talk about various things in a simple, pragmatic way, but never talk about their work. Looking at the west coast of Italy from above, I noticed that it is now built from coast to coast with huge hotels, making it look like an endless resort. Place names change frequently, and in many areas they have retained old names that now sound a little strange compared to new, more poetic names: Scarlet Riverside, Merry Seaside, Little Bronsteford, Blue Lily, Midnight Diamond, Risen Favette. However, nothing has changed in this vast country, either in form or in consistency. It stretches forever to the horizon. There are thousands of huge palaces for travelers to live in, but there is no trace of residences, churches, institutions, schools, and industrial and scientific facilities. Only these huge inns and youth centers, which they call Laret and Sylvame, built between the marina and the park, between the vast sandy beach and the port. The palaces of these burghers were freestanding rectangular buildings decorated with a bright crystal that reflected the sun's rays that gathered during the day. They are so bright that you can see them from the night sky. The architectural styles are very different, but the whole is very harmonious. Yes, here I really feel like I'm in one of their biggest city centers. Even when I'm alone in my room, in complete silence, I can almost hear the hustle and bustle of millions of travelers at this huge seaside resort. 7 times. When you feel the pure joy of life here, what they do and the way they do it are not much different from ours compared to our time. At sunrise, I saw thousands of people standing outside their huge hotel, crystal cups filled with water and fruit, staring at the incredible view. Below us, on the pitch, you can see young people playing sports and ball games. In the nearby parks and beaches, people walked, swam, picnicked, exactly like us. Sylvia and I have come a long way. Stefan and Hilda in front. She told me that for the first time in these days, she got to know herself in a comprehensive way. She found a peace inside her that she had never thought possible. I didn't know how to answer, so I held her hand tightly and continued walking. I can finally enjoy the songs. I can finally understand what they mean. She added. Even the change of seasons brings joy to my heart. I remember not feeling this way until I was 15. And then it was gone. Until now. I hadn't touched her yet, and I hadn't thought of her naked body. We are all still in the first stage of deep love and true love, and feelings are expressed purely in the heart and not in the flesh. The essence of Samus and direct knowledge. 7 times again. After midnight. In the evening, the group left the Linson family and walked inland through the pine forest. There were 14 of us. At midnight, after the walk, the women suggested that we go to a large terrace from above to watch a large dance performance. Sylvia told me it wasn't possible to make time for just the 2 of us tonight. We joined the rest of the crowd who weren't involved and sat above the huge dance floor to watch the grand and slow group dance. I whispered to Stephen that it all reminded me of a very unique ballet company, but he shook his head, no. Soon he explained to me the meaning of the symbolic dance, and the collective silent prayer that followed. He said that if we had the right clothes, we could all participate. I believe that such a scene, such a harmonious coordination and magnificence, will be the biggest dream of our top choreographers. Only in our time will this dream never become a reality. The male dancers are dressed in black, the female dancers wear garlands on their heads, official silks and monochrome floor-to-ceiling robes. They walked in front of us, every movement choreographed, like a perfectly synchronized whole, bringing me newfound and indescribable emotions. They even created a sense of pride and joy in me because I was in this unique ceremonial environment, which, however, had nothing to do with any official religion or religious coercion. The music itself speaks to you, the sounds, the dance steps, you would think that they also have the capacity for affection and nostalgia, just like the human heart. They say true love, the kind of love that can make you sacrifice yourself. They also talked about another kind of love, a love that can conquer time and give you eternal life, because you don't care about death, you don't care about yourself, you only care about each other. They talk about love in 1,000 different ways, with countless gentle movements and turns, as if they have a gift for human language. On the other side of the terrace, which looks like a wide square, a large crowd of people, dressed in the typical costume of the Unga, he always escorts important people, surrounded an old man, whose name is Nichfeld, as far as I know, and one of the most prominent painters of the time. He just came back from Rose Valley, I heard people say. Sild, a painter in our group who used to be a student of Nichfeld, said that love had changed dramatically since the last time he saw love. Time to go. We'll come back tomorrow, I told Sylvia before we parted. It's all worth watching again, it's just the 2 of us, isn't it? She smiled at me and nodded in agreement. Oh my gosh, how many more years did this not keep me alive? It reminds me of Anna, every time she nodded, a breeze brushed her hair. I confess with regret, but this coincidence, the instantaneous resemblance reminds me of Anna again. This name used to mean a lot to me. 8 times. Today, Stephen takes too much of my simple observation of modern morality and makes me laugh. Sylvia told me we were going to be together all day, but she left alone, and I was upset. Instead, she chose to bask in the sun on a different terrace with other girls. So, the only thing I have to say is that in the past, people were closer to nature and enjoyed the gentle caresses of sun, air, and water, all men and women. Stephen didn't say anything at the time. He lay on his back, his eyes half closed, his muscles relaxed, enjoying the morning breeze, as if he had never heard what I said. Dr. Dissany was also present, and he waited a moment to see if Stefan would say anything, and then decided to speak. It's true, my friends, we now seem to have forgotten that nudity is nothing more than a truth of nature. I hope we can go back to the happy days when the great masters of science ruled the world. Every time I read these old books, I remember how special and enlightened those people were, who left us those perfectly organized laws and customs. At that time, young people looked at life with a positive and rational attitude, and not a romantic life. I'm thinking, are we on the right path? Is this torrent of sensuality and emotion the right way to look at life? I don't know, if you take a closer look at these girls who are now running away from us like beasts, I'm sure they will be as beautiful as paintings. But let's not tell these thoughts to our friends, child's teachers and the poets of the valley, who managed to implant in people's minds the concept of hidden beauty charm. It was because of these words that Didini left our company for a while. Nearby, a group of teenagers who ignored us were resting from water skiing. Thousands of people have chosen the seaside as a place to rest and enjoy the wonderful breeze. Surprisingly, most women wear this kind of clothing. I don't want to speak in front of the doctor, Stefan interrupted my daydream. He leaned over to me so we could hear each other, adding, but I could have asked him if the relationship had been as deep as it is now, and if it had reached such a unique height in those happy years of his nostalgia. He spoke slowly, avoiding looking me in the eye, and I had a hunch that he was careful not to say anything that hinted at my feelings for Sylvia. I'm sure he already knows what's going on between us, but he's the only one and no one else. But as I said before, they don't like the gossip here, and they don't show it when they know something. And then he will tell you, Stefan, I said, that if the world is deprived of all the pain and suffering, it really won't be a great loss. He wouldn't say that, Stefan said. No matter what he tells others, he knows it deep down, just like all of us. Like a true Tronda, he firmly believed in Folky's preaching. Therefore, he cannot deny, Ludwig, this kind of mild heart disease that you once called mild heart disease is one of the main reflections of the Samut, as is pure religious sentiment, art, great ideals and eternal spiritual values. Ancient love is the legacy of our ancient civilization. While some may support that seeing naked women may not alleviate Litvika's pain in the heart, historical sources and past experience suggest otherwise. Remember, Andreas, female dancers, their divine stature, I know most of them, and I know that they have not only divine bodies, but also divine souls that deserve to be loved to the fullest. Doesn't they look impressive in the moonlight, dressed in full-length dresses? Skjold himself told me that looking at them, he regained some of the joy he had from fairy tales as a child. If these women lie down or walk around naked among us, won't their charm and majesty diminish? I left Stephen without an answer. His words about the reflection of Samith haunted me and reminded me of something similar that Sylvia had said the other day. I remember asking her, what are the consequences of this whole thing? It's a shame that our love is wasted and can't last forever. The look of satisfaction on her face is beyond words. It's a mixture of joy and pride. Whatever happens, remember this, you say it's shameful to waste our love, that's what we're all about. That's when you can truly call yourself blessed. No matter what happens next, this love is now our possession. It's something we can never take away. It's part of another life, part of another world, part of Samus. I turned to Stephen and told him in a louder voice than I expected, so, tell me, Stephen. Is the whole world and its truth just a microcosm? No one believes the opposite, he replied calmly. There is nothing wrong with what he said, the bare young and beautiful body is the pure truth of nature, but this is not the only truth, and it is definitely not the greatest truth. I have told you that the anguish of the heart is a reflection of Samus, and we now know the great reality of existence, we don't make assumptions anymore, we know. Therefore, nature, in turn, is another different reflection of Samus. But Summit itself is an excellent thing, much more powerful than all its reflections. Even today, if someone tells us how great it is, we can't imagine it. But no one talked to us, we saw it with our own eyes. That's our main difference. We sit far away from others and no one can hear us. Stephen was silent for a moment, staring at the sea in the distance. He looked impressed, but he persevered. We saw this, and that explains that from then on we had a great sense of happiness in our hearts, which was unknown to the older generation. Thanks to the supreme authority of Nibervish, after centuries in the Valley of the Roses, after thousands of painful doubts, countless tears, many moral weakness and despair. You can't say Alexis Waki is a half-human, half-god, and he is the only one who has and can convey all this wonderful direct knowledge. He was just a mortal like us, it's just that, before him, Essling was something unknown to the world. He was the first to withstand the new vibrations that have proven deadly to many others, he was the first to survive. Dr. Dissany promised me the next day that he would bring me some information about Nibervish, Samus, Alexis immediately after Waki and Overson's book, he walked towards us. Oh my god, I can't believe what I just heard. Back to Stefan's mansion. 12 times. Midnight. That's it. It's no longer the sea. We all went back to Stefan's mansion yesterday morning and already wanted to go back. They wanted to leave early to avoid the heat, so everyone arrived tired, everyone but me is used to sleepless nights. On our way to the villa, Stefan talked to me about how tiring the lifestyle of those who now live in the center of big cities. He seemed to be trying to give me an explanation, though I could never understand the modest and apologetic tone of his voice. Is this a sign of modesty? Or is it a sense of guilt that he has just rested after 2 years of service as one of the majority? I do not know. But he told me that others, including the civs workers, also often abandon the city and live in the countryside for long periods of time. It's not just the habit of the unemployed. No one can live forever in this modern, large, and densely populated city, he said. Look at that. Who would have thought that I would miss my little room? I settled in well here and began to enjoy the familiar table, the small orange chest of drawers, the deep and comfortable armchairs, my glass vase and my other possessions, few but apparently mine. We made an appointment with Sheeran to go for a walk by the lake in the afternoon and went with Sheeran. We flew over Old Bignasco and looked from above at the huge rectangular, crimson palace of Svesgard, perched on the western slopes. I have seen many other buildings from above, in different places, but this one impressed me because its bold colors are completely different from the pastels that are common in this land. From the terrace where we landed, I could see the hanging garden. It feels refreshing and relaxing to be with them. On the distant horizon, young men and women fly up and down the opposite hill in flying machines that resemble giant mechanical wings. I don't know why I'm so happy when I'm close to her. Even this quick transition, from the sea to the mountains in a matter of hours, filled me with joy. In this huge terrace and adjoining central hall and huge aquarium, there are very few people, not even 20 people. This is a huge contrast to the thousands of tourists on the beach, their shouts, their laughter, and their games. Suddenly, Sylvia turned to me and said, I think of the places behind the mountains, where there are more lakes and are as beautiful as we are. My heart was beating fast. The place behind the mountain is Switzerland. I didn't say anything, I let her finish. We'll go, right? It's going to be beautiful. I don't know what's going on, Andreas, but every time I travel to Switzerland, I don't feel particularly happy. I feel the same as always. But when I look at these places from afar, only from afar, I feel melancholy, almost nostalgic. I haven't said anything to Sylvia or even Stephen about my old love for Anna. Every time I talk about my past life, I am very careful not to let anything about that person leak out, as if she were a secret charm and I want to protect it from any alien, blasphemous human psyche. Sylvia's last words became an excuse to reevaluate my findings. I feel like my old secret is still unapproachable, well guarded in my soul and no one knows anything. So, what do these places remind you of? I asked her. Nothing special. That's why I don't understand where this inexplicable melancholy comes from. She replied, pointing to the snow-covered ridge on the horizon. Not only do I have no special memories that associate me with that trip, but, since I was in the awkward stages of adolescence, I remember dealing with countless worries and problems. Who told us that in another life, powerful memories don't connect you to this place? I asked her out of the way. Well, no one knows for sure, she said, looking surprised. Maybe yes, maybe not, within the confines of Samus, anything is possible. But we are human, Andreas, and we will never know everything. She seemed amused by the conversation. She seemed to think that the matter was neither heavy nor meaningless, which led me to delve further into the issue and lose control for a moment. Do you believe it, Sylvia, that it is possible for a person to suddenly remember the events of a past life? Have you tried? It was the first time I had spoken to her in such an excited and trembling voice, staring into her eyes with love and loyalty, as if possessed by a god. Then I remember telling her, who knows? It may be that we met again after centuries apart. At first, she was a little confused by my rambling about memories of past lives, but soon she smiled, revealing joyful surprise and eager acquiescence. Do you think so, Andreas? That's great, however, I prefer to remember everything that happened to me in this life before I recall my previous existence. Because I think I still have some childhood memories buried in my mind. I want to remember these first. Obviously, her words did not satisfy me. They are somewhat irrelevant to my point of view. But I insisted, what would you say if someone suddenly happened to remember things from a past life very clearly? What do you mean by what am I going to say? I call it what it is, a rare hypermediumic phenomenon. I was confused by this whole conversation. Unlike Sylvia, as I said, she handled the matter in a completely natural way, so I decided to change the subject. We continued our walk in the woods hand in hand. I feel like our love is growing day by day. There are too many signs on both sides to ignore. We can't go a day without seeing each other for a day. When we do, our loneliness is heavier than ever. As I have now read in the book that Stefan has provided me, for the Tronders, one of the basic principles of populism is nostalgia for the Samites, anguish of the soul, which is caused by the absence of it, and it is without us realizing it, throughout the existence of the entire human race. In our species, this nostalgia manifests itself in the form of sublime suffering, such as the expectation of greatness and true love. My inner voice, Sylvia interrupted my thoughts, has been telling me that someday, someone will make sense of my loneliness and sensitivity, so I had to wait. One morning, I sat in front of the mirror in my costume and thought, maybe today, but I was worried that I wouldn't recognize him or who he was. In the end, I was right, it was you. Why did it take me so long to recognize you? Then she started asking me questions about my childhood, of course, that is, nor those childhood, which were difficult for me to answer. She remembers the first time she saw Northam, in Tobrone, at Wildflower Prayer. He was about to write his name on a window, foggy with his breath, when she stopped him. I didn't care about you back then, still, I think the first time I actually met you was at the Morson Institute, when I was a nurse and saw you injured and helpless, like a little baby. But enough is enough. Now tell me an ancient story that you like to read with Stefan, those stories about dashing princes and beautiful princesses. I started teasing her, saying that she must have been obsessed with Rajan Swage and their stereoscopic glasses when she was younger. She confessed. As for fairy tales about princes and princesses, she has loved them since childhood. I realized that for them, these old stories had a very strong appeal to the people of this contemporary cosmopolitan federation. It seems to me that what appeals to them so much is their combination of youth and beauty, fate and destiny, the ideal of happiness, and the extra charm conferred by the great distance of time. The concept of political power, which is completely alien to them, is certainly not one of the reasons. I talked to her about some of our big names, like Goethe and Pasteur, and found that she knew them very well. Then we wonder what the great creator must have felt when he created. This question reminds us of the painter Nietzsche felt, the one we met a few days ago. They told me that when he was a child, he felt the divine fire within him, and he mythologized and idealized all the great personalities of the famous artists of past generations. His dream was to one day be like them, and the happiest day of his youth was to be accepted as their student. If someone had shown him the position he would hold 30 years later, he would not have been able to bear this infinite happiness. Over the years, he has not been able to shake off the mediocrity of his work, no matter how much others appreciate it, because it does not meet his expectations and cannot quench his thirst. But one day, after decades of working, he finally achieved what he had always dreamed of. Then, the mature man, burst into tears in front of his finished composition. This work of art brought him recognition and endless praise for the Avenue of the Palace. Later, the newcomer, Love, gets the same position as his teachers in Rose Valley, but at a much younger age. From the way she talks about them, it is clear that Sylvia adores these truly great people. As for Nietzsche felt, she is convinced that his incredible artistic creation is due to a desire for Samus. She claimed that if this desire did not exist, he would never have reached the level of artistic greatness he had achieved. Everything seems to be related to Samus. I don't fully understand it yet. It looks like their god, but it's not, it seems to be the source of all things. I wonder, I said, did he find the salvation he had been seeking for 30 years when he walked along the avenue of the palace and saw your divine arch? Or maybe not. Of course not, she replied. He enjoys what he does. Now, the popular opinion is that you should truly rejoice and celebrate the spiritual happiness that this age has to offer, because it is a gift. People need to think about how many challenges the world has faced, how many obstacles and terrible dangers have been overcome. They no longer believe that the distance of time is a modifier of things, people, and situations, and that what makes difficulties and problems fade away and be forgotten. They generally do not believe in psychophysiological explanations, or more accurately, they consider them very superficial, even superficial. They say that Niebuhr gave them a really deeper explanation. By acquiring direct knowledge, they see the summit and, therefore, the truth. They clearly see that the light does not belong to this world. She talked to me, thinking that I knew everything and didn't know what I really was, which made me even more confused. Sometimes I'm really myself, sometimes I'm imitating Northam, how much longer? Sylvia, did you ever think I would disappoint you? I may never fully recover, never remember, and never get my old self back? She laughed and said, you know better than I do that I don't love old Nwam people. As for your research and your dissertation, they are meaningless compared to this man with a huge heart who is here now, in front of me. These words she said had nothing to do with the words of hope and encouragement she had spoken in her early years, when she kept asking Stephen why I didn't work hard. I remember one day, Stephen found her alone crying, and they discussed whether it would be beneficial for me to go to Markov for a course. Astruxi was one of their great educators, Gunnar Billing's student, and also his continuation of his work at their College of Education, was the course he gave me beneficial. I think it's a very special thing for us intellectually backward people. Stephen asked me to go and see what was wrong with her, and when I found out she was still crying, I held her hand, kissed her, and told her, if you don't want me to go, I won't go, I just don't want to see you cry, I can't stand it. We arrived at the terrace just as the sun was setting. At some point, for some reason, all the people sitting on the terrace got up and walked towards the second balcony. Everyone stopped talking, and the only thing you could hear was the chirping of birds. Before we arrived, Sylvia beckoned me to come closer. We joined them, and I was impressed with everyone's religious piety, even when we were outdoors, not in church. But suddenly, I heard a melody, a very familiar one. It's ours. Our. Our time. I think. Then I realized that this was part of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. No matter how much time has passed, I have not forgotten. I felt compelled to say something about Sylvia, a word, a name, something. But I could barely suppress the joy in my heart. It was only a drifting man who, after a few days at sea, saw the ship that could save him approach, could feel what I felt at that moment, a sense of redemption and an incredible sense of pride. I wish Stefan could tell me why modern culture would turn its work of art into prayers if there was such a strange barbarism in my time. Listen, Stephen. I would say, this is from a time that you would call prehistoric times. The symphony was played for a long time. Dusk had fallen, and I noticed that the two men next to me were in tears, and as the prophetic words of the choir faded away, they were listening reverently, the words that called for faith in the great destiny of humanity, those words written more than 20 years ago. Fro, Sina Thorn Fliegen. Der Cheetah Himmelsplacht Project. Lovat, Brood, European Railways. Floimzoig. Flying happily like his Sunday. A beautiful map through heaven. Follow, brothers, the route you have designated. Rejoice, like a hero to victory. As soon as night falls, our surroundings completely change. We were about to leave as we told everyone we were going to have dinner together when we heard the first young man's voice and saw the first bonfire lit on the top of a nearby hill and in a wooded clearing on the opposite hillside. Little by little, the songs multiplied, the fire and the phrase new citizen. New citizens. Everyone was singing. We learned that thousands of young men and women, who just finished 2 years of service yesterday, will remain here tonight in the Foreigner's Palace. They have filled the ground floor and the first floor with spare tables and chairs and done a lot of preparation that we didn't even notice. If you look around, you won't find a single unhappy or dissatisfied person, as if everyone is attracted to the old traditions. Even the older ones sang along with a few songs they remembered during their service. On the other hand, the buddies, the future Civ still children are excited, enjoying the happiness of the great day in advance, for whom this is a few years away, however, today at least interrupts the monotonous work. New citizens are burning their dark green silk overalls. The ceremony will soon be over and some of these young people will spend the night in our Civesguard. But we've got to go. When we left, I saw for the first time all the big hotels coming together, and there must have been more than 100 of these magnificent hotels in the entire area. I don't know how many inns there are during the day, but now, when I see them glowing from above, they look like hotels of an entire country, spreading far beyond the eye of the eye. The essence of Samus and a glimpse of the ancient. 14 times. Stefan and I went for an hour walk in the Albiere forest and it was just the two of us. It was another precious day, and it all reminded me of my first walk in the company of Father James. At the time, I was overcome by intense doubts and a lack of faith. How many great and incredible things I've experienced since then. This time, I may not have a well-educated pastor around me, but then again, people today seem to know more and are younger than any educated person of our time, they seem to have found salvation from doubt. Stephen, promise me that you'll take me to Rose Valley when the time comes, I urged him in a warm voice. I think I should go with you. Please promise me. You know how much I've suffered, it's only fair that you meet my requirements. My words made him a little pensive. He avoided my gaze and did not answer. I then said, think about it. Even Jaeg would not object. I remember his words, trust Stephen, he will lead you through everything. Then he stressed that I needed to explore more of the great spiritual path that had been opened to humanity. But who would object? Stephen asked completely honestly. It's sad to realize that you still believe that Nibberwich is a local issue and that there is some kind of magical power in Rose Valley. You'll be disappointed. Do you also think you're ready? If you know how many of us think we're ready, when in reality only how many. Then he changed the subject and asked me, have you read the book I gave you? I had to tell him the truth, that is, I knew very little about folky knowledge. It's not because they're modern, rich in Anglo-Saxon and Scandinavian languages, a mixture of lingua franca, Danish and American, which I think is too difficult for me to understand. On the contrary, the problem lies in the meanings and very specialized terms mentioned in these books without the slightest explanation, as well as in some completely unknown ancient language vocabulary used by the priests of the valley. I am filled with enthusiasm and eagerness to finally discover this knowledge, which I now know has existed and spread among people many centuries later. That's why Stephen's words about my impending disappointment shook me back to reality. I saw him look at me in surprise at first, followed by a relaxed smile, like an adult realizing the innocence of a child. Now I understand how useless the book I am showing you is. It's normal to feel and understand so little about what you read. Do you really believe that we have conquered the essence of these great things and succeeded in making them our own? Do you despise and underestimate the nature of the great reality so much that you would think that our cognitive abilities and psychic intelligence are so accessible to it? It's not my faith, I replied in a voice that faded with my hope. Everyone has the same belief in my time. Think of the main proponents of this belief as the greatest minds in the world of that era, who are still quoted and mentioned today. Each spiritual leader analyzes the biggest questions of how to explain the origin of the world, life, God, and reality. They rarely agree with each other. Each of them has their own interpretation. But there is one thing they all agree on: the substance and structure of great reality is not imperceptible to human beings. Post-Renaissance Indians, Chinese, Egyptians, Greeks, and other Europeans believed they had found this explanation, or at least they were very close to finding it. Of course, everyone thinks their theory is correct. "You're right," Stephen said. For a while he didn't say anything, as if he was contemplating the past. "You're right, that's how it was, and not only in your time, but even for a long time after that, until the time of the first Niparvish centuries ago. Until then, there weren't so many wise teachings in the world. But it is only when oversin appears, along with the acquisition of direct knowledge, that we realize that reality is so great that our poor cognition, rational organization, and our antennas in general fail to capture its essence. So Niparvish doesn't really provide you with the knowledge of the great reality," I murmured. "The realization of its essence, there is no, only Superman cognition to understand it, or at least conceive it. But it does provide us with knowledge of its existence in a direct and obvious way, quite different from what was taught in your time. This is what ultimately saves and redeems us, putting an end to our metaphysical doubts once and for all. Because it's one thing for someone to tell you and try to convince you that something bigger than you exists, but it's another thing to see the light within you and feel its presence for yourself. So have we in all our teachings been wrong for so many years? Isn't part of our knowledge wrong? On the contrary, we believe that this is the first human attempt to approach the light, so we appreciate and respect them very much. But all this came to light only because of Niparvish. It all stems from nostalgia and longing for Samus, as well as the greatest works of art and all the great achievements of humanity. This longing for a godlike destination and a testament to the origin of the superhuman is the one that makes us idealize and glorify thousands of aspects of our daily lives in this barren earthly environment: virtue, forgiveness, friendship, humanism, youth, beauty, justice, happiness, freedom, emotion. The lack of Samus is the source of all great wisdom. In fact, in our time, the destiny of human beings is to be born, to love, to hurt, to die. At least it seems. But because the human consciousness intuitively knows that there is something bigger hidden behind the appearance, it cannot stand this explanation and rebels. "We can't explain," I said, "that we secretly wish we were born robots that don't have the ability or the need to conceive all these things, because they're so alien and inaccessible and alien to real life. They are just incompatible in this world and in the context of the poverty and limited time of life. But without a greater being, our thoughts and ideas such as eternity, infinity, or God would not exist. The inner mental tendency towards perfection will not exist, and the Platonic world, Buddhism, and even Christianity will not speak in your own language. Self-sacrificing acts like Socrates' refusal to flee, Leonidas' 300 men, and even Jesus' crucifixion would never have happened in human history. I don't want to talk or listen anymore. I entered another dimension, a different, more experiential world of Q&A. There are already so many concepts I need to think about. However, I feel that a gap has been filled in my heart, many questions have been answered, and many doubts have been resolved. However, more doubts are born from the ashes. The origin of the infinite, afterlife, an eternal impulse to do good. It's 14 times again. Late night. From yesterday's conversation with Stefan, I understand why these people care about the major historic cases of the least famous, most low-profile altruists, unnamed people who have not gone down in history, such as criminals who have served long prison sentences, people who have changed their inner world, or random parents who tell about incredible acts of sacrifice. It is believed here that while such acts are not recorded in the collective memory of mankind, once recorded, they are as important as any famous act and are not lost. Stephen told me that they had known the sanctity of human suffering since Christian times, and that Niparvish had only helped them realize the importance of this moral value. I asked him what he thought of Christianity, and he told me that it was a very comforting religion that had value as a representation of direct knowledge for thousands of years. His words made me feel good and boosted my confidence as everything I saw when I woke up here began to shake. It's not that we have grasped the meaning of life by now. Contrary, but even if we know how great objective reality is, and we know that it exists in everyone, sooner or later it will be enough to set us free and give us salvation. The space-time continuum, you see, is not as human perceived. Infinity and eternity are one. Objective reality is multidimensional. Digital, material, spiritual, personal, mind, or infinite do not exist alone, but together. If we can see the true meaning of every aspect of the summit, the great reality, then we will also feel God. We will be able to understand the purpose, structure, and meaning of life. We will gain a higher wisdom than humans. But that's not possible, my friend. Direct knowledge, Nibelvuk, tells us that the material universe, creation, God, infinity, and all these concepts are only aspects of the great reality, only sides. There are many other aspects that humans cannot imagine. After Nibelvuk, according to Stefan, the attempts of mankind to reduce all phenomena in the world and life to a single principle were noticeably reduced. Many aspects of reality are now seen as part of Samizi. He keeps repeating that only a small fraction of them can be sensed by our antennas. In terms of our intellectual ability, I know, my good friend, and you know how hard it has been for my life. My own antenna is smaller than yours, I thought to myself. However, I am encouraged by the idea that in the great reality nothing is wasted and nothing is lost. Even if everything else is destroyed, our spirit will find a way to show itself, maybe somewhere else, but the important thing is that it will. Today, it has been argued that the purpose of life is clearly spiritual self-cultivation, especially for our species and life on our planet, which is within human reach. As Jag told me, the goal of life should be a steady upward movement towards a growing spiritual culture. No matter what you do, one will never understand the greater purpose of life. The big difference is that today, the unsung heroes, the martyrs of everyday life, are never forgotten because they understand the sanctity of human suffering, acts of love, forgiveness, patience, sensitivity, compassion, and self-sacrifice for your fellow human beings bring one step closer to God. In their eyes, the inner man is a whole new world. This is because they believe in the secret that the real world lacks the individual and the almost symmetrical components of the universe, the microcosm and the macrocosm, that is, the aspect of the natural world, which is also an aspect of Samis. None of this is entirely new to me. What surprised me though, was that Stefan didn't seem to speak in a way that seemed to be another simple person like the others, but on the other side, on the side of the law of creation. Anna inadvertently remembered the last time we met Fenghua on the mountain. Stephen, in my normal life before, I often heard a person speak in the way you speak, as if standing on a human scale higher than the rest of us. He replied, almost angrily, that he was not speaking from a superior position, but that the current standard of humanity was higher and more enlightened than in my time. I was silent. It doesn't matter. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to say anything. What is the name of this harbinger you encountered? If we go to the valley, you will see statues of them and others. No, she's not famous. She was nothing more than a noble being, who died early and was not known. This time neither of us spoke. Stefan was the first to break the silence. Why are you so surprised by my idea? After we see this, how can we think the old way like you? Now we have a tangible reason to be more at peace with our souls. I couldn't help but say, you said before that you won't lose anything. Did you see that too, or is it just an assumption? If I don't look at how much reality is here, how different does it make to me? Tell me, Stephen, what afterlife do you see? Is there a better world outside of this world? I know that the past, the present and the future are all divided and defined in this way. But we'll never divide it like that again. Now we know that life, like the world, is a whole, an essence. Reality is fluid, and the environment in which we live, including us, is a small branch of Samis. Reality is everything, and everything that exists in it is not lost. As I have told you, this certainty, included in the summit, is enough to keep us away from all the pain and doubts of the past. He talked to me about voluntarily returning to organic life, fighting again, gaining new experiences, accepting challenges, loving, hurting, giving unconditionally to yourself, learning to do good, not because we have to, but because we want to, because of an inner impulse. With these as our tools and guardians, we can accomplish our mission and shorten the path to our divine purpose. In a way, we create our own destiny, he said verbatim, like the theosophists of our time. He also spoke to me about the obstacle of forgetting, which separates this life from the knowledge and memories of past lives. Then he asked me how it was possible in our time not to hear any teachings or explanations similar to the basic principles of Fokis knowledge. I told him that there were some similar views and ideas on the subject, but they were all relatively tentative and could not be heard outside of certain intellectual circles. He respectfully spoke of the great men of the past, whom he referred to as pioneers. He mentions the names of Pythagoras, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Jesus, several Oriental figures I don't remember, Plotinus, Saint Augustine and Origen, Bacon, Descartes, Spinoza, and Condet. From the 19th century, he spoke of Engels and Kierkegaard, who are now considered the greatest. In addition to this, he said, the era of one-sided technological prosperity that followed, which lasted for about 500 years, created a climate that was not conducive to the emergence of great spiritual figures and teachings. The next names he mentions are some of the great intellectuals of Rose Valley, especially Skrelin of the Adelson Institute. I asked him again about the main difference between new knowledge and old knowledge, and whether the knowledge of our time can be called knowledge. The first difference, he replied, is the spread of knowledge. Folki's knowledge of the major problems of life and the world is not limited to intellectual circles or certain peoples. People today have been soaked in this knowledge, and they believe in it so much that it has become a part of their daily lives. In fact, I have observed several times that, even in their day-to-day work, these people often absorb principles from Folki knowledge in a way that shows a deep understanding. Well, he continued, It has to do with the way knowledge is disseminated. Thanks to Nibervish, we have access to direct knowledge that is not subject to any external teachings. Last, but not least, the words that the great religious mystics of the past said in the past about disappearing in our own souls and aligning ourselves with the gods are like children's words to us, compared to the reality revealed to us through the superstrings. Of course, we still respect them because they are the spiritual heritage of our ancestors. They have been alleviating human suffering until the Nebervish. In order to make comparisons and show huge differences, there must be direct knowledge. Only comparison with what really exists can prove their childish innocence, and it is. But now, all this is only historical. Stephen stopped speaking for a few minutes, as if he was trying to remember what he had seen or read, trying to clear his mind. That's how it all came out. This explains Roycevirch's terrible blow, which scares you to pieces if you see it all at once without being prepared, which was initially fatal to thousands of unprepared people. This sudden, impatient, unprecedented torrent of spiritual happiness is more than the human soul can endure. They say that the older generation cannot imagine and believe in how objective our so-called spiritual world is. At the time, we thought that if there were no human beings on earth, then beauty, art, religion, poetry, philosophy, and other moral values would not exist. Again, he emphasized that spiritual science ultimately proved to be metaphysical. Just as one who looks at dust and stones cannot imagine the true composition and structure of matter, so the spiritual world merges with the material world in a transcendent way. It's just that our brains are too limited to understand it, and our sensors are flawed. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. He stopped talking and concentrated on thinking. The arrival of Nibervish reminds me of similar events that have happened in the past, about the awareness of the natural world. 2000 years ago, in your own 20th century or so, there was a flourish in the natural sciences and their technical applications, a huge, unprecedented leap forward in a very short time. Inventions are endless, human knowledge has been greatly enhanced, and the boundaries of the natural world have somehow expanded to incredible degrees. Over the course of a few decades, they began to understand that, in fact, the Earth was a nobody, not the center of the universe as they had previously believed. Something similar happened to Folke, but not just about the natural world, and then we realized that truth was completely different from the way theological traditions and exact sciences were presented. I sat there and looked at him, thinking about how much confidence these people had in them, how much they believed, not in the narrow, absolute way of our time, but with absolute certainty that what they saw was right. I asked him if he believed that without Nibervish, people would have gained the knowledge they have now in other ways. He said he had serious doubts about it. He claims that the gap between past and present knowledge is enormous, and that the human brain cannot cover that distance alone. But even if someone manages to see or understand it and then tries to convince others, they will find it impossible to believe. They first have to get rid of that selfish, human-centered way of thinking, which is very difficult to get rid of. But, he wondered, how can humans believe that they and their planet, a point in the universe, are the center of all things? Are they chosen by fate among trillions of other stars and other points? Is it hard to believe that, under any law of probability, there could be other major centers of intelligent life elsewhere, organic life and the famous law of adaptation that could exist in a million other worlds that are older but more evolutionary from a biological and ethical point of view? And how can this incredible greatness tolerate all the filth and injustice in it? I asked. It's because it's so big that it's easy to accept these trivial things. Believe me, in the face of this wonderful blizzard, the most terrible human evil has no chance. Not to mention, this part of grief and pain, which is directly related to our finite biological destiny, gives us an element of reality without which we would be incomplete. Then he took some time to explain to me that during the time of the world's first Nibervish and the subsequent emergence of the Reisvik, Waki himself stood up and raised his voice along with the other great men of that era, because they believed in the desirability and necessity of this progressive form of existence, and that their rhetoric, full of peace and hope, managed to calm the frenzied crowd and stop the onslaught of stampedes and collective suicide. But I could never understand and accept what he told me. It's incredible, how can something so wonderful be partially soaked in triviality, ugliness, and evil, and yet still be perfect? If he hadn't given me a chance to read that book, it would have been the book I wanted him to read. The only thing I know about this book is that it dates from about the beginning of the MCC century, and it is one of hundreds of books of folky knowledge that have been simplified and popularized. As soon as I answered in the negative, he began to tell me a fictional story, a kind of fable from a book. He said it very simply so that I could understand. The story goes like this. Millions of little lives were born and died in a closed, dark, filthy place. This place, for us humans, is nothing more than the inside of a flute, and for these little creatures, it's their whole world, their whole universe, their natural habitat, and they don't imagine anything else outside of it. Now suppose they are endowed with an element of wisdom and are aware of the ugliness and darkness of their world. Their very short lives, about 17 minutes, flow monotonously from generation to generation, it's a narrow life of endless boredom. Every now and then, however, echoes of some extremely distant harmony that they could not have imagined reached their fragile senses. It's amazing that these critters want to know where these wonderful harmonies come from. Over time, some of these creatures, their spiritual leaders, manage to see and feel that their dark prison is not everything, that their world is the whole of existence, it's insignificant in comparison. Few of these creatures saw and understood this at first, and the rest thought that this few were insane. But in the end, the existence of other worlds and realities became common sense and became a common belief. These tiny creatures have finally realized that the real, objective reality is far bigger than their dark world. According to Stefan, this is the most important point of the parable. You explain to them that their natural environment is only part of this great reality, this great harmony, and it is even essential to its completion, writes Sten Nansen. But they can't believe it. They argue that there is nothing wonderful about this point where they live and the place they live, and that it cannot be a part of such incredible beauty because it would ruin it. These tiny beings are unable to comprehend the meaning, purpose, and mission of a life dedicated to the whole. I'm thinking that these people have either reached a whole new level of knowledge and spirituality, or they are in dire need of a gullible act that cures their childishness. However, I understand the joy and incredible spiritual happiness that pervades the lives of these people. As Stephen keeps reminding me, we don't just believe it, we've seen it. Oh, I envy them. How I wish Nevervish would come to me too. Although I think that no matter how strong my faith is, I will not be able to maintain the purity of that happiness in the face of this reality full of suffering. That's just a small part of what Stefan told me that night. Fatigue and late nights forced me to stop. Stefan was patient with me and didn't leave until a quarter of an hour midnight. After he left, I sat in the armchair. Again, I have a lot to think about. Again, late at night, I got up and continued to write. The work of the Adelson Institute and the higher inner life as a pathway for human evolution. 16 times. If I'm not mistaken, the theories and principles from the Valley of the Roses, the miraculous rose tree, bears the imprint of a newfound spirit unprecedented in the whole of modern civilization, a mark of superiority compared to their previous cultural peaks. The Adelson Institute, in particular, is also located in their spiritual capital, with global prestige and a unique influence around the world. Previous generations have also made remarkable progress in human intelligence. However, none of them can compare to the major leaps that the Adelson Institute has made on the spiritual and intellectual path of our humanity. Until then, for thousands of years, all historical achievements were associated with the mental and psychological abilities of a certain class of people. That is why, until the last years of the old age, their old age, the spiritual journey of humanity follows more or less the same lines. From our intellectuals to their own, such as Runar Borg from the Rose Valley, Lorfi Esterling from Aderson, and more importantly the greatest of the Aderson Institute to date Chilin, our species has not changed. The human intellect, despite its different schools and perspectives, always moves in the same direction, and this direction is determined by the biological capabilities of our species, that is, our biological destiny. The great achievement of the Adelson Institute lies in the fact that it opens up a new perspective on the history of human knowledge, and after a long period of preparation, gives humanity a new antenna, thus taking a decisive step towards transforming the old type of human being into a new version of intellectual superiority. Of course, it didn't create Superman, but it did give us a significant advanced human. Thanks to the Adelson Institute, Homo sapiens gave way to Western moderns, the enlightened men of the Nobles. The new era, Nogal, began in 3382, according to our calendar, on September 6, when Folki survived from Nieberg. Around 3430 AD, when Folki knowledge fully arose, this day was called the beginning of a new era in history. The great men of Silicon Valley have said since the very beginning of Silicon Valley, that is, in the first centuries of its operation among the elderly, that good human beings are not given to us by computers or technological minds. We can't expect anything from those lifeless devices. They say that if this evolution really happens, it is not the result of technological progress, nor is it the result of technological progress. If human beings succeed in transcending their nature, it can only be achieved through our inner cultivation. Only in this way can we experience a transcendent inner life. The noble and well-intentioned aspirations of these first great men were limited to achieving this. Their ambitions end there. They do not see that there are great realities that are separate and independent of human-inspired religions, worldviews, ideologies, and discoveries. They don't know anything about it. The New Age Nogal showed everyone that it was irrational to think of man as a small, earthly god. Regardless of our human contributions, the real reality will exist. I asked him what we thought back then, that is, according to the anthropocentric view, that human beings, and especially their spirits, were the only species that saw themselves and the universe as objects of observation. Everything that exists in nature, whether animate or inanimate, is an object of observation, not a subject. Don't you admit it? I asked. Yes, we have. But the current philosophy holds that this truth only applies to our planet, which, as you may have realized, is insignificant compared to the inhabited planets in cosmic space. So, what are the ethicists arguing about? They believe that the real objective reality exists independently of the sensory faculties of each species. The people of Nogel knew it existed because they felt that direct knowledge no longer came from outside, but from within, if we were to believe the words of Jaeger, Stefan, and others. Thus, the summit proved that this ineffable greatness was described in Folky's teachings. Thus, super-synchronicators, that is, new antennas, were obtained, and everything that previously seemed transcendent, is now proven to be within the range of human capabilities. The range of human cognitive abilities expanded, which allowed Western humans to see Samus and accept its existence. As for the spiritual element, it doesn't just exist within the human being. It is the wonderful fruit of long-term biological evolution and has nothing to do with natural forces. The elements that acquire this spiritual entity are the ones that unite millions of intellectual, rational, and emotional beings in the universe. It brings together gifted species that are separated from each other by astronomical distance, biologically very different due to the natural environment in which they developed millions of years ago. Thanks to this spiritual element, these thinking species, including ours, are freed from the limitations of the nature around them and gradually move on to other higher stages of development over time. They gave me an incredible description of our species in the depths of time. I felt like the whole history of mankind flashing before my eyes like a movie. At first, they said, we are just part of the fauna of the planet. Once we eradicate most of our animal instincts, inner life and outer culture begin to develop. This is when the sense of self that separates us from the other fauna emerges. After going through several stages of biological and spiritual development, humanity begins to be occupied by the intense feeling of living in a foreign environment, by an inner need that proves to be the source of humanity's greatest cultural and intellectual achievements. This thirst for the soul manifests itself in the worship of the invisible forces, in the capture of the secrets and laws of the material world, in the depiction of ideal beauty, in the imposition of the moral order that regulates social life, and by allowing justice, humanity, liberty, and equality to prevail. They believe that the idea of good triumphing over evil and morality over immorality is innate to human beings. And the reason why people suffer is precisely because these innate laws are not observed or respected. This is why people are so impulsively pursuing the secular form of the summit. In a finite environment, people dream of infinity. When Nibervish came, everyone understood why. Everyone understands where nostalgia and belief in something greater and brighter comes from. It explains all the struggles and sacrifices that thousands of people have made for purposes that are of no practical use. In short, as far as I know, the source of all spiritual culture in the history of the earth is nothing more than metaphysical, human suffering, the deepest suffering of the human soul due to the absence of summit in our world. This is how all of humanity's achievements today are explained. It is an effort to overcome the obstacles of nature and save real people from this suffocating environment. 17 times. I came back this morning. I also brought Stephen. He tried to convince me not to go, but I asked him to go with me to my old Switzerland, where I grew up. If only I had listened to him, if only I hadn't gotten there. Nothing reminds me of my hometown. Where I was supposed to live, there were only piles of stones, ruins, there was no sign of smoke or light on the horizon, and no babies' cries or adult voices were heard. They have given way to countless pastures with thousands of animals, all part of the partner collective. Nothing else. When I managed to find my bearings, I sat on a rock with Stefan, facing the opposite hillside, who were my childhood companions. At least they haven't changed at all. I quickly returned to my room. Sylvia sent me a message. Now, I can not only hear, but also see her through the screen, her eyes, her lips. She was angry that she hadn't seen me for 2 days, but that sweet cross. We stayed home in the evening and listened to Liszt's Hungarian Rhapsody and 2 wonderful works by their own composer, Wesley. I hope that in a few months I will have a piano just for me, just like the piano of our time. Stephen promised him that he would do everything he could to get one for me. Yesterday I overheard him talking on the phone with Consamfuren and their partner, who kept the archives at the main center around Blomsteeford. His relationship with Sylvia ended. 22 times. For the past few days, my life has been like a dream. Sylvia and I have completed our love. I often feel drunk, and that's my happiness. There is a whole ritual around Sitatska, they're purple, silk, white ribbons wrapped around dozens of flowers, and they make sure to thrive in this place. In accordance with centuries of ancestral custom, Sylvia herself tied a ceremonial belt at the entrance. Before we went inside, I took one last look, as if I had entered a small paradise. And then... Oh God, thank you for allowing these hands to touch that divine body without taking away the magic in our relationship. I can't imagine anything better. This is the final finish. Don't worry, dear, you'll never regret being with me. It's 22 times again. Late night. However, her nod reminded me of Anna again. With Anna, we didn't even think about perfecting our relationship. I'm sure if it happens, Anna will burst into tears and I'll never see her again. She will think that our love is defiled. Journey to the north, Norver's megacity. 5 times. I couldn't resist the temptation to take a short trip to the north. As soon as we got there, I told Stefan to go west, and he was always patient with me. I was attracted by the color of the settlement. I don't think there is a time in the history of civilization where dreams are as realistic as here. A long platform made of artificial marble glows white along the shores of the lake. The consistency of the architectural design and the mansions evenly distributed throughout the area made the site unrecognizable to me. You can no longer tell the difference between Vivi and Clarence or Montreux, they have become one, or rather, no longer exist. A modern Babylon has taken their place, where millions of people live, if we judge by the countless mansions that almost reached the top of the mountain. There is also nothing left of the ancient Ilan fortress. Instead, hanging gardens, scaly roofs, golf courses, hostels, city gardens, and cities are now sprawling into an area that seems unbelievable in our time. On the opposite side, on the other side of the pond, is the eternal snow. The artificial air conditioner they invented did not need to go so far north. There is an endless feast by the nearby lake. I don't know if it's a daily occurrence, but from above you can see its waters, hundreds of kilometers long and covered with hundreds of colorful sails, which is a delightful view. 15xi. I haven't been back to Stephen for 3 days, and after this sensational week, I'm back in my writing. We've been having new and interesting conversations more often lately. You don't know what will happen here, from one day to the next. The long-planned trip to Norver has now been postponed until early next week, although I was never asked. I really can't believe their haste, even some degree of indifference. I think they may have miscalculated the effect of the sudden change in scenery on me. Of course, given what they expected from me, it was doomed. They brought me back in 2 days. They are now forced to come to me for their strange and pointless interrogation. This happened yesterday and the day before yesterday, when Jaeger brought 2 big names from the valley to our villa, and late at night, everyone else was sleeping, just so that they could hear the joys of the past in all the details. I just did this to thank Jaeg for his help. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't even agree with them. Ever since I learned about the existence of this megacity and heard people describe it as a fairytale journey, I have been dreaming and looking forward to this trip to Norver. Everything I read about the status of the world's 4th largest city, combined with what Stefan and Jij told me about its huge impact on global lifestyles, made me eager to make this trip to the so-called Flower of the North with a burning desire. Obviously, I had to miss the forests, the lakes, and the sunshine for a few days in order to deeply appreciate the tranquility and happiness they bring, and to realize that I would not change them for anything. It seems obvious, this is not the case. The famous Flower of the North, and even Skagen and Alton, New Helsingborg and Regan, Solosea and the Lily Garden, Svendoni and the busy city of Skren, and further south to the Great Tornio, Leslie Gate and the Dawn Star, New Gothenburg and the magnificent Enner, with its huge old streets and palaces, all the current vast countries in Central and Southern Europe. Stephen, this month the place where the 6th to the 8th took me was not suitable for me. I don't fit there. I feel like my soul can't breathe in those huge, overpopulated cities that look more like a state, and in the middle of these cities, despite the wide roads, you can hardly find a single square meter of empty square meters, and you can't see a bit of the sky, and all the flying or street-moving vehicles are gliding in all directions. This is the apotheosis of the Titanic, a constant hustle and bustle that drains your heart and dries your mouth. This explains why, sometimes, I huddle in the Linsen River, not wanting to go out even when we reach our destination. I didn't do it on purpose, and I think they realized it. The first thing that disappointed me was traveling. On a large street in Markov, in the giant suburbs near Garden City, I was distracted for a few minutes by the crowds of travelers who kept waiting back and forth for the Dana River. I was filled with joy and looked forward to the truth that this car would take me to the heart of their city. How I looked forward to this trip. Imagine my disappointment, just minutes after leaving, Stephen told me we were there. I thought he was joking. Is that so? Yes, that's it. In every part of this world, blessed by God and nature, the further you go, the more you see. Here, it's the opposite. You may be trapped between 4 walls made of colorless metal, but if the journey is short, you can see the whole world parade before your eyes. However, if you go a little further, the only thing you can see is where you're going. At the same time, you can spend time walking around the car. The garden is filled with rare flowers from all over the world, swimming pools, shot put courts, huge lounges and shops in the state of Fieshu, or you can relax in an armchair and watch the latest news and current events on the Rajon Swage, or watch the young people dance under the artificial light coming from the side, like the early morning sun stretching the shadows on the floor. Norver. From the Vikinga Plateau, which meant the spirit of the Vikings, on the huge pier where we docked, I saw for the first time before my dazzled eyes an endless ocean, with long boulevards, parks, alleys and squares, and those gigantic structures that I was not familiar with, which stretched endlessly up the hills and through the valley of Lispra. During a Vertigo episode, I took Stefan's arm and gazed in awe at the densely populated area of 28 million people, 23 of whom were permanent residents, and across the city were rows of bridges that were all pitch black. At high altitudes, at an altitude of about 300 kilometers, I could barely see the island observation stations floating in the air. They were almost hidden behind countless forests, and they appeared endlessly. Stefan tries to convince me that this is not only the everyday image of the city, which is always overcrowded and ridiculously busy, but also, at our feet, in the depths of the earth, there is another huge, illuminated city, similar to this city, full of life, full of comfort, with a light green light that greatly soothes the eyes and the heart. I can't believe it. Crowded, with the same cheerful expression on their faces, each time made me wonder if they had received a gift or something. Overwhelmed by the crowd, I grabbed Stefan's shirt and stopped him from taking me across the road. To be honest, I was completely at a loss and my heart was beating like a frightened bird. Thankfully, Stephen proved his patience with me once again by making me look from afar. There were many young people in the crowd with university badges sewn into their clothes. As time went on, I started to get bolder and join them for the first time as I had the opportunity to see them up close. If I were really Andreas, what would Northam be like? These people may be. In my circle I was inexplicably excited about the idea. Young people in their early 20s have not yet shown the same easygoing and naive nature as others, and they will develop this habit in a few years. They still seem to be dizzy about the recent fulfillment of their duties and their early acquisition of civil rights. Their facial expressions seem to be controlled by a restrained pride that soon replaces the sheer pleasure of being 23 or 25. You can see them standing there in groups of 2 or 3, a little stiff and embarrassed, unable to see except their noses, wearing a university uniform for the first time, with a serious look that is not appropriate for their age, talking about their chosen field of study, or talking about a new professor, as Stefan knows, who is a very famous expert teaching summer courses from across the ocean. Unsurprisingly, they paid for their choices, and they chose the indifference of the girls who passed them by. Most adults are with other people or peers. You see a wide variety of ethnicities, Tyroleans, Tuscans, Spanish women in skulls or scalf in the north walking gracefully through the streets, and African women, whose complexions are fair, but, as I know, the entire continent of blacks is now almost entirely inhabited by whites, who originated in Latin America and settled in Africa centuries ago, since about the Common Era nuclear war in 2309 and recolonization in the years that followed. You see children in Cyprus and Malta staring in amazement at the polar travel advertisements on giant self-luminous billboards. They all have qualities of purity and goodness that are hard to find in our time. It seems to me that this must have something to do with the existence of the source, which is now common sense for all. I was told that they were all historically educated and aware of the various beliefs about the subject of love that had prevailed in society in the past. They heard about sexual freedom and the materialized education of young children from an early age, and they considered our time to be a dark age. They believed that everything that happened at that time on issues of sexual morality was not in line with the morals of their time. They were amazed to find out how primitive the age was, so much so that love and intimacy were reduced to the level of animalism, portraying it as a purely sexual instinct. They feel that the value of relationships has been discredited and has reached a very low level. They disagree with the scientific sexuality of our time, because they believe that it is superficial and deprives a relationship with another person of the precious emotions of love and pain that come with it. I don't think these people will live a second in our world. They don't have enough air to breathe. They are more emotional, more sensitive than we are, full of admiration and hope for life. They await the coming of the years with joy and boundless faith. Mainly for this reason, the intense eroticism of our time, such material pleasures as group sexual encounters, and the sexual delirium of our ancestors, are unbearable for them. They believe in making life a dream and that our way of life will surely destroy that dream. In Norver, you will be speechless by the large areas of cities surrounded by large green spaces, which inherit from each other. They are all larger than Rome or Venice of our time. While I was there, I felt like a peer of Aristotle and suddenly found myself in an American metropolis. However, there is a harmony and balance between the quaint atmosphere and the huge architecture beyond human imagination. The university campus is surrounded by gardens, theaters, museums, libraries, and thousands of miles of colleges, which I didn't know. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't understand the meaning of this metropolis and its deeper meaning, because my soul lacked the guidance and preparation of generation after generation. Unlike them, the voices of their ancestors do not echo in my ears, and their souls are not in my heart. Interrogation: visit Norsen's workplace. I think that my first encounter with Norver, with its panoramic view from Mount Vikinga, was the most comprehensive of all my impressions of this vast country. I was there for a few days, and Stephen was overwhelmed and distraught by the endless debates with Jaeger and 4 other foreigners. In fact, they looked more like interrogations than conversations, because poor Stefan had to answer all the questions in as much detail as possible and give explanations in the past reports about me and my case. So he didn't even have time to show me around the city. I feel that this tour is specially prepared for these foreigners so that they can satisfy their curiosity. Until a few years ago, they made me spend almost all of my time in the science lab where Northam used to work. At least I felt comfortable there and it was easy to get used to, so I didn't have to chase Stefan all the time. They used to take me there after the researcher's private lab was closed, leaving me in Northam's long deserted office, in his piles of old papers, in case I remembered anything. I spent hours locked in the big walls of the amphitheater. Standing in front of me were foreigners, holding some kind of notebook, taking notes, trying to make me remember. The more obvious these places remind me of something, the more suspicious I become. The 40-year-old blonde and blue-eyed young man, who wears a formal robe and a twill belt, suggests that he is a mid-level official in their spiritual hierarchy. He and his companions, whose name I heard was Strom, both tried to hide their disappointment, but without success. This is in stark contrast to the Jaeger and the smiles of patience, as well as the calm expressions of faith of others. On the last day, a few hours before departure, they brought me a young, pale, slim, grey-eyed man, about 20 years old. His name is Alex Vettlesmith, came from the Baltic states at the invitation of Strom. Even though he looked tired, as soon as he arrived, he came, standing next to me, smiling, ignoring the others. I remember his name very well, because I heard that Northam would not have survived the accident without him. If Alex wasn't with him, the losses would have been even worse. He realized what was about to happen, and within a second, he pounced on Andreas to save the scientist he valued so much. A few weeks ago, he had just been discharged from a plastic surgery clinic on the Baltic coast, where he had been hospitalized for several months. It's a miracle he survived. Another miracle. Since the morning, I've heard that the smart man in the cloak and another guy named Strom have pinned their hopes on me and Alex Vettlesmith's reunion. They hoped that his picture would be a shock and restore some of my memory, because it was the last photo that Norsen had seen before the crash. Of course, he didn't remind me of anything, it was the first time I had met this person. They asked him to stay with us for an hour and a half to talk to me about what had happened in the past and about that fateful trip. They then asked me if I remembered who I was sitting in before the accident. I assured them that I didn't remember anything until I woke up at the Malsen Institute. The next thing was that I wasn't getting enough sleep. They said I couldn't have been awake since then and kept asking me if I was asleep, even if it was only for a few seconds. They urged me to remember a dream as best I could, any dream I could have had, even the stupidest and most insignificant dream. I replied to them calmly, knowing full well that I had not slept at all and had not blinked at all. I realized that over the past few weeks, my case had become known to a wider range of people, although only a few people had been added to the initial insiders. Especially they didn't want me to be a person who wasn't respected by the public, and especially they didn't want me to be a target of the public. In addition, the insiders of this circle include very serious and positive personalities with keen critical thinking and judgment, a tendency to skepticism, and they like to take the time to weigh everything carefully. These down-to-earth people believe that Jaeg and others will soon find out where their assessment of my situation is wrong. There was even one person who had only been to a few discussions and who thought that my accent had nothing to do with a dead language, as Jaeger supported. In this person's view, Northam suffered post-traumatic shock coupled with severe head trauma and had nothing to do with German-speaking Old Swiss. I've also overheard Strom telling Jaeger not to look for the secrets of my personality in ancient times, but to start treating my amnesia with a positive attitude so that I can show my personality once again. We know that he is Northam and now we have to convince him to come out of the world he is imprisoned so as not to face the reality of life after the accident. I realized that they were discussing a possibility similar to what we call split personality or personality change, and they supported that Northam was still alive deep down in my heart. They thought that my memory was locked at the time of the accident, like a metal door blocking the path of the theoretical basis, preventing me from recalling anything at the time of the accident and, obviously, everything before the accident. However, the two wise men, Estling and Erland, have been talking about some kind of knowledge and experience outside the body. I've heard them mention the term extra-conscious memory, although, unlike Jaeger, they have ruled out the possibility of reincarnation. On the other hand, another wise man, Waldemar Eskrud's version is the exact opposite. He believed that he had really annoyed me in the last few days, and that if I had really tried, I might have remembered the first day of my brief illness in 1917. I tried to convince him that until now my memory has never betrayed me, and I have never remembered anything during the 2 weeks when I first became lethargic. However, he and Madame Corral, with her silver-haired, heavy, ebony cane with a platinum handle, were the only ones who respected my burst of tears, and did not begin to yell at me when I revealed to them my firm conviction that one day I would return to my time and place, even if it was seconds before I died. In addition to this, Esklud and Coyrel are more inclined to Jaeger's point of view, that is, they are witnessing a most unusual and rare parapsychological phenomenon or parapsychological phenomenon. This phenomenon has manifested itself in the form of unprecedented clarity of memory and a significantly increased awareness of consciousness. As for the information they asked me to give them, I was surprised that they were more interested in the state of our daily lives, our ways of thinking, our habits, our institutions, and our beliefs, than in those great wars or political events, perhaps because they knew the latter inside out from history. They are particularly interested in the century before us. They always steer the conversation to that topic. What interests them the most is not the man who lived in 1921, but the man who, in his adolescence at the turn of the century, learned about the recent past from school and books. In fact, they explained to me that the 19th century was a century in suspense, standing out between previous and the next. Especially the end of the 18th century and the beginning of the 19th century was a very unique era for them, where many precursor characters and works were stored, and it can even be said that they are equivalent to today's characters and works. More specifically, the fact that freedom, equality, brotherhood, and love of nature were introduced and nurtured in that era drove them to distract. They spoke highly of the struggle of the countries for true liberation and freedom, including, of course, the peace agreements in Europe. The events of the 20th century do not seem to excite them very much, and I hope that this war will never be repeated. Dinaj did not know about the Second World War, and it is likely that people in the future did not tell him about it, thinking that he might return to his 1921 self, nor did they tell him about the great losses suffered by the countries of the world. I don't know how they can give their children a better life. I realized that the passage of time and what had happened in the last 2,000 years had made them forget the watershed events that had shaken our own lives and changed the course of history. Past leaders who have gone down in history as the saviors of humanity, whom we consider immortal, are now described as villains, unworthy of local leaders, and opposed to the Commonwealth and the progress of our race. Culture of denial and anti-humanitarian. I am referring to leaders who have played an important role in history for decades. When I told them I was Swiss, the only questions they asked me were, firstly, if I knew any details about the Geneva-based Global Child Protection Organization, secondly, have I ever met two famous Alberts of that era, Schweitzer and Einstein, or Bertrand Russell and Bergson. The latter is considered here as another harbinger, because it was because of his observations of tuition fees that they were able to see the prophecy of Niebuhr. Maurice Maeterlinck and blue jays are the same. They claim to have seen the real bluebirds. The last memory that Norver left me with was also the best. I said goodbye to Norver and visited the old town of Blomsterduft, with its old colleges, green fields, and tree-lined streets, where you could almost feel the old Scandinavian spirit floating in the air you breathe. It is one of the few regions where the memory of former Norway and Sweden has survived in this most devastating global melting pot. One of the first things that millions of young students from all over the world come to Norver do is pay homage to the old town, which has been the cultural center of their ancestors for 32 generations. Every nook and cranny is a memorial to their culture of past centuries. As far as I know, two great teachers from 300 years ago were called Hallberg and Alan Slayer, and the traditions left by these two spiritual figures have not faded in the slightest. According to Stefan and Jagger, if the Valley of Roses, although the two places are about the same size, but less than a quarter of Norfolk's population, is considered the heart of the earth, then Norver, starting with Blomsterduft, is the Ark of Spirits. Because of its direct link to the development of Western civilization, gave Europe a place next to the North and South American cultural regions that for centuries had been centers of spiritual culture, from California and Florida to Boston and New Orleans, Cape Town and Pretoria. Private transport and its perception of work. 17xi. On the way back, we crossed the western coastal Alps to another state I didn't know about, full of artificial pale white lights and palatial buildings stretching all the way to the Mediterranean. We walked along an avenue that was at least a mile wide. I just took a quick glance before we boarded our separate transport back to the villa. As we descended the mountain, Stefan showed me a huge complex of buildings that looked like they were made up of children's toy pieces and were spread all over the country. At first I didn't understand what it was, but I remember thinking at the time, those neighborhoods must be huge. Stefan explained to me that we were flying over the production center of Regralia. It was an entire industrial city, one of the largest in southern Europe, with huge production units and millions of enthusiastic young people working in shifts without interruption. Today it is known that the existence of an industrial state like Lagria is a prerequisite for the existence and maintenance of Norver, the Valley of Roses and other spiritual centers. They are well aware that these huge state production units and endless electronic devices are the basis of the current spiritual culture. Stefan admits, in fact, we live in such a comfortable environment that we have enough spare time to practice our hearts, and it is thanks to these states that freedom and happiness are now truly possible. Like Stefan, they all firmly believe that it is impossible for humanity to return to its former state. They believe that they are now on their way to writing a true history, and that no generation will allow this incredible social edifice to collapse again. We paid too much for those mistakes and will never make them again. To escape the quagmire, rivers of blood and tears were shed. People will no longer go back to starving or being exploited by others. You may not have paid enough attention to these things at that time, but we have not and will never forget this history of pain and shame. I told him that in our time, such extremes are very rare and do not happen every day as they think. He shook his head in disbelief and told me that I had to admit that the people of the future in prehistory my time regarded the time before Eldale, that is, in 2396 AD, as prehistory. In Social and economic life, rationality is completely absent. He knows so much that he puts me in a difficult position to be an advocate and apologist for our time. But there were also times when he spoke with innocence, with astonishing plots and exaggerations, about arms manufacturers and landlords who treated tall blue-eyed European women as trophies. Just as the old barbarians of the North once flooded Europe with blood, your own barbarians lack any moral, spiritual, and aesthetic value. The pride of today's people in the current situation is evident in every word of Stefan. He told me, don't think that after the age of 19, Lin Sen's life alone or the privilege of not working is always predestined. He then explained to me that it all began on the winter day of their new year 427, 2823 AD, in the hall on the first floor of the Palais Brandenburg, on the east side of the Grand Central Square, when the 4 leaders of that decade were the first to receive free personal transport of that era, and they would do so, and since then, have been in their professional and private lives. It was then that one of the leading figures in the natural sciences, later governor and leader, the Herr, posed a symbolic question, don't people with disabilities or other issues need them more than we do? The rest assured him that everyone already had their own income and that there would be no more shortages. Stephen, who was clearly moved and excited, paused and then told me, you can't imagine what kind of moral satisfaction you would get from working for the common good, instead of personally hoarding or saving money to let your grandchildren enjoy the boredom and tedium of life without finding a purpose. What can I say? I admire their amazing system that only needs 2 years of service to keep them safe for the rest of their lives. I asked him why they didn't increase the length of their service to 5, 10, or 15 years in order to provide them with more wealth. Because the goal of our lives is not untold wealth, Stefan replied. It is wise for one to know when to stop. Believe me, it's not always easy to know where contentment and comfort stop, where absurdity and extravagance begin. We don't need to overdo it. Our goal is to never be accused of putting obstacles in the way of the spiritual path of citizens. For example, the work of an industrial worker does not satisfy any of the innate needs of the human soul. Hard work is not a need of the mind, it is quite different from science, art, or intellectual creation. We see it as a new individual right to be born scientists, artists, or philosophers to create autonomously. That's not an excuse, I said, to give the gloating to the kids, especially when you know how good it would be if you gave it to the more mature ones to give birth. There's no need to worry about that. Considering their age, the current partner is much more mature than you might think. His last words reminded me of the observations I had made with these people from day one, wherever I went. On the one hand, there seems to be an admirable maturity in these young people, which is something I wish we adults could have. However, on the other hand, they, adult men and women, sometimes look and act like big kids. I was thinking that if I could understand how they made a good harvest in consumer goods and transportation, if I could learn the details about service programs and conscription methods, their World Confederation of Trade Unions, the Citizens' Federation, and their system of rationalism, and could go back to our time one day, we too could achieve all of this. But first we have to transform humanity and build humanity from the ground up. Because here, in past centuries, no one has approached another in order to benefit from them or exploit them for any reason. This phenomenon has disappeared from their relationships. I'm ashamed to admit it, but in the beginning, I also happened to take advantage of their innocence to have an exchange in my favor. In less than 2 minutes, I would communicate the way I wanted, first showing excessive enthusiasm for something about them, and then resorting to their friendship and kind nature. The idea that I'm not completely honest never crossed anyone's mind. And then I quit. You can take advantage of their naivety and easily inflict irreparable harm on them, but the most terrible thing is that afterwards, they don't talk about damage or try to claim responsibility, they can only wonder how there are so many cunning people in the world, and how their love and honesty are reciprocated with such malice. One day, I asked my office buddies in the Technical Resources Department for a second ray Jean, a 3D screen, and claimed that I had lost the first one. The next day, they didn't even check if what I said was true, nor did they verify the order or serial number. The Valley of the Roses itself showed the way for the Gloucester people, and as such there was a rich variety of consumer goods, giving the citizens the privilege of choice, but only in standard goods. However, the officials of the spiritual class, and even the TT family, had the right to receive personalized products and could make special orders. From a quantitative point of view, the adequacy of the product is guaranteed by statistical demand. The variety, and quantity of production are determined by the statistics collected from consumers in the previous year. New humanity. Stefan doesn't know anything about the above behavior I started herein, anyway, it's a thing of the past. Their childhood pure hearts are so touching that you want to be like them. The purity and clarity of their intellect and morality made me relax and unwind, and sometimes I was filled with love. The whole world they will not suspect that there is something wrong with you and, in turn, they feel the need to get rid of the tiniest ugliness within you. In their eyes, you look much better than you really are, which pushes you to get better. They see so much sincerity, love, and selflessness in you, and there's something inside of you that makes you want to justify this idea of theirs as much as possible. It is this, the present trend, the man of the new age, is a social and psychological type of man, the heir to the human robot, the practical man, who wears the blind board of the daily struggle for survival, always on the verge of anxiety, deprived of any inner life, without free time to take care of himself or nature, the product of a soulless technological culture, a materialist of the age of mechanical philosophy, completely detached from any spiritual foundation. In addition, now they are also able to distinguish between the intellect and the soul. Today, more than at any other time in human history, spiritual culture bears the consciousness of contemporary people, regardless of their achievements in intellectual, and scientific and technological progress. But the most surprising difference between the old and new social histories is arithmetic. The Tronders are now the most common type of social person in the world. Here, the precept of love thy neighbor is a universal way of life, and this is the rule, and it is no exception. These people have succeeded in turning incredible and impossible into possible and real. Instead of becoming Christians, they are following Christian preaching. The nature of sex, motherhood, relationship, and love. 25xi. It seems that someone has set an evil eye on us lately, and 2 of the 4 couples have broken up. Axel and Juliet seem to love her more than Stephen and Hilda, and after some complaints and misunderstandings, they decide to go their separate ways. No one knows what the exact reason for the separation is, because no one here talks about them. They may be too young to make a long-term commitment. After a brief farewell party, she left between sobs and laughter, heading north. Soon after, Axel also left. He went to Sicily for the first time, but planned to leave 2 months later to continue his violin studies. A week ago, Alia broke up with Eric with an unexpectedly extraordinary determination to go to her adopted hometown of Norver to live with her family. This separation seems to have been sudden. For a long time, it is clear that their cohabitation and coexistence will not last long. They parted in a completely civilized way in a few clear words. On the first night after Ari left, we went to see Eric and we stayed with him for a few hours. He was saddened that he couldn't keep her, and he said he always knew that if they broke up, it must have been her initiation, because it happened eventually. However, he accepted it, with a relaxed attitude, a slight sadness, and a lack of joy. I wish I could make her happier, was his last sentence. As for me, I still live in the Stefan and Hilda homes, and in their neighborhood I experience every day something that I really miss in my life, brotherly love. Even though we lost 2 friendly couples, our association with the wider circle did not diminish. In fact, quite the opposite, the heat of the last few days gave Stefan a break from his morning work, and now he often takes us to the swimming pools in Mendrisio, the gardens in Verbania, Lake Lugano, Bellinzona, etc., to the coast of the Italian Riviera, west of Genoa. Now, as far as Sylvia is concerned, she hasn't come to our meeting for a long time. She said she wanted us to be alone when we met. Stephen and Hilda now knew what was going on, so I confessed everything to them with tears in my eyes. They were happy for us and told me that we were a nice couple. I told Stephen that we were going to go to the Pyrenees for a few days and he completely agreed that it was a good decision. We then discussed how often love happens at their age, and he told me that most people don't experience it more than once in their lifetime, or even never, on some rare occasions. I asked him if they thought it was immoral for them to have sex that wasn't the result of love. He replied that they in no way considered it immoral, but that it could not be compared to a true love union, which was a bit like Lipwick. In the old times, in the whole age of the elderly, when the feelings of Lipwick were still non-existent, physical relations were based only on attraction between the sexes and the evaluation of character. But even then, as now, many changes in sexual partners were not applauded. Then they are more interested in liking the person. Tenderness and spiritual connection come from a natural attraction and appreciation for humanity, and over the centuries Rose Valley has argued even if some disagree that abstinence, especially when it is a conscious decision, increases spirituality, reminiscent of the ascetic principles of our time. In general, they no longer see love as a war in which the most cunning people win and the naive lose, but an alliance between equals, without secrets or ulterior motives, which provides the necessary peace of mind in your life. So your morals are only against frequent partner changes, I said. Almost. In our time, changes that are too frequent are neither common nor welcome. There is always a balance. But ethical issues don't always arise from these changes alone. He asked me what I thought of Juliet, for example, if now Juliet and Axel broke up, she found a new love and lived with him. I'm not referring to a few random examples, I replied. What would you think if you saw her change partners every 6 months throughout her youth? Even so, he said, nor do we consider her immoral or socially inferior. One can describe her as careless, unlucky, frivolous, or unable to control her desires. Some might say that she would be better off living alone. In any case, if she had no intention of fooling anyone, her lifestyle would not be considered antisocial or immoral. Also, look at these young men and women who live alone and appear to be unmarried, who have been officially citizens for decades. Does anyone know or have they been asked how often they change partners? They may socialize with each other and speak with the utmost dignity in front of others as if nothing had happened between them, but this is not always the case. Of course, I was the last one to blame them. It is not a question of hypocrisy, but of moral superiority, people who do not do bad things, but are not essentially capable of creating permanent alliances. No one here will divulge their secrets. But I can say that each of us has been patiently waiting for Lipvik's arrival, for several years. Is there anything you really think is immoral? Are you familiar with the concept of immorality? Of course. Anything truly immoral is subject to typical punishment. In this case, we are firm. But it's just that they're too rare. People today derive a certain amount of moral satisfaction from it, rather than being forced to do so. Unlike you, if I'm not mistaken, you said that forbidden fruit is always sweeter. It's easy for you to say, I replied a little angrily, because basically nothing is forbidden for you. You're wrong, he replied calmly. There are also certain moral constraints in our society. For example, when Juliet and Axel were living together, she secretly met another man, which is considered immoral. But neither Juliet nor anyone more frivolous than she would do such a thing. All she had to do was tell her partner. Why is she hiding? People tell each other how they feel, and they tell the truth no matter how accepting or separating the outcome may be. In fact, most of the time, such behavior is forgivable, especially if it is an infatuation, a momentary passion or a loss of self-control. But if they hide this, things get complicated and people are haunted by guilty consciences, which is difficult to deal with in our time. I wonder where he went with this, I'd love to know. Stefan said, a woman will never be with a man for self-interest, or vice versa, just to benefit from it later, and not out of love or strong physical attraction. Dishonesty is inexcusable and inexcusable. What we want most is to have a calm heart and a calm heart, free from moral uncertainties like jealousy, suspicion, or fear. On the other hand, our leaders have set stricter moral barriers for young people. Usually, they are not allowed to have sex until they become citizens. It is incredible how they managed to establish the concept of sexual abstinence in the minds of young people, who are both young and difficult, 19 years old. Today, a partner should appreciate straightforwardness, love, honesty, respect for some moral values, even if it is some deprivation. Therefore, this service is also a test of self-discipline and sexual abstinence. Only a few violations occur each year, and of course there are no penalties. I asked him at what stage of a woman's life she decided to become a mother. I couldn't have answered that precisely. As in your time, sometimes early, sometimes late. It depends on their temperament and luck, there are many factors. Our case with Hilda is the most common. Most often, to find one, it takes 3 or 4 tentative partnerships, either from Lipvik or from a strong attraction. Usually the first collaboration is shorter, maybe not even last year. Then they become more stable. If you are lucky, 3 or 4 transitions between freedom and cohabitation with someone are enough to give people a more mature mindset that will enable them to have experience and knowledge competent for their job and may make their later relationship a lifelong bond. Then he's so derogatory about our time and its values, adultery, lack of straightforwardness and loyalty, daily dishonesty, fraud, prostitution, exploitation of weakness and poverty, violence, crimes of honor and morbid passion. I don't know where to hide. He even considered past weddings indecent, people's parties, fun, comments, teasing and then comes the moments when the two are more intimate. Our conscience and innate moral code have been very effective in bridging the gap between those institutions that have been abolished, so that every partnership and cohabitation is based on pride and honor and is defined by it. Whether it's a great disappointment, a new love, or an irreconcilable difference in faith and character, it doesn't matter if you can sever that connection. Moreover, he concluded, didn't the same thing happen in your time, regardless of the limits of the law? I don't have much to say. Then I asked him what happened after the partner became a citizen on the first night. I thought, it must have been a night of complete madness for them, and after so much restraint, I felt justified. I was wrong. It's really the past. What happened hundreds of years ago. Physical attraction still plays the most important role, and that night is seen as nature's call to youth. But it's been a long, long time since then. Things have changed. I'm not saying that no one had sex that night, but most of the people who did have sex were couples who met during the service and decided to complete their love on the first day of becoming citizens. However, the vast majority do not, and some wait months or even years until they find the right partner, on the night of their end of service, burning the white purse symbolizing their purity. Stephen stares into space as if contemplating the past. I've had nights like this, you know. He said. It's so exciting. On the one hand, the whole world opens up in front of you that night, and on the other hand, you are finally qualified to enjoy the magical sensation of having sex. Unforgettable years. His eyes filled with tears. I was taken aback. He continued, clearly impressed. Even the song we sang that night was for me, it means a lot to us. All the inhabitants of the earth have been singing for more than 1,300 years. We all learned in school, boys and girls. I know the lyrics of this song are not very good, but do you know how that simple and somewhat bland old melody reverberates in our ears and in our souls? Did you pay attention to the lyrics? As you look 19, the swallows are coming, and the buds are blooming early. Or another, life is a wonderful dream that begins now. Sing it. He is now speaking with great enthusiasm. I certainly didn't interrupt him. Relatively speaking, in the generations after you, the Puritan movement began to fade, Flazon and Kirchhoff found a cure for your terrible ailment, the nightmare ended, and the way parents talked about love and sex to their children began to change. There is no longer a need to talk to them about risks and precautions. Rather, they speak to them in anticipation of great happiness that they will enjoy in moderation for the rest of their lives if they have enough patience to wait for the right time and the right person. As generations pass away, the idea that this level-headed, ethical, and harmless well-being, which best emerges after the fulfillment of their duties, becomes part of their social consciousness. That was after a significant reduction in service. That's when they started dressing teenagers in short white dresses. In fact, they were told, no one is going to force you to complete your 2 years of service at Grozny. If you refuse, there is no punishment. Think about it, the whole Commonwealth needs you. In fact, as Stephen told me, no one left. In this way, they correct the injustices of our time, which associate the fulfillment of duty with retirement, which with the best gold cannot buy happiness. They believe that the age of 15 is a crucial stage in life. They believe that it was then that new horizons of human esoteric religion were opened. Since then, everything has changed in the eyes of a person, and since then, the soul has taken over everything and sees things differently. In fact, he told me that the eyes are starting to get back to health more easily. I told him that if they thought the same thing wasn't happening in our time, they were very wrong. He replied to me that he was referring to rules, not exceptions. Exceptions do not define an era, the rules do. Yes, but you just told me that in our time it is helpful to have restrictions, otherwise the situation gets out of control and goes to the point of promiscuity. You yourself said that we need limits because we are practically uncivilized. Sometimes I feel like you and I can't communicate, we don't speak the same language. But this is normal because we come from different eras, different cultures, different ways of thinking. I don't know how much I've told you, you really understand. You talk about justified and necessary. Without considering their impact on humans, regardless of whether they were suitable at the time or not. They have created a world for you surrounded by a grey sky where dead souls live. Have you ever wondered how many innocent minorities have been paying for the laws of the majority for thousands of years simply because your leaders can't make individual laws? Are you sure that you will be truly happy without laws and restrictions? Or rather, is there anything to blame for your unhappiness? Something deeper, hidden, is actually the reason why the law is a must. He told me more, love is not a humble and insignificant thing, how inferior we are, too small to grasp its beauty and superiority. Just as the works of Valmondel or Larsen will always be immortal, regardless of whether there will be dark ages when people do not understand and appreciate poetry and music. He's not done yet. The worst thing about your spiritual leaders at that time, I mean your teachers, parents, legislators, pastors, and writers, had no problem preventing you from being a source of pure spiritual happiness. Do you know what that means, Andreas? Did you know that these passions, which he described in Greek, are expressions of Samis and are almost as important as art? What would you say that someone ruined Praxiteles Hermes, or Nietzsche Felt's nostalgic green-eyed lady? In your time, there is a systematic tendency to suppress any form of pleasure. His childish way of thinking made me struggle not to laugh. I wish this was our only problem, dear Stefan, we have so many things that plague us, so many responsibilities, so much poverty, unnecessary worries, dependency, poverty, addiction, and uncertainty about the future. There are millions of problems that can't be solved, millions of needs that can't be solved by smelling flowers and stars. You may have all the time to observe, think, and analyze everything now, but at that point, we didn't even know they were missing. But he disagreed with me. Don't say that, he complained. Don't say you didn't think of them, you can't tell if they're missing or not. Happiness is food for the soul. Can you realize it? The intense, daily repression of any mental or emotional tendency, even if you don't see how harmful it is gradually and cumulatively breaking every happy and frustrating within you. So no, it is unacceptable to let your soul die little by little before the time comes. This artificial, premature inner aging of yours is a huge and unfair loss to us humans, much greater than you think. The conditions of your daily life and the prevailing social conventions are straightforwardly stealing everything that creation has given to humanity and the whole meaning that we have just felt and realized, the smile of God. Again, he refers to the discovery of Folky's knowledge and the shy light of Samis. Oddly enough, this is their view of Lipvik, an experience of a higher spiritual life, approaching the divine on the path to the summit, but through a completely different approach from meditation, religion, art, or worldview. That is why no old man now laughs at the ideals of the young, because the old man has his own ideals and does not want someone to come and insult or disrespect them. In addition, we ultimately know that all ideals have a common origin and source, although there are huge and superficial differences between them. But later, he admits that the spiritual wealth of their youth is not only the result of genetics or tradition, nor is it entirely innate. Proper guidance and education from home, school, and Gloucester people are very helpful assistants. Old and new love, the way they separated. 26xi. Sometimes I wonder if their current ideas and new social conditions are really able to protect their hearts from suffering, and whether they really have real happiness through them. As far as I can see, not only do they not attain the peace of mind that they have long sought, but they often seem to encounter the same problems in their emotional lives, the same deep pain, the same dramatic predicaments and internal conflicts of the times in which we live. Let's assume that I believe what Stephen says, that is, that the ancient, violent passions and dramatic solutions of our time are completely gone. I've heard firsthand about cases where a strong new love collides with a long-term partnership and strong emotional bond, destroying the couple's relationship, shared memories and dreams, and shared life. What happens in this case? There are no rules, no penalties, no obvious solutions. In this case, there seems to be no must or must not. There were tears in emotions on both sides. Then they sit down and wonder what they're doing. In his book, Stefan points out that the most common occurrence of events like this is when both sides hand over decision-making power to the other. But is this a product of altruism, or is it an attempt to escape responsibility for the happiness of a loved one? If this is true, Stefan says, in this case, peers feel the same way they do to their loved ones as parents do to their children, the same love and affection. Putting themselves and their feelings aside, they try to see what is best for their partner, doing so as not to get in the way of their well-being. Today, we have a highly developed sense of concern and understanding for our fellow man, which is one of the most distinctive characteristics of our psyche, he said. Contrary to the selfishness and instinct of primitive times. On the other hand, if you ask Silicon Valley, they will tell you that the most important thing is the stability of the partnership. They strongly refute the intense passions and romances that sever long-standing and delicate emotional bonds. However, they advise the old love not to be afraid of a real lipstick if they happen to come across it. It does not harm civilized people who are spiritually polite, and they respect themselves above all. They advise them to hug it and see where it will take them. Of course, the end result of this conflict, each time there are thousands of different factors, vary from case to case. Sometimes, a new love only tests the strength and resistance of the old love, which quickly fades due to failure. Very few people, especially in the case of long-term cooperation with children who are already adults, new love and old feelings compromise and reconcile with each other, without replacing each other. Each occupies a special place in the human heart, and they continue and evolve with each other for many years. Sometimes, however, the new love is stronger, breaking the old shackles. Even if such an outcome is not applauded, there are no other deeper differences in partnerships, as the goal of the experimental partnership phase is usually to expose potential incompatibilities, rather than to open the door to something new, as in our time. In general, their argument is that the present relationship, which is completely unfettered by any old customs, and is based on the pure intention of unfettered choice, mutual love and lifelong union without the legal obstacles of our time, should be stronger and more stable than ours. You could say that these rare examples of separation and unreciprocated love, if not the biggest, are some of the biggest troubles they currently live carefree and happy lives. Are we completely free of pain? No, we succeeded, there is no such thing. Stephen told me yesterday. There is no poverty, no dependency, no violence, and anything like that, but the pain of the heart, however intense, is welcome. They remind us of nostalgia and longing for Samith. We are still suffering today, even more deeply than you used to, but at least we know why we are suffering. I observed how they suffered silently and with dignity, how they hid the pain of losing a loved one, or how they disguised the pain with an unyielding love, which reflected the old Christian conception of inner pain. They believe that this inner pain uplifts the soul to such an extent that it can be a greater harvest than love itself. One is short-lived, the other will never be taken away from you. I'm in their Jonas in a real Lipwig, although the book is one-sided and unrewarded in the end. One of Gilruss's books says, the person we should be sympathetic to is not the lonely man, but the one who can never reach that level of near metaphysical suffering. Because the former stands taller and sees something unique that the latter will never see. Another writer, Alex Deep Down, Logan, writes, nothing is lost. Appearances should not lead to false conclusions. Everything you have ever dreamed of and everything you have cried about is stored for you and will not be forgotten, you good old souls. He writes, alluding to the immortality of the source and the folky preaching of the all-encompassing Samit universal bliss. Everyone here says the past is not as it seems. And it reminds me of my own destiny. The happiness you used to talk about only exists in our dreams, Stefan told me. We did not come into this world to find real happiness, which is impossible, but to grasp the true meaning of happiness and find out the source of happiness, so that we can recognize happiness when we see it. At this time, he recited the words of one of their poets, "Why should we be born, why should we live, except to watch our own lives go down the drain?" What he means is that the noble longing of their souls never ceases throughout their lives, is painful evidence of the superiority of this advanced species, that they never tire of searching for all worldly forms of samis, artistic, religious, metaphysical concerns, self-sacrifice, etc., and never give up, nor are they discouraged by obstacles and disappointments in the way. So, if, let's say, Hilda finds a new person who makes her feel more complete, doesn't that bother you? I asked Stefan. It's certainly not going to be pleasant, but I can't stop her. But deep love is a fiery inner process that makes us better. At the beginning of our relationship, I myself suffered greatly. I saw that sparkle in her eyes when she first spoke to me. I hadn't seen it in a long time. I saw it when she was talking to someone else. I prepared for the worst, but nothing happened. This is completely temporary. But I'm more concerned about whether she'll be happy wherever she goes, whether this person can really make her a whole person, rather than her leaving me. A friend of mine forgave her companion when he confessed his infidelity only because she remembered how happy he was in those days, and how happy it made her to see him happy. In fact, in those days, she told him, whatever can give you so much strength, joy and creativity can only be good. So here is another manifestation of Trond. The folky people today, the shareholders of the new wisdom, are not so stable and not completely normal in our eyes. Now, as far as our conception of marriage is concerned, they retain a part of affection, interest in each other, loyalty, reciprocity, and altruism and incorporate it into their lives today. But what they don't understand is the factor of sudden and premature inner aging that accompanies marriage in our time. They believe that society pushes people into early marriage, depriving them of the opportunity to live their lives first, experiencing spiritual and other types of pleasure along the way. Social and political expediency demands such sacrifices. I told him that the struggle to survive told us from the beginning how hard life was going to be, and therefore it was easier to adapt to the routine of accepting having a permanent partner. We have to share all our worries and worries with others. He replied, fortunately, this sudden unnatural sterilization did not unconsciously generate a real hatred for the partner. What can I say? In any case, these people combine the happiness of the family with its complete humanity on the one hand, and the pure spiritual pleasures of divine origin on the other, so that they remain forever young. I don't know how they do it. Southern Europe. 30xi. The Pyrenees greet us with 3 consecutive days of rain and huge gorges covered with fir trees. 2 days ago, though, the sun reappeared and it looks like it's here to stay. The way of life here is quiet, peaceful, and relaxed, very similar to the one we encountered half a month ago near the beaches of Bignasco and Salerno. But the place is much more crowded. Every night, at mealtime, it is impossible to find a free table in a restaurant. The dance partners in snow-white silk robes worked all day, the exact opposite of what we saw at Bignasco. 112 Corporation. This time it was just Sylvia and me, and every day I felt happy because I was by her side. Today, I waited patiently for her to wake up and see her blink for the first time in the morning light. She smiled when she woke up and saw me looking at her. I don't know what she thought of me at the time. I think I made a big mistake yesterday when I made a big mistake in a hostel in New Tarracona that was on the other side of the hill, and we went with a group of people and stayed until late at night. I danced with Sylvia all night, but in the end, they told us that the ribbons they gave us would determine the next dance partner. I happened to meet a very rare girl, a blonde girl, among so many light black women. My mistake was that while we were dancing, I rushed over and asked for her name, but then I remembered that now you should talk to everyone like you know them. At first, we danced and talked about 1,000 things. Her behavior is very unpretentious. I didn't know what was going on, so I asked her name. Stella Caddens, she replied wittily. It was obvious that she was joking, so I laughed and changed the subject. I noticed, though, that since then, she has answered in monosyllabics. I thought I was upsetting her by asking her name, but I was wrong. Soon she started joking again, and when I called her Miss, she finished my phrase with the same tactful way with the name she had given me before. Perhaps her attention was focused on her dance partner, a tall, dark-skinned lad, who seemed not too happy when she danced with the chubby girl he matched, and her eyes were fixed on his girl all the time. I just remembered another strange thing. 2 days ago, the rain stopped and we all went for a walk in the woods, and I noticed a lot of men and women who were observing the ants for hours for no reason. They say they love watching them live and work in the sun. Their eyes were fixed on 2 rows of huge ants, one at work and the other off work, carrying a burden. They even commented that when one ant couldn't carry its own things, it would look for 3 or 4 other ants and touch their antennas, shouting for help. 2 days ago, they started giggling when they saw the first fresh grape of the year. If you ask them, have you never seen this in your life? They think you're weird. But that's how people are here. I'm starting to get used to them. They are excited about the simplest things, the moon rising behind the leaves, the cries of the animals in the silent night, the kind greetings. An image full of natural beauty is more than just an image for them, not only do they see it, they feel it as a whole, vibrating in the joy of creation. Their antennae are not visual like ours, they truly experience what they see. Plus, their personal vehicles, Vegiosas and Linson, give them the ability to go wherever they want to go, filling them with joy. Just think of a place and you can fly there, they say, literally meaning, they have their own way of not letting the new experience of drunkenness go away. Even the change in the weather will impress them and become a topic of conversation. For them, something as simple as the change of seasons is a source of happiness. If you told Stephen that the people of his time had lost control of reality, he wouldn't admit it. It's unbelievable, he told me, how much potential happiness is hidden in our inner world. You didn't know anything about it in your time, but just because we can't understand it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The sensors of our souls have become sluggish and are no longer sufficient receivers. So these things that you think are strange, who can say that they are childish and not sacred? Living among them long enough, people begin to be unconsciously influenced by their lifestyle. Personally, I see it as a mental detox and think it's good for me. Stephen thinks it's necessary. Here they manage to keep the mentality of teenagers for years. They try to keep their early lives and their mindset at the time, and the Valley urges them to keep their souls open until they grow old and grey, if possible. 112 is here again. At night. Today, Sylvia told me that she won't miss her family when she's with me. Then she told me that she had always known that no one would be happy without a loved one by their side, without someone they could love and cherish. She went on to add, but if I don't find you, I don't know if I can imagine how great love is in the end. She also said that she wanted my child, a child who inherited my heart and way of thinking and perceived the world around me. What more could I ask for? Before I met her, such a creature with so much talent and emotional wealth in soul and spirit existed only in my imagination. I remember thinking that I wouldn't be satisfied just by acknowledging that there was such a person somewhere in the world. I can't imagine more, that is the greatest moral and emotional reward I have ever received for her existence. This realization is enough to make me happy, my life no longer seems to be torture. 2 to 3:12. Late night. How many times has no one said that suffering is the main essence of life and the world? I myself believed for a long time, I went through it more deeply than anyone else, and now that I have recovered and can see life clearly and live more deeply, I can't recognize my new self. Do not rashly argue that the true essence of life is pure and tangible only in adolescence, after which the psyche inevitably begins to distort so that the old pleasures can no longer be found, no matter how successfully you match your surroundings with those of your life. I've been squirming endlessly in my armchair for hours to no avail. Every inch of my body is filled with joy and anticipation of the myriad good things that are to come, a joy and anticipation that keeps my eyes open and prevents all possible attempts at concentration and meditation. Oh, fate! Everyone's greatest dreams are nothing compared to your abilities. I am fascinated by the much more enlightened consciousness of these people than we are. The feeling of gratitude makes my heart surge. I think of their certainty of the diversity of life and their afterlife. Of faith, their contemplation of the continuous existence of the same personality, their knowledge that the loss of consciousness is temporary and relatively rare, and that long distances, as well as general continuity of time and space, do not constitute an obstacle. Finally, I think of their firm belief in the ultimate defense of the human soul, and I am overwhelmed by this enthusiasm, as if I had witnessed it all. I remember some other things that Stephen told me not too long ago, about a reality that humans can't understand. After the so-called death, our brains are unable to comprehend what is happening to us. This is an aspect of Samus that I talked to you about, and human cognition and reason are unimaginable. Don't forget Meitei Watsvano said to the greatest and most sacred part of the human psyche after seeing Nibervish, in fact, it's all a lie. But who can know what great truth is hidden behind these lies? As I have discovered, Adelson's tradition is discreet and does not go beyond Royceville. It doesn't say much more than what Overson shows. However, the intrinsic, personal experience of many people from different circles shows that in the soul of the Troendians there is a great deal of overlay. Sometimes, they even speak of the corresponding multiplicity in modern parallel lives, a multiplicity that transcends human nature until the self acquires a complete consciousness, a sense of unity, and an unbreakable continuity of individuality. One devotes his life to knowledge, another to emotional wealth, another to great love experiences, and another independent life to spiritual or artistic creation. In your time, Stephen told me, you dream and yearn for eternity, even though a rainy afternoon is enough to make most of you bored and lonely. When I speak of the era of unilateral technological culture and mechanical life in which people live, I notice again their condescending tone, and if I come back, I will once again be a part of the era. To the best of my ability, this is how they see the emotional attraction of the human spirit to the infinite and eternal, as a space or the question of duration, although it is an incomparably higher thing. I remember Anna now, how much you've been through. Can you hear me? Are you listening now? My dear Anna, all our imaginations and dreams, all the things that moisten our eyes, they exist. They're all true. It's not what we imagined. They all exist here, in real life. Urban life in Western France, a comparison with the 20th century. Section 912. Tonight, after a week's outing, I once again tasted the fresh mountain air. A few days' trip to our own west coast of France, which is very different from the magnificent production centers and luxurious beaches of the south of France, is enough to give you the image of a fleeting but typical country that is now everywhere, continuous, huge. For a traveler from my time, this place is unrecognizable. The quaint images of life in the port, business, and sea traffic, the typical local colors of the French countryside, and even the lagoon complexes that once beautified the place, they are all gone. Even the climate has changed, becoming milder, sweeter, and more transparent, unaffected by the moisture brought by the ocean, more Mediterranean-like. The ancient glorious cosmopolitan language has now been replaced by the vernacular, which I have now learned almost as soon as I listened to it in the villa in Salerno, on my way to the cities of Central Europe and the great northern capitals. Contrary to what I noticed when I was on the outskirts of Salerno, no place names have been salvaged, not even the most historical. Only their fruitful vineyards are reminiscent of the past. However, across the country, not an inch of land is left unattended. Maybe the issue of population will become a matter of debate, and one might argue that there are places that can afford more or fewer residents, but that's just the way it is. They turned the swamp into a huge garden city. These once indifferent rural areas now have the charm of a big city, even more striking than old Paris. Now you don't see pain other than beauty, you won't see any work of art anywhere else, except in those places where you can protect yourself. They can't afford even the smallest scale. What I saw was a unique sense of beauty and unity, everywhere, as if it were a rational spirit doing it in art. This, of course, is a result of the current state of the economy and their incredible technological capabilities. Away from the coast, about 60 kilometers inland there is a flower nest. Place, it is spread over the huge town of Deniavarla, where there are terraces with crimson flowers, as well as incredible spaces designed for plants and flowers. They are almost everywhere, every column, every balcony, every roof, every arcade, the facade of the palace. I remember thinking about how these people grow and preserve these flowers all year round so that they always look so fresh and beautiful, and most importantly, why there is so much flower overflow that doesn't end up benefiting the residents here, who are mostly former students. Another thing that struck me was the presence of large, shiny butterflies, which, as Sylvia told me, made it their natural habitat, are one of the largest and most beautiful species in Europe. Sometimes, as you walk around the city, you will be stunned by the hundreds of light blue butterflies that pop out of the clusters of white roses. But I prefer those statues. As soon as I saw it, I went straight to it. I could see the pedestal and read the inscriptions, but unfortunately the names mean nothing to me. These people may have changed the course of history, and I have no idea who they are. In moments like these, the distance and difference between me and Sylvia, Stefan, and others is greater than ever. I was, and always will be, someone from a different era. I threw out these bad thoughts and wandered through the crowd, feeling like I belonged to their world again, like I belonged to theirs. At least that's what my outward appearance says, and it doesn't reveal what is going on inside of me, which makes me proud. I do, however, wonder if the joy and happiness I feel ultimately doesn't exist, if it's just a passion. Further down, I saw little boys and girls in the flower beds, dressed like poppies and cyclamen, running around uncontrollably, singing out of tune, each with their own rhythm. The health and dedication of these ragged children, who lack nothing, are given the freedom to effortlessly express their pure joy through songs, laughter, games, and funny sounds, which is incredible. From the outside, city life in the morning is pretty much the same as it used to be. Thousands of people flock to the streets, each with a different destination. But they, the Grosjeans who were prematurely fired. In their services, they have nothing to worry about for the redundancy, boredom, and other symptoms of our time. Most of them went to the stadium or the fitness center, some were drawing, some were studying, but, no matter how long I waited, I never met a single worker in a flat hat, not a single employee in a straight white-collar worker, and not a single businessman in a suit with a briefcase tucked under his arm. The scum of social classes, hierarchies, etiquette, and bureaucracy. From a social point of view, the modern perception of the nest of flowers is a country of a lower class, that is, contrary to the Wallen, the Lily Garden, New Gothenburg, Schornval, and above all Norver in the south. I thought of Alia, and as she said, she chose it because of its aura of spirituality and its overall appeal. Over time, I have gained a deeper understanding of what they mean and what they say about their beliefs. The class hierarchy here has a purely intellectual and cultural connotation. For example, there are very few spiritual leaders in the flower nest, who only live there temporarily. The people there were educated by following the spiritual guidelines and currents of thought that came from the great centers of the north. There are also some old graduates from Norfolk College, really enthusiastic people and passionate art lovers who may not be great artists themselves, but know how to distinguish the good from the beautiful in their artistic creation. True recipients, they can even shed tears when they see the artwork. There are few such people in our time. There's an infinite amount of more here. In addition, only a few people lack esoteric knowledge and only accumulate knowledge so that it can be displayed in the corresponding circumstances. These people confuse knowledge with education, but in fact, they are really unteachable. Most cultured people, however, would be more popular and highly valued in our time, where they were only a relatively lower class, and I often heard them accused of inaction. The most mediocre doctor or the most humble nurse was considered to be of superior social status over Stefan, Hilda, and the rest of the villa's neighbors, as long as they too could experience nature and be moved by high art, as far as I know, almost everyone from the folky generation and beyond. Thus, for the general public, the established notions of today's society challenge the correctness of decades spent on studies, concerts and performances, courses and lectures, exhibition visits and trips, sports and other recreational activities that deprive them of time to do something for their fellow citizens. All of this is completely unrelated to the service. I remember the first days of my new life at Morson College, which in itself was a microcosm of society, a whole small community with all the characteristics of the current social structure. The partners in the office are there to do their services. I still remember their leader, a dark-skinned 19-year-old boy, who bowed to all the patients, that is, they were hospitalized there, as if they were going to tip him. Nurses are considered socially superior to their citizens, and certainly to their partners in the office, whose job is to assist them in record-keeping and other general administrative matters. As a result, nurses are not doing their duty, they were all mature, and everyone treated them like priestesses. Leaving the Morson Institute, I learned more about all the different steps of hierarchy in today's society. Here's how it works: love of the Rose Valley, sculptors of all stripes, the leaders of the Adelson Institute and all its branches, and last but not least, the great leaders of Norver are the rulers. This is the idol in the minds of the public. All these people, according to the views of today's elite, now in the year 3906 AD, occupy the positions held 1,000 years ago by scientists, who, in turn, were chosen from CC to D by the great men of our time, according to their calendar, from 200 to 500, that is about 2600 to 2900 AD, in our own words, they are like American tycoons, Supreme Court judges, great statesmen, self-seekers, generals, and aristocrats. In addition to this, I have personally verified that the few existing administrative positions are filled by the partners who serve them. Imagine that ordinary citizens like Stefan are considered much superior to them. In fact, exempting citizens from any compulsory association with office partners similar to our own civil servants, or at least reducing that contact to the least possible, is a right that was explicitly won by their universal federal government centuries ago. This is actually considered one of their most valuable and enviable achievements, as is the guarantee of civil rights and individual freedoms. Of course, this right is not acquired from one day to another, but gradually over hundreds of centuries. This is a promising idea that the monster of the bureaucracy will one day collapse and be defeated by logic. Very few administrative approvals are now required, mostly scientific and voluntarily submitted by partners. This willingness to serve is one of the most fundamental elements of their culture. Population and traffic control is always carried out in some way and always communicated directly to the citizens so that they are aware of it. That's all. There was no violation, but even if there were, the intervention of the partners in individual cases was not justified. For example, Stefan's Linsen often needs to be adjusted, but he doesn't need to remember anything or keep records. It is the partner's responsibility to record the dates and details and ask when they can come and fix Linsen without bothering him. In fact, they were taught even how to stand in the respect of Stefan, but also in any other citizen. And all this respect is simply because the latter have fulfilled their social responsibility, their services. Now, if one pays attention only to the citizens, one realizes what is not in our time: the present class differences, from the poor to the rest of the population, the masses, do not prevent all social strata from attaining the same inner cultivation, the same high society atmosphere, the same joie de vivre. This is something we never achieved, not even during the French Revolution. These people have done it successfully, and I don't even know how the masses became a soul-filled recipient with Rothneystahl's top intellectuals were as polite as they were. And, as they told me, they all consider themselves descendants of the old working class. About 2,600 years ago, when Marie Curie, 12 years ago, at a time when the leadership of the scientific community and technocrats seemed to have been abandoned, when they were abandoned during this period of history. I remember how surprised I was when Stephen told me that the great ancestors of today's workers were once industrial workers. For the social observer of our time, walking through the streets and gardens of the Flower Nest must be of great value, seeing with your own eyes that everyone, without exception, knows how to dress, how to talk, how to enter a group for the first time, how to walk and stand in any given environment. It is perhaps surprising that a world so culturally developed within itself does not consider this commitment to politeness to be superficial, too formal and conservative, too unworthy of the social conventions in which the upper class participates. But they believe that what reflects real emotions and moral wealth cannot be classified as superficial and superficial. It was a pleasure to see everything they did for them with that tone of joy and happiness. You see them socializing with each other, and the idea that now comes to mind from generation to generation from a very young age, this unpretentious and selfless love, combined with politeness and courtesy, a true masterpiece. I wonder, is this an individual property of each individual, or is it another admirable achievement of their current upbringing and education? In my opinion, this is not a matter of two people alone, but a combination of the two. This unpretentious skill and politeness of theirs, their typical nervousness, their morality and modesty, their complete disregard for cheap humor, instinct prevailing, following some pre-planned tactics in their daily social life, are not sudden and not exercises that can only be obtained through perseverance. The same applies to the salvation they received from the ancient ancestral inferiority complex, which often manifested itself through selfishness, arrogance, and vanity. Many generations before this generation spent their lives in such an atmosphere of love and true nobility, gradually turning into their own way of life and into a way of life that is natural and effortless. I can imagine how uncomfortable these people would feel in the presence of some of our own intelligent professionals, whose fundamental aim is to make profitable business deals, and who are not even interested in the delicacy of etiquette or the subtleties of style and expression. From the first second, they are completely panicked. They will conclude that they are related to the boorish primitives. And they were right. On the contrary, they may be able to communicate with the good people of our time for a few minutes. I say a few minutes because after a while, our good men would get bored and feel that they had nothing to gain from that conversation and would get up and leave, because at first even I wanted to take advantage of their naivety and gullibility. Now you can see that men and women cannot tolerate even the slightest political inexpedient in their social interactions, even when shaking hands. Of course, any deliberate behavior can cause adverse reactions if it is brought to their attention. These people do art for the sake of art, not for profit, otherwise it would not be art anymore. They build friendships for the sake of friendship and the spiritual nourishment that friendship provides, not for utilitarian purposes. Their renaissance and human evolution. 9 to 12 is here again. Late night. As for their inner cultivation, Stephen told me not long ago, our teachers have their way. For each of these children, even before they reach adolescence, there will be a moment when they feel so drawn to our culture, learning in school and gradually gaining a deeper understanding of the culture, and the voice of the 876, 3272 AD, generation will come alive in their minds. That year, millions of people lined up day and night to see the newly built Temple of Love and Peace in the Valley of Roses. They stood there in awe, thanking God for not being born in a different era. With the same reverence and the same inner need, our young people stand in front of the spiritual edifice of our civilization. As far as I know, 110 years before the birth of the first Nebervish, Alicia Neville added the Sanctuary of Love and Peace to the Valley's Sea of Masterpieces, which is considered the greatest marble creation ever made. They also had their own Renaissance, which began at the turn of the 7th century, around 3100 BC, with the construction of the Valley of the Roses. In their history, this century is much higher than Athens in the 5th century BC or the 19th century in Western Europe. One night I was looking for this incredible building on the outskirts of Markov in Rajan-Swage, which, as I noticed, managed to combine the symmetry and harmony of the ancient sculptor Ictinus with the grandeur of the soul of the people of the north in their architectural masterpieces. Sometimes, I have so much information to process that I get lost and overwhelmed. I walked back and forth on topic after topic, and I often forgot to mention the most important parts. I'm really trying my best to record it in the most precise way possible, but I'm not always successful. Now I think of another thing, a little irrelevant. The first person to foresee human evolution was an ordinary biologist in the valley named Johnson, who was not the best in his field of study at the time, but was luckier than his teachers. Having lived in this great spiritual capital for centuries, after a long period of self-cultivation over generations, which has improved people's spirits and turned them into more mature people, everyone here confirms that the Institute of Biology has never intervened in infants, and Jensen was the first to confidently announce from the laboratory to the world that he had evidence of small but extremely significant anatomical changes in the most fragile and important neurons in the brain, directly related to changes in the quality of spiritual life of the inhabitants of the valley. Everyone agrees with their existence, but they have never managed to prove whether these changes are really the result of the quality of spiritual life, and vice versa. Although opinions and expressions vary from period to period, another wise man, Jacobson, spoke vaguely about the possibility of a new, outstanding cultural flourish. 25 years later, if I'm not mistaken, the aesthetes, philosophers Cross and Lelanopty King called on their generation to notice the need to keep their eyes open, have faith, and be prepared for something great and unexpected, the century of secret promises, because today is invisible. Experts from all walks of life have their own theories and opinions on this issue. In the various observatories of the various faculties of the valley, each with the size and structure of a small town, two demons, father and son, astronomer and thinker, and many other faithful followers, are looking for spiritual influence and information from afar, benevolent beings. Before 830, the intellectual and hermit Aloysius of Flambienelsen, when he was lonely, wrote from their big events dozing off in the depths of the future that they may not be as distant as they seem. He said, "The day is not far off when Plato's dialogues may be rewritten, a new Parthenon may be built, a new Ninth Symphony may be written." However, none of them could have predicted the arrival of Niebuhrwisch 150 years later, nor could it have been predicted in later history. Those sermons full of hope and hope lasted for decades. In fact, in the last years before the arrival of Niebuhrwisch, some Muslims were mainly Biren and Tatiana Buckland and a man with the surname Gunnar. I don't remember talking to their generation about many things related to this, both general and more specific, that they were fortunate enough to see with their own eyes. Humanity has been waiting for the future for decades. Living conditions have improved so much that they have reached a level that makes predictions possible. But there are also many who say that it would be better if people did not have the ability to confidently predict the spiritual revolution that will take place in 60 years, as they did in the past. The desire in their hearts is so strong that they can't wait. Those with a more philosophical approach are more likely to compromise and accept their fate. However, there are also many people who fail to do so, and they blame their luck because they were not born in time to have a chance to see the future. They believe that he who dies in this era, dies 1,000 times. They see it as a great loss to miss such an imminent reality. In the end, they take comfort in the fact that at least their children will have a good chance of being there when this happens, and they will see the good times ahead through their eyes. In fact, decades later, the cultural boom finally arrived. It first affected European countries, which for 1400 years fell into the midst of giants fighting each other. And the reason why this new wave of spiritual civilization first hit Europe was that since 450, about 2850 AD, Norver has become the spiritual center of the world, and of course the establishment of the Valley of Roses. This artistic, literary, and intellectual flourish bears many similarities with the old Greek miracle in terms of duration, but in terms of space, this new European spirit does not stop in one place. Its initial outbreak may have been in Europe, but it quickly spread throughout the world. The names of dozens of cities and regions and the great personalities of the new civilization are listed on the pages of history: great wise men, spiritual leaders, artists, educators, philosophers, researchers, heroes of human wisdom and apostles of humanism, who worked and taught generation after generation for an unforgettable 60 or 70 years in Grand Tonio and Glee, at Leslie's Gate and Blom Stableford, in Orson and Viking Nest, in Legod and New Usera, in Roslagen, and especially in the Valley of the Roses. Their present history shows that their 9th century was the first in the entire history of mankind to be able to describe and bring to life people's thoughts and dreams with such precision. They told me that when those two blessed generations lived on earth, it was as if a divine spell had been cast on earth. For the peoples of the world at that time, these years were like a dream, countless immortal and eternal works of art, the secrets of the physical universe that were deciphered, unique texts, unheard of new ideas, musical harmonies surpassed those of the ancient Germans. But despite the huge differences in style and character with ancient Greece, a shared sense of aesthetics has risen to a level similar to that of classical Athens. But then the population was 10,000, now it's millions. Giants of art, Larsen and Valmondel. I remember the names of some of the artworks. I hope my spelling is correct: Melsam's Marble Braid, On the Spring Mountain, Dora Viren's famous painting Back to the Old Way, and another high-profile artwork in Svansen's Rose. But the true gods of art are two, Larsen and Valmondel, who are the equivalent of Homer and Beethoven. Larsen, the Homer of lyric poetry, created masterpieces of poetry throughout the ages with his miraculous harp, and left this world in Scandies in 857 and has lived forever ever since. He was filled with endless fame and the affection of his compatriots. 2.5 million people stood beside his scented hexagonal cremation pile, a mourning ceremony I myself saw in the Regan marshes. I remember that when the bodies were burned and the ashes were gathered, the crowd spontaneously erupted in endless cheers, shouting in unison, "Larsen, Larsen," full of gratitude. 3 years later, one day at the beginning of summer, during a concert in the Garden of Lilies in the Oratorio of the Stars by Valmondel, something happened that no one in the history of symphonies could have imagined. The music of leading figures such as Bach, Beethoven, Mozart, and Wagner were surpassed. Unfortunately, I only remember a few names, events, ideas, and works of art that changed the history of human culture. I really should have sat down one day and put everything I remembered on paper. I'll rack my brains to remember, I promise. Comparison with the 20th century. Stephen told me another thing that made me happy: they accepted that this incredible mental and intellectual creation was not just the product of the last few decades. These foundations were built by our ancestors 45,000 years ago. At first in the Mediterranean, and later in all parts of the world, in every corner of the world, every generation, large and small, according to their own strength and ability, contributed to this incomparable achievement, which humanity now considers to be the most precious ornament. The selfless dedication of the nobodies and their leaders made them live in the hearts of these incomparable heroes. That's what they think. Today, the vast majority of people who are not gifted in any particular field of creation have the goal of life to feel and experience as strongly as possible the most important cultural achievements of their time. They want to make it their own and are very self-conscious. Of course, they have promoted their values and ideals to a great extent. They really adore them. Religion, earth, freedom, family, humanity, education, and justice reverberate in their hearts like a trumpet of revelation. Like the old, they have their own, new ethical system, the current view of beauty, the spiritual preaching of the past centuries, the new waves of thought, their institutions, their new elitist beliefs and their astonishing achievements in the field of humanism. All of this makes them very sensitive, and I think that's why they've earned the faith, loyalty, and trust of their fellow citizens. I am sure that each and every one of them will willingly give their lives to defend global brotherhood and protect the unity of the Commonwealth. I believe that Folkis wanted to give new and wonderful meaning to the profound moral maxim of mankind with them. All this suffering cannot and will not be wasted, but sooner or later there will be a justification, which is the basis of their mentality. They live in the joy of nature, travel, love, the pleasures of music and dance, kindness, friendship, and the pleasure of appreciating aesthetics. For our time, they enjoy unimaginable pleasures, without anyone putting pressure on them, for what they really want, for what their souls desire. In this way, their inner world is enriched. They say that when you do what you want, disgust for evil automatically arises in your heart. The more you climb this spiritual mountain, the clearer your view of life will be. If you are to accept what Stefan said, it seems that this height of inner superiority that these people have achieved through their superb civilization can even justify my joy as a child whom I have written so many times. They say that there is nothing simpler and easier than this happiness. Life is full of it. Creation spreads it generously everywhere, in the sunlight that emerges after the storm, in the colors and smells of flowers, in the white clouds, in the purity of thought, in the singing of birds, in noble intentions, in good deeds. Life is a priceless, divine gift. Every aspect of our lives is filled with innocent joy and grace. Who blames you for tearing your soul apart with your own hands? Stephen asked me. I think I'm only now realizing how wrong the path we have chosen has been, and how different it is from the true, simple, and straightforward path to happiness. The conditions of our lives in the 20th century are once again haunting my mind in the form of an elegy. The daily activities and trifles that stifle the spirit, the daily activities that taint our emotions, the selfish thirst for profit, the struggle for supremacy, the eternal fear of the impending catastrophe, the enemy, the apprehension, the want, and the whole economic, political, and social anarchy that prevails in this way. How they hurt us. Finally they keep poisoning our souls until they shrink our souls and gradually become crippled. Therefore we no longer enjoy the treasures of the soul. Stefan continued. The years go by, and you regret it bitterly, but it's too late. The great reality, the reflection of Samus, is completely absent in your life. They were forgotten. Your nerves are tormented by everyday anxieties, suppressing the best things inside you for years, drying up your inner world. I told him that there is also a good side to our energetic temperament and personality, all the rivalries and wars for supremacy, because they are the only way for a new day to come, the only way to take a step forward and live a better life. There was also creation in those battles, not just bloodshed and pain, I told him. He wouldn't even listen to me. In your small living environment, progress, yes, maybe there is, but in the context of Samus, no, replied. Creation sees life as an alternation of creative work, joy, inspiration, and love. Life is a journey between fascinating and happy travelers. They don't feel like we feel, you only live once. They don't feel that repetition fades the impression. New day, new joy is their motto. They are happy with everything, every little thing, and do not expect anything good from it. A simple conversation with someone who is smart and clever is enough to make them happy. I remember one morning, about 2 months ago, they organized a time when thousands of people danced in the mountains, simply because it was the summer solstice. I'm not talking about farmers or kids. At dawn, hordes of serious men and women set out from the villa in Horta, Varese, Arona, Streza, and Loino, dressed in outdated traditional costumes dug up from places known to God, especially on that day. Red socks, colorful headscarves for girls, embroidered vests, shoes for boys with loose white shirts and colored laces. I saw them erect pillars decorated with garlands of flowers and then dance around to the rhythm of ancient ancestral songs, celebrating the sun and good weather, as if it were something rare on the Mediterranean coast. I was even told that before they died, someone thanked God for giving them the opportunity to walk through the path of the jasmine on a May night, under the stars, which is what I did in Norver, and I must admit that it was a wonderful thing. I think our young people will look very old in soul and spirit compared to mature adults. Here, even if you are old, you are still considered young. People here, in addition to keeping up with the serious aspects of their lives, have achieved significant psychological protection for their children. It's their secret. One of the basic principles of their mental life is summed up in one sentence: go back to the joys of childhood. If you tell them to take a break, they'll laugh at you. When you see them feel this way, you can't help but think, haven't they learned yet? Haven't they realized that the world is fake? Do they still live in little pink bubbles? Didn't the past years open their eyes? The constant desire and excitement for life and travel, hopes and childhood dreams, as if they were only 15 years old. However, yes, their enthusiasm is long-lasting. Age doesn't matter to them. The anticipation of the ending does not cause them pain or sorrow. I remember that not so long ago, in a whole state in the forest, a new planetarium was being built in Nova Gothenburg. They say that when you enter the world's largest planet, you will be able to travel infinitely far away from our solar system and make our sun look like a star. In the special Rajon Swage, you can see the real scenery of other planets, with 2 or 3 orange, blue and green suns. I hear a lot of talk about this future, the magical state, where the name planetarium no longer fits, but is still used as a metaphor. It was built mainly for educational purposes, for children and adults, and it will be built in about 20 years. A huge project. During my visit to the planetarium, I came to the conclusion that, like teenagers between the ages of 12 and 15, they look forward to the day when they will see it completed, and that the same joy is shared by those who simply do not have the opportunity to live to that day, a carefree, genuine joy as if they never grew old. Jaeger and Stefan attribute this new mentality and temperament primarily to Folke's preaching, rather than to the material prosperity of their time, because, as they told me, in old age, all their economic problems were solved, but happiness was not guaranteed at all. The young people of that era were anxious at a very early age to seize what they thought was an opportunity for happiness, and then they realized that what they ended up getting was not what they wanted. Because true happiness is inseparable from the basic moral values that are the foundation of a person's inner balance, giving meaning to life and a higher purpose. Jaeger and Stefan liken Eldra to a long, millennial age, waiting to find their own savior, their own Confucius, Christ, or Socrates, and finally find him at Adelson College. Unique concerts. Mallorca, 13 to 12. Sylvia and I went to Mallorca for Ola Fledstrom's concert, the great maestro of New Loria, who had traveled all the way from Norver for this definite purpose. It is scheduled to be held tomorrow night at midnight at the Ideal Temple, when the entire state will fall asleep. 7,000 couples traveled from all over the Mediterranean coast to listen to the speeches of this illustrious master. A lot of people have already come, but there are many more who have come. In fact, Hilda and Stefan will join us as well. I've heard that Ledstrom chose to play the second part, which is the shortest part of Luthermera's Glorious Mass and Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. Meanwhile, Sylvia and I wandered around the state, with flowery gardens rising high above the rooftops and ornate balustrades on the balconies, which for some reason made me ecstatic. However, the flowers here are nowhere near as good as what I have seen in the coastal towns along the Bay of Biscay on the west coast of France, from Old Biarritz all the way north to the Bordeaux region. But what really moved me and left me speechless was not the flowers, nor the crowds, but the presence of the carriage, which was obviously different from ours, but still horse-drawn. You get in one of the cars and the partners of this romantic transport consortium will take you around the beautiful places of the island, with its palm trees, beaches and orange groves, as if nothing had changed since I was younger. Sylvia's worldview. 1312 is here again. Late night. Sylvia told me how lucky we are that our planet, an insignificant stone in the crown of the universe, happens to have a species endowed with a spiritual element. When I told her that there is no beauty without life, she replied that I was wrong, because today they know that only a few planets are inhabited, but all planets are beautiful. It's not just about the existence of life on planets, she said, but a percentage of it, the smallest percentage of organic life in the universe, that evolves at a more advanced stage of biological evolution and spiritual growth. At some point in this evolutionary stage, the thirst of the soul arises and manifests itself, which is through a tendency to reach and achieve what is inconceivable, non-existent and infeasible for many. And then, she said, the most important turning point in the history of any kind of spiritual culture occurred. In the past, we thought of them as creations of the human spirit, but now we know that these manifestations come from elsewhere and may exist elsewhere in different forms, regardless of human habitation on this planet. Similar psychic life can also appear on planets other than ours. A characteristic of this turning point, she added, was that it gave rise to a common conscience and belief for the purpose of an individual's life, freeing itself from the shackles of prosaic, rational reality. She spoke to me about sensitivity, selflessness, sentimentality and voluntary sacrifice, about the inclination of the soul that can develop into biological self-destruction, which is not a human creation. She concludes her with the words, previously, the person who was the recipient could not understand the Folke dimension of depth. What she wanted to tell me was more or less what Stephen and Jaeger had always wanted to explain to me. When I asked her, she confessed that she certainly did not know the ultimate purpose of life, but in her view, the immediate purpose of life is to establish the highest possible personal culture in the lifetime of every spiritual biological species. This is the value of our human life. Really, she said, it's worth being human. Of course, first we have to pass all these tests, but I think, in the end, these tests are worth it. In my opinion, her only purpose was to impress me and make me pay more attention to her, perhaps even to prove how fresh everything she learned in school. Moreover, I have already learned from Stefan that this is what they learned in school, moral perfection rather than material prosperity, not only personally, but also ethnically as a whole. Finally reaching your destination has nothing to do with gaining power over nature, unlocking its secrets, or enslaving it, nor with technological progress, wealth, and guaranteed prosperity. They claim that these are means, not ends. Sylvia added that they realized that humans are not immortal and that it will be erased at some point. They believe that we will not live in vain if we as a species choose the path to the summit. Everything we have achieved in this life is worth it, because it brings us one step closer to Samith. It's an attempt to feel it, to touch it. It's the only way something can last after it disappears or dies. That's the only reason why nothing goes to waste. Without the Samites, neither the perfect system, nor the Universal Federation, nor the riches and conveniences we enjoy, would be worthless. Finally, she told me that if we don't define the quality of our love, we will be deprived of the magical knowledge we share today. Its quality, not its strength or the power of physical attraction, has helped us deepen our relationship. This heart-to-heart connection is completely different from intense passion. She went on to add that true love can be compared to a religious experience or intuition if I can properly understand and convey her words. Its power is so creative. She talked to me about many things, such as other cultures and their strengths and abilities, explaining to me that the greatest and highest value of inner culture does not vary from world to world, whether a culture is intellectually and spiritually superior or not, they are a unity. The same divine spark remains. Chronicles of the Future. When Sylvia opened the book of poems and began to read them to me, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. She went from Larsen to Goethe, from Schiller to Sulznik, and her poems she remembered by heart. Poets, don't weep for long-lost inspiration. Their fate is the most worthwhile. They remain pure, sincere, and truthful. It's like they're in your heart. Don't be betrayed by expressions. Or externalization. Or dress them up in human language. Poets, don't weep for long-lost inspiration. Because nothing is lost in Samis. Then she continued to read randomly. I remember an old poem about the wind, and then several more poems by Manswen in succession, which were written about 350 years ago in fluent French, a language that was rare in the oral tradition of the poet's time. Both were inspired by Folky's preaching. I still remember 2 verses of the first poem. Exercise temporarily and before fitness. Notre Dame de Paris. They talk about Nibervish and the cry of ecstasy and awe, and with the word Eden, they want to emphasize how much each of the different religions, theories, and philosophies says, and prophesies. But no one thought that the expectations of mankind could go so far, that the longing of thousands of years and the hopes and aspirations of everyone's heart would eventually be proven. From verse 2 onwards, I remember the following verses. I would say that I am a very good person. It's really good. Now, about Praedley, 3rd century BC I was told that he was not one of the top men. In fact, his time was a time of decline in art and creativity. For a long time, his name and works were forgotten, but at the beginning of the New Age Nogel, their 986 or our own 3382, he was quite lucky, because the people of that era were obsessed with looking for in the old intellectuals what they did not realize of the prophecy. The main reason for this obsession is that the great revelations they have witnessed remind them that past generations have prophesied and expressed many relevant things and clues that their contemporaries could and could not understand, even though their contemporaries could and could not understand their significance and significance. The same can be seen in these verses that I heard tonight, and that is the only one that has survived. Pashirami Vita ki piagendo. Nostalgia. There is no question of existence. They survive not because of their value, but because they were written 700 years before the advent of Nibervish. Sylvia recited them all in one breath, in a reverent and joyful and enthusiastic voice, though the Parisians could not stand her pronunciation. However, who will know where all the old hopes and sorrows of those sensitive people are directed to? Who would have thought that all these expectations would prove to be so timid compared to real existence? I believe I have already mentioned that they now firmly believe that the only source of the whole history and culture of the world is the yearning for the summit, this divine desire of the heart and soul, this metaphysical suffering, as the past generations have said. They say that without its existence, our lives would be the same as animals or robots. From a purely vole-like point of view, the most popular is not necessarily the greatest. Cyrus, from the time of the first Nebuphos or the period after them, is a typical example. He became popular with his poetic cry, in which he beautifully captured the atmosphere of surprise that prevailed in the sacred terror and skillfully restored the cry of ecstasy that was heard before the miracle. Samus Eiffel. Samus Vesgredel Eiffel. It was the cry that came from the valley, more precisely from the Adelson Institute, followed by the unbridled torrent of Reusville, which conquered human life. Sylvia memorized all the verses. When she read this page, she memorized it almost without looking at the text, and her moist eyes prevented her from reading. Yes, there is. It's amazing flames. Let everything sparkle. You'll finally be able to see it from above. After centuries of climbing. After countless tribulations. We've finally reached the top. We can see it from above. This is what happened in the valley at that time, which is now considered the greatest event in the history of mankind. This was followed by an unprecedented preaching. There are some things, some great things, which cannot be mastered by our human minds, and some such great things, the mere expectation of them is enough to fill the world with endless happiness. Sylvia continued to read. I sat next to her and watched her. The book jumped in her trembling hands. She tried to suppress her emotions. Before she cried, the last thing she wanted to say, I think, was about our own Lamartine. Millennial and sonnets, my heart's desire. Millennial passers-by and children. This is a natural body. It looks like her entire existence is protesting and shouting no. As she read the last sentence, the emotional voice faded away. She muttered the names of Waki and the valley, and told me that the poet's pessimistic prophecy could have been confirmed if it had not been for him. She wiped her eyes and stood up. It's time to go, Andreas, she told me. Gret Vishrast Dag. Evening. After midnight, Sylvia and I were in the temple. Olaf Ledstrom commanded Ruthermere's greatest mass. Stefan and Hilda arrived 2 days ago and they sat next to us. The first part of this magnificent work was played in complete silence, and the 14,000 souls present did not make a single sound. I remember listening eagerly and reverently, feeling myself wandering between heaven and earth, thinking to myself how helplessly powerless human hearing could be to appreciate such a miracle and hope it would never end. At the same time, however, I am proud that I was born a human being, and one of my peers managed to speak to God in his own language. My eyes and mind were on the stars, and I listened intently to the sound of perfect harmony, and at that moment, in my heart, seemed to be in harmony with the laws of harmony that govern the universe. It was the first time I had heard this glorious mass, and I really felt that it touched my purest and kindest side. After listening to their own 11th century Bach music, I felt a deep faith overwhelm my soul. I confess that they are right, he has transcended ourselves. The music is over now, but no one has left their seats for a long time in that crowd. For those 10 minutes or so, I wondered what they were waiting for. One might think they were stunned, or that Ledstrom didn't deserve even a round of applause today, and those colors in the twilight, the women, 7,000 in all, wore silk cloaks and wore different light colors, and the men wore black clothes and wore the traditional costumes of the Rose Valley. They even let us wear black silk leggings all the way up to our knees. Those women who have strict standards for this situation, uniform hairstyles that look like flowers of the same family, incredibly beautiful, no less beautiful. I realized that in the indoor auditorium, there are 7,000 different love stories. Finally, I wonder if Luthermera's mass can still be heard there, or rather, whether there is a real, secret mass now performed under the moonlight that illuminates the entire sky. Half an hour later. After the concert, Sylvia and I were alone, and she pulled out her favorite ring from her belongings. The one with the emerald encrust was one of the few jewels she had, and after she kissed it, she put it on my finger in memory of our common prayer tonight. She stood silently, still seemingly affected by what she had heard. It was at that moment that I happened to notice that she was wearing her only bracelet with colorful gemstones on her left wrist. Jadeite, ruby, sapphire, diamond, and amethyst are 10 in total, and are sparsely distributed in gold. After a while, I asked her, when do you think fate determines our union? But despite her deep affection, she is still an educated, down-to-earth, critical, and positive thinking woman. Do you think that there is nothing better in fate than to plan our alliance? She replied with a smile. I don't want to continue the conversation. I never said anything about my past, my alter ego. Of course, she didn't know about Anna either. She doesn't know anything about her life, our life. I asked Stephen if those who were not young and loved each other were like us, who had no place on this grand anniversary. Plus I haven't met any great musicians and lovers either. He told me that at midnight the whole human race was on its knees. People across the country were praying last night. But the temple of this idea is reserved for these 7,000 couples, and they are the only ones. People in other parts of the world prayed elsewhere, and great leaders had their own congregations in the valley. He said that 523 years ago at midnight, the first successful Niebervishbigli and Stolis call it stories in their language. Waki was the first to see it and survive, or rather, the one who survived after seeing it. After that comes the salvation of human life. This salvation is impossible unless humanity is aware and masters of its existence. Late night. The pre-concert meeting with Stefan and Hilda, the warm handshake and the girls kissing and hugging each other gave me a chance to learn all the news that we hadn't seen in the last 20 days. On top of that, I was shocked by Aria's victory at Norful, where her classes were sold out. You won't even find a place to stand, let alone an empty seat, although rumor has it that there are more people who adore her than they love wisdom. Stefan heard all this from tourists from the north. He also told me that top archaeologists and historians salute her, a great wise man I can't remember his name who initially disagreed with her, who recognized his mistake and actually admitted that she was right. This makes her more popular among the public. Arya said to her two friends in Norver, it was with great grief that he sent me the ruby necklace that he had owned for 4 years, with great grief but also very excited to get it away. Is her work so valuable? I know she has a very unique personality, but from what little I know about her, she doesn't make such a big impression on me. Of course, she never talks about her work. She never revealed the slightest hint of the great superiority of her work over Stefan and his own poor engagement. I just found out from Hilda that her classmates at school often made fun of her love affair with the Incas and her habit of writing her thoughts everywhere, in the margins of the book, on the desk. She even wrote once on her knees so that she would not lose inspiration. It is said that she has never been escorted by the same person more than once after her breakup with Eric, as there are many people who are willing to label anyone as her fiancé. This habit of not interfering in the private lives of others seems to apply only to mortals. I praise God because he made Andreas Northumer became one of them. Regardless, this incident with Alia and my first impression of her made me wonder how many things around me I could truly perceive and understand. Today has been 130 days and nights since I began my new life, and I still wonder to what extent I have mastered any concepts, beliefs, and habits of this new world. Of course, a fairly important part of my life and attention revolves around Sylvia. I doubt that I perceive everything around me in the right way, and therefore, if I capture it correctly. Today at noon, I talked to Stephen about the concert. He spoke best about the maestro, the orchestra, and the choir he brought with him from Norver. The soloists are the top of Blomstefjord, Norver, and New Gothenburg. Now all I remember is blue-eyed soprano Hilda Dillon's name. I changed the theme to our own Beethoven, because the whole 9th number was played at last night's concert, just after the second part of Rasumir's work. I finally had the opportunity to tell him what I thought about myself a long time ago, but never had the courage to say to him, there must be some strange barbarism in our time that makes you turn our works of art into prayer. I said, looking forward to his answer. Last night, despite his caution, I noticed that he was watching me play the 9th Symphony. When the drum beat and my eyes filled with tears, he grabbed my hand tightly. Throughout the performance of the 9th movement, I felt a sense of emotion and pride, a feeling that was slightly different from what I felt when I was composing the music in Rothermere. This time it's my stuff, something at home. But Stephen didn't seem to be shaken by my statement at all. As far as I know, I think they think Beethoven is one of them, just as they think of Christ and Socrates as their brothers wandering in the darkness of prehistory. He said that we know very little about what they said and tried to convey through their work that they should not have been born in that era. Finally, he asks rhetorically how we saved Beethoven's life without poisoning him or crucifying him, and then says that culture is not created by certain people and their works, but by their influence and attraction to those around them. He also told me some good news about Beethoven's deafness. Today they compare him and his defects to the Promethean who was punished by the gods for stealing fire. Like brother Prometheus, he was imprisoned in a silent world for giving this sacred music to primitive, immature, astonishing humans. For them, Beethoven and Rothermere were pioneers and evangelists, and it is no coincidence that their works are played together. Today, the 9th is seen as some kind of universal national anthem, preaching love and devotion to humanity and its divine destiny. In fact, they find it inappropriate to sit and listen. Aorit Tsukeo, May Rama Oho City. Visit the Reagan Switch Palace. 12-16. Our villa at dawn. I hurriedly wrote these words in the morning light. Last night's news made me very happy. Tonight we're going to Markov, where the 4 of us will spend the whole autumn and maybe even winter. Stay in a big city with so many wonders. Walk on the Jasmine Road. I'm so excited. Sunrise. I squirmed impatiently in my armchair all night. I remember going to Markov for the first time with Stefan about 3 months ago late one night, and it made the same wonderful impression on me as when I first saw it in Paris, full of fanatical joy and light, which in my subconscious evoked memories and freshness of my youth. Stefan didn't want to sleep that night, so he walked into my room and found me reading a history book. Why on earth do you sit and read a book at such a sacred moment? He told me to pull me to the window and show me the magical starlight. And so the journey began, if it could be called a journey. It's an immersion into infinity, so quiet and swift that I didn't even realize it. It only lasted 4 minutes and it felt like we were in a vacuum. Lombardy spreads under our feet, and today Lombardy, that is to say, this populous and populous city-state, inhabited by millions of Scandinavians, or rather, their dark-haired great-grandchildren, has always maintained the same ancient name. It looks like a giant human hive, stretching to infinity. Imagine that, starting with Galat, the entire plain is now a huge settlement that stretches as far as the naked eye can see. I don't know what happened to Stefan, he suddenly made the car go straight up for the second time. My instincts prompted me to grab him in order to catch him. In response to my reaction, he gave me a "we're almost there" emoji. For a moment, I thought it would be my last, but in the end, my confidence in their technological advancements alleviated the fear in my heart. From above, you can see countless milky white floodlights coming from the south. One of them began to get closer and closer, as if a twilight sun had sunk into the dark night sky. In my opinion, this incombustible and inextinguishable cold light they created is one of their greatest achievements. Look. See. It's Mark. Stephen shouted, pointing in the direction of the city. In an instant, the estate of the temple was revealed beneath us, this sophisticated metropolis, the center of modern art and literature, which I had heard a lot about from Isle Jaeger. We slowed down and entered the normal flow of traffic, crowding that part of the sky with other mechanical birds, silently passing each other. A few minutes later, we landed in a powerful white light. Seeing how excited I was, Stefan told me that he wanted his spiritual world to be like mine, ready to take on new impressions and not be affected by any previous memories. You don't see houses here, only palaces, parks and temples. A variety of incredibly huge terraces and a large number of architectural works of art, I would say strongly influenced by the Roman order. Huge gardens and squares, as well as many sculptures, including a huge marble statue I saw, depicting Jesus wearing a halo on his head. However, this is not made of marble, but an invisible source of light. That night, I heard Stephen say another day many times. He was narrow-minded and incomprehensible, and there was no another day for me in my impatience. I want to see everything now. Among other incredible sights, I saw a leafy tree, somewhere between a fir and a cypress, huge in size and very different from ours. A little later, at the Regenswich Palace, the buddies walked ahead of us and led us through the building. The amiable young lads and willing lads, all the same, with the typical pager hairstyle, dressed in white and aqua uniforms and silver belts, appeared behind several huge pillars to welcome us, and we hadn't even finished the huge marble staircase outside. I remember asking a 17-year-old blonde girl if she ended up being our guide and if it was tiring for her to not be able to sleep so late at night. Why, of course not. She replied hesitantly, as if surprised that I didn't know my question or my accent. Each of us only needs to stay up once a month, but we still change it every few hours. Stefan walked into the Regenswich Institute to inquire, and for a moment I waited alone, somewhat confused, observing the scenes of modern history captured by the large wooden panels on the wall. There are no inscriptions at the bottom, so I don't know anything about their subject and content. Suddenly, Stephen walked out, and my heart jumped with excitement. It's incredible to think that a few months ago I had no idea he existed, and it made me so happy to even see this person. What happened to him? He didn't look very happy. Another day, he said, we'll be able to see what's more important to you that interests you. Today we're here without notice, and they're showing you something you're already familiar with. What would you like to see? Now it doesn't matter what I see, as long as I see something. I told him to go in anyway because I couldn't wait any longer, my impatience was exhausting me to death. They led us to a small door in the hallway. We open the door and go in. Oh, my God. The feeling of entering a place with a secret anticipation of pleasure, the feeling of hearing the door close behind you as if forever separated from the world, suddenly confronted with nothingness, is suffocating. What we stand in front of us is not pitch black. I am not afraid of the dark. Something terrible hentai spread around us, giving me a clear impression that a colorless abyss surrounded me from all sides. I trembled and grabbed Stefan, but he seemed composed. You have no reason to be afraid, he told me. Keep walking. I took the first tentative step. Indeed, in this chaos, people can stand and walk very safely. Stephen patiently accompanied me through that small room, letting me spread out my hands and touch the walls until the terrible illusion of my erroneous first impression was corrected. I realized that we were just like any other room, just in a room with ceilings, solid floors, and colorless metal walls. I've also observed that being 2 steps away from a wall is enough to regain the impression of absolute chaos. Somewhere in the middle of the room, there were some comfortable seats and we sat in. Listen, he whispered to me. Don't be afraid, because from now on we can't talk to each other anymore. Here. He grabbed my hand. I'll be right next to you. I'll hold your hand. Then I saw something incredible with my own eyes. I suddenly found myself in the countryside with Stefan, and a soft light began to rise from the distant horizon, and a vague light grew brighter and brighter. At first I couldn't see the shape of things, but gradually everything started to take shape, like a new creation. In the end, everything came back to life, the countryside and meadows, grazing cattle and water wheels, storks circling over the surrounding mountains. In the blink of an eye, the whole world was created around us. Without moving a finger, we become spectators, not from the outside, but from the inside of the world. Stefan and I found ourselves sitting on a rock in the mountains, when in reality we were still snuggled up in our seats. Next to us and in front of us, are the villages, streets, fountains, typical cross-beam frame houses, old triangular roofs and squares on the right. On the other side of the square, they were changing horses for the mail car. On the other side are the peasants, dressed in the characteristic costumes of the 8th century French countryside. The peasants gathered around a man standing at a table, talking and gesticulating. That's more than just a spectacle. That's life. Draw history out of your past life. Everything I saw and experienced was so believable that I forgot where I really was. It looks so real that your interest is always undiminished, and to an incredible degree. If you try to speak, your voice won't be heard, no matter how hard you try and how loud your screams are. If you try to stand up and walk, then the whole miracle will disappear at once, and you will fall into darkness again. If you return to your seat after that, you will see again, but you will lose a part of the story. There. A man came from a distance, panting. He went straight to the town hall. Soon a big news was announced in the square. The man was the postman Duroit, and he saw a carriage outside the city coming this way. He was very surprised that the passengers in the carriage were strikingly similar to the man depicted on the banknote he was holding. Now I get it. We are in Valin. Right, Stephen? We were in Valin during the French Revolution. That day the king fled, and they captured him. There. The townspeople are now running to get their weapons. Oh my god, it's all so real. So. On the way home, I didn't do anything but talk to Stephen about my impressions. My brain is working all the time. I know it's all normal for everyone else, but for me it's a first time. I knew that at Réjean Swayges, people could actually go back in time and see the events of a bygone era unfold before their eyes like a huge dramatic scene, but I never thought it would look so perfectly real. I remember that even though we had long since left the Réjean Swayges Institute, on the way home to pick up Linson at Stella Maris Park, I was naive enough to ask Stefan how much of what we saw was real. Since we are talking about a distant era, how can they be real? He said, looking at me visibly confused. He also said that if I understand well and paraphrase his words correctly, what some scientists want to prove is still an unfulfilled dream, that is, one day in the future, we humans will be able to capture images that are simultaneously rushing towards infinite space at an astonishing speed. Now, however, their technological progress has begun to decline, and there is no grand vision of new technological advancements as they used to be. From this point of view, their culture has begun to decline. He explained to me that, of course, all this is just a manifestation, although from a certain era they are indeed real. We arrived at the villa very late. Stefan, who was not used to such a late hour, seemed tired and exhausted. Because I haven't slept tonight? I told him. He kindly replied that he was feeling well, and that the evening breeze had revived him. 2712. For 11 days and 11 nights, I didn't write a word. It's hard to find the time and mood to write, or even a little meditation and undisturbed thinking. Recently, I almost never set foot in this house. It is a large and comfortable new apartment, and when we got here, the 4 of us got it. It is located in one of the 6 cities that make up Markov. In fact, these guys say it's much bigger than the one Stefan and Hilda had in the old town last year. I spent our first night outside of the city, wandering around the neighborhoods, mostly looking for monuments and statues with inscriptions. Stephen kept trying to convince me to stay at home for a few hours to rest, but I was adamant. Now, I walk in this vast canton every day from morning to night, and in the evening I walk with Sylvia or alone. In my new life, they had never let me go out alone so often and for so long, but now Jaeger told them that there was no need to stop me from doing it anymore. In fact, he also lives here, in his own little palace, and I went to see him 2 days ago. I can't describe how much joy it has brought me, the freedom to go wherever I want, the freedom to choose any route and destination, and explore this dreamlike state in my own way. I stopped and stared at me for as long as I wanted, and no one pressured me or dragged me away. Coming here as guest after guest, one after another. The latter gave me great confidence that I could walk around the streets of Markov and see thousands of pairs of eyes around me, instead of staring at me and saying, I am one of you. I belong to your world. I'm part of your circle. I am another drop in this river. They have some weird-shaped bikes called velos, which are very different from ours, and almost everyone uses them to move around when they're not walking. I would say that if you, like Stefan and the rest of our team, are freed from the crazy ambition of climbing the social ladder or becoming famous, from the desire to stand out from any class or individual, from the obsession with original, creative spiritual work, and that's the only way to stand out, the equivalent of our successful life. The concept of then you really feel, and be happy and whole. In the funnel of this world, dreams and ambitions, individuality, toil, and sacrifice are erased. Statue of the Future. 28 to 12 days. Noon. Today I wasted a morning at home. Sylvia would like everyone's input and help, including mine, to put together the thousands of carpets and furniture from the new apartment that were delivered yesterday. This allotment is for the whole winter and will not be any more. Among the various useful things, there are quite a few strange ones made of synthetic ivory, which Sylvia picked out from a partner exhibition in Monza a few days ago, and some porcelain-like figurines from New Christchurch. I spent hours today staring at the latter. The materials they use look a lot like our porcelain, but the color, style, and what these little sculptures represent are completely different. This or similar items have been sent to countries around the world. In the works of art, only the TT family enjoys the privilege of being unique. Only they have the right to have a work of art with personality without the mediation of a machine. Only they can make them there, even for a certain period of time, in a limited number of copies, of course, provided that they place orders on time. Evening. There's nothing better than the first time. Whenever I don't feel Stefan around me, there is no sense of traffic frenzy and doom in the air and in my body. It's easy to find your way around in this boundless garden city, with its perfect layout and urban planning, and reasonable highway layout. There are no other types of roads here. The city's most striking and distinctive elements are the huge parks, green spaces, and monumental temples that are much larger and impressive than any other place I've come across in my travels in the world today. Traffic and congestion on the highway and in the sky can only be unbearable during the rush hour of early morning and late night, but even then everything moves calmly and silently, without unnecessary anxiety and noise. These wingless, spindle-shaped, flying aircraft are lined up with great symmetry, all of them the color of grass in direct sunlight and a thick layer of dark olive green tape on the bottom. On the dome and arch of St. Virgo in the east of Markov, you can see countless such vehicles moving in parallel in the same direction. There is an incredible tranquility on the faces of people passing by, the exact opposite of the rush of travelers waiting in line at the airport terminal of the Flower of the North Norver, waiting for the Danes. They are all calm, making you wonder if they all went somewhere to pray together. Perhaps they will go to one of their many temples, the temple of the god of the universe, Socrates, the temple of history, the temple of poetics, the temple of divine wisdom, mercy, or the temple of the heart of Jesus. The last building with two belfries in front reminds me strongly of the towers of Grossmünster in Zurich, although these are much taller. Their temples are very large, each with a capacity of about 40,000 people. I think people who are more experienced than me will be better at feeling and appreciating their history and style, and deeply understand their true meaning. I don't think I'm the right fit for the job. I'm going to try to write some names on the inscriptions of the statues I saw, the names of the outstanding contributors of the New Age, Inga Boxen, Spinelli, Rodson, Axel Genefeld, T. Nansen, The Fable, Felix Torquay, Elrond, Rudlin, a fresh laurel hill that surrounds his monument, the famous cultural critic Nehum, the historian Estrin, the aesthete Nemethy, Demagia, Larson, and Mary Lee Weggy. Her statue lies ecstatically on the golden sand, her hair soaked with seawater and her forehead glistening in the sun. She was Alexis, a student of Woki. After her death, she almost became a saint. From people we are familiar with, I saw the writer Friedrich Schiller and Victor Hugo, poet Edward Jan and John Keats, Saint Francis of Assisi, philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and the statesman Lorenzo statue of de Medici. It's as if these statues add a new spiritual beauty to their faces. They all had a smile on them, as if they knew exactly what was designed for humanity. Half an hour later. Sometimes I wonder if someone has cast some kind of spell on this place. Just breathe the air, gaze at the sun, and everyone will become so happy. For 11 days here, I did nothing but wander around with a map in hand, eager to explore. Museums, palaces, galleries, I can't stand it. I always need more time to enjoy them. I could spend my whole life studying in this city until the end of my life. If I had grown up here and experienced all the past years and childhood joys as a child, I wouldn't have given up. And the charm of the name of the place, the great Stella Maris Park, the little Analia, Rosenberg, a simple district of Markov, not related to the great Central European countries, the two Fiammarosa and Fiammatsura of the east and west, Jasmine's 7-lane roads, parallel and numbered highways, ancient magenta. I get drunk at the mention of the name. As strange as it sounded, I felt a wave of jealousy when I heard a 10-year-old boy I had met on the street 2 days earlier talking so naturally to his mother about their return from Smirarud, on the west side of town. I envy him because he was born here. He talks about everything so calmly, he mentions the name Smirarud so naturally, he lives in it, he remembers the name of his early years. As for me, who knows how long it will take for these places to accept me as their own person. Later. Stefan found this impatience, thirst, enthusiasm, and fever all normal. It's the same as Jag told me about 5 months ago. If I can get used to my incredible personal fate and finally let my heart breathe, incredible images and experiences await me that no one of my time can match. He's right. I have never forgotten how my mature friends helped me tame my nervousness and anxiety, calm down, and look my fate in the eye. Famous residents of Markov. 2812 is here again. Evening. There is no end to this spiritual El Dorado. At some point, when you leave the settlement and enter the clearing, you feel like you've come to the outskirts of this vast country. Suddenly, behind the dense trees of the great park, you see another city pop up and the unknown temptation explodes within you again. Tonight, Stefan told me, Mark is for all of us who were born in this ancient Italian land, who share the pride and joy of this place. This proves that no matter how much misfortune Europe has suffered as a result of the naive crimes of its own children, the human mind has never faded under the Mediterranean sky. Once I asked him what would happen if people from my time and my generation came here. Will this place change them? He told me that it depended on their state of mind when they arrived. Will they come here with an old-time mentality? He believes that this matter is largely a purely internal matter. He sees it as a matter of preparation. Then he said something I don't know if he did it to make me feel better, and it gave me courage. In many ways, your heart is ready for us. However, think about how long it took you to detoxify from the poisons of your time. His way of thinking made me laugh. It's not a compliment, he said solemnly. Jag was the first to say you in Nofer's closest circles. You also know very well that Jag will not compliment you. Then I opened up to him and talked about everything I saw in the Feli Tula forest, with its freshly washed light pine trees, and the crowds of people who came to the docks of the transport cooperative, drinking chilled sweetened mineral water in the shade, and my heart was filled with happiness whenever I saw couples on the street. I told him that it felt like I had found the right climate for my soul to grow. I feel like it's all mine, I said to Stefan with a smile. I laughed at myself because I spoke with the child's innocence and avoided his gaze. Stephen grabbed my hand and wanted me to look at him and told me, of course, they're yours too. If you feel like they're yours, they're yours. You should think of it this way. You've become one of us, and that's why I'm holding your hand now. This is exactly what the wealth of the heart is all about. It is worth being happy with everything and living everything. Landscapes, skies, songs and all the divine messages of Samus. This is the true abundance of life, not a lifetime of unnecessary toil to make everything yours. Unfortunately, those who wait to buy something for the first time and put it in their name until they start enjoying it and feel that it belongs to them. That's how it was in my time. I know, you even have a personal land and property register, he said with a somewhat sarcastic laugh. How can you bring so much pain into your life? That's a certain perception of happiness you had at the time. I remember at that moment, he raised his hand and pointed to something outside the window. If these gardens and flower beds are our property, how can we be happier than we are now? Would the relief they bring to the eyes and soul make any difference? Trust me, those who have money can enjoy them, not those who have them. Regarding their pride in Markov, he told me that it had the same relationship with the beauty and wealth of the metropolis as it had to do with the soul of the city. Markov grew up solely because of its intellectual life. In fact, I remember him telling me that in Laglia, neighboring in the south of France, the population of the production centers was much larger. But these are production centers, he said. All you have to do is connect your Oxford with the population of New York or London. I note that Stefan avoids comparing Markov with the large northern cities that are equally devoted to intellectual development. But the story of the north is old and different. Markov was born from the intellect, it was not built on the ruins of an old industrial and commercial center. However, there is a significant difference between Mackford and Oxford, which makes Stefan's comparison inaccurate. In our time, almost all students who attend Oxford University are ordinary people. They don't learn spirit and intelligence, they live in spirit and intelligence. A little more than a month ago, the permanent population returned from summer vacation along with thousands of visitors from the southern states, and all the auditoriums, halls, museums, and grounds were opened for poetry competitions, sculpture and painting exhibitions, festivals and conferences for art lovers, and musical events. It's their daily routine. They told me that at their conferences and symposia they did not have it all, and that in their festivals there was not even a single piece of music that bore some resemblance to the Italian music of the 19th century. Opera is not their cup of tea, however. In countless theatrical productions, they have played the role of great playwrights from Shakespeare, Schiller, and New Gothenburg to Evelyn Conson and Borodin's trilogy, The Ethereal Path, was inspired by Valmondel's work Prayer in the Golden Orb of the Stars. I've heard a lot of people pay homage to this oratorio, which has been described as a whole musical world. Foreign thinkers hardly come to Markov to teach anymore. This huge country has its own leaders, half of whom were born and raised in the city and are proud of it. You may happen to meet some of them on the street, walking alone and not being disturbed by anyone's overly enthusiastic feelings. The old idea of discreetness rules the city, which knows how to recognize and respect a person's intimate moments without bothering them, just a loud greeting. I'm talking about names that we don't know, but now very famous, real stars. There are no rising stars in the night sky of our time. Mathematical philosopher Axel Engelmeyer has worked here all his life and is still teaching at a very old age. Here Keshe does his winter course with a philosophical approach to culture. Every evening, thousands of people gather at the Temple of Lesburg in Altena to listen to the beloved Canute listen to the religious sermons of Nut Dieter, with his snow-white hair and childlike soul, as he so delicately recites the commandment love your neighbor as yourself and listen to his speech on the Mount of Olives. The list is long: Rudlin, Brigitte Aruni, Lusterum and Kirsten Nemak. The latter is famous in the history of art. Her annual schedule is 4 months of travel and study, 4 months of quarantine, writing and doing research, and 4 months of lecturing. She said that this alternation of time and occupation was enough for her to rest. My old teacher, Jag, was Alex, the only translation of Jenny Felt's work. He now lives in the valley. However, one day when I went to listen to his speech, I was disappointed. I hardly understand anything. Of course, Jaeger himself told me to only go to the lectures of Ryan and Astruxi, because there I would learn more. I understand these phrases and phrases, because I am now accustomed to their degenerate Anglo-Saxon, but I don't understand anything. Well, then I'll go to Astruxi's class and see what the future educator will say. Or better yet, go to Lane's house. That's what I'm going to do. I just need to make sure Sylvia doesn't find out, and then start working for Andreas again. Northam downfall cry. As Stefan told me, Jaeger's very close friend Coliston had long ago fallen behind his work because of a great love. When Jag asked him if it would be better to miss out on this love, he replied, if it's an ordinary thing, maybe yes, but when it comes to something so unique and beautiful, it's worth giving up everything for the sake of the wealth of the soul that your memory has left you. Carl Arson is an expert in analyzing and interpreting Larsson's songs, especially one of his particular genres. Daria is keenly known for her beautiful silky hair and her categorical approach to music history. Countless people lined up to attend Felix Dimson and Dulio Markmat's series of lessons on the 19th century. I also participated. I also went to listen to the critic Oken, whom we had met with our own eyes a few days earlier, when he was giving them to the great playwright of the 9th century, 3300 AD, Inasinios Valman gives a lecture. Lucy Farrow also built a curriculum based on Nietzsche Felt's famous painting The Nostalgic Green-Eyed Lady. In various fields, there are many other leading figures: ethics, philosophy and history, cultural criticism, natural philosophy and science. I don't even want to remember their names, because I think it's meaningless and futile, because I don't even understand the subject matter of their field of study, spanning Fouqué's ontology, epistemology, new cosmological methods and other, I don't know, spiritual science. Others analyze the major works of art over the centuries: Shakespeare, Dante, the ancient playwright Virgil, the Renaissance lyricist Victor Hugo and Alessandro Manzoni. They also analyzed Faust, Dostoevsky's The Brothers Karamazov, Dickens's Great Expectations, and Knut Hamsun's Hunger, Tolstoy's War and Peace, Thomas Mann's Magic Mountain, as well as several works by our writer. However, I was struck by how small the creations of our time are compared to their great works of the 9th century, a huge gap. Truth be told, the spirit of the old has not been washed away by the scientific progress and spiritual progress of the new era. On the contrary, I think that their 9th century has rekindled it, breathing new life into it. Just as Fouqué's preaching did not prevent the existence of ancient and Christian values, but gave them another interpretation, another depth, another meaning. Freedom, justice, honor, democracy, love, suffering, homeland, ideals, struggle for eternity, thirst for knowledge, all are more or less the same concept, but both in new, more complete forms. I saw the statue of the Grach brothers in Farish, the marble sculpture of Jesus praying in Gethsemane by Levertine, and the Gutop statue. It is no coincidence that Nielsen's Ethics, which is located in the center of Markov, a few kilometers away. The latter is a work of incomparably beautiful composition, made of synthetic ivory, a work that manages to artistically capture and depict the inextricability of pain and spiritual well-being. The same is true of the sculptor Pradelli's masterpiece Toward the Light, who is said to be a distant descendant of the 3rd century poet. I happened to see the 4 of them on the same day, in the same area, in the center of the city. Another thing I would like to say is the respect that everyone in Markov has for old Rome, which still exists, but is only a fifth of Markov, and is now a new, different city, rebuilt from scratch after the great destruction of their -87, ours 2309 year, as they say, destroyed almost all the temples in Europe. I haven't found more details yet. That's how I spend my days. Nalienborg Almeda Orizio Arl Rolaniano Arona, Notiberg and Sesto Calent were my next destinations. I'm going to visit them. I'm so happy. In fact, I don't know what I've done to deserve such joy. Language and Arts. 2912. Evening. Another reason I'm so happy is that I see my language skills improving day by day. Back at the villa, I almost never used what I had learned from the language and pronunciation lessons Jaeger and Stefan had given me at the beginning. However, for me, Markver is an area where there are endless opportunities to practice conversations. You can easily expand the circle of interlocutors, as long as you can ignore one of them, hiding any hints of past lives, any thoughts about past and future lives, deep within you. Talk to them about some neutral things, the weather, the new developments and facilities of air transport in the city, the mass that took place yesterday in St. Virgo, the model of last year's flower garden, the construction of which was delayed for too long. It was the best language practice ever, and it definitely worked. As a result of the modern collective way of life with this universality, the old language of our time has disappeared from everyday life. They are no longer vernacular, and they are no longer vernacular. The feeling of belonging to one race dominates every corner of the planet, they call it our country. However, historical memory remains, as much as a sense of moral responsibility to the great men of the past. Intellectual culture has become a whole in the world, but individual forms such as literature, music, the history of science, and the philosophy of consciousness still exist. As they told me, all our different languages have ceased to exist due to intermarriage between ethnic groups over the years. They became extinct when the major European nations were embroiled in a terrible civil war and were almost wiped out, in a medium-sized nuclear war that broke out in Europe in 2309 AD. In the past, before the emergence of the worldwide Commonwealth, the population was drastically reduced due to long wars, and humanity entered into rejection. But the law of history is always one, progress always comes, albeit a step back, and times of darkness and decline always come. But it is not in vain that they say that the new Dark Ages, what they call the era that began in 1914, are not. Thanks to that era, humanity evolved upwards. As the wise man of our time, Søren Kierkegaard predicted, those dark years were necessary for later progress. According to their theory, everything happens for a reason, and each person has his or her own special role to play in the course of history. Nothing, no one is useless or unnecessary. Even the most insignificant human being is useful in some way, because the whole is made up of individuals, and the whole is the axis of progress and evolution. Interrogation at home. 3012. I went out very late today because Stephen had brought me disturbing news early in the morning. Saba, a skeptical blonde with eccentric theories, and Stylen's companion, would come to see me, and I had to be home at some point because he was too busy to wait too long. As soon as he came in, he started asking me dozens of questions about my life in Markov, my impressions, and whether I remember ever being here. He was accompanied by Alex Vettel-Smith, Northam's young savior at the time of the accident. I really like what the latter behaves to me. He had a calm look on his face, as if he was indifferent to the thoughts that were bothering the professor's mind. There was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes that showed that he did not agree with his approach. His gaze hinted at something like, if you believed in him from the beginning, things would be much simpler. If Saba wasn't there, I would hold his hand and thank him. These wise men of the North are really unfair to themselves. If they can overcome their selfishness and re-examine their preconceived judgment that I am just a split personality, they will be more human and able to realize and admit their mistakes. I was in there all afternoon. I'm not going anywhere. I sat down and pondered. I wonder how much new light there is before I die. Nobody knows. Chinese New Year's Eve. Just returned from Our Lady's seat, Markov. Tonight we all have to stay up until midnight to welcome the new year. I stood in front of the window and looked at the brightly lit state. This is the only time of the year when all the lights are on at night. I lifted my eyes, looked up, and prayed to God to qualify me to see my own world again, because I had visited Rome in my previous life, and that was where Markov had built. I felt tears in my eyes. Night fell. 3 hours before midnight, we went to St. Virgo with Stefan and the girls for a short but very touching mass. I noticed that everyone on the street was holding candles, as if they were resurrected on Easter. New Year, new page is their motto. Isn't that what we used to say? Markov is the city with the strongest Christian spirit, and all the churches are open until midnight so that they can please all the millions of people who arrive. On the last day of the year, everyone is looking back on their year, thinking about it from the perspective of morality and other intrinsic factors. When I say everyone, I mean everyone, without exception and not out of obligation. It's their Chinese New Year's Eve. White candles, piety and silence. No colorful balloons, no fireworks, no celebrations. However, you can't believe the incredible happiness that this day brings. Death in the Soul. 1 IMDX, Inc. I made it the first day of the year, but that was yesterday. Yesterday I wanted to write but couldn't write it. Nobody knows. They spent the whole day concentrating, meditating, and praying. I didn't see Stefan and Sylvia at all yesterday, in fact, I'm tired of being alone. I can't even read. The atmosphere of that solemn night yesterday still excites me too much. These people look completely different from us. For example, about death, we often say, everything must end. Say goodbye to everything. Life is unique and unrepeatable. You can't see it anymore. You left everything behind. Now they have a different faith, they feel that when you leave this world, you leave behind all the good deeds you have done and all the work you have done, and the only thing you take with you is your inner cultivation and self-improvement, of course, depending on the path taken by each spiritual life. With this logic and mentality, and because of this belief, they don't mind carrying the burden of another year on their shoulders. Their metaphysical beliefs are also completely different from ours. We believe that you are born only once, and they believe that even if the human body does not exist, the soul will find its way of manifestation in another world. Anyway, Stephen told me to go upstairs on time, just before midnight. Me too. I was looking out the window when suddenly the lights went out all over the city and the bells started ringing. At the same time, this time, the artificial light gradually changed from white to light blue, and began to gradually envelop every area of the city. The magical part is that the light emanates from the earth. It's as if it wasn't born in this city. There are 7 cathedrals with statues and arcades, 8 parallel avenues in Lambrallen, the Dome of Grotidii, the endless Serenio Gardens, the Chilly Springs Gardens, the Gritaria Gardens, the Lawns of Alexei, the Nove Monastery, the Jasmine Path, the Central Gallery, the Holy Virgin, the Temple of Gret Elise, the Taplin Park, the artificial hill of Nola, the artificial lake of Viborg, where there are famous Japanese cherry trees, and wherever you turn your gaze, you will see the light from the semicircular arches in the vertical position. It's like they pull from the inside. In that transparent blue shimmer, the city ushered in the beginning of the new year in half an hour. I was hooked. No 3 to 1. Late night. Today is my 59th day and my heart is filled with happiness and excitement. This morning, after 10 hours of light rain, a beautiful morning sun forced me to close my window. The sun reminds me of my city and my mother. Mom, let me rest my head on your shoulder as gently as before, remember? Let me tell you my story. I found great happiness, one so great happiness that I still don't know what I did and my life deserves it. No 4 to 1. Back to the first joy of childhood. Go back to a time when even the smallest things could bring joy. It's a nice day, we're going to Jaeger's seaside cottage. School. Classes taught by Lane and Astruxi. It's 4 to 1 again. Noon. Stephen and I just got back from Professor Lane, and we were there for 2 hours this morning. Jaeg came for the first time. 3 months later, I met the kind, grey-haired, bright-eyed teacher again, and all these children, who, surprisingly, all called him father. He's easy to understand, I like the way he speaks, and I'll probably come and listen to him, as long as I don't have anything else to do. Also, Sylvia finally and Andreas Northam's condition reconciled. Jag talked to Ryan and Astruxi about me. I think we are slowly becoming very good friends, esteemed priests and me. No 6 to 1. I think that when the people of our time mature, they will be trapped by the routine and slowly become slaves to it. They seem to have become knowledgeable and down to earth, starting to walk with their heads down under the pressures of everyday life, losing any interest in the colors of the autumn sky, like the one I see now. No, Mom, it's not a lie. Take my word for it, the great country of golden leaves does not exist just in the dreams of a simple, naive, gullible child. No 9 to 1. This is my 3rd morning listening to Ryan. This person not only conveys knowledge, but also speaks directly to your heart. How well he explained and simplified everything. There's nothing I don't understand in these 3 days. This afternoon I went to the boulevard along Central Park. I didn't look for its name, but it runs parallel to the middle road of Jasmine Boulevard, and in my opinion, it is the most beautiful part of the entire state. On my right-hand side, I have a huge park with the artificial lake I mentioned earlier. On my left-hand side, on the other side of the boulevard, I have a row of 130-meter-long palaces that look as if they are inhabited by titans. The drizzle fell on me, bounced off my shoes, and I remember thinking that in my past life, I would have fallen into a melancholy in such weather. But now I'm happy. I know I've been repeating this phrase, but this psychological contrast of mine has taken me by surprise, and I can't help but point it out again and again. Their months and festivals. Lane's teachings. 9-2. It's the 9th day again, but it's the 9th day of the next month. This time I didn't write a word for 30 days. I was engrossed in Lane's classes in the mornings, endlessly walking around the city in the evenings, and wandering around Reagan Street in the evenings, and I didn't have time to write. Now, there are exactly 30 days in a month. They now mark them with Roman numerals, instead of the old names we used to distinguish them. The beginning of every new year is marked by the autumnal equinox. This has been the case since top scientists have seized political authority, gained the power to legislate and deal with all the political matters of everyday life. There are 5 festivals every year: New Year, Christmas, a festival commemorating human selflessness, and 2 anniversaries. The first is to commemorate March 5, 2396, according to our calendar, a day of return to Arsdag, the day of remembrance of the whole world uniting into a universal federation ruled by law and order. The second is commemorated on September 6, 3382, Gretel Welch of Olsdag, a day from Alexis, the day when Folky gained direct knowledge. He led humanity to the next stage of evolution. They have a 6th holiday every 4 years, which occurs the year before, Mday 8th, our chronology 3904. The old division of the week is no longer used, perhaps because of the 2-year period of service, without any exceptions or rest days, ending the distinction between the working day and Sunday. As for citizens like Stephen and others, they adjust their schedules according to their mood and the work they do, if they have anything. Now about Ryan and his lessons. In the classroom, you hear more than just the children. Even adults can complete their education there. He taught almost everything, from philosophy and history to the social sciences, as well as their own, primarily spiritual sciences. The field was wide, although not so deep, but in our time, in the years of our elementary education, such a thing would never have happened. As a result, these mature 16 and 17-year-olds graduate with at least a thorough knowledge of the basics of each field of study, and as a result, after completing their 2 years of service at Grosvenor, they can choose to specialize or train in any field they feel they are inclined to. Nowadays, it is not the spiritual sciences that they really appreciate and respect that are used to describe and explain the external world and life, but the spiritual sciences that pay special attention to the inner depth, those that go deep into the deep meaning of the things that exist. These sciences, they argue, have less to do with the abilities of the human intellect than primarily with emotions and emotions. The means they use are to capture and interpret this part of human existence, which is nothing more than those experiences and pleasures that shake the human soul. The man spoke in a strange way, which became even more interesting when he himself taught Addleston College and the great men of the valley. He said, no one would have imagined that such an incredible defense would have a cathartic effect on human tragedy. Early smart and knowledgeable people, experts for the elderly, so that people are forever bombarded with moral values, just to facilitate their own lives. The more people are bound by ethical principles and moral sentiments, the more difficult it is for them to compromise their conscience, and the more experts can benefit from it. They take advantage of the honest hesitation of ordinary good people to their advantage. The same thing has been said by powerful leaders on the planet. Political, social, and church leaders advocated maintaining a code of conduct and ethics because it helped their plans. As a result, these ideals have been recycled over the years and have been repeatedly manifested in the same or similar forms, driving the evolutionary process of human life to maturity while also serving the individual and collective good. In particular, the promise of an afterlife as a reward for virtue is one of their main tenets. People in prehistoric times, Lane said, even our elders, were drawn to lofty ideals in the form of a love of freedom, social justice, and humanitarianism. However, no one knew their real reason before Niebuhr. They call it ideals, dreams, protests of oppressed people for the depravity of human dignity and life. But then they see the great truth that lies behind them. 13.2. Wolke's student Ryan said today at Mary before Leah, everything transcendent or metaphysical was considered a belief, not knowledge. It took some time for them to realize why such simple distinctions between good and evil existed, and to understand that they were not just man-made expediency, but only useful for the smooth functioning of society. The nature of Addleston's knowledge, the unity of the material and spiritual worlds and the evolution of religion. 14.2. Lane said again today that the greatest reality is what we don't know. Our eyes can't see them, and our intellect can't imagine them. There is not a single word familiar to human reason to describe their divine nature. Our existential consciousness may be given to us as a gift, but as long as we remain simple as human beings, its substance and structure will remain transcendent and beyond our understanding. Then he said something that I didn't fully understand. The path to knowledge is a relative idea that we approach, sometimes more, sometimes less, but we can never have it. It wasn't until the Addleston Institute pointed out that people realized that the distinction between the material world and the spiritual world was entirely subjective and artificial. There is no material world and no spiritual world, only the genera of organisms, organic, rational, and biological species. Others have stronger antennae, and some have weaker cognitive abilities. The great reality is singular and unified, and this is demonstrated and proven by the great visionary minds of the Addleston Institute. Thus, the cognition of our race has become enlightened, and its limitations have been greatly expanded, which no one in the age of old age could doubt or anticipate, not even the ancestors of Western humans, who were the next evolutionary stage of humanity after Homo sapiens. Ryan goes on to say that there are no miracles and supernatural things in the world, nothing goes against the laws of nature. All these things that we call supernatural are nothing more than laws beyond the reach of human cognition, logic, and ways of thinking. There are only two eras of their history and chronology, the old man and the Nogal, old times and new times. The first is our true heirs of the 19th and 20th centuries, imbued with the spirit of technological culture and the achievements of science, and deluded by the technological achievements of man, science, reason, and thought. The second novel, Nogal, reveals the true depth and meaning of existence, and gives a correct interpretation of human psychological tendencies. It reveals that the world and life have a divine meaning and purpose, completely different from the narrow and limited destiny of human beings. The natural sciences do not provide real knowledge. Science is practical and very useful for our lives, but it does not contain absolute truth. Only the new experience of hypersynchronicity or hypersynchronicity, as they call it, combined with the Nebel Beach, can give man pure knowledge, be freed from pain and doubt, and put an end to his metaphysical suffering. This new experience is a miraculous achievement of the Addleston Institute. Writing this gives me goosebumps. Every time I hear or think of them, I find it incredible. All the knowledge of science and the metaphysical beliefs of ancient times are concentrated, adapted, and reshaped to create something unified, folky teaching. Dogmatic beliefs, or rather the dogmatic parts of all religions, have been replaced, but their essence has not been tampered with. It is clear that since the ancient religious thought was inspired by the opposite ideas, it was relieved of the intellectual burden of the old era. As a result, the moral and emotional elements and treasures of each religion are surfaced and finally come to the fore. So here, religion is no longer criticized and questioned after every scientific advance and breakthrough. It will not be refuted from time to time, and it will no longer be forced to constantly and desperately defend itself. He went on to give an example of cremation that is now becoming more common, and those who are alive no longer expect to meet God in the air with them in the clouds. He quoted the Bible word for word. I couldn't help but laugh when he spoke. This man has his way. Maintaining a sense of self, he says, is now enough to save them from the threat of humanity's past narrow and limited biological fate. So the death and decomposition of the corpse is no longer important to them. He asked, do the uncivilized people of ancient times remember the discovery of biological research, because all the cells of our body are renewed, and every 7 years there is no material self of a person? At this, even the young man laughed. He mentions familiar names such as Nietzsche, who, in Lane's words, sought to destroy every spiritual value, affecting the validity of all previous spiritual victories, and Darwin's mistake was his overbelief in man's cognitive faculties. Darwin's theory is indeed compatible with the divine gift of life, but only if you see it as an independent, individual point of view, not as an absolute truth, he said. Because, in this case, you ignore the millions of different kinds of rational beings that inhabit other planets. But I guess that's how it, just as it took Homo sapiens thousands of years to finally gain consciousness, the same thing happened in the next stage of human evolution. The human world was shaken by hundreds of manifestations of a desire for souls and spirits, but he did not know that all of them came from the Samites. He has no consciousness and no knowledge. We need the arrival of Niburvish to gain awareness of ourselves and the world, and to interpret in a timely manner all the emotions we feel as a species. He also said that thanks to the divine element of this unidentified structure, all species in the universe tended to be higher and higher, both spiritually and intellectually, coming out of the bestial state of organic matter and finally creating a complete cultural history. At the end of the lesson, he again spoke about spiritual self-cultivation in conjunction with holistic biological evolution. Professor Lane thinks how to live. Prehistory and the theory of temporal unity. 16.2. I remember what Lane said yesterday, that in every age, young men and women aspire to ideals, because this is how young souls are formed. In talking to young people, he distinguishes between the ideals of a people and their personal ideals. With regard to the former, he said that their goal is to preserve and improve the course of human history and spiritual civilization. He added that culture, as an ideal, has no beginning or end, nor is it confined to our planet. Now, as far as their personal ideals are concerned, I remember him saying that the highest personal ideal that a man can possess is the ideal of freedom, that is, that every man is to be a free, moral, and spiritual personality as much as possible. Moreover, true education is not necessarily defined by knowledge, but more determined by the inner cultivation of the person and the spiritual impulse to base and lead with high moral standards. Get rid of your passions, your vices, all the vulgar and mean things. Free yourself from the shackles of material humanity. Be a free, moral personality and try to enlighten your life with everything beautiful and meaningful. His last few words reminded me of several of our religious sermons. But then he talks about how after youth ends, people drift away from its reflections and how this ends in moral anguish and suffering, leading to a depressive mood that often touches the soul of post-adolescence. But you, he said, will not let the enthusiasm of your youth fade. You won't be suddenly brought back to earth like the older generation. No matter how many years have passed, you will not become knowledgeable. Because for us, the people of Nogel, Adelson is fortunate to be ahead of us. In fact, he stresses that thanks to Adelson, people are always much smarter in their mood and mentality in adolescence than in mature people. Young antennas have proven to be much more powerful in capturing today's world. Look at me, he said, drawing their undivided attention. You young people are always better at accepting the beauty and importance of spring, the full moon, love, or true freedom. He also added that the elders believe that flying dreams is the result and a sign of life experience and wisdom, and if they see today's wise people, they will consider them grown-up children. But our wise men are still capable recipients, and much wiser than the previous generation, because they never give up on their dreams, nor in the face of a belief of unknown origin. He then spoke in front of the old man about all the different forms of the local state that is, our country, and briefly looked back at their own entire prehistory, that is, our present and the present future, until the end of the 24th century. If I'm not mistaken, he says that in terms of the organization of the state, combined with the corresponding social realities of each period, there are 3 major turning points in prehistory: the period of Athenian democracy, the end of the 18th century, North American and French type states, and the mid-20th century, the Nordic welfare state and social peace in Scandinavia, insurance, and the emergence of prosperous nations. He added that while the Athenians had their own political system, they also had a Plato and a Socrates to complete. However, he also said that our ancestors believed that the answer to every social problem was to guarantee a high standard of living, materially speaking, to eliminate poverty, unemployment, and the insecurity of tomorrow. But this mentality and strategy completely ignores the human factor and its inner structure, because if you provide solutions to all the economic problems of people, and if their souls lack faith in eternal values and ideals, if they don't have core moral values, then you are doing people more harm if values and life orientations are non-existent. Then the internal balance of these people is at greater risk. He reiterates once again that the distinction between good and evil, right and wrong, is not artificial, rather, it has an eternal meaning that is much deeper than we think, reflecting and responding to the larger reality that exists as we now know it. Even if life stops or never happens on our planet, this distinction persists and remains unaffected. There will be life on other planets. He said that the so-called innate morality of a worthy person has an incredible origin, it is not accidental, nor is it hereditary. This consciousness now gives us the consciousness of the destination of human life, which is purely a form of charity, which prehistoric humans and even the elders were completely unaware of, because they unilaterally turned their attention to the economic and industrial culture of the time. Knowledge is incomplete and one-sided. Here and there no, every now and then. Reality is singular, multidimensional, and encompasses everything. I remember him saying that, beyond that, the duration of this life or happiness is not important compared to the experience of striving for excellence, the best embodiment of summit, art, sacrifice, love. The central idea, if I understand it correctly, is the rise of the sublime, the sacred, the marvelous in all its manifestations. He tried to express his adoration of great ideals in every possible way. They give life value, he stressed, they end value. He said it doesn't matter whether the lives of those who go from death to eternal life are short and full of suffering. Their struggles and sacrifices were not in vain, even if they were disappointed by what they achieved. It is not so much about the struggle and sacrifice itself as the meaning they represent in a particular living environment. In fact, those who are inconspicuous and humble, those who are not born for greatness, prove that they are more valuable than those whose lives are covered with roses, because they are able to overcome all difficulties and successfully face life's challenges. When I say success, I don't mean profit, but morality. Tangible happiness, even if we agree that it exists, is not worth it as facing suffering. Here, therefore, life is not obtained by those who are happy and lucky, but by those who maintain the right moral attitude in the face of challenges and joys. No matter how much he stresses that happiness exists only in the form of potential, I find it a special assistant term. I also know that Ryan lost his only child, if that says anything about him. Another thing he said struck me, and that was the inner need for affection and good deeds that can give meaning and value to the lives of the loneliest, poorest, and loneliest. Thus, from an early age, he emphasized this section as a piece of advice to students: we need to be able to distinguish between the essence and appearance of things. He went on to emphasize that modern enlightened people need to struggle with the instinct to pursue easy happiness and longevity, because without the corresponding intensity and high spirituality, happiness and true longevity cannot exist. Finally, regarding life in this environment, he said that it is ephemeral and temporary, which is why it is so ephemeral and of low quality. The moral and spiritual personality comes here to live in a painful adventure, full of frustrations, a dramatic experience of living in a foreign land, dominated by a constant, painful feeling of being away from one's true home, a sense of nostalgia, hunger, and lack of satisfaction. Artistic creation, artist or prophet. 19.2. Yesterday, we revisited the theme of cultural and artistic creation, which is no longer seen as a projection of the human spirit on the outside world. He claims that throughout the history of mankind, everything that has been carried out in the field of culture and art does not belong to the category of creation, but to the category of revelation, a revelation of something amazing, which, however, is pre-existent and unrelated, that is, to the appearance of human beings on earth. Deep down, he said, everyone was preaching the same truth: Plato and Christ, Platypus, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Goethe, Wagner, Einstein, and Henry Durant, Agnes and Menestrim, Valmondel, and Larsen. It's just that everyone expresses it in their own language, some in teachings, some on tables, and some in sculptures, lyrics, or discoveries. They were prophets and did not know this, and they had expressed, though timid and incomplete, some of the truest and most sacred meanings and purposes of this life and the whole world. The moment experienced by a cultivated art lover, a sensitive recipient, before a great work of visual art, has much in common with the prayer or reverie time of a religious person or a philosopher, or the moment of inspiration of a poet. It is the same Samisk glimmer intuition that presents itself in many different ways and forms to capable and valuable recipients. It is the same feeling liberated from the constraints of worldly life, from the cruel fate of life. He said that after obtaining Nibarvish, dreams and ideals proved to be more real and concrete than everything contained in the simple material reality of nature. Those great poets, who were previously considered insane, suddenly became prophets. In the end, their imaginary creature turns out to be real. He also spoke of religion, saying that people in the past were completely dependent on the major religions that had been formed over the centuries. But more important than individual religions is the fact that, due to certain turning points in human physical and spiritual development, the innate religious sensibilities of human beings, this desire of the soul leads us to believe that there is no higher power or divine element. Life cannot exist. Previously, people worshipped only the scientific theories, laws, or discoveries of their time, Copernicus, Kepler, Newton, Einstein, astronomers, Jackson, Sobrif, all related to the universe and celestial mechanics. Now, however, Lane says, we know that sooner or later the new truths will give way to the old, refute them, replace them. Based on Lane, so is social life. In the past, people valued its rules of conduct and limits. Nowadays, we know that the most important thing is the inner consciousness of each person, which wants justice and morality to dominate everything and is disturbed in the eyes of the unrighteous. All these forms of inner need are nothing more than the soul and spirit desires of Samus. It depends on the psychological type of each person. Some people are redeemed in art, others in religion. That's what we believe now. This is what now leads us, the memory of the great reality, Samus, everyone now sees with their own eyes. 22. Regarding artistic creation, I remember him saying that in the past, in old age, theorists thought that art was the process of creating a beautiful and higher world on top of the real world, an ideal or illusory world, something like a dream. But that's not the case. The main purpose of the artist is not to give knowledge, but to superior experience, to leave the experience of creating and transmitting artistic emotions to his contemporaries. The artist's work is not open, but touches the heart. Like a composer of genius, a great philosopher or an inspired poet, a worthy scientist or a noble founder of a religion, like a leader who sacrificed his life for the people, who chose biological self-destruction to save others, the great artist also has the character of a lesser god who has the power to give us a timid and brief glimpse of what really exists. Summit 22:2. This morning, he repeated, before those great, visionary spirits arrived, half of us thought that life was unique, unrepeatable, and that we were lucky enough to experience it once. The other half believes that entering this life is the experience of being another living being, which dedicates itself to the spirit. This experience is also present on this planet. Life will be short-lived, only a few decades, but will be given the full potential of moral and spiritual provision and broad knowledge, as humanity will only need a few years to see the evolution of life and culture on this planet, a process that used to take a full millennium. But now they know that a good life experience is not an internal problem, but has an external root. The older generation has been lured into a sloppy and superficial psychophysiological explanation, a superficial explanation of the problem. The existence of living beings on Earth is considered to be a path of pain and glory with subtle secret meanings for the spiritual entity of evolutionary humanity. Finally, he concludes, humans are gradually falling in love with their bodies, and it would be inconceivable if mortal coils were spoken to them from the beginning, since it is part of their ego and they have always been closely related to it. They are wounded as it matures, they feel love and pain, passion and noble passion, with which they go through countless inevitable organic adventures, dangers, pains, and diseases, and finally, they are separated from it in tears because it is part of them. No 24:2. I don't understand the whole lecture today. As far as I know, he was saying, like Tynerson's fable about apples in the tropical lands, that the great secrets of the world and of life caught the attention of the curious souls of the biocheels living in apples, the third dimension, the thing that exists, but incredible to their psychological tentacles. In the same way, the distance between our world and the Samites is inconceivable to us. The beast of history and the value of human life. In another diversion in his speech, he spoke of hubris and the destructive tendencies of what he called the beast of history, saying, the greatest culprit of the crimes against humanity corresponding to it is even greater than that of the apocalyptic beast Clarissa. International. Thugs such as Clarissa Layton are even bigger, and the oppressor to Breve, this suffocating and intolerable overcrowding and bloodthirsty dictator of the era of other beasts, is the living environment of those dark times. The number used by Ryan was 666. Maybe he was referring to Adolf Hitler, but in order to protect him from this knowledge, in case he returned to his normal body, he avoided mentioning his own name to him, because if life and society had a vision, arranged in a different structure, it would not have been possible to commit such a crime by villains alone. It is better for a paranoid person to control and tame him than to oppose him. The correct assessment of things did not escape the paranoid leaders, who supported the credo of action, not thought, but relied more on the intellectual and spiritual and moral atmosphere of the time. This is what hinders the organization and proper functioning of the Institute. The people of that time did not maintain a broader legal order within the territorial limits of a country, so it constituted a real legal order, which would not be like a castle in the desert. The human factor is not really taken seriously because people are seen as mere numbers rather than a moral and spiritual value. Today, he added, such vain lunatics would be considered contemptible, because they crave power, hide their criminal tendencies under the cloak of material power, and under the pretext of trying to build a new and better world, trample on countless lives, each of whom is a whole and independent world, as if it were Akiba. Now we know the value of every life, we no longer see them as living matter or merely organic matter, but as moral and intellectual entities. But at that time, the angry rulers of the world and individual local political leaders presented all our great, current truths and realities with fairy tales, didactic exaggerations, and empty moral teachings. Then, if memory is any use, he said, now no one has the right to think on behalf of his fellow man, to control him, or to dictate the length of his life on earth like a blind force of nature. But this is how our ancestors faced the whole life before Nogel. They believe that one aspect of Samus, our physical universe and the matter and energy contained within it, as well as the laws of nature, is everything. They don't realize the depth. Our ancestors suffered from the same hallucinations as the Keels in Nansen's fable about apples in the tropical land. 27-2. The Rajan Swage Institute in Markov can provide you with unforgettable winter evenings. I've been coming here every day since the beginning of November, from the first morning, about 20 days. One can transfer oneself there, thinking that one is living in another world, another era. Here, the art of entertainment has taken incredible paths, unimaginable in our time, and has created new and impressive art forms, completely different from our ancient theatrical art and shadow puppetry. The amazing art of this era provides you with a vivid sight, accompanied by sound. Forgive me for my clumsy writing, which in no way describes or illustrates any of the miracles I have seen with my own eyes. Forgive me, one day you will hand over my papers to you. It's not even worth it for me to see them, let alone describe them. I wish you could read them directly from my heart before my expression betrays them, before my human language ruins their magical beauty. The sea has its own scent as you ascend to the Sea of France's three-deck from the last quarter of the 18th century, and you sit on its highest mast and listen to the sounds of large seabirds mixed with the orders of officers. The same emotions arise in the open spaces of the slopes of Tirola, it's the same in the country of the Northern Lights, the same is true in front of real images of the landscape of the Red Planet, which are said to have been sent by our own people hundreds of years ago. Everything looks so real. You think you've been sent to the real place. But my biggest hobby is history, like many teenagers at Lane College. We sit here, and the history of the past unfolds before our eyes. Needless to say, and more importantly, I was eager to learn about European and world history since the 20th century. Now they have recorded it all with astonishing accuracy and in great detail, and they know everything better than what we know about the historical facts of the time difference corresponding to our time. The disaster that took place and the loss of valuable supplies that followed, especially during that terrible catastrophe, the 87 years on their calendar, about 2,300 years of ours, far greater in scale, scope, and depth than any other catastrophe we have witnessed in this era. Despite this, many survived. It is clear that the terrible flood of overcrowding, the unexpected population explosion and the terrible conflicts and atrocities that follow it, as well as the new weapons of mass destruction, have not swept everything away. As a result, today's researchers know much more about the era before the 16th century, our 40th century, than we know about the Roman Empire and the political and social life of the past. Their works, in particular, contain fewer fantastical and artistic elements and more real elements than ours. This is because they are documents based on more and better choices. The decline of the 20th and 21st centuries. The overpopulation has exposed its face. No 28-2. In the 20th century, the end of European hegemony throughout the world was reflected not only in military, political, and economic power and influence, but also in the imposition of authority and morality. If Lane is to be believed, the whole century flew by in this way, completing the tragic decline of European civilization, which was mainly characterized by an abundance of standardized industrial products, mainly for consumption, an unconditional and unlimited adoration of the technical application of natural sciences and all economic values, a desire for material comforts in life, a disregard for inner cultivation, thus creating a huge vacuum in people's hearts and emotional intelligence. In art, primitivism and abstraction are fashionable, and what was considered inconsistent and incoherent in the past is now considered a new style. In terms of architecture, the era of cube shapes has replaced earlier masterpieces. There are no doubt that there are signs of decline, Lane said, not so much that such works of art were born, but that they were immediately welcomed by the public as soon as they came out, without any doubts or complaints. The main thing is that this is extremely demeaning. In the 20th century, the moral values of the 19th century gradually gave way to a materialistic attitude to life, and its material upgrade was achieved through universal convenience and practical pursuits. The standard of living has risen, and the consumption of food and industrial products has risen to unprecedented levels. Since then, the pursuit of the dollar has become one of the main motivations for creative action in everyday life. Sensitivity is outdated, The human consciousness no longer challenges the environment, and his ability to resist has been very common in the past, and has declined significantly. While the Western spirit has expanded its territory, it has also lost a large part of its spirituality. It spreads all over the world, gradually overpowering each country's unique attributes, such as ethnicity or language, even in the countries of the Far East. In general, the Anglo-Saxons managed to impose themselves at the international level with their currency and language, and the North American Confederation in particular took on the responsibility of exerting political influence around the world to a magnitude that no one could have imagined at the beginning of the century. But they weren't prepared for it, they lacked tradition and experience. Along with the economic, political, and technological culture from across the ocean, Europe was also overwhelmed by an immature American culture, which succeeded in almost all spheres of intellectual life without the slightest resistance, in aesthetics, dance, music, visual arts, architecture, principles of youth, to life in the air. In terms of education, in order to save time on technical training and more practical education, the teaching of classics has been greatly reduced. Manifestations of violence, terrorism, and subversion, as well as nihilistic attitudes and psychology, occur everywhere. Long-established principles of solidarity, aid, and compassion for the weak and poor, and respect for human dignity began to disintegrate one by one, even within the family, in the face of a new powerful and selfish sermon, every man for himself. If we add to this the automation of work in the emerging big industries, depriving people of time for reflection and moral self-discipline in the course of life which is essential for the people of this age, one can understand the poverty of the inner life and the self. This is one of the main features of the 20th century, along with the tense pace of life and the active struggle for survival in many manifestations, as they say today. A prevalence of realism that holds that technological progress is not a means to an end, but an end in itself, the main culprit of the intellectual and spiritual crisis. That is why a new Middle Ages appeared in Europe and the rest of the world without anyone realizing how or why it happened. They say it's like coming out of the light of TV, from a blizzard of white light and images. Democratic ideals were replaced by authoritarian competition. The main concern throughout the 20th century was whether the totalitarian establishment belonged to the right or the left ideology. As a result, many conflicts have arisen. A few decades later, there were also several conflicts, and uncontrollable overpopulation led to a complete impasse between the people and their unworthy classes. When the necessary precautions to monitor demographic indicators have been delayed for too long, the old moral and political demands for individual freedom and civil and human rights have collapsed even more, so much so that no one thinks about them anymore. The Middle Ages came quietly. They dressed up in disguise and through cheerful dances, brightly lit boulevards. This is a century of materialism, an era of zero sensitivity, zero concern for human values and zero noble emotions. This is an era of unilateral technological progress without the necessary level of moral maturity for humanity. Everyone is only interested in themselves. Love, bluntness, mercy, and forgiveness are all set aside. In a fiercely competitive environment, the value or indifference of the means that people use in order to gain wealth is judged solely on the basis of results and effects. The hesitation of conscience is considered lack of common sense. What prevailed at the time was the desire for power and domination, as well as the suppression of any reaction or emotion that might be aroused. The young people of that time did not even have basic moral values. They said that they don't believe in anything, and of course, the culprits were adults, who left them alone, without a guide, and found their way on their own. At the same time, there was what came to be known as the worthlessness of idols, which meant that, all over the world, young people began to worship idols, actors and mimes, boxers, football players, scruffy long-haired musicians, prostitutes and ruthless tycoons, and not real heroes. Due to a lack of faith in certain ideals, people lose their inner balance. The disillusionment of ideals left a terrible void. People suddenly become unable to approach a higher level of outlook on life and the world, to interpret it at a deeper level. The religious world collapsed. Many physicists believe that scientific knowledge has replaced naive beliefs. But Lane said that an over-the-top belief in the omnipotence of science will not solve any of the problems facing humanity, at least not the members of humanity who deserve to be called human. In short, they say that the question doesn't actually exist, and because there is no answer, it is futile to ask the question. Things are not people is their motto. In their view, life is an irrational flow of a chain of events, a completely random process of biological evolution that has no purpose, direction, or reason. Sometimes, the disappearance of all the sanctuaries of faith and metaphysics, combined with the exhausted pace of life of human robots, resulted in large-scale painful psychiatric side effects, severe neuropsychiatric disorders and a large number of suicides, and then nihilistic self-abandonment prevailed for many years. 8. Now, we teach about prehistoric events not only to provide information, but also as a demonstration and a means of intimidation, Lane said. Therefore, in teaching, the development of historical facts and events also has an educational mission. Everything is objective because it is real, and students are asked to draw their own conclusions. But people like me who lived in the 20th century will find significant exaggeration in a historical review of the problem areas of our time. In any case, the prevalent phenomenon I see today is a sense of liberation because I am convinced that the worst is finally over and that those dark times will never return. This era is characterized by noble souls, high morale, strong convictions, which make them morally armed and ready to fight and die in defense of their current system, if such a risk arises again. Digital phantoms and birth control. 9. There have been enormous conflicts, especially after the 21st century in the Christian era, which no longer involve world trade and global industrial supplies, control of ports and seas, and consumption zones or energy that were once pursued. Until the 20th century, these were the main targets of the foreign and economic policies of the great powers of that time, but for completely different reasons. These conflicts are caused by the criteria that will be established and applied among the tribes and nations, the replacement rate that should be allocated to each race, and the wording of the corresponding legislative texts that will be voted on by the International Parliament and subsequently implemented by the global authority. Of course, racial discrimination is intolerable, at least on these issues, so that they do not have to constantly emphasize the principle of humanity and the value of equality in the spiritual entity of man. However, what once existed and applied in the years of comfort of space and quantity now has to be fought for desperately, because they know full well that times have changed and that it is now a matter of survival or extinction. There is now an extremely dangerous situation, widespread famine, mainly in the poorest countries of Asia and Africa, where millions of children are starving and dying as a result of poverty. But even the industrialized countries of Europe are seeing the shadow of malnutrition spread. Because of this, there are frequent social and political upheavals around the world. The Baltics, but also the Slavs, the Scandinavians, the Germans, the Latinos, the Greeks, the Walloons, the Flemish, the Anglo-Saxons and part of the Indians and Israelis had a common front that combined the above humanitarian arguments with the anachronistic need for action against humanity. The contrast was made, thus shaking the edifice of civilization that their ancestors had carefully built. This need has become very urgent and tight like a noose, an increasingly cruel and suffocating noose, which has created a serious contradiction between theory and practice. Decades have passed, and it is clear that it is no longer just a question of food supply, but of the sufficiency of space, the phantom of numbers, this once unprecedented and unknown horror, this new nightmare, which soon completely devalues man and eliminates it in its own way any inflation. All will lead to a decrease in quality, all of which is what humanity has achieved so far. The ancient law of the jungle triumphed over the principles of earlier civilizations. The unfortunate people of color find themselves at a disadvantage in all the confrontations, despite their unparalleled numerical superiority because they once had faith in international law, placing their most powerful weapons in the warehouses of the central federal authorities, that is, essentially in the hands of whites who always get the majority of votes in the global establishment. Another reason for their disadvantageous position is their inability to effectively respond to new discoveries in the field of weapons of mass destruction and the scientific act of war. Thus, we can see a very old revival of primal impulses and instincts, even temporarily. We, people in the 19th and 20th centuries, could not imagine what a huge and intractable problem it would be to find an empty and permanent place in this huge human organism called Earth, and to integrate ourselves into it and manage to live it. The catastrophe came as suddenly as a flood, to a level that no one expected. Every time any measure is taken, it gives the impression that it is too late. Then many scientists working on a demographic point of view were accused of incompetence and poor forecasting. Subsequently, the public outcry directed itself at the Roman Catholic and Protestant churches, which live in the clouds and cling to old ideas and negative attitudes, resulting in a failure to develop effective family planning and demographic monitoring systems in a timely manner. In the days when whites only saw the people behind the dark and yellow skins and preached that all men are created equal, whites even waged civil wars for the implementation of humanitarian principles, respecting the life and liberty of every human being, regardless of skin color. Now it is like a dream. Their historical division. 12. As I have already mentioned, they divide history into two main periods, the oldest, and the new, Nogel. The so-called New Era refers to the past 524 years, the era of the Enlightened, the era of the emergence of modern people in the West. Its starting point was the first Nebelch and Alexis Folky's survival. Sometimes they describe it in Greek, New Age. This was preceded by the Elders, and from the first year, lasted 986 years for the oldest era, that is, the retelling, i.e., the state of global law and order. This coincided with the launch of their own new chronology. Further on, according to their own strange perceptions, is the Dark Ages of prehistory. For thousands of years, they say, people have struggled to survive against the triple scourge of anarchy, economic, political, and demographic. In today's schools, they paint a rather exaggerated and brutal picture of the times, which they call prehistoric times, images of chaos, brutality, mutual extermination, a dark world with criminal instincts and behaviors, desire for life and indifference to moral conduct, everywhere materialistic motives and disregard for decency. In fact, they see lovemaking as a superficial and heartless act, a physical pleasure without mental contact, emotion, or inner qualities. The impact of home versus school has been minimized. Young people pursue life and intense activities, any kind of dynamic action rather than thought. The time for meditation seems to have long since disappeared. The least one of us can say against this is that they always exaggerate the exceptions, which I noticed myself, and told Stefan when I got home from the Ryan house that night. He told me with a smile that the production process of economic goods was arbitrary and completely uncoordinated. However, within a country, no demographic pattern dominates, and no single country's political relations dominate. He laughed again. They also have their own historians and their own methods of historical research and historiography. Their own distinction, the boundaries of history and prehistory, is not the beginning of writing, as it is for us. Their starting point was the prevalence of law and order. The last law and order, and its eventual establishment, they consider to be a prerequisite for true spiritual civilization. I have been told that in prehistoric times there were also attempts to exercise control over births, and that they were indeed very large, but that there was no universal system. This lack of proper institutions has led to extremely serious historical injustices. Needless to say, all efforts to establish political associations, especially economic unions and economic associations, before the establishment of a universal federation of the rule of law, have had exactly the same impact on society. They say that more than 450 years of prehistory are full of such experimental institutions and all sorts of separatist coups, each led to a global crisis and collapse until the final proclamation of the Assembly of World Unity on March 5, 2396 AD, which was later proven to be true. These experimental institutions were mostly regional, in the form of nationally or ideologically adjacent ethnic groups, and their goal was to achieve a simple balance of power. Although the substantive value of these institutions is largely negligible because of the form in which they emerged, they form the basis upon which the Universal Federation in its present form is finally built. This happened around 2390 AD, that is, after 477 of our League of Nations. As far as I know, the dominant figure was a man named John, an Englishman of Thering. He was the world's first leader of the Commonwealth. Elder, 4 centuries of struggle for true globalization. The first warriors of the New World and the global food problem. 13. As mentioned earlier, illustrations and bullying, as well as the dissemination of information and knowledge, are now used in schools, lectures, and raison-swage educational tools for teaching prehistory. For example, to show our children the way of life and conditions of Roman slaves on war ships, the morals and traditions of the feudal era, and the extent of the sexual rights of the masters in the pyre of the Spanish serfs or the Inquisition over the newlyweds. Today, however, they revere the people of the 24th century and earlier centuries in many ways, no matter how appalling the events of those times. In their opinion, the people of our time are the first warriors who fight, struggle, and suffer in order for future generations to live a normal human life. They are glorious ancestors, pioneers who paved the way, and they look back on our times with gratitude. They described it as epic and heroic and firmly believed that it was the inevitability of historical development. Without it, law and order and the rationalization of life would never have been possible. Each era generates its own questions, which are the questions that elders are called to answer. The youngest questions, Lane said. Each era has its own characteristics. For example, he said, the 20th century was marked by great efforts to control forces such as electricity, nuclear or solar energy. Humans began to dominate nature. In addition, the automation of work, due to electrical and electronic equipment, creates a problem that is not visible to the naked eye: extra idle time for workers. In fact, they believe that giving workers, primarily industrial workers, the right to self-determination, is one of the main reasons why human history and civilization on Earth have embarked on this path, according to many thinkers. Because the extra idle time of the workers is filled with low-quality spectacle and entertainment, such as gambling, prostitution, speed racing and sports games, and vulgar mass media. Masterpieces of music and literature are considered melodies and masterpieces that are a waste of time. Another characteristic of this era is that people have lost the ability to distinguish between good and bad, beautiful and ugly in art and creation. In the 21st century, the rural economy has been relegated to a secondary position. As if the problem of population was not enough, a new and terrible problem has arisen: the area of arable land is getting smaller and smaller, constantly being eaten up by ever-expanding mega-urban areas, so-called urbanization. By that time, food was already insufficient, and people began to look for nutritious alternatives and sources outside the food industry, mainly focused on the ocean, which gave the impression of an inexhaustible source of food. Thanks to the scientific advances of the times, people can extract nutrients and edible substances from plankton and underwater flora and fauna. However, artificial photosynthesis has not yet saved humanity. But the saddest thing is the digital phantom. This is this time in history when the phrase "the coming year will be hostile" is first uttered. People live in very small spaces, but in huge residential areas, they have to walk around wearing masks due to air pollution. In another sphere of life, the 21st century is marked by the first test flight, the destination of which is the nearest alien land. Here are the missing notes. At the same time, on our planet, the first serious, somewhat active, global effort has been made to combat the monsters of anarchy that have afflicted human society for centuries: political chaos, struggles for sovereignty, military competition, plundering of national economies, demographic anarchy, and so on. Thus began a dramatic struggle that lasted about 4 centuries, with many alternating phases and transitions, a struggle between old but well-founded beliefs and new ideas about the organization and rationalization of life. The revolution of political organization, based on logic and human nature, followed the exact path and chronology of the French Revolution of 1789 and the Russian Revolution of 1917. First, the philosophers, intellectuals, and theorists of the New World Order, set as the organizational form of the dominant nation-state in full gear in the 19th and 20th centuries, which most actively led to the Holocaust and destruction, and then followed by political activists, orators, and social reformers for a long time. Mainly on the European continent and in Britain, intellectuals urged the political leaders of the great powers to stop their outdated and asynchronous paths. When they preach that the dignity and values of the nation are outdated, their national rights and national values. It's outdated. They spoke of the eternal value system that their European ancestors had bequeathed to new generations, and told them that they had to be the guardians of this sacred heritage, a heritage that was much larger and deeper than any different ethnic roots or linguistic differences. They said that cultural heritage, historical traditions, life course, and historical destiny are shared by all. We must unite in life and in consciousness. In order to establish a new world order on the ruins of the old regime, it was not necessary to carry out a widespread revolution. To a large extent, key international treaties were signed, and this was enough, at least initially. The new law and order has followed a more democratic path since the Roman peace period, although it took a long time and several attempts to establish. The expectations of proponents of the new order are often wrong. Before the new order finally prevailed, many were repeatedly persecuted. While small countries do not have such worries about the future in the 21st century, among large countries new political alliances have begun to take shape, which incorporate certain features of the European Union or the World Union into the program. In fact, there are even reports that the old parties, the Socialists and the Christian Democrats, have also included the demands of the new age in their plans. Decades have passed, and these new ideas and perspectives have found more and more fertile ground, especially in the hearts of young people and the lower classes of society. Thus, as time went on, the political scene began to gain global recognition and charisma for the first time ever, in contrast to the local leaders we have become accustomed to. Technological advancements have eliminated distance and brought people very close to each other. The world gives the impression of a single region, still politically unorganized, waiting for legislators and powerful politicians with global authority to permanently set the rules for the organization of the planet. At the same time, humanity now controls weapons of mass destruction, unknown and non-existent in the early days. However, the rapid development of technology is not in line with the corresponding moral maturity and rationality. There is no inner law, a law of spiritual culture, as they now have, as a guarantor of law and order. They say that in our time, we believe that it is enough to ensure that each country alone complies with the law. For us, war is the natural way to resolve serious disputes between countries. This was our pre-21st century mentality. The 21st century has come to make people suddenly realize that they are hovering over a terrible chasm in the global public sphere, and that their institutions are completely obsolete. Thus, gradually, the once dominant state began to deliberately or nowhere to delegate a part of its former all-powerful powers, especially in the field of foreign policy, international relations, and weapons, to a central federal political organization. They preserve their historical memories, traditions, and customs, languages, legends, and domestic institutions, but they now realize that there will be no winners and no losers in future wars. They either stick together or lose together. They are beginning to see who the real enemy is, the lack of strong and effective global institutions to control all forms of conflict with preventive mandates. They eventually realize that what keeps people together with a common biological destiny and shared responsibility is more important than what separates them. Smaller countries were quite satisfied with their old social formations and had their own internal problems to worry about, so they were the last to adopt a new form of organization. However, the great powers that have emerged in the 21st century are struggling to understand each other. There are constantly winners and complaints about the way and the standard of universal income distribution. No one has ever believed that their share is fair. These reactions of the 21st century were meant to be harbingers of future separatist movements that repeatedly erupted and were subject to initial reactions, the incitement of the political core. The requirements are the same: population control and financial interests. For 4 whole centuries, sometimes the French or the Anglo-Saxons, sometimes the Germans or the Slavs rebelled for the sake of autonomy, all for the same goal, to take the lead in the course of human history from then on. This fierce test will eventually pass, they said, meaning a war they have waged themselves. Whatever happens is for your own good. The Democrats can't give you the command you need. Economic wars are often followed by armed conflicts. In the latter case, they used only old conventional weapons, since the separatists did not have access to forbidden weapons, but this did not prevent these conflicts from evolving into truly large-scale wars, which until the 24th century had mass casualties, each of which threatened the complete collapse of the world coalition. Eventually, a tolerable organization was established, and in its final form, which lasted for decades, for the end of prehistory, a new chronology, John A. The arrival of Thelon and the beginning of the Elders paved the way. However, separatist attempts also appeared in the first 100 years of the new era, that is, almost until the end of the 25th century, as Lane said, but they were too weak and doomed to failure. As we have explained, they are mostly condemned in the minds of the elders, who no longer tolerate political anarchy, coups, and the rule of the strongest. In the last century and a half of their prehistory, for them the 20th to 24th centuries, the waves of migration had been reduced to a minimum, and the population was distributed all over the world, not only in Central and Northern Europe, but also on other continents. The Scandinavians had not yet been invited to the southern barren regions, until the Mediterranean, after they had experienced a catastrophe, they were invited to descend to the southern barren regions, and until the Mediterranean, after they had experienced a catastrophe, the path of restoration was finally established, the new era began. The whites have conquered 5 continents. From the Semitic peoples, there are about 120 million Israelis, most of whom are Christians, who are culturally and economically dominant in Southwest Asia, where they have developed a highly technological culture that has always been centered on the Holy Land. Latin Americans, mainly from South America, have colonies in almost all the central regions of the continent. You will only see blacks on very rare occasions. Thanks to artificial air conditioning, the warm Arctic is now dominated by a brotherhood of Russians, Norwegians, Anglo-Saxons and other Baltic states such as Finns, Poles, Danes, and Canadians, and Antarctica has also become more temperate due to human intervention, colonized mainly by white South Africans, probably descendants of the Brin people, and Australians and New Zealanders in the east. East Asia is almost entirely occupied by Slavs from the north, descendants of North Americans from the western states, and European mestizos, who can now more comfortably adapt to all these fertile valleys, while millions of Indians live in the highlands of China and the heart of Tibet. In the Mediterranean, the Ottomans retreated to Lake Van and the Greeks re-inhabited Asia Minor, since their country and the coast of North Africa had been evacuated. Once life there became possible, most of the people were resettled by Italians. Most of this is something I remember and managed to copy from my book. This is the territorial status quo that prevails in the 23rd century, and in fact it is maintained mainly by the white race, who are the big winners of the confrontation between the established federal transnational democratic ecumenical councils, with the participation of representatives of the peoples and governments of the member states. In fact, I was amazed by the civic spirit of those who served in the armed forces of the now established universal authority. It is formed through special and long-term educational training. They purged them from their social environment and the environment of national life in their childhood, subjecting them to special training in order to see themselves as citizens of the world, receiving a high level of general education. They brilliantly dealt with new electronic devices with a universal legal order, which, although they served for a much longer period of time, were much less numerous than the prehistoric armed forces. Therefore, it is natural that there are more young scientific and technological personnel than officers and soldiers. They also realized that they would not be forced to use their invincible firepower, that they had a monopoly in this area, and that it was only valuable as a guarantee. However, they blindly believed in the World Assembly and were taught at birth to forget their national origins and to consciously obey the orders of the 2 parliaments and the federal executive. Members of the army and collective administrative offices and double councils, the former elected by the people, the latter appointed by the government, pervade a similar sense of responsibility towards humanity. They all see themselves as committed to serving unity. I remember that they were called United Diplomatic Representatives, always at the service of humanity. Secondly, they consider themselves messengers of the people who elected or appointed them. A type of local leader still exists, but with limited powers, because international law now overrides domestic law. By the 22nd century, the Anglo-Saxons Welchin and Millstone had introduced a unified citizen system to everyone. However, the formation of a common sense of nation is not directly obtained, nor is it consistent with the increasingly refined version of the federal establishment. On the contrary, this formation took centuries and was an extremely slow mental process. Much later, after the first 2 centuries of the Old Man, a new universal racial consciousness began to take shape. People are beginning to realize that they are members of a single, universal, national, and political group. Of course, historical memory did not disappear as I said, but more general ideals began to take shape. "This is our country," said the representative of the new generation, looking up at the skies of our blue planet. At the end of the 2nd century in their chronicles, around the end of the 2nd century, in John 200 years after the Thelon era, Politicians were relieved of their responsibilities from government and replaced by great technologists and other leading figures in the natural sciences, who were now responsible for handling political power throughout the world. The new leaders then proposed something that began a long time ago, the creation of a global federation of labor organizations, in the form of political institutions rather than trade unions, and in full compliance with legal procedures, and they turned these new cooperative collectives into the basis of economic life on the planet. If you take into account that people had to participate in Grozna, their industrial units, register there for a long occupation, in order to gain the right to vote, then I can add that they were even the basis of political life. In that era, law and order had already won a decisive and convincing victory. People are no longer afraid of the revival of separatism. However, even in 486 AD and Racine's the 1st century after the creation of Rosarnsdal was also an era of one-sided technological civilization, and a real spiritual person, they say, would not have felt comfortable in such a mechanized and materialistic environment. It took a long time for the Valley of Roses to pay off, and many philosophers throughout history have argued that the 9th century, when the great intellect was created, was not in itself the result of the direction of the valley, nor was it merely the result of its spiritual influence. The renaissance of spiritual values came very late, it was about 700 years into the period of their history. The most striking feature of older people is their aging, the ultimate and satisfying order that prevails in the world, which they call compass policy. Which led to the rational process of collective life, good governance and management, egalitarianism, universalism of political values such as universal suffrage, equal rights, social justice, individual freedom, a sense of national unity and the highest personal security of the global organization of production. Abundant food and various industrial products were generally and generously distributed to citizens, not on the basis of their contribution to production, but according to the needs of each individual. In addition to this, meticulous birth monitoring is carried out for the sake of human dignity. For the first time in history, so far, they have achieved a high standard of living for all the people without exception, and all of them are involved in the active development of material and cultural products. And I, bewildered by the incredible abundance of images of comfort and abundance of material goods that I saw on the Région Swage, would rather live a life of travel between Paris and Vienna after 1,000 Napoleonic wars. If I had to choose, I would gladly exchange these decades for the spirit of the elder master and the comfortable life of social security. I would happily give up such a life of safe and secure future. Of course, judging by the slices of life I saw on Région Swage, the old man seemed extremely lifeless in his first 600 years. But Stefan and others share more or less the same view. In the early centuries of old age, people's ability to experience inner and spiritual life was greatly reduced and almost non-existent. Driven by the satisfaction of material possessions and qualities, as they say, under the impression of happiness, the desire of the soul has diminished. This is why they believe that the contribution of elders to the establishment of a true inner culture is minimal. It was a time when only the quality standards of industrial products and adequate production were proud. In statistical research, human beings are considered to be numbers, not personality and mental entities. By progress, we mean only economic and technological achievements. They believe that happiness refers to the comfort and full distribution of life. For them, happiness is a light and enjoyable life with modest and limited esoteric thoughts. Prophets and artists no longer exist. Those who talk about human metaphysical suffering are considered pathological. In a word, as Cornelius said not so long ago to the children of Lane College, the elderly are a time of technological and economic cultural apotheosis and intercultural decline. He said that the old man was an extension of the post-20th century prehistory, which was an era of technological and economic prosperity until 2396 AD. These latter forms of organization and life spanned my time and continued until the new era of the 7th century. Past generations, they say, have realized that no spirit can last indefinitely and achieve new things. When it reached its peak, it began to decline, its spiritual and moral foundations bent, and finally, the only thing left was the wreckage of technological culture. I think what Cornelius is doing here is just telling us about ourselves. Oswald Spengler's old version, he spoke of the decline of the Western world. So, this is the image of Eldra's life, at least from what I saw on the Région Swage and heard from Lane, Cornelius, and Stefan. All of this follows the retelling that was determined on March 5, 2396 AD. Great intellectual work and the legacy of the past have not been destroyed. They still exist, but only a few are involved. Forgotten in libraries and warehouses, they never again attracted crowds with their old world charm. In order for this to happen, their own renaissance had to come, which took place between the 7th and 9th centuries, followed by the famous, refined culmination of civilization in the following 100 years. It was then that ancient treasures of wisdom and spirit resurfaced. The fear factor as an educational tool for adolescence. 2 to 6. It is a habit of the Lane Institute, perhaps not just a habit, but an educational method all over the world, to exaggerate the weaknesses of our historical epic and even to frighten children, to create a kind of anxiety in their hearts with all the terrible images they let them see. They want to plant and promote in the hearts and minds of their children the faith and devotion they have had from a very young age to the existing institutions, the universal home, and the new age. I believe that their goal is to eliminate any future threat to the political, social, and economic life of the world organization, which has been solid for centuries. I don't know how effective the process is, how far their goal has reached in the long run, but it seems to me that the means they use to achieve this goal is, in my opinion, an incredible cruelty, an intolerable cruelty. I must admit that this is a rather scary thing. Will they come back? Will they come back? Yesterday, the frightened children of the lower classes shouted when they saw the serial fire attack and our own 20th century explosive and incendiary bombs destroy a country I didn't know about. When Cornelius, me, and Stefan were asked, the fear on the young man's face was indescribable. They were under the impression that the green lava flooding the streets, the terrible buildings collapsing, the fires flooding the city blocks, the images of Rajan Swage and the young people that I saw with my own eyes were weapons of alien invasion of our planet, and all our defenses were not neutralized. The next day, when they explained to them that it was not a foreign invasion, it was actually self-destruction, and when they told them that their ancestors had actually destroyed their own city and people, the young man was speechless. They couldn't believe it. When they finally realized this, they clenched their fists and swore that when they grew up, they would never let this horror and tragedy happen again. Don't be surprised, Cornelius said. Given the living conditions at the time, there was no other way to. The mentality of domination is, kill or be killed. Atrocities are domination, and the extermination of others is a slogan. What about the others? A boy asked. Supporters of opposition parties or opinions, as the case may be. Friendship is not a natural thing, on the contrary, it changes frequently, depending on circumstances and interests. Just one order is enough to turn yesterday's allies into enemies, and vice versa. Don't blame the common people. Even then, they were naturally docile and kind. They are docile, cheerful, and very similar to us. They don't hate each other. They love strangers and foreigners, they are hospitable and love animals. But sometimes, economic and political power falls into the hands of unfortunate people, and that's how wars break out. Wars don't happen naturally. They are made by their bad and unworthy leaders, as well as by arms manufacturers, mainly Asian. They push people towards hatred and mutual extermination. Fortunately, our species managed to win. The risk is fatal. A lot of times I wonder if what Ryan says to the kids is objective and fair. Listening to him, you would think that the yellows and blacks who have never found a defense in history are now almost gone, and all this is to blame. Isn't war really a physiological necessity? An older child asked. How can this tiny planet accommodate such a large population without war? Cornelius replied, yes, it is indeed a physiological need. But so it was with the law of the jungle in the barbaric age of primitive man. The selection rule of survival of the fittest. He goes on to say that the laws of physics have a typical moral connotation that ignores any action. That is why all these atrocities must be permanently eradicated from human civilization. The continuation of such events and the manifestation of such brutality show that humanity has failed to establish a regulatory process aimed at finding a humane way to resolve any conflict. He went on to say that in the decades leading up to the Daring era, the war had come to be seen by all as a state of anarchy, nihilistic rebellion against institutions, criminal violence, a general collapse of values, and self-destruction. The modern, popular teacher said much more on this subject. Alas, I don't remember. I don't think it was possible for a teacher in the past, even the most skilled and educated of the 20th century, to come even slightly close to the mental and psychological level of Teacher Nogel. While their professions and expertise can unite them, there are many more divisions between them, different cultural circles, different historical eras and completely different social realities. Cornelius was not just a teacher, he was the teacher of Nogel. There is a big gap between him and us. Another interesting conclusion I have drawn is that about the leaders of our time, especially the elderly, from a psychoanalytic point of view, they are often in an unpleasant emotional state, which is common in the elderly, and who, due to the organic law of decay, feels a deep, subconscious pain. I also think that they have an aversion to young people, and this disgust often manifests itself in resentment, which is why very few young people held positions of power at the time, although these positions would have allowed them to develop the qualities of passion and love for life and people. Very interesting point. The night of Gretel, Big Light. The events of September changed humanity and history. 3 to 6. That same night, Stephen told me, from now on, don't go to Lane's house for history lessons. In order to be able to deeply experience and appreciate the dawn of Nogel, you need to isolate, concentrate, and meditate. When you're alone, be sure to review what you've learned. I talked to him about the wild scenes they showed their children, the war scenes, and all the other events that took place in front of the boss, which made them cringe in horror, and I told him that it was neither fair nor necessary to traumatize the children with such images. There will be no more war, I said. 15 centuries have passed, and from the time of your history, this is the best guarantee that it will not return. Times have completely changed, war is a prehistoric thing. 5 to 6. Today, I dedicate myself and my day to me, religiously and attentively meditating on all the great things that my eyes deserved to see last night. I've told everyone that I want to be alone all day. Never in my life have I felt such excitement, or rather, such awe and divine excitement. Now that I am alone, locked in my room, remembering all this, I praise God for giving me the opportunity to witness them in this life. Sometimes I feel the need to kneel and pray. Last night, at midnight, I found myself watching the great days of 986, 3382 AD, on the Rajan Swage, and I couldn't believe that my fate had given me, an insignificant bug of the 20th century, an incredible chance to see the dawn of the Nogal come back to life before my eyes. I saw that September in the Valley of the Divine Death, Alexis Walkie appeared before me at this great moment, and the subsequent Royce-Welch torrent and all the momentous events that took place shortly thereafter opened a new page in the historical and spiritual life of the time. I sat in my armchair and thought about it all with tears in my eyes, full of gratitude. I didn't know of any power that could be so powerful and sprinkle such an otherworldly glow on those fair faces. What those people saw at the last moment on this earth were delicate things that we couldn't reach with our naked eyes. They say that during the first 6 days in the Valley of the Roses, all suffered a divine blow of unbearable light. Both men and women are inherently beautiful and noble people. If the appearance of their souls were suddenly beautified, what kind of beauty would appear on their faces? Almost all of the faces are young. I looked at them one by one. Each of them had a feeling of ecstasy and triumph. Why do people today say they have succumbed? I saw the exact opposite. Everyone there looked as if they had become the embodiment of victory, as if they had suddenly been called by God. After all the sudden deaths at the beginning, nothing predicts the glory ahead. Life in the former Riasvish Valley flowed calmly, and various institutions increased and flourished, but, no matter how satisfying the results of long-term reflection and meditation and the discoveries of thousands of institutes and research centers, no one ever thought that such incredible intellectual achievements were possible. Although after nearly 5 centuries of self-cultivation, after several generations of excellent anchors, the inner development of intelligence and personality is about to be completed, it still seems to be a miracle. To the outside world, 2 major events at the beginning of September were, firstly, the enormous preparations for the Bloomstein World's Fair, which was the most successful to date in terms of global participation and wealth. The second was the election of a newcomer at the time, whose name I can't remember. These were mainly the issues that the masses were most concerned about at that time. This era does not seem to hide the need for any particular mission, nor does it have any prerequisites for the emergence of such a group psychology in the world. On the contrary, people at that time lived in every corner of the world, in an environment of security, law and order, political organization and stability, an abundance of goods and comfort, moral and psychological balance. A century ago, in the great 9th century, the rapid development of literature, art and intellect was just taking place in people's minds, known as the Golden Age of knowledge and spiritual culture. People still breathe the fresh air of that great and new period of prosperity and incorporate all its creations into their lives. There is nothing in the world but a moral crisis and collective suffering. However, in such a perfectly balanced and congenial atmosphere, one day in early September, the outside world suddenly discovered that some strange events had taken place in the valley, the significance of which cannot be explained, but if they did, they would go down in history as earth-shattering events, proving that their content and significance are actually what many of the biggest names in Silicon Valley believe. On the USS Gretelier and Alexis 36 hours before Walkie's death, 4 similar incidents occurred outside the Valley of the Roses, in distant locations, 1 at Leslie Gate, 1 in the Balearics, and 2 in the North Sea. That's when people turned to God and began to pray in droves, leaving all their jobs and responsibilities behind. It reminds me of those times when the approach of a comet threatens life as we know it, and everyone seeks solace in religion. But this time, it is not the fear of death that causes this anxiety among people across the globe. A secret hope has emerged, a hope for the coming enlightenment, a discovery of a big secret, completely different from the natural world, which is the object of study of the exact sciences. No one knew what was going on at the time. Is this in line with what some wise men later claimed, that is, some unknown but at the same time friendly supermen from afar, who shed a salutary light on our land? No one can say for sure. Most people do not want to accept in any way the presence of this external and alien spiritual force. They limit themselves to the honor of 200 and repeat Milliotkin, Joel Lettinen and Gun Arnold Barnes' name. They were the first Anchorage leaders, pioneers and settlers, and 486 years ago, they were the Valley of the Roses. They say that the Adelson Institute took over the descendants of 200 people. In the night that followed, most of the world remained awake. The bells are constantly ringing, calling people to get ready for what's to come. Now in the valley, many people spend their days and nights in the parks and squares of Adelson College's huge campus. In fact, not only did they not give up, because fatigue must have worn them out, but from September 7th onwards, the size of the crowd only gradually increased after the gloom had passed. For more than 250 years, this world-renowned institution of learning has been the only institution to provide spiritual and emotional support to the people of a time when the masses were basking in the bliss of ignorance, viewing the desire for metaphysics as a tyranny that in the early days was seen as an honor and privilege for only a handful of hand-picked spiritual figures. Billions of people around the world have pinned their spiritual hopes on the great wise men, who inhabit this glorious city, the Institute. In the Adelson Academy, in the high ceilings of the Grand Central Palace, in the auditorium, next to the semicircular group of statues, accompanied by the dignitaries of the ancient tradition, Pythagoras, Plotinus, and Kant, Blaise Pascal, Socrates, Plato and Maeterlinck, Risset, Gustafsson, Razmedy, Pryoskin and many others, the great Kreling spent most of his life, from a very young age into Adelson at the beginning of the 9th century, there, he later taught there. Claren himself argues that, regardless of the finite nature of human knowledge, humans have neither made enough efforts in the past nor chosen the right way to acquire knowledge. He doesn't have specific words to say yet, but he does believe that people are capable of solving the great mysteries of the world, and despite the imperfections of their minds and senses, he believes that the day when they will finally arrive is not far off. While thinking about all this, I'm now watching Rajan swage the Adelson Institute, on my toes in those long nights, where thousands of people kneel, keeping vigil on campus, waiting for the great-grandchildren of their spiritual leader, Kreling, to give an answer, an explanation of what happened, but in vain because they can't give any explanation yet. In the huge hall, a group of sleepless nights, overworked, distraught wise men dressed in official Adelsy costumes emblazoned with blue stripes, stoats and coats of arms. The whole of Adelson was in chaos and misery, and many others had arrived from smaller but connected institutes, even from the other side of the valley. The meetings have been continuous, but so far there have been no positive results. Even the wise men of the Adelson family themselves were waiting to learn what had just happened from someone from outside. Right. Now that things are finally starting to get clear, many of them talk about some kind of incredible reward. The emergence of a new, unprecedented virus has now vaguely become the center of discussion, with their old colleague Alexis Walkie definitively left the Adelson Institute a few years ago to become a monk, and over the next few days, many revered names came out of the circle of the wise. No one has yet made contact with him. The only thing they did was to pick the ambassadors who would be sent to him. They don't even know that there is a secret retreat in the vast valley where the Venerable One fasts, meditates, and prays day and night after what he sees. While the crowd reverently waited outside, inside, the wise men stared down at the busts of their predecessors, Love and Alexainte, their faces buried in countless miniature stacks of books containing the crystallization of all wisdom throughout human history, for lively discussion and deliberation. But still no result. 5 to 6. Late night. But God has chosen the foolishness of the world to disgrace the wise. Niebuhr began to breed in the Rose Valley and distant countries and became more and more frequent. In Alexis after Alexis Foki survived, almost none of them were fatal. His ecstatic shouts and subsequent sermons of peace, over time, encouraged other triumphant voices and individual souls to speak. But the crowd only recognizes and trusts the Adelson Institute. This is what they learned to respect and listen in a long tradition passed down from father to son, and this is where they have pinned their hopes for centuries. But Adelson remains silent and cautious. It will remain that way for the next few weeks. 6-6. Now there are no walls in the whole holy place. I saw it on the sticks. A simple string of white marble, carved into a small rectangular ring, protects it from careless mistakes. Even small children can jump over. But no one could get through. They all rotate counterclockwise, starting with a flock of small cedars. Walk through there and you'll find yourself in a huge, bare white courtyard, or at least as it looks like on Rajan Street. There are several pillars and walls, up to a certain height, which appear to be made of ivory. In the background, very close to the ancient white walls, under Nikolsky's Novikin dome, you can see 7 holy lights and flags fluttering in the azure light. The entire sanctuary is paved with a pure white, marble-like slab and is surrounded by the famous light blue rose bushes, like a pantheon. Now I see the same place again, but it used to be. Exactly. I saw the white-bearded Alexis wearing a white robe. Waggy stood tall as the 70-year-old had been standing under the stars as he had experienced his majestic, godlike moments of greatness. How many times have Jaeger and Stefan talked to me about this place and how excited they were. I clearly saw Mary Brownie, a student. Leah sat on the stairs at the feet of the master, wounded, and now doomed to go away, away from the ugliness of life. You can see her crying with joy. She does not hide her face, but lifts her head, as if in ecstasy and inspiration. You see the old man standing up straight, motionless, looking up, staring at the vastness. It looks like a white illusion. The ecstasy, awe, and divine terror of the first moments were etched on his face and left a glimmer on his face, an indescribable glow. He no longer trembles, and you can clearly see how he is now, a master of his own emotions. He knew that there was no reason to boast, it just so happened that of all of them, he was the most prepared. That's all, he was just another one of us, except that he was able to resist this sudden light because it wasn't so sudden for him. The divine fire hit the real stone this time. He was always straight and stiff, looking at the horizon, a tear rolling down his pale, ascetic face. I'm wondering, what new ideas does he have on the horizon? Or is he thinking about the past, thinking about the inconceivable results in the history of mankind? You see, he spent his entire life at Adelson College since he was a child. He turned the dreams of his ancestors and the promises of Krillin into his own, and he was deeply attached to them. Modern Saint Mary Leah's story. 7-6. A few days later he gave Mary Leah took the name, and she adopted Mary after her death Leah. It was a long tradition of the beloved teachers and students of the valley who happened to lose their lives prematurely, and then attended her funeral in Adson, who stood strong and proud outside in the midst of a group of wise men and thousands of others in a tear. That day to Mary Leah is a day of apotheosis, because from then on, she will be remembered in the Edson tradition as one of the most sought-after figures in modern spiritual culture. Her cremation pyre was surrounded by thousands of flowers from all over the world, thousands of people dressed in white, kneeling before the ashes of that noble Troendon, whose soul could not bear to break the bondage and nostalgia for his heavenly home. On September 7 and 8, the last 2 days of her life, after escaping from the valley, she wandered in the middle of nowhere, mentally unstable and unable to control her thoughts. The last person she met gave the impression that she was possessed by obsessive thoughts. The 2 gardeners of Doryani said that on the morning of the 8th, a beautiful blonde girl in a long white dress with dark blue eyes stopped them, asked them the way to the sea, and explained to them that she was going to the beach, bringing very good news to a young lad who had been there patiently waiting for an answer. For thousands of years in fact, she even repeats the same phrase in Old German, he is waiting for an answer. Further down, at dawn, a group of workers were on their way to get off work. She spoke to them normally and reasonably. They gave her grapes, and she accepted. 3 hours before noon, in the orange groves of East Aliki, she gave the bracelet as a gift to the security guard's young daughter. She sat in the workshop for a quarter of an hour and asked for some water. Her eyes were red, as if she had cried all night, but she still spoke coherently. What caught her attention were the chestnut trees in full bloom, which she spoke to the guard's wife. She drowned that night. At dawn, she was found in a desolate place by the sea. 2 fishermen, father and son, are insignificant, but their names are written into the pages of history, dragging her body out of the water. I watched that scene on Rajan Swage. Her young body wasn't deformed at all, and the wet white skirt clung to her curves. This was the end of the first saint of Nogel, the first beloved, immortal figure of the New Age. Now every year on the anniversary of her death, 15 days before New Year's Day, thousands of people walk along the beach in white robes and carrying baskets filled with flowers and garlands, singing hymns in remembrance and appreciation. 2 hours before midnight, they threw the flowers into the deep blue sea. Mary Lewinsky was a good boy and is now considered a friend and patron of girls and women. Other contemporaries grew old, succumbed to the laws of biological decay, and left this world. But Mary Leah will never change, 19 years old, innocent and immortal, the best of every generation. Her name became poetry and legend, she became a muse. Thousands of figurines, busts and monuments are scattered all over the world, and she is always depicted with blonde hair, cherry-like lips and deep blue eyes filled with the glow of the Mediterranean. Every year there are countless elaborate amulets and idols in her honor. Her memories have always been associated with some kind of supernatural light in people's hearts, and it captivates you with such power that it is impossible to put into words. Sylvia and Hilda brought her up several times before I knew who she was. In fact, I remember one time in particular, one night, in our villa, when we were gazing at Arcturus and Vega through a small telescope, they mentioned her. The judgment of the Adelson Institute. A new beginning. 8-6. On the last day of September, when it finally became clear that the facts had proven everything, the Adelson Institute broke the silence. This institute of unique global prestige is a reminder of how, about 14,000 years ago, humanity became a minor god in the physical world and related technological applications, and for the first time created a star through a process of fusion and split. What is happening now is as sacred as the technological breakthroughs of the past, only now it touches all aspects of life. Like a little god again, humanity is finally able to tear open the veil of the big secret and see what is behind it. What's next? We already know that. It means that this generation will fulfill the dreams of thousands of years and generations, and that humanity will climb to the top of the valley and finally see. They say Alexis Folke was the first to be chosen, but hundreds more were chosen the following year, and thousands more the year after. Now people know. They don't just believe anymore, they've seen it, they know it. A month later, another assistant, Arid, said, in order for the true quality, content and meaning of the other birches to be clearly revealed, Nibervish had to come. When people realized what had just happened, some praised God for being born in this age and as part of this holy generation, while others praised Weiji for enduring so much and paving the way for the rest of humanity. In the beginning, and for quite some time, people around the world neglected their work and almost completely abandoned all worldly matters and concerns. They still can't process what happened, they just don't know what's going on yet. Mass suicide and life goals. 9 to 6. In the months that followed, Wauke and the other great men of Adelson felt the need to put a complete stop to the mass exile that followed, as they found themselves confronted with hundreds of people whose motivations for life had faded and were now replaced by a new impulse, abandonment, and the meaning of to run away, which is usually manifested in people as a result of the Niburvish result. This new impulse was accompanied by an incredible sense of well-being, spiritual peace, a divine joy, and an almost Socratic reconciliation with death, but it also brought with it a disregard for all worldly things that are now insignificant to people, foreigners, and unworthy people. What they can't handle is not everyday life, reality, and the little joys and sorrows in life, it's all their dreams, their loves, their loved ones who are no longer around, the happiest moments of their lives, the things they used to think were mere memories, now condensed into an incredible force that has come back to haunt them. In 986 and 987, 3382 and 3383 AD, the spiritual leaders of the earth began to pay serious attention to this early maturation of the mind and spirit, whether this leap in biological evolution and spiritual progress had come at the right time, and whether the centuries-long planning of the valley would have unpleasant consequences. It turned out that almost everyone was far from ready, even the Ilium, except for a few hundred taciturn elders, followers of Folki. Creation has succeeded in hiding its secrets from mankind with the foresight of wisdom, with great enthusiasm and for thousands of years. They recalled that in the first 2 centuries of the valley, many people opposed this great spiritual task and insisted on putting an end to the special efforts to achieve an advanced spiritual culture and create a person of superior intelligence. In short, what they're trying to say is, that's the way things are, they're good, let them evolve at their own pace and do not rush, for God knows that any action that accelerates the course of nature may awaken. The solution they proposed in order to stop the mass exodus was to emphasize the purpose and necessity of every stage of human life on Earth, including the one they were going through at the time. They convinced people that even the difficult stages are a small part of Samus and their responsibility. They told them, we all came into this world with one purpose, to love and give a part of ourselves to others, even if it causes us pain, longing for beauty and authenticity, learn about nature's wonders of the world and help the weakest creatures, leave this life when our time comes, not like deserters. They stressed that what they saw should never be related to the end of life on Earth. On the contrary, they tell them that the goal of life is to keep moving upward, one step toward perfection and truth each time. If we become extinct, how will this upward process continue? Will you deprive the next generation of the opportunity to one day compare with our generation and be proud of their progress, as we feel today, compared to our ancestors? We are an indispensable link between the past and the future. We are now and we cannot be lost. In addition to this argument, Silicon Valley ordered immediate plans to build a better social organization, a society that gives its members the incentive to live a new life. Major infrastructure projects were launched, research on new inventions was announced, new institutions were created, and better associations were created in almost all spheres of social life. Even pan-European music festivals were organized, which served as a distraction and once again stimulated interest in life. 10 to 6. All this constant movement, greatly alleviates the aforementioned impulse to flee and reduces the number of such incidents. As expected, they did not completely wipe them out in the first year. In fact, Adelson later said, when a man appears before them, it is difficult to stop those who are dying of thirst from running straight to the well. And they were right. Because what did people have before that? What do they live on? They live off droplets of water that evaporate quickly. However, despite the difficulties faced in the second year, the problem gradually subsided until it was completely eliminated. It doesn't happen all at once, it can't just be one step at a time. The world returned to its normal rhythm of life, but each person kept the memory in the depths of his soul of what would later be called the most important moment of human spiritual progress. Of course, by that time, all their problems were solved, everything was explained, the feeling of living in a foreign land, the desire for eternity, the feeling of deprivation. Niburvish shows people where it all came from. 11 to 6. From the beginning of 987 to the present, Silicon Valley has been studying the classics with a new enthusiasm that has never been seen before. Everything has taken on a new meaning, from Socrates and Plato to Confucius and Siddhartha Gautama and Jesus. Even the concept of infinity, the concept of incorruptibility, the contrast between the present and the eternal, becomes the object of re-evaluation. No one speaks of humanity's struggle with fate anymore. Nor is there any talk of a conflict between the individual and the world. In fact, regarding past suicides, they now say that their cause was neither the pain of love nor oversensitivity, but the divine longing of the soul and the longing for the summit. 11.6 is here again. Late night. I'm not going to class with Ryan tomorrow morning, and I'm not going to write. I'm going to spend the whole day out of town. Tonight's starlight is magical. I think tomorrow we will have our first sunny spring with clear skies. There is already a taste of spring. Elsdag, MDX, Universal Commonwealth Anniversary. Bells, 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 bells have been ringing endlessly since the first morning, as if it were a holy Saturday. Tell them if they will be resurrected. The great leaders are absent today. They all met in the valley. I sat on the balcony and looked down. There were almost no people on the streets. Parks and groves sparkle. Walking in the early morning sun makes me feel so happy, I could do this forever. Today the city is calling you for a walk. 12:6. Markov is a state that you can easily fall in love with. Yesterday I felt once again how right these people are in their way of thinking and living. Now that our stay here is coming to an end, we will soon start our trip to the countries of Central Europe and then around Rosenstall. I feel that there is a greater attraction to this place, like a longing. Yesterday morning, while looking for the Medici Gallery, I found the Hedge of Lulas, a green and quiet place, too green and quiet to be part of the city center. But the huge contrast is one of the best features of Markfur. You can still see hordes of Linsons and speed scooters, and you can hear the roar of the crowd pouring into the city's main thoroughfare from half a mile away. But if you take a short walk, you will suddenly see idyllic landscapes, as if you have come to a distant land on a magical journey. However, you only walked for a few minutes. Sightseeing in Markov. For those who love the traditions of the old state, the most beautiful part of Markov is just on the other side of the block. It's like stepping back 400 years, huge mansions seem uninhabited, vast schools and classrooms seem desolate, and elaborate architectural libraries contain contents that my knowledge and education have not yet been able to appreciate. To the west, in the huge park, you can see the rector's palace, with the famous Doric colonnade in the background. Nearby, you'll find the research area of Lau Artis, with Giordano in the middle Bruno's statue, and Miliaki's auditorium, of which Migliacchi was their old founder and promoter. And their poet, Basilius. I've read some of his articles. His monument is very tall compared to other marble statues. It is bronze, and the 6 sides of the monumental pedestal are decorated with reliefs of his life and references to his most beautiful lyrical works. Another building that fascinates me is the Alma Church, which is also a palace and temple for the souls. It was built in the Gothic style and is mainly known for its sculptures on the facade. Its construction began in the 9th century by the famous architect Raus Centornio, but it was later completed because its creator died before it was completed. 200 meters away is the garden, where contemporary great-grandparents have managed to store centuries-old stones from the pedestal of the ancient statue of Castello Sfortesco on a rectangular balustrade with an uninscribed plaque. Markov is a country that can be loved dearly, as it combines the old and the new. If you are an art lover, Markfur will welcome you through its 3 main museums, Luigi the David, Tiziano and Goya museums, then the Nibber Museum and countless other smaller museums, including the famous Tinarella/Gultos Museum. If you want to study any one field, you can't find a better place to do it. You can choose from simple lectures to large universities with citizens in attendance, and even philosophy and fine arts academies. As far as libraries are concerned, the 4 largest libraries are open, each dedicated to a different field, Edzian for literature, Descartes for philosophy, Alexandria for history, and Lawrence for art history. Of course, they also have the famous Markov Symphony Orchestra, where you can hear a wide variety of music, from church music to Valmendel, Swild, Holger, the work of Nelson, Ruthermere and many others. If you are a sports fan, Markov does not have a wrestling ring and a venue, because they hate our sports and all kinds of records now, but it has a large number of physical training centers and swimming pools. However, there are no records and no competitions. If you happen to be sad, walking around the streets of the city is enough to make you feel better. If you still have a child's heart, then Markov, the most popular wildflower, this state with a big smile on its face, will welcome you with the sun flowing from the chestnut trees of Central Park, and its garden will embrace you. People here face the world and see their peers in a very different way than we do. The same is true of the rules of mutual interaction. If you walk down the street, no one will bother you. If you stand motionless and stare at the pond in one of the large parks, they will make you fall into deep thought. I'm alone in this situation, and no one has ever spoken to me. If you call them movement centers, though, it's a completely different story. I remember the first morning I went to listen to Ryan one morning, about 5 months ago, and what happened? Early in the morning, before the lecture began, I passed by a large stadium where there seemed to be a lot of table tennis facilities, and I walked in, curious to see all the tables lined up close. I walked around, naturally, and every once in a while I would stop and stare. But I seem to have forgotten what Stephen told me countless times, which was that there are no strangers here until I realized for myself that in this case, they won't calm you down. So, after a while, 2 girls and a young man in his 30s, all 3 strangers, came up together and asked if I wanted to play with them. I replied as politely as I could, and ended my sentence with the necessary their word thank you, saying that today I was in a hurry, and adding that maybe another morning I can have the pleasure of doing this. I don't know what else to say. You shouldn't say your name here, and no one should ask you or tell you their name. Be that as it may, they may be strangers to me, but for them I am their anonymous old comrade in Gloucester, a worthy person, a buddy, even a friend. Who would feel lonely in such conditions of social life? I have experienced the melancholy of loneliness so many times in my previous life, and this feeling is unknown here. Big day and the anniversary of the genocide. Yesterday afternoon I rode my motorcycle for the second time. The night view of Markov is completely different from the morning. This time there were thousands of people on the streets, and there was sunshine everywhere. As I have heard, all of these people have just returned from the valley, where they participated yesterday on an important day, the 1510th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations, where a true rule of law replaced the political and economic anarchy of the past. I also overheard some young people singing in the streets, which reminded me of what the children of ancient Sparta used to say to their elders: mu 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 epsilon delta epsilon gamma epsilon sigma 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 mu epsilon theta alpha pi omicron lambda kappa rho omicron nu epsilon, which means but we will be much better than you. Dear Lord, please help those people. Who's coming tomorrow? Better than us today. Make them more valuable. For God's sake. Great. And glory. Our beloved Earth. The torch procession in the middle of the square by John Jit ends before the statue of Tring, as it is on this night every year. Behind the square is one of the largest main roads in the east of Markov. I'm almost home. The Markov skyline, dotted with thousands of 100-story skyscrapers on both sides, seems to be incredibly endless. Everywhere around, huge beautiful gardens. Passing by here, I also felt young and happy, and I felt like I was one of them. This feeling is common lately. Tonight, my gap in education and tradition seems to have been magically filled, as if I had absorbed their experience and made them my own. Late last night, on the huge roof of a skyscraper fenced by a crystal fence in Rialta, at the elated table of the civs from Rialta, there were ancestral memories of the common meals of the elders in the early years. The celebration of the great day ended with a few touching words, eyes filled with tears, and memories of glorious figures in their history. Dinner lasted an hour and a half in a very intimate atmosphere. For the first time ever, I saw these people who hated drinking a little bit of wine, especially the ruby red sweet wine, served after a meal with fruit, their famous lacrimal gland rose, produced collectively by Grimbol. After dinner, everyone stood up and observed a moment of silence for the great day. Needless to say, I did the same. Finally, after making countless wishes for the years to come and for generations, they stood up again and began to whisper an old hymn, fortunately not loud, so that I could pretend I was whispering in a loud voice. There is no meanness, no schadenfreude, no insidiousness, no conspiracy, no selfishness, no deadly wars, no backstabbing in social life, and no meaningless evil events. How unhappy we were then. We talked about humanitarianism then, and they finally made it happen. Of course, their historians and educators seem to have forgotten that it was out of necessity that those years were so terrible and that we could not do anything about it. It's not that we don't want to, we just can't. There are times when I want to tell Ryan and Stefan that they have a lot of respect for the founders and organizers of the Presbyterian Church, and when they address the great politicians and humanitarian defenders, ask them, what happened to people of color? What price did you pay to make humanitarianism prevail among whites and establish law and order that you love? History is now written and read from their point of view, because they were fortunate enough to win. But if the yellow people had inherited the earth, history would have been written in a completely different way, and their atrocities would have been condemned in the strongest. They now write history as if it were a triumph of moral perfection, a purely heroic path, a sublimation of the soul, a view of history that may be very similar to what a group of Spanish saints taught in the seminary of the Church in the 18th century, the triumph of invading and destroying obsolete cultures, such as the Incas and the Mayans. Hypocrite, what happened to the ancient civilizations of Asia? That's what I'm supposed to ask them. Henri Jean Swage, I saw that until our own time, until the middle of the 24th century, there were still yellow pockets scattered over the vast territories of Asia, which are now inhabited by French, Anglo-Saxon, Slavs and Latinos. I also saw that very few people met any blacks at the same time in the Black Continent. Fate for these races is very cruel and quite ironic, because although they have just ceased to be slaves and have been politically emancipated in the self-governing territories, the cruel attitude of their old colonial oppressors is in the nightmare of numbers. And for 150 years, it haunted them. After centuries of the 21st century, the earth must have witnessed horrific inhumane atrocities. Eventually, both blacks and yellows, as well as all other races in Asia, paid the price, ending their history on Earth. Adelson's rivalry and experimentation with a new reality. Glade Olson College and Leslie Collegeguts. 13-6. Late night. I've heard a lot from Lane about the Folky missions going through decades of crisis, near the end of the first millennium of their new era, before it later managed to gain the upper hand. And such a crisis was to be expected, because Nibarvish never gave it to the wider public in any era after its appearance. Today, however, the valley says, it is more tangible than in the past, and even more accessible to people than in the past, even for those outside those circles. I didn't go to Rajan Swage College today. I haven't been there for 8 days. I stayed at home all day. To give my eyes a break, I ordered some specially designed and printed books for people to listen to instead of read. I put one of them in the special installation that came with it and listened to a short, popular, historical narrative from 987 to 1030, 3376 to 3419 AD. The hardest thing for me to understand is the many terms in those peculiar archaic languages in their oldest texts, which have been preserved and are still used in even the simplest and shortest books of today, because they claim that today's young people know them, understand their meaning. In any case, I will write about what I understand and how I understand it, trying to convey these new terms and concepts in the language of our time and in the way we want them to be communicated. To be honest, I don't know what is harder, trying to absorb them or copying them with our own old expressions. Anyway, one might think that the main topic of contention in the Valley of the Roses would be Folky himself, because, according to our own words, no one is a prophet in his own land. But quite the opposite. In the valley, he was worshipped and deified. On the contrary, the greatest response came from the main intellectual centers of the Gled, Asen, Vikinignost and Skalkan institutes. They mostly attacked his fans and students, as well as Idzon's big names, that is, the first people to write the Great Apocalypse, who also lived in Nibarvish before, because Waki, after 986 and in the last decade of his life, did not write anything, like Jesus, Buddha and Socrates. The Gled and Asen institutes, in particular, oppose Huamadalbar Oplising, direct knowledge and real-time revelation, and highlight the dangers of any path to reality perception that exists outside the framework of human cognitive abilities. Orsons Ratsiskin argues that the senses are imperfect, but that the human brain is a singular organ that replaces their defects and corrects erroneous sensory information transmitted to the brain. Everything that actually exists, he said, can be boiled down to cognition. Nishi of Mendo, Nisi of wisdom. Anything that is not rational and rational does not exist. Or better yet, it is impossible to determine its existence. For Glee and Orson, especially in the first few decades, it was impossible for them to acknowledge Rosnidal's new intelligence, Adelson's, Oververstandige Empiria's new knowledge, new abilities and supernatural experiences. What Adelson says is unacceptable to them, namely, that humanity has acquired a new tool of knowledge that, on the one hand, brings us such obvious discoveries and so positive data that even the most conservative early believers in sensory data would be satisfied, and on the other hand proves that its structure is beyond cognition and beyond reason, ratio. Two scientists, Miliakov and Durant, took advantage of Adson's confession, that is, the original distant ancestor of Nebervisha's new antenna could be the intuition of the old era, and distorted this confession by omitting the part of the idea that the first volunteers joined the idea, which nevertheless degenerated into something completely different, and they emphasized, with all the power and authority that Orson had given them, how precarious and dangerous this path to the flight of mystical fantasy was. Miliakov did not see the complete defeat of his theory and the victory of the People's Party in his lifetime. In the middle of the 11th century, when Nibarvish was in its heyday, under the leadership of the first major Edelsides, the Valley of Roses had become part of the intellectual vanguard of mankind and was making history. Another attempt against this new didactic approach was made by some circles of doctors, albeit with limited influence, who, about 1,000 years ago, tried to find out the psychological weakness of Folky, saying that he was the first victim of the popular delusion, and this delusion persists. The dominant role in that movement was that the Leslie Gate Institute had a world-renowned medical school, followed by 5 or 6 more groups of wise men from all over the world, and the whole debate lasted about a decade. What is their theory? There is a more or less saying, make no mistake, everything you feel right now comes from within. These wonderful words you want to say are nothing but a vivid reflection of your own thoughts. Their source is not external, they come from the depths of yourself. So, wake up and realize that you are walking a tightrope between sanity and fantasy. Of course, Leslie's Gate says much more than that, not just for the great men of the Adelson family, but for the valley as a whole. They carefully studied and criticized the existence of the valley throughout 5 centuries, adopting the views of the old reactionaries, who believed that their lives would be better without this great spiritual effort. They objected to the 200 men, the founder of the valley, and strongly condemned the entire program aimed at the premature evolution of our species, arguing that it would take hundreds of thousands of years to reach this goal, and that the valley was a threat to the spiritual balance of our race. They also insinuate that many great men and wise men in our time are born, but many of them are not entirely spiritually stable. In the end, they say that no human leap is necessary and unpopular, and their simplest advice to Silicon Valley is that they should be careful, because in addition to making it easy for future generations to acquire higher intelligence, they also make them prone to severe psychoneuroses. Whether it's the Adelson Institute, or others from Rosnes. None of Dahl's people responded to these accusations and insults. As I've heard, in this decade of debate and controversy, Silicon Valley has gotten a lot of money from Leslie, the protection of the colleagues of the patriarchs of Leslie Gate, with whom they were professionals in the same field and field of study, as well as the great spiritual figures of the Valley, the leading intellectuals, outsiders in the field of medicine, most of whom were graduates of the great universities and institutes of the 9th century, from the great Tornio and Blom Stepford to the universities and colleges of New Uppsala. I remember that Ottman of Blomsterfors once said, for a new species, like humans, which is still in its prime, it is absurd to express fear of its degradation and eventual decline. It was only in the last few centuries that we have only slightly begun to find our way, he once said, and we no longer have any connection to the ancient spirits. Our decline is still far away. However, it is said that the ancient metropolis of the North and, above all, the alma mater of the modern spirit, the eternal Norver, is the strongest defender of the BJP. Carstens, Oleg, Vera the Brandis and expert institutes denounce those scientists who search for pathological causes in order to explain and at the same time destroy the most benevolent and authentic discoveries in the history of the human spirit, and they even remind them that the great universal truths and discoveries of certain aspects of the human spirit, which seem completely impossible in science and other aspects of the past countless times, have been harshly criticized. On numerous occasions in the past, pioneers have been unfairly blamed and scorned, and have suffered a very unfortunate end. As for the accusation that the Valley does not give birth to very strong animals, the apologists argue that this is not its purpose at all, plus such a task is not very decent either. We have a lot of spiritually mediocre people who are only useful for their own well-being and don't deserve to do more. But we also have a lot of people who have real spiritual strengths and beliefs, and people who are truly capable of contributing to the globe, and yet, none of those who have lived among us from ancient times to the present day have met your measure of the ideal type of mental type of person, the strong animal that you preach. Then came the great days of 1050, 3439 AD, Gibbon, Eric the priceless treasures of Golder and Twassen. The literary movement of the Adelson family, which Jaeger and Stefan had spoken to me several times in the past, came about later at the end of the 11th century. The works of this school of art and thought are classics throughout Folky's history. In fact, in Lane's library, I saw with my own eyes some of Fletch's related writings, dating back to that era. However, after several unsuccessful attempts to study them, I came to the conclusion that they weren't for me. Over the next few years, Alexis Wauke discovered the greatest intellectual hero of mankind who is globally recognized. It wasn't until the initial euphoria wore off that many descendants, MCMCC, realized that a figure like Folky didn't need to exaggerate, lie, or embellish the facts. The facts themselves are enough. He was the first person who could endure seeing and telling the world without adding anything of his own. They say he's really a magnanimous, extremely gifted man, but that's about it. However, some even compare Wauke with their greatest representatives of the natural sciences, the astronomers, Varinsky, Jegson, and Saint-Beuve, and even with our own Newton and Einstein, without success. Still, while it is acknowledged that Folky has been ineffective in his efforts to diminish his value and contribution to the development of global culture, he stands here as one of the leading figures of history, and according to their beliefs, he will remain so for centuries to come. So far, there have been hundreds of thousands of biographies about him, not counting Folky's didactic biographies. Each of his ancestors lived in the valley, and they were all studied, from the oldest one to the nearest Wauke. In fact, Wauke was one of 200 people. After 1200 with 2396 AD as the first year, around 3596 AD, Tynerson, who used fables, was one of the many, if not greatest, people who popularized and taught preaching in Folky. The spiritual preaching of the popularists has had an equally immeasurable impact on the world in terms of visual arts, prose, poetry, philosophical thought, etc., and has also had an immeasurable impact on the shaping of young people's moral conscience and moral education, that is, the outlook on life and the world of contemporary people. On the last day in Markov. 14/6. Today is the penultimate day of my stay in my favorite city. In the morning I went to the center of Markov, ancient Magenta, to go vote. No one here asks you if you live in the city permanently, or if you have the right to vote, etc. The fact that the Technical Agency Partnership Committee has no control over the wider Markov region, i.e. the area where they are assigned as elected representatives, is due to the fact that there has never been any incident of deception or fraud in any way over the years. The elections involved the construction of a new building in the center of Markov, and the model has been on display to the public for 2 months. The main ones are models of 3 large buildings, for educational purposes, but there are also some proposals for floral projects for the decoration of national parks and squares, and any permanent resident can go and vote for them according to their preferences. So, I also used my mediocre sensory abilities to carefully pick my favorite, and then voted. In my mind's eye, my love for Markov made up for the illusion that I had fooled them, pretending that I would live here forever, but deep down, I knew that one of them would never do such a thing. they never get carried away and lose self-control. At least through these pages I can confess. But other than that, I don't think I'll tell Stephen. 18:6. I don't think I'll ever experience such excitement and anticipation for the journey except in my new life. Today is the third day of our journey, and as tired as we are, we don't just fly all the time, despite the countless crowds and all sorts of new pictures and experiences, and tonight I took the time to write a few lines that are not so much describing what I saw it's impossible, but to say that I was so happy throughout the journey as much as I had on any previous trip, especially the one to Norver. This time, I found it easier to connect with these huge countries whose size and noise scared me 7 months ago. I remember that I couldn't shake the feeling that at any moment, they would fall on me and crush me. Honestly, another reason why I don't think so now is that when you're coming from Markov, Tonio, Novogothenburg and Analia don't seem that big or crowded. They are much smaller and prettier, and they don't have any huge underground lighting status. They have a population of less than 1 million and they don't have dense steel nets in their skies that can be a huge burden on your chest when you're not used to it like me. Their name is simple and calm: Rosa Azula, Maribor, Libuk, Lillenburg, Nova Spernia, Rosenberg, Nova Christiana, Sojana, Bozen, Nimmelmo. They are all garden cities, which are in most cases continuous, surrounding the old Tyrol, Slovenia and now the old town of Strom, as I noticed on the map. But no matter how beautiful everything I saw during those 3 days, I knew that nothing could be more beautiful if I wasn't filled with this amazing thrill of the journey itself. This sweet joy of the journey, like any other kind of joy, comes from within. This is a gift from my heart. It was a precious feeling to have the privilege of traveling with Stefan, Hilda and Sylvia. So how can yesterday's endless rain ruin your mood when the sun is now in your soul? 26. Thousands of natural signs, more and more every day, herald the arrival of spring. Yesterday was a sunny day. In a few weeks, everything will be in bloom here. There are amazing highways and other means of transportation. 216. The distance between Assilia and Novogothenburg is about 70 kilometers, and this part of the highway passes all the way through dense plane trees and silver poplars. We are approaching the main production centers, and behind these idyllic landscapes, in the depths of the earth, there are huge and powerful pipes and power converters that bring the power of the Titanic to Novogothenburg, all the way from the Atlantic coast, thus providing the necessary energy for the young people who worked there for 2 years. If I'm not mistaken, the highway is 2,500 kilometers long. It is the same as the Autostrada of Analia and Tornio, which they now call the famous Tausenbilveja, which connects much larger states than we are going to visit. When I asked Stefan, he didn't know much about the wide, old pavement. He never does it when it comes to contemporary art and technical issues. It looks like it's made of a synthetic light green crystal, but it's not transparent, and it's said that its maintenance won't trouble the distant descendants of the current generation. You can't believe your eyes when you see the width of this highway. Something less than half a mile. But they say it's common on their main intercity highways. But it's not just the highways, dozens of roads and streets dot the surroundings, including lawns, gardens, and flower beds. From above, the green lawn looks like a stripe embroidered on the landscape, stretching for thousands of kilometers. The widest highways are those used by the Ragiosas, these private, multi-story, transcontinental wheeled vehicles, similar to articulated vehicles. There were also roads for pedestrians, velos, and various means of transportation today. Another thing that surprised me was that their roads were divided by speed. All different vehicles had different roads for different speeds. We chose the road designed for low speeds because we wanted to enjoy the scenery and the whole journey. There's no rush, we can go at our own pace, Stefan said. On the route we have chosen, there are hundreds of ski slopes, fitness centers, swimming pools, relaxation areas, health stations and numerous shops, which are inhabited by readily available and willing Bilveja partners, the people in charge of this mega motorway. Countless signs and signage that make life easier for even the most distant and uninformed tourists. The entire crew is ready to help romantic citizens who still enjoy land travel, even if these roads are now considered impractical and quite outdated. Of course, they opted for air travel among the important trips. When it comes to speed and safety, no other mode of transportation can match air transportation. Even the heaviest and enormous quantities of material can now be easily transported by air travel. According to Stefan, we are now traversing a seemingly uninhabited countryside, but this is not the case. If you go deeper inside, behind rows of dense trees, you will see a fairly dense settlement. After all, I said it before, today there are no uninhabited places here, only sparsely populated or densely populated ones. Countless huge, artificial, white and pink rhododendrons now cut the road in half. I heard Sylvia call them by their, my familiar, ancient name, albispines. It is clear that people also play their part here, interfering with metabolism and altering organic matter in their own way. It seems that the god on the small earth has once again performed a miracle to make the azalea stand quietly and say hello to passers-by. I also want to point out the only ugly thing I saw this morning. About half an hour ago, we arrived in the city, 3 azaleas were trying to keep their old dry branches a few meters away from the busy road, and no one seemed to notice, or even care. The only thing that struck me was the notch in the greenery and the ugliness of the dead trees, because I knew how much attention they paid to these details now. Technological advancements, climate control, and a back to basics. As Stefan admits, their technology and technology culture have been in decline for centuries. In a brief conversation, their ancestors were successful on larger and more complex projects. Of course, they now claim that they no longer need to repeat this huge adventure. For example, I haven't been to Australia, but I saw on Rajan Swage, which has been transformed into a giant generator that can independently power almost the entire planet. Now, as far as agriculture is concerned, they have started harvesting crops again, and now they no longer grow regularly, but no longer depend on the weather. During that terrible period of overpopulation, people abandoned their lands and flocks in search of a solution to the global nutrition crisis in the laboratory. People today do exactly the opposite. They go back to the old ways, not out of necessity, but out of nostalgia, and of course, by taking advantage of their perfect technological advances to improve on the previous methods and procedures. Thanks to the change in lifestyle, meadows and grasslands appear in the picture, thanks to the partners of Landspy, rural area, mainly because of the flock. You can't even imagine the incredible technical training that shepherds and farmers receive today. Diligence combined with focus, monitoring of technological tools which now possess their own personal memory and judgment, similar to the human mind, is the secret to their success. At the same time, they also control the climate, as their ancestors did in the age of advanced technology, thus extending their practice to areas that we could not believe could be inhabited in the past. There used to be glaciers and deserts, and now you can see lush meadows, experimental nurseries, pastures, and new crops. The same is true of the boundless plains and plateaus of Central Asia, which are now overwhelmed by this unheated diffused light that they have managed to make. Another great feat. In this controlled climate favorable to humanity, the current population of the vast country has increased to hundreds of millions, especially around the main nuclear production units, where incredible settlements have accumulated. Odorinia, Star of the East, Iron Castle, Tringa, Nova Tashkent, Mataholilaya, Samarkanda, Nova Turgiska, Nikiska of Europe, Ancient Irkutsk, and Omska, Bordino, Nisamai. Huge hives of 100,000, 12 or even 15 million people. Meanwhile, industrial cities tap into the vast Asian continent's inexhaustible energy reserves, natural gas, hydropower, solar, wind. The fact that almost the entire planet is filled with whites doesn't surprise me, as they have found their way to make all of them live and prosper to an unexpected degree. I swear it's impossible. Large-scale colonization and destruction of Mars. Even the crazy Martian colonization expedition that began in 2204 and lasted about 60 years was the work of their ancestors when technology was at its peak. They actually succeeded in building and maintaining entire villages and residential complexes on the interstellar colony of the Red Planet. In fact, even under very unfavorable conditions for humanity, this colony thrived for several years. However, now most of their settlements are decaying. On that planet, nature is in charge. In a matter of months, 20 million people died, mostly Anglo-Saxons and Slavs, but there were also many settlers from the European continent, due to harsh and unexpected changes in climatic and atmospheric conditions, which no human technological equipment could prevent. The forces of nature that indiscriminately killed innocents were responsible for the mass massacre of 2265. But even after just a few years, humanity's great dream and ambition to open up another planet has come true. The few who survived the terrible doom of the ether star Columbus managed to return to Earth, leaving many stories for future generations about another amazing human feat. In conclusion, from what I saw in the winter at the Rajan Swage Institute in Markov, one thing is certain: about 1,000 years ago, science and its applications made unimaginable progress. They acquired such an advanced civilization that when you look at its artwork, you wonder if they were handmade by humans. If this progress continues uninterrupted, I can't even imagine what it would be like today. But the so-called shutdown period intervenes, and it has played such an important role in history that today people feel that their era is only a few hundred years ahead of ours. However, thanks to experiments by the Adelson Institute and Rose Valley, their inner culture has been thousands of years ahead. That is why these people are so different from me in matters of spiritual and moral life, much different than we were 2,000 years ago. As a result, their lives are now immersed in tranquility. What started as a peaceful day became an era of peace, and these years in turn became a century of peace. Humanity finds salvation from violence, fear of the future, poverty, exile, and mutual destruction. Thanks to the Eats way of life, culture, and traditions, the worth and dignity of human beings are proven. Aliens, a brief encounter. But people today are also at a major disadvantage. With all risks gone, humanity's ability to fight and cope with difficulties has become sluggish. It's hard to find warriors these days, they're like a helpless species on the verge of extinction. Therefore, in the event of a potential external danger, no one knows how to respond. But if you argue with someone, they will reply that there are no more dangerous and stronger neighbors, and all this is a thing of the past. In fact, they explained to me that the destruction of civilization always follows a sudden flourishing of culture, when difficulties have succumbed to art and inner cultivation. It was then that the rough invaders appeared and ruined everything. But the most incredible thing is that they are not even afraid of their alien neighbors. They told me that they knew everything about their neighboring planets, and that only a few planets had life on them. Inhabited are intelligent and spiritual beings who lack the instinct of domination and the concept of conquest and expansion. They have a higher outlook and respect for life and are completely harmless to humans. They could have contacted us thousands of years ago if they had wanted to. They already have the necessary technology to do this, but they don't, because these creatures don't want to have any contact or relationship with us, or even live peacefully with us. They prefer to observe us and study us from above, thus satisfying their thirst for research. It's in their nature, that's their mentality. The only time they try to contact us is when they feel that humanity is in danger of extinction because he is immature enough to handle the immense power of nature that he has turned on. And then, they told me, they approached us, taught us, and then disappeared again. Train, the first world leader, John Brown Herring's birthplace. 266. Marienburg in Central Europe is large in size but sparsely populated and probably has more museums, mainly the historic Regenswich Institute and theaters than residential areas. Built right off the highway that connects Blomstover to the town of Train, it was destined to become a city museum with no residents at all. This explains why the current permanent residents are the descendants of old art critics, historians, musicologists, students, and art lovers who settled here hundreds of years ago. Along with them, a large number of scientists and artists from the town of Tring also came here to study their own Renaissance, the main works of the 9th century. When these people moved here, they also brought with them their way of thinking, their morals, their way of life, and their style of dress, and even the stately Metropolitan and John the Breath of Herring's birthplace. Someone today says that John Thelon's work is far superior to the legends of his generation around the first great public activist in human history. When he was young, he was a great dreamer. As a child, he spent 2 summers in his very old ancestral villa, with its beautiful garden, which is now the central square of Marienburg. At the time of his death, the only thing that survived the villa was its walls, however they found a way to restore it, to keep it as it was, to move it here from the town of Tralling, and the notes he wrote on crazy, grand plans, a memento of these 2 summers, which revealed the restless heart of a child who would later achieve great things. His parents, 2 sisters who were almost the same age as him, and his adopted brother Charles Brown. Historical photographs of Thelon still exist. This morning, I sat there, gazing at the towering statue in his memory that sits in the square with his name written on it. The sculptor Monstein raises his right hand and points into the distance. Further down, you can see figurines of 4 other ancestors, Spike, Vergennes, Millstone, and Trod Arson. To all contemporaries, Train is the most charismatic public figure in history. For his contemporaries, with a universal national consciousness and a unified civic education, as one of the protagonists of human history, Thelon not only lives in the pages of history, he still lives here, between every new generation. Modern-day Woodrow Wilson led the establishment of the new era, thus opening a new path. Thanks to him, his charisma and persuasiveness, and the impact he ultimately had on so many different cultures, the necessary trust in a universal social and political life of value and equality for all inhabitants of the planet was established. He lives among them, they are all the inhabitants of today's world, and they love him dearly, just as he once loved humanity, sharing pain and sorrow with billions of people. They liked Thelon, the political figure, the first to essentially and effectively throw off the yoke of a local ruler, the inspirational orator who captivated the masses around the world, with deep wrinkles of mental concentration engraved on his forehead and great year around his neck, their first year, ours 2396 AD, peculiar grey, which was an ornament he often wore. But more importantly, they liked Canute portrait of Knut Valdemar, who delivered a speech at the European Assembly in 2394, the year after which the All-Commonwealth was formed. 276. Shortly before midnight. This begs the question, which ingenious race has managed to defeat the overpopulated and space-deprived monsters? Those miraculous generations, who are not afraid that they will suffocate themselves in those billions, but manage to build layer upon layer on the ground, like floors? Who are those who produce large quantities of food from the laboratory for all people through artificial photosynthesis? I asked Stefan why people chose to congregate in overpopulated cities, because the countryside had so many natural resources to accommodate them, providing them with a more comfortable and quiet life. He replied that they preferred to live intensively in the city in a rational way, in my opinion, inexperienced and unfamiliar, more like a madness than scattered to farmland and other untouched parts of nature. That's why they built the city upwards, stretching over the towering skyscrapers, the extremely wide aerial bridges they called Rum. You can even see their mechanics shaking them like whips while repairing them. If you look up, you'll see them hanging above your head like a web or a giant spider's web. Truth be told, in my opinion, the modern face of these big cities is an incredible spectacle. However, that doesn't mean they stop intimidating me. This morning, countless giant flying saucers, thick in the middle and thin on the periphery, flew one after another, shocking me to the point where I couldn't get my soul away. I sat on a bench, calm, and suddenly I felt that the sun was gone, so I looked up. As I did so, I saw huge flying saucers flying over my head, casting terrible shadows over the river and the cottages. "Why are you afraid?" Stephen asked me later. He later explained to me that the discs were heading thousands of kilometers or more towards the artificial satellite, which was home to their scientists, thousands of kilometers from Earth. That's how tech people work in shifts. Again and again in the afternoon, Stefan gave me some special binoculars, and I saw with my own eyes a number of these artificial human moons, which set high in the sky above Blomsfjord. Some are bigger, some are closer to us, and you can see them sparkling in the sun. Felt like a stranger. 286. A short excursion around the central artery of Blomstover left me with a completely different impression from yesterday, looking at it from afar. I guess I should change what I scribbled last night, and my conclusion is frivolous. In fact, if I hadn't attended this fast-paced marketing event, I don't think I would have even been able to stand up without Stefan's help, in the shadow of these incredibly huge buildings, among the millions of people crowded and busy in the city. Throughout our morning walks, Stefan stood by my side as much as he could. But we also had to make sure that Hilda and Sylvia didn't notice my uneasiness. The truth is that in the heart of this metropolis, in the middle of Toplitz 1812 square, I was so exposed almost irretrievably that later they began to ask me if I had suddenly become ill. I grabbed Stefan's arm and barely crossed the square. This was not because the city's mint similar to our tram didn't even move at that time, but because I suddenly felt an irresistible feeling of vertigo, caused by an incredibly huge, flat, open area with an oversized bronze sculpture in the middle. Later, I regained my composure. As far as I know, the cause of my temporary breakdown was more psychological, neurological, than physiological. I sat in the shade for a while, calmed down, took a sip of the orange juice that someone had given me, and as we started walking again, I begged Stephen not to let me walk through the huge square again. However, once again, I saw the beauty in the depths of my heart, but this time, I saw the beauty in the depths of my heart again. I realized the emptiness inside of me. If I have not written anything substantial, anything more profound than the fleeting external impressions of my daily experience, it is not because I have a lack of interest in inquiring and learning about all these great things, nor because I am idle or committed to my relationship with Sylvia, it's because of this awareness of myself. You see, the essence and soul of all these things is not just offered to anyone, a stranger, an outsider, a temporary visitor like me. I lacked preparation and traditional knowledge. At least the tourists of my time had some knowledge of the places they visited. 1. On the other hand, nothing is known. My visual function is perfect, desire exists, but fate has arranged it, so everything is superficial to me. I can't digest all these things, I can't make them my own, I try, but I fail every time. I knew that what I was seeing was a tangible condensation of a long and profound reality, unattainable to the layman and the layman, a synthetic image of a beautiful life that I had no right to participate in. A centuries-old tradition, matured in the organization of meaning, institutions, life, and culture, hinders our development and separates us. These centuries know how to keep their secrets. With each step I take, I become more and more aware of the painful disparity between my education and traditions. A few hours ago, I was sitting by the river, on that pier that is more than 200 feet long, looking at the huge iron gates of those huge buildings, which seem to be made with great care and attention to detail, like lace. Above me, Linson and Vergioses walked silently on their usual tracks, while I was trying to figure out which world I ended up belonging to. Floral decoration and its transportation network. 296. This metropolis is now the most populous of the cantons along the Rhine, and in addition to its extraordinary technological and spiritual culture, it is famous for its love of flowers. I saw waterfalls with flowers everywhere, on the facade of the palace, on the streets, on the central square. Gladiolas, carnations, lilacs, geraniums and some wonderful new shades, as well as climbing roses and periwinkles cover the walls. In the arcades that protect them from rain, you feel like you are in a museum. The ceilings of those fantastic arcades are adorned with their favorite pastels and gilded frames. Of the 30 million people in Central Europe, 20 million are also accustomed to having Art Deco arcades. This 7-lane avenue is called Von Gottsnaden, and I don't know if it's the only thoroughfare in Blomsfjord. Maybe Stephen deliberately sent me here to surprise me. If that's the case, he's already succeeded. In the evening, I talked to Stefan about these incredibly expensive roads they had in their sprawling state, and asked him how the hell they could afford such a reckless overspending. He told me with a smile that they didn't spend any money and that thousands of young artists offered to build them or associate their names with the arcade decorations of their homeland. This reminds me of the example of Lane, who continued his work in education and teaching solely out of emotional and intellectual inclination and moral satisfaction. Stefan told me that the current redistribution of human resources and talent, a program implemented by the new economy and technological progress, aims to address the boredom of a large number of prematurely demobilized workers who are bored with their mission in life if they do not find a new purpose, a new goal or a noble purpose after their 20s. Then he explained to me the renovation procedure in the city. First, the office partners estimated the number of designers and decorators needed in 2 to 5 years. Then they sent loaves the names of the top experts of Silicon Valley's generation who were willing to help them. After that, with the assistance of the illustrious representatives, all the great artists compile the list of candidates, which is then voted effortlessly online by the permanent residents of the area where the artistic intervention will be carried out, and the short list is announced by an electronic vote counter in the municipal facilities. Another thing that struck me was that this huge country, with its forests and sky, did not hesitate to establish a ground transportation network in its main regional cities, with central ground stations in the main regional cities, which allowed access to Greater Europe and the rest of the world, as well as those huge terraces, the base of its civil air transport network. Now only the main port of the Danes is located a few kilometers outside the capital. So, let me paint you a picture. Pedestrians and wheeled vehicles dominate the streets, while at the heights, thousands of flying vehicles weave and land on the terraces of towering buildings. From there, using high-tech elevators, people descend to street level to continue their journey. Of course, all surfaces are much larger than we're used to, and the incredible number of visitors is constantly rising and falling. Passing through the central station of Nostad on the outskirts of Bloms-Telford, via the large intercity motorway, the Eurasian Autostradas, to Allenholm, Novo-Trondheim, Gross-Began, Tellington, Valsova, Halkovo, Tobolsk, all the way to Siberia and the Pacific coast. Here I saw for the first time one of their huge Rajazakars parked there, because until now I watched in amazement as they moved, speeding at an alarming speed. It has multiple floors and looks like a collapsed skyscraper from afar. Suffice it to see an astonishingly sized intercity wheeled vehicle, these huge mobile cities with restaurants, spa sanatoriums, lounges, and specially designed parking lots, which they call lounges, where they store small linens and a wide variety of freestanding flying vehicles for about 500-1000 passengers, to understand why their large and universal artery, which connects Portugal and the metropolitan countries and capitals of the Far East, was built so wide. 306. Two professional film directors of my time made their own films about the Great War, one focusing on London called Waterloo, and the other focusing on his film The Last Bridge, which was based on the Balkans. They would be so proud if they knew that their work had survived so many centuries due to many coincidences, while millions of other perhaps better, less commercial films had long since been lost. Now that I refer to Waterloo, I remember their derogatory reference to Napoleon, who, after the almost complete destruction of Napoleon's army, said that one night of French women is enough to rebuild a great army, turning people into flesh. Stefan told me, everyone is a whole world. Don't touch it. Don't interfere with it. Firstly, you can't, and secondly, you don't have the right. Esoteric people are independent of the physical aspect of the individual and completely independent of their physical or biological existence. They are made up of a vast moral universe that includes dreams, ideals, touching life stories, love, humanism, and sacred human suffering. Napoleon could never destroy it. Art and 3D theater. In their museums and galleries, in addition to their most famous works, mostly their 9th century masterpieces, they also exhibit some of our 19th century art, mainly from the fields of music, poetry, and discursive art, as well as some Renaissance plastic arts. I wonder if the 20th century, what they call the Decadence and Dark Ages, still exists. Maybe nothing has to do with art, but maybe it's technology from us. Last night they took me to the Bloms Cross Center for a tour of the famous Arlington Outdoor Theater, where the artificial air conditioning was enough to cover every inch of this huge, circular open-air space. They called it arena, but the meaning of the word has changed over the years and has now become open-air. Rather than referring to the shape of the theater, usually circular or oval, or its architecture, nor does it imply any connection to the ancient Roman amphitheater. In fact, it doesn't look like them at all. From the moment you see it, this magnificent complex will truly amaze you, first for its scale and elegance, and then for its infinite stage possibilities. Every minute in the theater will make you feel like you are in a magical parallel universe. It gives the impression of a legend or fairy tale that has been given life and served humanity. The alternation of scenes is as effortless as the scenes on the Reagan. In both cases, directors can bring out all their talents. Although in Reagan's Odyssey, you know that everything you see, including those characters who are nothing more than actors, is artificial. It all feels real. It's as if you're living in it, as if you're part of the story. Obviously, if you continue to show your miraculous actions with these magical beam combinations, thank you for constantly showing these magical lights to the audience. Here, too, the plot unfolds three-dimensionally before your eyes, enhancing the illusion of depth, only now, you are no longer part of the scene. If you look around, you can see several floors of the amphitheater made of stone, as well as thousands of other spectators. Here the actors are real, and so are their voices. The conversation and noise are live. However, the technological resources have reached a level of perfection, and the clouds, the sky, the rivers, the houses, the stones, and the various landscapes you see are as real as those around you, below you, and above you. Of course, if you get a little closer and try to touch them, they will disappear. Here, all the audience, regardless of their location or actual distance from the stage, see and hear the actors through the transparent rectangular crystal front seats, which is a magical tape that replicates the sound. Audiences seated in the upper seats are just as easy to see and hear as those seated in the front row. In short, apart from the vividness of the actors' performances and the dynamism of their voices, the sound here only needs to be pronounced clearly and correctly, and the volume does not matter. Just like in our time, everything else feels like a dream and a fairy tale, as in a hodgepodge. That's perhaps why these huge, hollow theaters are now designed with endless possibilities, to create a dreamlike atmosphere. Arlington Arena had an incredible impact on foreign audiences, largely due to the superb coordination between the cast and Reagan, the technical means used by Switch. This technical ability made the original name for Reagan. It is also possible that Switch-made plays will be performed here, using the same sequence of alternating scenes, and without losing any of its magic. As for the name of the amazing director who won the audience's applause at the end of the play, it was Helmut Krotina. The vast majority of Bromsteford's population comes from the north. I have heard that in addition to the millions of descendants of Teutons and Germans, there are also countless distant descendants of Finns, Swedes, and Norwegians, who were asked by the leaders of the pre-15th century Trodesen, Versen, Valbuck, de la Roche, and Bardini to descend to the Rhine and extend to the Danube and the Mediterranean. In order to prevent further conflicts, they complied, but initially did not want to do so. The Great Tribulation of 87 was relatively recent at the time, so this conscious migration to the south, triggered by the South itself, coincided with the promulgation of the Altkirchen Magna Carta, when hopes for a better life in politics, society, and demographics were reborn from the ashes. At the same time, the independent, self-reliant cooperative organization of trade unions and various partners, the predecessors of the Grosvenor family, had begun to be institutionalized. The use of rituals and religions. Blomstefer, 1-7. Today is the first day of the month, and in Bronster they have the custom of celebrating Christian holidays like Christmas and Easter. I noticed that they did not have icons and statues, but thanks to their magical technical means, in the first hour of this morning, in the crystal clear sky, there was a scene of the Annunciation, eclipsing the nearest stars. I couldn't even see the main body of the procession because I got lost in the crowd, but Stefan told me afterwards that the procession was led by dignitaries in snow-white robes and representatives of the Rose Valley, and that they were accompanied by a few people from Mary. The parishioners of the United Nations of the Order of Leah, as they call them, wear traditional silk scarves in their official uniforms. Next to them, children dressed in white with gold belts around their waists holding light-colored garlands. Ave Regina Caelorum Sancta Dei Genitrix Ora Pro Nobis. Pra Pro Nobis. Never in my life have I attended such a memorable, solemn ceremony until now. And what made me come to this conclusion was the incredible dedication and consistency of the crowd in the march. This sense of uniqueness arises not because of the spectacle itself, nor because of the wealth of the procession, but because they have experienced it sincerely and profoundly. Once again, I realized that religion is first and foremost an experiential and emotional attraction to the sacred and divine ideals. In the sacred bond between man and spirit, it is a question of heart and intuition, not rationalism. If you ask Stefan if there is anything really rational, say the Virgin Mary, or if it corresponds to the real thing, my friend will have a ready-made answer. I don't want to hear anything about reason when it comes to these things. But this time I persevered. I asked him if what he and Jag told me was true, that is, after the folky apocalypse, religion, or at least their dogmatic aspect, turned into a children's fairy tale. Yes, he replied patiently, trying to make me understand. What you say is true, but let's not forget that the substance of Samus, its real texture and structure, we still have no idea at all. As long as we are human, we will not be able to approach it. In other words, we use religion as a substitute. They are meant to comfort us and alleviate this of deprivation of us. I sympathize with him because he is clearly trying to express himself in the way he wishes. Trying to put these beliefs and ideas in his head in a logical order hurts him. Every attempt to rationalize these great things left him sad and anxious, because for him these things could only be perceived through faith and intuition. 2-7. Lesburg, Cologne, Rosenholm, Noviskohen, Koblenz, Maya-Ntia, Mannheim, the pearl of the modern Rhine, now 4 times wider than the ancient Rhine. It took us a whole day to walk through it, but we witnessed an indescribably beautiful parade where any sign of exhaustion or boredom was not worth mentioning. Nova Radvico, Karlsruhe, Enlard, Strasbourg, Nova Karelia, if I had 20 lives, I would spend it here, and nowhere else. Oh my God, what colors, what lights, How beautiful in those areas covered with firs. Flower City and Water City alternate. In front of us, there is a canal on which a whole garden city has been built, a fantastic, now inhabited riverside, an artificial waterfall that perfectly imitates the work of nature, a magnificent Gestad, a modern spiritual temple, a greenhouse with a huge concert hall, countless hostels, cities and villas surrounded by vast green spaces. But all this was just a fleeting illusion for me. I can't say that I really saw these miracles, that I was fed up, that I understood them, that I really experienced them. When I came to Anheld, I was given the impression of a recent great loss, a sense of unreasonable and unfair emptiness. I'm eager to get back to those fantastic places as soon as possible and go one by one. But Stephen said we couldn't go back. We have a different destination, we go southeast. Sometimes, the circumstances of life, which were basically imposed on me, made me feel that Stefan did not see me as a friend and a partner, but as an equal, who had suffered trauma and was still struggling with it. He sees me as the city of Nogel, however, he is still dependent on others to take care of him, a mentally disabled prisoner with amnesia, the only person in the world today who is not free to fly where he wants to go, where he wants to fly. 27 is here again. Late night. Spring is finally here, and the nights here are magical in this beautiful southern city. The days are getting longer and the nights are warm. Now I'm on the terrace of the Gestapo, lying on my deck chair, facing the garden. I sat in that thin but warm coat and stared at the sky. It was a bit cold, but the stars were nice. In addition, the breeze wafts in from the nearby garden. I am reminded of what Immanuel Kant once said, there are two things that I am most awed by, the starry sky above my head, and the moral law within me. The sky is my most faithful friend, the closest companion of my soul, because it is the same as the time in which I live. No one can deprive me of the magic of this clear night sky. The Neo-Renaissance of 3300 AD. Visual arts and their techniques. Nicholl Fort, 4-7. The aesthetic pleasure offered by the Union Museum in Fort Nassau and the National Gallery, which is said to be some of the most representative galleries in Central Europe, can only be compared to the deep satisfaction that art lovers of our time feel when visiting the main art palaces such as the Louvre, the Prado, the Hermitage, the Borghese Gallery, the Pitti Palace and the Museum of Rome. Because if there is one area of culture that matches the current civilization, but does not actually surpass the achievements of our time, at least until the 20th century, it is the visual arts. In all aspects of life and culture, I firmly believe that the world is far ahead of our own. Any attempt to compare them will work against us. Of course, by contemporary culture I mean primarily their great 9th century, not the subsequent 600 years. In that century, art reached its highest peak in the history of a new civilization. As for the exact period in which I lived, their art histories unconditionally and without further discussion categorized it as a period of artistic decline, describing these years as a kind of new Middle Ages between the beginning of the 20th century and the revival. Not to mention the era in which gibberish was considered a new style, creativity and art. Now, when I say that these people managed to match us, I'm talking about pure art and aesthetics, not technical means. Their advantages are unmatched in terms of technical means and technological advancements, as they are able to create effects that we never imagined. Here are some examples, the way their colors and lines are maintained, their photochromic aberration, all the different coloring methods and types, the depth dimensions of the topographer, and the famous chromoluminescence, also known as analia. The innovations of the Stiernsted school, the great painters of the 9th century and other technical achievements such as landscape painting dedicated to depicting the sky, are independent of pure artistic value. Fortunately, they know to what extent they should use these technological means without having to sacrifice true beauty for the sake of technological progress. Their undeniable and irrefutable aesthetic prevents them from spiraling out of control. Youth Mile, 5-7. Late night. March is coming to an end, and there is no place to welcome April like the Tyrol of old Austria. When I think of the lyrics of a poet of my time, I am reminded of, oh, Primavera, Giovente dell'anno. Spring, this year's youth. We arrived here late yesterday morning and rode in a huge Danish caravan with thousands of people, mainly from the far northern countries, from Olesu, Trangi, Bigan, Skavenge, Norfer and even the polar regions. They had happy smiles on their faces. Most of them will travel by separate means of transport and continue to. On the Mediterranean coast. Oh, how I wish we could stay here for a while, too. I can't imagine a greater personal desire at this moment. On a spring afternoon, the sun is setting. Verses 7-7. Youth Mile away. Sylvia and I, only this time the two of us, passed through a number of rural areas called Rensby, and I didn't bother to ask their names. Whether it's yesterday or today, I don't want to ask anything. Happy days, happy days. Who are these people who manage to convince us that suffering is a prerequisite for life and that human destiny is suffering? I was wrong. Oh, I shouldn't have trusted them. How wrong I was to think and live this way. How much of my youth and zest for life have I wasted? I wish I could spend my time away from here with Gulvia in this lovely artificial Tyrolean valley, which is now home to over 4 million people. How I wish I could spend my days and nights here, only here, in youth, in dreams, in fairy tales. True happiness does not cost anything. It snuggles up in the smallest things. Youth is not a chronological youth, nor is it a physical youth, but a youth of the soul and a youth of love, enough for your heart to feel all the happiness that surrounds you, these divine messages that you miss every day. Today, Sylvia walks through the gate with her hair draped, and the expression of her eyes and arched eyebrows remind me of the features of Anna's son, Willie. I have only met him once in the central square of our small village, but his image has left an indelible imprint on my memory. Their words and deeds are very similar, not only their facial features, but also 2 drops of water. It's as if she will never be lost, as long as he walks on the earth, as if she will always live through him, as if miracles happen in this world, and human science does not know everything, as if there is something outside of our own possibilities and concepts, as if it were the factor that determines a person's personality. Along with genes, there are also some ineffable spiritual elements hidden, which are not limited by time and space, overcome the poor, ephemeral nature of human life, and cross the abyss of time, a spiritual element that is unimaginable by human reasoning, but is always present. Stroll around Landspy. Verses 8 to 7. Early this morning, I got up from my armchair, and the serenity still embraced the blue bees that slept under the crystal blue sky. I walked a long way until I knew that Sylvia usually woke up. Gradually, the blue bee also began to wake up. Men and women, but mostly young citizens, boys and girls, with thick hiking boots in their hands and small, soft hats, some alone, others in groups, and others in groups on their way to the wooded hillsides. Most people wear the badge of their group on their lapels. On the way, I met a well-proportioned young woman with blonde braids, who was going to the mountains alone. I stopped to look at her. Although she realized that I had noticed her, she didn't lower her gaze. Of course, she didn't look at me either. She didn't want to provoke at all, and this was reflected in her expression. It is characterized by the innocence of a child, without the slightest hint of coquettishness. This shows that she has no reason to maintain the confidence of distance in front of the strangers she has just met. But she didn't give me any obvious encouragement. She was probably wondering why I stopped if I needed something, and her gaze was earthy, friendly, and exuded an air of equality. I know that if I ask her anything, let's say ask for directions, she will answer me politely and with dignity, adding the necessary thank you, to the end of each phrase. If I tried to walk side by side with her, she wouldn't doubt my intentions and wouldn't have any similar psychological reactions. She would have found it polite, friendly, and unpretentious, like we were old friends. If I had met her friends later, they would have treated me the same way, like their old friends. However, I didn't forget that Sylvia would come to me soon, so I didn't talk to her at all. I ended our encounter with a nod of goodbye, as is now customary, between an unknown young citizen and an old man who had no reason to talk to her. At the entrance to the green meadow that leads to the nearest highway, there is a Mary Lee. The marble sculpture of Waki, one of the most famous sculptures in Old Tyrol, is the work of their 12th century sculptor Altmann. The statue takes its name from the forest path ahead. The Bilvay Highway is outside the Youth Mile and the artificial valley. Their highways do not pass through states or cities. That's why they built smaller ring roads to connect the two. Foreigner to Mary Leah's first impression was that she was somehow a Christian saint, preached by the spiritual leaders of the Rose Valley, at a time when the Christian church had ceased to preach saints for centuries. At least that's how I feel when I sit at her feet. Regardless of the historical veracity, we can easily place Mary Leah describes him as a kind of Christian spiritual figure because of the intrinsic connection between Nogle's teachings and our own ancient religion, which today is seen as a universal tradition. I'm going to take one last look at Ultraman's sculptural masterpiece. Mary Leah's smile is a bit like our Mona Lisa's mystical smile, and somehow, it brings an indescribable happiness to your heart. It is a symbol of regeneration and hope, in the fall of faith and beauty, in the cult of incoherence, in disregard for moral principles, in the absence of ideals in life, in the failure of humanism, in political anarchy, and in the fear of the nuclear catastrophe that pervades life, which ultimately proves to be powerless and ephemeral. This is living proof that the new Middle Ages of the past were also short-lived, because the great reality erased this shameful past and turned a new page in the history of mankind by triumphing over all evil and correcting all wrong. I'm just sitting here, staring at the sculpture. Seeing her so soothing and comforting gave me a deep, internal, aesthetic sense of satisfaction. I am glad to see that after thousands of years, the spring of youth and life is still here, unchanged. It's nice to see that, in reality, nothing is lost, it's all here, stronger than ever. The Viking Route. Daria Automation in Aliki Center. Verses 12 to 7. The huge highway connecting Novo Christiania and Eschstrem passes through a vast plain, where there is a huge crystal-fenced pier built for the Dana people, and thousands of other tourist facilities from the Berthoud Partners Company, which extend into the Alps and offer glacial landscapes. the product of centuries ago obsolete techniques that controlled the climate of the mountains to enrich the Saria, an artificial river that flows behind the mountains. It is known as the Viking route and, according to Stefan, it is the largest highway in southern Europe. It was first paved a long time ago, around the time of the creation of Scylla. Seeing the confluence of the main artery with the Lagiatsa River, and the huge and different means of transport, I felt that I wanted to say goodbye to those idyllic suburban cities and beautiful landscapes forever, and only wanted to return to the big industrial city center of modern life again. I held back my tears and waved goodbye, and the other three didn't seem to mind leaving it all behind. They were ecstatic and anticipating our arrival, and they couldn't think of anything else. I asked Sylvia if she was tired from the hours she had slept the night before. Not at all. She replied. I only wish we could get to the streets of the palace early. Rose Valley was the only thing on her mind at this time. We stopped for a while at the Dadiaga junction. If you take the Viking way heading south, you must stop at this junction. We were a mile away from the hidden hills of Celeria. We are now very close to the artificial river that flows through the other side of the valley. In fact, we expect that at dusk we will see it flowing on our left-hand side. I didn't know Daria was such an important transportation hub. If you want to sail east to the Hungarian plain on the Regiosa, west, to the Swiss lakes, south, to Liguria, or even if you want to cross the Adriatic or Aegean Sea, you have to stop here. Takuga has a population of about 3.5 million, two-thirds of whom are permanent residents. It's not big at all, that is, considering that it's known as the estate of great technologists. In its key role in the global transportation industry. However, its technology and technological civilization are unmatched. Its old laboratories and institutes continue to operate with the same pulse and vigor. Polytechnics still attract hundreds of thousands of students from all over Europe, and their settlements in are considered a manifestation of taste and moderation. The Naira and Faran rivers are two artificial tributaries of the Saria River, which basically look like canals, and they run through the oldest part of the city in symmetrical lines. The buildings are majestic, but maybe too symmetrical and unified in structure and color, as they are all painted in alternating shades of yellow ochre. Daria is the center of automation. As far as technicians go, it's the Mecca of southern Europe. Scylla was designed by Daria himself, and it was Daria's wise man who made the construction of the little Jostendal glacier possible. The city's schools have given the world a Yar, a Boyer, and a Karl Horsen, like our Curie, Lavoisier, Fermi, Max Planck, and Dries. Hilda told me that in terms of pure spiritual civilization, Daria could not be compared to Markov, Analia, or Blomstiefer. It has never had an equally long tradition of spiritual creation. She also said that the changes of the times and the decline of technology often hurt the pride of this great and glorious country. Daria is now a follower rather than a leader. It's dawn. The huge bronze Vikings gave their name to the roads on both sides of the highway. The view is spectacular. Throughout the journey, Lagiatsa never touched the ground. It's flying so fast it feels like it's flying. Stefan said the Regiosa is only 3 inches higher than the asphalt pavement of the Autostrada, but that is enough to protect it from any contact that could cause any friction with the pavement of the Viking highway. Considering the weight of this lightning-fast airship, this is simply magic. It's morning. If it were up to me, I would stop for a while. I noticed that the vegetation was gradually changing, which indicated that we were approaching the Mediterranean. But we're still a long way off, Stephen corrected me. Sometimes I forget how different everything is from what I remember, how much it has changed. Cypresses, apple trees, lindens, elms, date palms, then fruit trees, then 100-year-old plane trees by the stream, and then down to endless rhododendrons and tall silver aspen trees. The smell of the air reminds me of my childhood field trips. They touched my soul deeply, I remember every detail, and I swear the air smelled and tasted exactly the same as it did then. I can't put into words what an amazing feeling it was to know that I had been here before and had the opportunity to return to this life, a sense of triumphant happiness, an awareness of my unique destiny, a divine gratitude. At the junction in Ilki, all the passengers swapped Vijaza for mints on a few small wheels waiting for us there. All 4 of us got on one of them and continued our journey. The first thing I saw after leaving Ilki was about 100 Rosinsdal's priestesses were waiting for Vijazas to arrive so they could continue their own journey. I remember meeting some of these people in Markov as well, but never so many people together. They don't look like travelers. The small, soft handbag they carried with them was the only thing that sent them away. Quite a few of them were surrounded by 2 or 3 children. I counted it, and there were about 150, but certainly more. Was this considered some kind of honorary escort to the priestesses, or was it entrusted to them to take care of the children? You can't tell. They stood motionless in contemplation, obedient children stood quietly beside them. In the gardens of the Ilki Junction, I saw for the first time the most absurd luxuries of this period, which I had not seen in any large city so far, not in Markov, not in Blomstiefer, not in Analia, not even in Norfolk. Huge artificial baskets with a diameter of 15 to 20 meters, hung everywhere with flowers and plants, magnificent works of art by some master florists, and a monumental work of art named after 200 The Coming of the Age and the creation of the Rose Valley as the theme of the wonderful picture. The flowers and plants here do not resemble the geometric or lace shapes of Markov. What is popular here is a myriad of completely natural-looking shades of green, from the pale silver olive green to the black green of fir trees, carefully crafted in form and shape, tended daily by specially assigned gardener supervisors so that the teacher's work does not wither or be damaged in the slightest. From afar, they look like Gobelin tapestries spread on the ground, as if welcoming travelers. Of course, no one touched them. In the afternoon we were on the road again. From the surrounding view, we are approaching the valley and this becomes even more apparent. Large temples and institutions stretching for hundreds of meters in a wide variety of Kir Ketarns, small temples perfectly round or oval, snow-white round colonnades, have now replaced the huge pillboxes on both sides of the road, and the pastel colors have been replaced by soft rose-colored lights. The skies here are completely devoid of those dense, dark hordes of large flying machines, and the thousands of platforms and terraces of the Linson family are scattered in parks and gardens rather than the giant airfields of the northern region. Every now and then, you can see the estates of the Loves on the hills. The main representatives of the modern spirit are still locked up during the season, however, these houses belong to Rothendal, not their personal, would later pass on to their spiritual heirs, as Stefan told me. Next to them, you can see the hermitage of the monastery, the deserted red granite monastery. The architectural silhouette is Sirius, the personal retreat of the Emeritians. What fascinates people today more than the beauty of nature, and even more than the magnificent surroundings, are place names and the childhood memories they evoke. Sylvia and Hilda had come to the valley many years ago on Christmas Eve, and Stephen had been to this great spiritual center a few times in the time since they had been in school, but they had known every inch of the history of the land since they were in school. If you are behind the poplar trees by the stream, behind the pale pink walls of the Ilterses Monastery in Delphia, you can tell the complex of the public facilities on the first floor of the Nader Hermit. Astruxai and Ryan told me about them in Markov. 400 years ago, their predecessors were the original founding fathers of this valley, the first scholars, translators and editors of the oldest texts of the Adelsey tradition. They still call them the Greek word eremit, which means hermit. Silya, their artificial mother river. As the hazy sun slowly set, Stefan, who had been calm, suddenly grabbed my arm and showed me a large river emerging from the far west. Look. See. He began to cry as Sylvia and Hilda screamed excitedly, it's Celia. Syria. I turned around and clearly saw a wide strip of water, even from such a distance. Did these shrewd people change the entire continent map? In my time, there have never been such large rivers in these latitudes. But Stefan told me that Celia did not only belong to southern Europe, it ended here after a long winding journey, starting at Mont Blanc in Savoy. The Silya River is one of the oldest symbols of Europe's oldest techno-economic complex and political cooperation. It passes through many countries and waterfalls, dams and artificial bends, because it is an artificial river that once brought great prosperity to the peoples of Europe, thanks to the large amount of hydropower that has been supplied to the entire European continent for more than a century. Later, the discovery of new sources of important energy weakened the importance of the Syria Sea, at least as an energy source. However, in the hearts of Europeans, the moral and political significance of its construction, its smooth operation for some 130 years, and its overall contribution, reminds people that cooperation and solidarity have replaced strife between nations, and it symbolizes the existence of the spirit of Art Kirchen and the importance of its charter, the International Charter, the symbol of Europe's first initial federal union. As a result, the River Silya remains intact, and its harbour, bridges and the power station of the Pan-European Hydropheric Energy Consortium are now of historical importance, just on the outskirts of the city through which the super river flows. Hundreds of kilometers away, you will continue to be impressed by beautiful and colorful balconies adorned with a variety of flowers, which hang above bronze statues of the former Union pioneers, Millstone, Gluberg, Rickenmatt, Virginia and the hero and martyr Gustav Sivaja, because he succumbed to pressure prematurely, did not see his dream come true after tearing open his chest with his own hands one autumn night and dying in betrayal, persecution and isolation. We crossed one or two incredibly long and wide Syrian bridges. Thousands of people gathered on the impossibly wide sidewalks on the bridge, some sitting on benches chatting, others leaning on railings and gazing at the water beneath the bridge. On the Albier Bridge, I gazed into the distance, and with the Linson people in front of me, I saw for the first time many ancient small hovering boats, private use, which looked like they had been moved from very old garages or museums, flying speed and amphibious tricycles, nano-helicopters without wings, incredible Vjozas vintage turbines and a wide variety of other comic flying vehicles, struggling to keep up with newer and faster Linson. No matter how many times Stefan assures me that the transparency of Forning, a kind of consortium or partnership, is firmly established, and that the cooperative associations of the partners are the guarantors of the safety of their products, I have inadvertently come to believe that even in these perfect times, there may be some weaknesses. Those citizens who take this means of transport and many of them, must be treated willfully or unfairly, at least temporarily, by pre-allocation, and must wait patiently for a considerable period of time in order to get the vehicle they deserve, the one that other citizens already have. Night had fallen, and half an hour had passed, and the Celestia had reappeared before us, illuminating our path. Only the time of night is where the river is truly beautiful. At this time of the day, the river west receives the holiness of the Ganges in our eyes, we see it as the sacred river of Europe, Stefan said. Apulia Erica Terranovarotopi great popular emerita fata azuratesca and Idelphia Egeria Villafranca Filiatura, fantastic outskirts of the valley, full of mindra schools, their primary school, Violentines, their secondary school, the Museum of History and Ethnology, the Planetarium, the Conservatory and the Institute. Center of tranquility, lecture venues, libraries and study rooms, temples, hermit complexes and a huge amphitheater. The large surroundings of the valley create an incredible spiritual atmosphere. Stephen made an effort to introduce me to the history of each miracle and explain to me as much as possible what they were about. He never left me, and he didn't even stop answering questions I hadn't asked yet. I noticed that he never spoke to our friends. But they didn't talk either, they were all focused on their thoughts. We continued our night trip with no stopovers. On that incredibly wide highway, thousands of people passed us in their respective cars, overwhelmed with the same excitement and anticipation of their arrival in the valley. In the middle of the night, on a truly white waterfall-like horizon, we arrived at the Valley of the Roses. Valley of the Roses, gaze at their sacred city. 137. I sat and gazed at the holy city of this era, overwhelmed by the charm of this enchanting landscape, which can only be compared to dreams and fairy tales. At midnight the night before, from the densely populated, gently sloping hill on which we had settled, I glanced and realized that we had finally arrived. An artificial basin that I had seen before in Regan Bay unfolded before us, full of rose bushes, temples and countless monuments, including the famous Grecia in the palace, the curved dome of D and Lucy Coma, a huge garden city inhabited by 6 million souls, including the regional Reamsby cut in half by the river. There are no stars in the sky, and this faint, diffuse, cool light, which doesn't seem to come from anywhere, gives you the illusion of daylight. I think I've said it before, but now artificial light looks like the northern lights. I was hooked. I can't take my eyes off it. Gems of topaz, amethyst, ruby, and sapphire sparkle in this dazzling light. Each semicircular line on the horizon is a wonderful, flood-lit temple of art, a monument to the spiritual history of the last century. This is how they now decorate their large cultural centers with gemstones. They don't belong to anyone. Their purpose is to satisfy the eyes of the onlooker. Look, Andreas, look. Sylvia turned her face to me and looked at me, mesmerized by the view of the valley in front of her. Look. This is our Earth, Andreas, our Earth, our own planet, even if we don't believe our eyes. From here you can see the palaces of countless electos and loves, their observatories and all sorts of radio stations with the glorious names of their honorific old researchers, such as Stredyberg, Tana or Farad, the gallery that houses their masterpieces, the municipality of the Valley of the Temple of the Franciscans of Cortia, the Virgin Mary of the Rose. If you turn around, you'll see plenty of planetariums, greenhouses, gyms and swimming pools, all over the edge of the valley. There are galleries of Iberia, Latium and Nova Sabina, and the famous 98 distinct but very well-matched stigmas, each of which occupies several pages in the history of art. There are also temples of human suffering and altars of motherhood, research and sacrifice, built in memory of the thousands of scientists who were persecuted or maimed by radiation and their struggles with bacteria and viruses. There is also the school building of Adelson College, the whole city, and the temples of the religion of death, each built in its own style, Buddhist, Hindu, ancient Greek temples, synagogues. I even saw the Temple of Zarathustra. There, I could see the Temple of Love and Peace, the construction of which lasted for 3 whole generations, as I said. It was designed by the great Nimalson, built in the 9th century AD and completed in 876 by the architect Olaf Kyle, Hilda Normandin and Alicia, the result of Neville's sincere cooperation. To the east stands the Pantheon, with the famous golden inscription Honora Precursoribus Aeternis on the arched halo. In addition to the golden light in which it was written, there is something magical about this inscription, no matter where you are, from what angle you see it, whether you look at it from above, below, from a distance, or up close, you can see it clearly as if you were standing in front of it. Next to it is the poetry of Kekkonen, also from the 9th century. Between the streets of the Pantheon and the palace stands the Temple of Damon and Phidias, a special project inspired by the most famous of the 12th and 13th centuries of the Loves, the Yalma and Rinalski, whose name and friendship marked the era in which they were given to the architect Hemerstam, and what was given to the architect Hemerstam was the overall idea of friendship rather than his personal friendship. In the west, the temple palace is dedicated to justice, freedom, culture, virtue, and humanism, next to Igor a monument to Bajilov, which will forever tell the story of the sacrifices of 20 million people in a failed attempt to conquer Mars. This is the invisible temple. You really can't see anything. It is a place of religious trance and concentration, and it is only in the love family that it will be formed, if you are in it. I also saw Dean Kirsten's Temple of the Unknown Soldier built out of synthetic ivory. Oh, I read so much about him in books and I got a lot. He was one of those who inadvertently prophesied the coming during the Dark Ages. Most of the temples were built in the first 2 centuries of the Nojar dynasty, but after the acquisition of the Audern, their significance became very different. When Brunset in the 9th century heard the famous phrase in his heart, "If all this is great, Bronson's soul will surely overcome all things." Or this is the law of nature and creation, and thousands of planets are suppressed by living, thinking beings who will meet their great destiny. To our little Earth, they say, don't let the lack of time intervals affect your judgment. If you want to compare, choose a bygone era. For example, compare our age to the Stone Age. Krylan's predecessors and pioneers, those wise men who waited for death to open new horizons of superhuman knowledge and intellectual development, never, not for a second, believed that they would never disappear. As if they knew. Therefore, I conclude that virtue is ultimately rewarded, that the moral compass is a prerequisite for happiness, and that consciousness is ultimately the god of our hearts. Even philosophy, when it emphasizes the ideal of the moral personality in a cruel world, has been shown to be correct. In that ephemeral, ephemeral world, in the context of finite human destiny, people speak of the eternal and the indestructible and imagine the infinite as a concept. For me, even Wagner, who in his opera Parsifal, put forward the idea that purity can overcome all temptations and achieve salvation, has been demonstrated. I sat here all night trying to make out all the temples scattered throughout the Rose Valley, my eyes fixed either on one of the many powerful binoculars on Gistel's balcony or at the night vision binoculars that Stefan had given me. It was already past 2 o'clock in the morning, my companions had been asleep for hours, and I was still roaming uncontrollably on the balcony, immersed in the ecstasy of the senses, without even thinking about fatigue, and without even the need for my weak body to sink into my armchair. 1,000 things that I saw on the maps of Rajan Swage and Rosernsdal popped into my mind, and I wanted to find as many of them as I could. I even managed to make out dozens of statues and monuments from the millions of statues outside the temple. Names, dates, all sorts of artwork and major achievements swirled around in my mind. If Stephen were here now, I would ask him, what is the deeper meaning of the valley? Is there really nothing that is true? Countless personal memories and thoughts fill my mind and soul. The magical diffused light fades away, and the light of the new day takes its place in the clear blue sky. Today is the 12th. I didn't expect me to succeed here. I thought I wouldn't have a chance to see the valley with my own eyes, but I did, and now I want to see everything. Did you stay here all night? Stephen suddenly broke the silence and asked. He got up early, about 6:10, just in time for sunrise. The girls are still sleeping. He looked a little worried that I wasn't lying in the armchair at all, but I calmed him down and said I felt refreshed and energized. I don't think anyone slept last night, he said. But at least we lay down for a couple of hours. Hilda didn't close her eyes all night. Her heart was beating like crazy, and at 3 in the morning she got up and took a pill to calm her down. She was so excited, like a child who couldn't wait for Christmas to come. You see, here, no one wants to leave this life, at least wants to meet Rosny Dahl. Stefan spoke to me about global capital with a consistent sense of pride, a pride that stemmed from the sheer excitement, love, and experiences of their childhood. We're going to the valley tomorrow afternoon, Stephen told me before leaving. Did I tell you that you were tomorrow afternoon? This is important. You'll have to prepare the mid-check outfit, which is a formal attire designed for the occasion, but that should be the least of your worries. Most importantly, prepare your heart. Take a look back at your life and pray from the heart. You're one of us now. Just make sure your mind is pure. Everyone is praying these days. You should also pray, for Mother Earth, for institutions, for our dead, for final deliverance from barbarism, for the end of prehistoric history. Sylvia and I sat on the balcony, waiting to hear the bells. Stefan told me that it has been a week since the spire of the unknown soldier was regularly ringing. These days are known as the 12 days of prayer before the remembrance ceremony. Sylvia sat next to me, holding my arm. Sometimes we need a gentle sense of solitude and serenity in our hearts, accompanied by a presence of care and love, away from the hustle and bustle of the world, a sense of loneliness that is a sense of respect and gratitude for all these beloved places. She whispered. I told her that I was so agreeing, and when the first bell rang, I held her hand tightly. These voices remind me of Christianity, although their intensity and aesthetic value are greatly enhanced. Sylvia closed her eyes, pressed her hands to her temples, and listened quietly, lost in thought, focused on prayer. When I heard the bell, I quickly heard my excitement. We shouldn't be talking here. After the bell rang, Stefan told me that under no circumstances, anywhere in the world, could hear a melody as sacred as the one that came from the spire of the martyrs. Incredibly, it has no rivals across the globe. Striking similarity. In the afternoon we plan to descend to Rysnestal. Today is the day you come to visit me, Anna. That's it. On June 29, 1906, as we lay on the meadows of the joyful valley of our hometown, dreaming of our future, you told me word for word, how the soul of man sometimes longs for solitude. What a longing for a feeling of peace, longing for such of you, to be with someone you love. I remember that in 5 days I was going to Rome. Oh my dear Anna, you deserve all the happiness in the world, wherever you, I have said that the purpose of my life is to protect you and protect you from all evil. On July 8, I had a similar idea at Piazza Zol Napoleon at sunset, on the promenade of Villani, overlooking western Rome. We should look at it together, I told her. In the summers of 1913 and 1914, just before the Great War, when my life had gone downhill, I returned to the south, to the same platform as the French architects. Oh, my God! This case is too similar. Of course, Sylvia didn't know anything about it, because I was very cautious and kept it a good idea from all three of them, Sylvia, Stefan, and Jaeger. Is there any surprise in my destiny waiting for me? My soul bows before this miracle that succeeds in destroying the abyss of memory and time. 13-7 is here again. After a while. I think the reason why my love with Anna is so sacred is not because of the intense sexual passion, but because of our emotions. Our life has become sacred precisely because it is so pure and good, a true reflection of what is known today as summit. That's why the possibility of us falling in love doesn't disappear because of physical death. Time has not erased it. Down into the valley. City tour. 14-7. 2 a.m. From 5 p.m. to midnight, I spent time with Stefan, from balcony to terrace, up and down their famous and marvelous elevator, one we call the public elevator, using all of their new Windbros bridges, which are designed for easy hiking, and for countless late nights, pilgrims, like us, wear the formal, mandatory valley uniform. Stefan tried his best to explain to me in the best possible way everything we had seen in the oldest part of the Holy Country. Unlike Norver and other cities we've visited, I never felt the need to rely on Stefan in the valley. Here you will never feel lost or afraid. The river and the surrounding villages always give you a clear sense of direction. The feeling of discomfort, helplessness, or hesitation I experienced elsewhere did not apply to this place. We wore a pair of dark shorts with black stripes and hem slightly below the knee, green silk high socks, a white double-breasted tank top, white lapels, and white boots that didn't make any noise when touching the ground. I forgot the green belt that adorned the standard cigar uniform. At first glance, there are 2 or 3 things that impress travelers in this ancient central area: the lack of access, the clear sky, the absence of purely residential areas throughout the great state, and the absence of the aura of the capital here. Contrary to other megacities that I have seen, the main thing is the lifestyle and rhythm of life. I've only seen a few vehicles here, but they're still very tall, private linen or Verjosa, which won't scare you or affect the clarity of the sky. Here you will see no Danes, no huge, hovering satellite islands, no underground cities or any other kind of hidden urban extensions, and no steel viaducts like the Bromstover ones. Instead of a dwelling, but an incredible marine monument, park, arcade, altar, and flower bed. I wonder, where do these 6 million people live? I'm sure they live on the distant light blue slopes, on the slopes around the valley, and certainly not including the lovers, the Teddy, the electrics, and the great artists. So, what kind of capital is this? Rysnes Rosersdal is the same size as Norver and seems to me more of an idyllic intellectual paradise than a real capital. I'm willing to use words like the capital of dreams and beauty to describe it, but it certainly doesn't feel like it's at the center of their current prevailing political and economic community. It may be the ultimate regulator from which the coordination and alignment between its few institutions emerges, but none of this is obvious to the outside world. A key factor in the life of this huge city may be known as the mixed worship of religion, art, meditation, and other great spiritual endeavors, which no one has tried to hide. In my opinion, the Valley of Roses can be said to be the Lhasa and Medina of today's Western world. Thus, the great-grandchildren of Europeans who survived the ravages of the war lived here: Anglo-Saxons, Slavs, Germans, Greeks, Latin Americans, Scandinavians, Walloons, and Flemings, Dutch and Swiss, Finns and several other European descendants. 15-7. Once again, I stayed up all night writing all day, from 7 in the morning to 9 in the evening. The 4 of us took a walking tour of the city center. The cool breeze and fragrant air drifting and soothing the heat of early April. You have to walk to most places, otherwise you don't have time to see anything. On the way back, our excitement gave way to fatigue. A good shower, a refreshing dinner with frozen juices, they don't touch anything alcoholic, and I'm not even sure if they're familiar with the uses of alcohol, other than wine. But the girls have been silent. I noticed that they were sitting far away at the table, all immersed in their own thoughts. Soon they were back in their rooms in a daze. You continue your book and writing. Don't bother comforting them, Stephen whispered to me with a smile. They'll be fine, no one knows why women are crying. Is their mind drawn to memory? Regardless of what they see today, are they dissatisfied? Are they happy tears? Or is it because all the major problems in life are solved, and they are bored because they don't have a job? He was in a bit of a bad mood at the time, and although he wanted to be cautious, people would think he was laughing at them for being too sensitive. He reminded me that among the many names that describe the Valley of the Rose, one is the kingdom of human suffering, referring to the human element of the soul's longing and deep inner suffering, but I think the name has a deeper historical meaning. It is a tribute to the bloody prehistoric centuries. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't answer, and I was back in my room a few minutes later. In the first half hour after dinner, I flipped through 2 small travel guides about Rosarn's Dao, which, to be honest, were aimed at children, and then I calmed down and wrote. All sorts of images swirled in my mind. In the past few days, the face of this great city has completely changed. You will meet thousands of foreign pilgrims from all over the world and can be found everywhere on the streets and on large highways. They came to participate in the big parade that took place the day after tomorrow. They seemed to be very comfortable slab rock, the mandatory uniform I described above, which they only took off when sleeping in luxurious hostels, the Gestapo and the Sivshiams on the surrounding hillsides. These days, the valley is full of food trucks, cleaners and laborers, and representatives of the clergy. They walk around the city like everyone else, unpretentiously and modestly, making people feel equal. I've never seen so many people gathered in one place, but I've never seen people around me so lacking in interest. It seems that the focus, dedication, and reverence of each visitor leaves no room for applause. Or better yet, their CO adoration of Nibervish was so dominant in their hearts that there was no room for any other passion. In fact, even the attire of these great men was not much different from that of ordinary citizens. The only thing that has changed is the color of the socks, laces, and belts. However, the final visuals are not monotonous at all, as their coat of arms is decorated with emeralds and pearls, adding a very quaint and charming hue to the boulevard, mainly at night. Stefan told me that this year's participation was unprecedented, and yet, it seems that all of these populations have been fully and effectively accommodated in the endless urban sprawl. In fact, he told me there was more space in Laret, hostels and apartments. They have a long tradition of organizational skills, and, once again, they do a great job. At 5:30 in the afternoon, John Humphrey and Urin Kenmark walked on the flesh, a few meters away from where we stood. Stephen pointed it out to me. I barely noticed the famous Fabiola creator and poet Dream on the River, Forgotten Promise and Arena's Dot. My eyes were fixed on the statue. I'm not very interested in real people. The same is true of priestesses. We met several of them, some older and others younger, dressed in typical snow-white robes. As I have read, the patrons and protectors of their faith are themselves lovers, although in reality, they rarely attend ceremonies. The greatest of them have an indisputable social place in contemporary life. Even today, history seems to repeat itself in many ways. For example, the current social hierarchy is similar to that of Egypt in the time of the pharaohs, but without violence and flaunting power. Pantheon. I noticed that the language is now richer than ours. For example, since the time of Folki, they have had the words prophet and poet, but after the time of Waki, they also had a third word, meaning both. The same is true of priests, thinkers, and philosophers, they now have a word to express these 3 words. I know that in the Pantheon I will find thousands of works by all the great spiritual figures that have existed since my time. But the Pantheon is so large that it is an entire town in its own right. I was only there for a few hours, and it would take me several years to study the entire cultural and spiritual heritage. People can find these names in school textbooks and read their works. The Valley Guide can help you find the exact shelf location of a particular author's content or a book in that huge library. Poets, philosophers, natural science researchers, music composers, thinkers, humanitarians, public and political figures, mystics, artists, social reformers, educators, they are all here, as long as their works stand the test of time. Einstein, Newton, Pythagoras, Homer, Milton, Virgil, Socrates, Plato, Confucius, William Tyer, Gouda Maivoda, Matadi, Bach, Handel, Rousseau, Tolstoy, Kierkegaard, Seneca, Pascal, Bergson, and Rilke were all historical figures of my time and were all held there. Their life-size statues of marble, brass, bronze, and synthetic ivory, most of which adorn scenes from their work, stand on equally high pedestals, symbolizing, at least in my own mind, a triumphant defense of what they call the prehistoric and uncivilized cultural heritage. I am so happy and satisfied to see some of our greats coming alive everywhere around me. What really surprised me was that I even saw crowned animals like Cordru, Numa Pompilius, and Marcus Aurelius. There is no discrimination between our people and their people, starting with the elders and continuing to beyond, whether in the position of the statues, or in size, or otherwise. The only slight change is the interpretation of the source of ideas, and the inspiration of each thought, because today there is no contradiction between reality and ideals. What past generations called spiritual worlds and concepts are now considered real. They claim that, from the very beginning, in many different cultural spheres, the source of all inspiration and all manifestations of the spirit is one, the unconscious thirst of the soul for the summit and the suffering caused by the lack of the summit. The so-called conflict and opposition between reality and ideals is basically nothing more than the incredible contrast and distance between this earthly world we live in and the great reality. This is what leads to the divine pain and conflict of inspiration. If our people heard all this, they would secretly laugh at them, but they would be so proud of their direct perception of reality and the world, so proud of what they saw, of what they believed and supported so firmly, that they didn't even care. The exhibits here are not categorized according to the origin, school, or era of the creators. All these important people came from the great motherland Earth, belonged to the great era, were eternal, and therefore immortal. You can see that Chopin is not far from Tchaikovsky and Rachmaninoff, and Goethe is in the same room with Hugo and Schiller. In fact, a few days ago, a young Unga, Lila, told me that some students, pilgrims from the neighboring secondary school, Violentens, wore laurel wreaths and flowers on their heads in their honor. I can't help but tremble when I think how many tears those great artists must have shed when they were creating, and how many tears they brought to countless sensitive admirers. Today's poets at least don't think they're crazy. I've just realized how much noble suffering is incorporated into the secular form of salvation known as artistic creation. When you see, hear, or touch a real work of art, it's the closest thing you can see, hear, or touch, its memories grow stronger, as does the longing and nostalgia for the summit hidden in all of us. It is happiness that fills this pain with spiritual joy. I remember one thing that Lane once repeated in his speech: over time, our species reaches a stage of biological and spiritual development that gives us the privilege of suffering. Humans have become sensitive receptors. All the great artists, such as Ramedy, Praxiteles, Lessing, Klopstock, Chateaubriand, Phidias, Ribera, and Mendelssohn, were the ones who saw the light in a hazy age that no one could see. Compared to ordinary people of their time, they seem to have supernatural psychological tendencies. Ryan once told me, the greater an artist, the less satisfied he is with his work. All artists know that art has no boundaries, no ends. If I'm not mistaken, Beethoven said something similar long before Lane. And, as far as I know, what they mean is that what the artists are trying to express, whether through pens, brushes, chisels, or notes, cannot convey, its essence cannot be captured by the human mind and cannot be rationally explained. In one of his essays on artists and art itself, Tynerson says, like swallows flying on the iron fence skylights of a prison, their purpose is to remind us that it is spring outside, that the air is fragrant, and that a valley in full bloom awaits us. We belong both to us and to the bright blue sky. Not long ago, Stephen told me, I hope that all these great men from ancient times will join us in experiencing this salvation, experiencing the highest form of spiritual happiness. He said this because, according to Tynerson, no one knew the answer to the question at the time, why should we suffer? That's why all great artists can't find happiness in the outside world. They still don't know about the reflection of Samus. Latami. At 6 p.m., I wandered around town, trying to find the statue of Valmondel. Last fall, in many of Lane's classes, I had the opportunity to listen to his oratorio prayer in the golden orb of the stars. I know from the clay sculptures in my autumn studies in Markov that the statues of Jesus and Folke are more or less in the same place. Valmondel isn't far from here, Stefan said. However, we are still inside the Pantheon and we need to go to the Blue Rose in Latami. Jesus, Walke, Larson, Plato of Nogel, Domenicus Albani and their leading thinker of the 9th century, Axel Jenny Felt was there. We only saw them from afar. I noticed that in this part of the city, the statues were scattered more sparsely, as if the great men they depicted were entitled to more space. We did not come near them because dozens of priests, priestesses, and other important figures were paying their respects, most of whom knelt in prayer at the base of the statue. In fact, on the pedestal of the Valmonder statue, I saw several leaning ones lying on their backs, dreaming with their eyes open. Stephen didn't want to get near them. He said we had to wait for them to finish meditating and praying first, but we didn't have enough time, so we left. I can't describe the atmosphere that pervades the colorful streets of La Guerrera. I can't possibly write down the feeling I felt as I breathed in the navel of the Pantheon with the breath of devotion, on this lifeless piece of paper. It's completely different from the rest of the valley I've been to. While I was there, I felt something more, I felt faith. I saw some guides, dressed in grey uniforms and wearing the badges of their class, whose job it was to lead some foreign pilgrims. They passed by us. How solemn. I could barely hold back my tears. When I heard Stephen say we were going to the Blue Roses of Ratami, I was expecting to see something like a soft rose bush, which I have seen many times in many places. But when I got there, I was surprised to find the evergreen rose bushes, unlike any other I've seen, almost as big as small pine trees. But what really leaves you speechless is their incredible petal color. It's not just a color, it's light. It looks like an artist's canvas, a mirror that reflects the color of the sky, an incredibly clear image. We walked past the faculty seats. There was only one scavenger there now, but he didn't sit, he stood, his eyes fixed on the horizon. We're getting closer, we're getting closer. They say that the greatest educators who have ever been here, occupy these seats, and those who have ever found inner strength in their respective times and in their own language. People who express themselves, those who speak more clearly than others, who have been trying to prepare people for what is to come for centuries before the first Nibirites appeared. It is said that they are half human, half immortal creatures, supernatural souls, who have been humanized in the environment of our world. They constantly frightened humans, and still are. They provoked many conflicts in their time. They all took spirituality to another. What the hell is going on? Nobody knows, maybe even they don't. As long as we remain human, we are not qualified to know our origin or destination, Stefan said without looking at me. Death is not true forgetting, life is. Life, which limits our cognition, speech and understanding, limits our sensory, the so-called death is a light of salvation. He added. He really believed. When we leave the statue of Christ towards Labiana and Alexis as I walked in the direction of Waukie's native country, I saw, from the opposite direction, hundreds of tall and muscular young men and women, all from nearby Verdans, arranged in octave symmetry. I commented on their height to Stephen, and he laughed and said that after 2,000 years of evolution, a few inches taller is normal. Many children hold small white candles in their right hands to illuminate the darkness. Nearby, I saw rows of pale yellow jars, filled with blue and white rose petals, also inexplicably glittering. Thus, I had the opportunity to see for the first time another miracle of our time, as Stefan assured me, without the use of phosphorus or anything like it. Current technologies are able to make some species in the plant world and the flower kingdom look self-luminous and even brighter than in the daytime. Suddenly, in absolute silence, the chant began to sound. Their melodies are sacred, although different, and they somewhat resemble church music. Later, chants began to alternate with prayers, and I had the privilege of hearing many phrases from our time. Among them, the ancient Latin Gloria in excelsis Deo and the incredibly touching Miser. Generations of ancestors have touched an ancient stone of life here. I couldn't help but tell Stefan that the people around me were like Christians, alluding to the fall dogmatism he told me about that began in the 20th century with the advancement of scientific research. This dogmatism continues to this day, I noted. You're not entirely right, he replied patiently. Modern life is religious, far beyond your time. He told me that in the centuries marked by widespread and one-sided technological advances, outbursts of mistrust were replaced by deep convictions among the nobles. God exists, only his essence, what he is not, cannot be defined by human beings. The relationship between the creator and the creator cannot be conceived by any biological form of organic matter. I found it impossible to fully understand his thoughts. Sometimes I don't even understand what he means, especially when it comes to an undiagnosed element in a spiritual entity that infuses a higher level of organic life forms, not life itself, or when he says that there are more worlds and dimensions of life than the three-dimensional world that escape from what we think is real. Vol Squad. The first 200 in Alexis. The story of Waukie's early years. No 16-7. This morning we came again to Nyatana and later to the Pantheon, more or less the same as yesterday. Walking down a nameless cobblestone street, we came down the long path of Labiona and the orange grove. Everything is preserved exactly as it was 525 years ago, in exactly the same state and place. This is Alexis where Waukie walked around as a child. The first Poles came from the Slavs. In fact, their great ancestor was one of the 200 people who created the valley. After 700 AD, the three ancestors of France and Valnaki married directly. Initially, these first Polish and Ukrainian families settled in another region, on the northern outskirts of the valley, but according to historical records, after the 6th century, about 3000 AD, they moved to this area. They were pious, frugal, kind, and enlightened people, who devoted themselves mainly to fruit cultivation and handicrafts, and in their free time lived a life that was actually monks, in many cases ascetic, with a strong tendency towards spiritual meditation and reflection. They lived like this for hundreds of years. Their way of life became a family tradition that was passed down from generation to generation. For 40 years, Victor led us to the three-story museum. However, Stephen told me that Gomes wasn't just the gatekeeper and guardian of the house, he was a rare spiritual figure and a research scientist. Alexis Waukie's father, Eugene Wagie, has spent almost his entire life in this ancestral home, this small farm, and the surrounding gardens. Eugene, the son of a great librarian of the time, Wagie was known for his finest aesthetic treatises in his time, and he was a worthy thinker of the 10th century of the Clarin school. It is said that he never came out of the valley. He is a humble person, a lecturer who focuses on research. He never aspired to fame. The more he felt the need to improve his inner self, the more he became indifferent to the recognition of his work and the acceptance of others. Nor is he concerned with building a career or climbing the social ladder. The only thing that matters to him is his maturity and abundance of intellect and spirit. At the age of 32, he married his 20-year-old student Inga for love Carey, a beautiful brunette with dark grey eyes. Her family tree has little historical value, but her parents were self-sacrificing virtuous people who managed to bequeath this spirit to their daughter, while also being well-educated and well-behaved. She's worth the risk, the librarian told her son before deciding to get married, and there's a good chance she'll make you happy and give you a wonderful family. But Eugene would marry her even if his father disagreed, he did love her very much. She is an invaluable assistant to his work and his lifelong companion, he was very happy. Unfortunately, his librarian father, also Alexis Wauke's grandfather, in the second month of 911, a year after their marriage, gave birth to his grandson, Alexis, on the third floor of the house Wauke. It was the second month of 911, that is, a year after the marriage, she gave birth to his grandson, Alexis Wauke. Now the young Ungs shows the tourists what is left of the place. This omniscient man, the promoter of direct knowledge, spent his childhood there. Honorable old man and wise man, Victor Gorman, you are always welcome when you are available. In order to step on the well-preserved wooden floor, they give you some cloth shoes to wear. The general silence in the room makes you want to keep your voice down. Stefan didn't say a word since we came in, and UNESCO started talking to us about something in the house in Alexis Wauke's personal belongings. In this valley you will come across many famous names that date back to the 6th century and have a long tradition in meditation and the cultivation of inner life, so that the dynasties of the Zell-Aron, Foke, Royasen, Borges, and others passed through the Edelson Institute. They may be similar to our own Curie and Strauss-Xian dynasties in the 19th and early 20th centuries. However, in addition to the power of heredity, there are historical records that many great people who have left their mark on our earth have also had a special upbringing from their mothers. It seems that Inga Kelly Wauke is a very loving, dedicated, selfless mother who has been with her son for over 20 years. When the delicate mission of raising a son is finally completed, Inga looks in the mirror and sees a very different person, but in the face of the law of physical decay, she does nothing but smile. However, the contribution of education, genetics, and family traditions is less important than the intrinsic values of young Alexis. The boy was born with mental and spiritual gifts and a huge and sensitive heart. Just as Mozart was born with the divine gift of harmony, Alexis has an intrinsic and deep sensitivity and great affection for man, which he is said to have acquired in some kind of past life. In school, the child with that high forehead and those affectionate black eyes always has a little more knowledge than is taught in every class. He was later told that at the age of 8 or 9, he had rebelled against the injustice of life, which meant the injustice of human fate, not the injustice of everyday social life, although he was not even touched by this unfair fate. His heart was filled with sympathy. He was destined to do many great things, but happiness was not one of them. At times, Inga struggles with this oversensitivity and urges him to come back to reality and stop retching on other people's problems. His kind mother thought that if he continued to make the sacred suffering of the people her own, the child's candle would eventually burn out. But everything went well, and it turned out that he was good. According to his biographers, Alexis had a strong tendency towards loneliness at the age of 16, but at the same time he was also full of joy and enthusiasm for life and the world. He loves nature and used to walk in the valley. The change of seasons alone was enough to fill him with incredible joy. Throughout his teenage years, Alexis always chose extracurricular books on his own. He leans towards spiritual communication, he was looking for some kind of partnership with his previous spiritual wealth, and thus fled from him. The wise men said words to him, but the young man carefully considered their words, he disagrees with every word they say. In 927, shortly before noon on Chinese New Year's Eve, Alexis and his father Eugene were walking among the orange trees, and they were looking back on their year, and the young man said, among other things, that he believed in the possible identification of the path of knowledge and the path of love, and he spoke of the point at which they meet, a point lost in the abstraction of nature and creation, something that the human mind cannot grasp. The proud father listened with ecstasy, and secretly looked forward to it. In his 20s, young Alexis was thinner and his face was full of light. Judging by some photographs from that era, he looks a bit like Chopin. At that time, he had some health problems, and his mother was worried again. She couldn't shake off the thought that her son might not be fit to live a long life, and the thought overwhelmed her. And the truth is that between the ages of 19 and 22, Alexis seems to be one of those good souls who left this life too early to reach where they really belong sooner. But that didn't happen. He was not destined to die young. He is destined to grow old and grey, to give to the people the greatest spiritual gift in the history of mankind that he loves so much. He is neither a god nor a prophet, says Stefan, but he is chosen to see the divine and the eternal, and to show them to those who are equal to him. He went on to say, he did not predict the future, but he did see and show what had remained constant and constant since the beginning of time, and he proved to the people that they were not only overestimating scientific discoveries, but also overestimating their antenna's spiritual potential. He did not see with the naked eye, but with the eyes of the heart, and no one ever asked for evidence in the way of education, and no one doubted him. Because what he shows people, what he teaches, is something that cannot be proven empirically, like God or love, in order for people to understand, a completely different path must be taken, a completely different level of faith must be reached. I remember what Ryan told me one day, the farther away people are from these values, the harder it is for them to find a way to understand them one day. If you forget it, it will forget you. As far as I know, the path to understanding these things has to do with the inner evolution of our biological species. This path is completely absent in my time, the one-sided age of science and technology, and it can only be paved by the men and women of the Adelson Institute, who are wise and far-sighted, and that is exactly what happened around 790 years of their chronology. Kostya, the story of Road to Love. 7-17. Again in Radami. I didn't go anywhere else today. I wish I could have stayed here a little longer, lost myself in the roses, and found a place to shelter in the shade of the trees. I'm alone. Occasionally I would see passers-by and foreign pilgrims walking through the flowers, looking for some solitude. I hurriedly jotted down my impressions. I put it all together, this beautiful view, this wonderful feeling, this magical color of rose petals, this wonderful fragrance wafting in the wind. All of this made me relive my old life, my normal life. Parents tell their children the story of the year 1086, 3482 AD, the old man Kostya, the story of Road to Love, and that spring morning, when the leaves of this incredible plant opened for the first time, the eyes saw rose petals reflecting the pale blue sky. The little one, Leela, knows the true story of Kostya. According to her, the 70-year-old florist is a saint who worships children and flowers. In the past, birds used to land on his shoulders and drink the water from his hands. He lost his only child when he was 5 years old. In the aftermath of that tragic event, he dedicated his life to alleviating human suffering. The mature florist once had the idea to create the blue rose, for the first time in the history of rose breeding, which now adorns the streets of Latami. For decades, the saint collected seeds and sowed seeds, trying thousands of different combinations to achieve the desired effect, Lyria said. Year after year, he planted and replanted, he changed the soil, he changed the country, but in vain. Finally he tried it. Half a century has passed, and one day, 2 bright rosebuds attracted the attention of 3 passers-by. Who owns this garden? Passers-by asked some of the Mindra school children who were playing there. Several of them were taken aback at the sight of the blooming roses. It had been drizzling all day and the sky was cloudy. Before you know it, a group of people, teachers, florists, gardeners, artisans, ordinary people who happened to pass by the garden, have gathered around the rosebush and gazed at its flowers. Children skip class, passers-by ignore the rain, no one can stop gazing at the miracle. As if the light hidden behind the terrible clouds found refuge in the petals of these roses. Someone called Kostya Road to Love. The crowd had surrounded the rosebush, but no one came near it again until the arrival of old Kostya. They showed him rosebuds. He didn't say a word. He stretched out his trembling right hand and wept at the touch. This is the dream of a florist's life. A little girl said, Mary. Leah. Gave them to us to commemorate the 100th anniversary of her death. After that day, everyone tried to plant the seeds in different combinations in their own gardens all over town, but in vain, they never flowered. A few months later, the same seeds bloom in a random place. Legend has it that these roses can only grow where great souls have lived, where great love has blossomed. No matter how good the weather is, no matter how hard people try, the petals of these roses will not bloom anywhere else. It is futile to follow all the rules, use the best materials or take care of them every day. Even florists have failed to discover the secret to growing these magical roses, which reflect the light of the day and the color of the sky. Statue of the Future. 1807. Today I left early in the morning, alone all morning. I spent most of my time in the Pantheon, this time looking for statues of modern man. I still remember a few names I met there. In the corners of the Pantheon, I found important figures of the 20th century that were not yet known in my time. I try to recall the story of each of us. As I looked at the inscription on the pedestal, I was trying to find the missing piece of the puzzle from all the books I had read and from all the lessons I had created in the capital of Logovidaya today. Each of these men and women had to make a very important contribution to the civilization of this world in order to be honored in such a way, words not heard, no melodies, works of art that we did not appreciate at the time, something important enough to give them a place in this temple of art, the opportunity to be reincarnated as immortal gods of bronze, marble and synthetic ivory. If it weren't for Alex Jeanfelt was the leading figure of their direct knowledge and thinkers in the 9th century, circa 3200 AD, and who knows what human society would be like today. They are thinking now, similar to how we think of Plato, Socrates and especially Christ. The wise man on the streets of the palace of Fort Conger. Little Love Gunner Shearer. At noon, Sild came to visit and sat there chatting with Stefan for several hours. He was not only a famous painter, but also a man who was greatly admired by everyone, especially Stephen, and one of Stefan's oldest friends. Jaeger told him we would be here, and he came to us himself. Among other things they discussed, Sylt suggested that they go to the streets of the palace on the 22nd of this month, just the two of them, to listen to a speech prepared for a wide range of participants. Gunnar Hiller Jr., one of the leading figures of the 2 years. You can even meet him and talk to him, Mr. Skjold said. Stefan told him that he was likely out of the valley by then, but Sylt continued, he is a very simple man, although he has recently been forced to live a very official life. Deep down, he didn't like it too much. The most precious thing in his life was his granddaughter. Last year, he asked the board to take her by the hand and join her into Crystal Square. He hated that they wouldn't allow him, claiming that such a thing was impossible. He is simple, kind, loving. Of course, you can't go talk to him about. First, if he's not too tired, he'll find something to talk to you. Come on, join me, with a little self-control, everything will be fine. Stephen thanked him, but again replied that he would most likely leave in 4 days, adding that on the first day of our arrival we had already seen the palace from above, which was good enough for him. We had actually flown there, over Furgren, to the southeast valley, and we circled over the streets of the Kjaerbjerg Palace. It is a boundless state, with crystal boulevards in the shadow of amethyst, and the whole city consists of the palace of the Love family, surrounded by huge parks, and the famous purple roses. Many of today's great spiritual leaders were not sent to live in Kongerberg, but that doesn't mean that the public adores and respects them less, they still worship them. Their value is determined by their contributions, not their rank. It's just that other officials, once a year or every 2 years, are there, either because their predecessors openly recognized their intellectual superiority, or because they themselves demanded elections. Sometimes, they do it to allow people to judge whether they are progressing spiritually at the same time, or because their predecessors are simply tired and want to retire and live a more private life or even work, especially when their tenure at the palace is extended to more than 2 years. If the tenure in the palace, they now call it the palace, and in Kjaerbjerg also gave the title holder some kind of power, and what kind of power, I can never really understand. It gives certainly great, but symbolic honors, and it is also considered a testament to excellence and prudence. Although from the time of the boss, from the time of the reign of the great technologists, the lovers and the electrics found everything to be in order and orderly, they never wanted to break the etiquette. For some reason, the nobles wanted to maintain the old hierarchies and titles and, through them, express new evaluative beliefs that were completely inconsistent with the old age, that is, the Momenter era, the era of technological domination. In many cases, these temporary officials did not really give up worldly pleasures and material possessions, although they knew how to hide it. However, most of them, especially the top leaders, don't want to have anything to do with all this, spirit is all they have. A few months earlier, Alia and Sylt had spoken to Stefan and Hilda about Knut Njeversen, and how he felt the day he got the blue and white ribbon. What worries him is that better people have been wronged. If that's true, he said, I'll have a way to fix it next year. When someone asked him what he would do if he was wronged, he replied that he didn't care at all and that sooner or later someone would correct the mistake. Do you think that when children are loved, they need to be declared Lorfees in order to enjoy that love? He asked them. I was told that he then alluded to Royswick, saying that all the good things that exist or happen around us, we should all be a part of our lives, the arrival of spring, the distant sound of children's songs, the love of people, nature, and they of the forest. Their wise way of thinking is very clever. Even if they are considered superior to the spiritual people of all times, they come to supplement what the past has said, not to refute it. There has never been a single elect who has tried to discredit Christ. Never did Bomandel, 860 or 3256 AD, or Luthermere, 1014 or 3410 AD, attempt to nullify Bach or Beethoven. They are in favor of getting rich, not demolition. Something similar is happening now with Gunnar Shearer, Skjold said. The highest title he could ask for was that of his grandfather. The greatest joy he has ever experienced was when his little angel called him grandpa for the first time. Not long ago, he was asked if he longed to see his son take his place one day. In fact, his son had a very important inclination towards philosophy, and he also wrote an excellent 3-volume work on ethics. I don't know what the future holds, Shearer replied, but I'll tell you one thing, in spite of his natural gifts and prolific vocation, I am strongly reluctant to urge him to expose his. Now my successor is likely to be a complete stranger, the son of another complete stranger, one of 1,000 students at Adelson College. I never dreamed of seeing my son in my place, that's not the point. I only dream that my son will bow to the future as well, and I don't know who the genius is yet. Future socialite. I don't know much about the famous women of that era, that is, after the 20th century. I only remember 3 names now, Erika, Anna Fralesha, and Ariana. I vaguely replied that he would not be a sculpture lover without his consent. What I noticed was that even sinners or non-existent, bizarre figures, from poetry, literature, or music were turned into sculptures. I don't think I was so careful when I chose. In these big hearts, Stephen speaks of the wonderful element that may not have been appreciated in the early days. That's why now you'll see sculptures of fishermen and hawkers, depressed suicides, and even women who have been described as morally corrupt in our time. This is because no one at that time was aware of the importance of all these people, and the various different, and sometimes extreme, expressions of their inner selves. No one knows where these expressions come from, Stefan explained to me. I can hardly remember the names of their artists, but you can clearly see how genius merges with inspiration in all works of art to give birth to a perfect expression of ideal beauty and pure and noble love. Stefan also talked to me about Gracila de la Martina, whose statue we stumbled upon in the rose bushes of Umliani. The sight of Samus made her heart pound. She couldn't stand it. It was enough to lead to her death. No one could have imagined at the time that at some point in the future, her statue would be erected in the world's largest intellectual center. Centuries passed in order for people to understand the true meaning of her painful story. Even Graciela herself didn't realize what had killed her. But this death is only the beginning, not the end. In fact, he believed that this death had something in common with the deaths of Christ, Socrates, and Bruno. I don't want people to sound rude or blasphemous, he felt compelled to explain. He did not ignore the huge differences between the cases. The common denominator of Stefan is that in the past, such deaths were considered to be the end, either by suicide, execution, stake, hemlock, crucifixion, or torture, but now history judges the opposite. Those ancient laws marks a new beginning, not an end. They are a more authentic, divine beginning, they are a gateway to eternity and immortality. In front of the statue of another young and beautiful lady who died young, Vanna Origia of Solozhen, Stefan recited the verses inscribed on the pedestal. He stared motionlessly at the marble masterpiece in the same place, immersed in his thoughts. Look at the look on her face, he said, there's no need to read history books and guidebooks about the valley, just keep your eyes and soul open, and everything you need to know is here. He then explained to me that this artwork was one of their rare masterpieces of the 9th century and that they were all proud of it. He then added, in Rose Valley, for the first time in history, all hopes, dreams, and ideals now have a face and a purpose. And they made it happen. They have substance. In fact, they are now more real and concrete than our own lives. I couldn't help but reveal my thoughts to Stephen. I told him that maybe they should be more careful, maybe they were mistaking the evolutionary process of the human species for something sublime and transcendental. He found that my mindset was that of an ignorant old man, with little faith in the miracles of life, always paranoid and lacking in emotion. Instead of laughing at me, he said, a true Western humanov would never express such a concern, because he knows that all concepts and instincts that transcend reason, such as intuition, faith, poetry, philosophy, or motherhood, have a common source, Samus. We diligently walked around the densely populated statue dwelling until late at night, when Stefan inadvertently conveyed to me his unprecedented excitement. Those huge numbers looked as if they had been resurrected when no one was looking. We passed by the statue of Sister Renard, Teresa Belen, as well as Elkson, Gren Eval, and Eliana respectively. Bridget by Wilmpatch. Bridget Enemark's wonderful combination of plastics. As one might expect, Wimpeka's Bridget Enema did not show any love or tenderness on her face. She portrays her as a strong, working-class woman, strong, determined, and determined. She was holding a little boy in her arms, who looked either sick or exhausted from endless walks. For the sake of the child, she walked several kilometers exhausted, one by one engraved on her forehead. She had noticeable symptoms of anxiety and insomnia around her eyes. But you can see that maternal instinct prevails. She is always willing to sacrifice herself for her children because she has surpassed all the limits of human endurance. So no, great reality is not based on ancient instincts over time, Stefan said. This is not a human invention. It is this divine element that transcends the realm of reason that has been emphasized for thousands of years in philosophy, art, and mystical religion. But we are too blind to see. We should see it before Niebuhr. Even people of your time should be aware of its existence. On our way back, I asked him if the Christian faith and Folky's direct knowledge were almost the same thing, because the similarities were many. Stefan explains, deep down, they are all preaching and pursuing the same thing, except that the former is a belief in religion and the latter a belief in knowledge, and religion has become extremely dogmatic and anthropomorphic, striving to solve all problems and answer all questions with human means and human language, thus denying its divinity. Religion is out of touch with reality and deviates from its original purpose. It gives any random materialist the right to claim that scientific research is increasingly repudiating religion and the notion of God every day. The sense of religion is on the rise because it is free from dogmatism, the congregation, and the Bible. The current scientific community's understanding of the world is far from materialistic. Temple of the Unknown Soldier and the Great Pilgrimage. No 20-7. Yesterday we spent a full day visiting the Temple of the Unknown Soldier. All four of us have been there twice. The first time was in the early morning, then in the evening. It is located on the west side of the valley, 80 kilometers away from our cathedral. Thanks to their air transport, we were there in 4 minutes. I read a lot of books about yesterday's holy day and also saw some fragments of the grand procession that took place on the side of the ship this fall. This procession takes place annually around the valley of the Trinca Gardens and is attended by millions of pilgrims from all over the world. Going through all this is one of my greatest wishes. Walking in the gold-paved square, admiring Kirsten's masterpiece and evening procession through the huge openings of the towering rooftops, has always been my dream, and it has finally come true. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have imagined such a sight. Over the past 600 years, the lovers have achieved a level of organization, grandeur, and wealth, both materially and spiritually, which would have been unthinkable in ancient times. Once again, the girls sat quietly alone in the dining room, looking at photos and videos from last night. Stephen approached me with a hint of a smile. "What did you think of last night?" he asked me, smiling. I didn't know what to tell him, so I avoided his gaze. "Is everything I saw last night real? I've heard people describe last night's event as a river of gold and light, but I've never dreamed of it being so spectacular. Millions of people, countless lit white candles, such an incredible organization, no fuss, no noise, not even a whisper." Now I see Stephen, who was certainly expecting my surprise, standing in front of me with a satisfied smile and asking me what I thought last night. "How do you answer that?" Symptoms of phobia in the Golden Palace Square. This morning, at the beginning of the pilgrimage, I again had obvious agoraphobia symptoms, as I had been in Toplitz 1812 Square in Blomstell last month. It happened when Sylvia suggested that we cross the Golden Square. Little Latia, the second big man sent by Jag, hasn't left our side these days. Many times, when Stefan didn't have time, she would sit there and tell me stories about the valley in detail. We wanted to go with the kids to see Davis Christ statue, which was just across the street, and to be honest, I'd rather walk around the square than walk through it, but Stefan stood next to me and took my arm to help me take care of it. This golden circular square, with its elaborate decorations on the floor, is about half the size of St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. However, it does not have any chapel or pulpit to strengthen it. The massive curvilinear pilasters, made of chiseled marble, are 12 in all, supporting a thick stone roof carved into the shape of a coin. Inside, the pilasters are decorated with their famous 9th century painter Fabius' superb frescoes by Fabius Sigra. Its structure is not metal-based. It was built in such a way that even if you remove all the metal pieces, the 12 towering pilasters will not be affected, they will still be high above. "Let's go to Christ across the square, let's go to Christ." I kept whispering to Stefan, begging him almost as I grabbed his arm in despair. "This is where we're going," he replied gently, trying to calm me down, "but we're taking a shortcut that will disappoint you." My friend looked a little embarrassed, as if he had been entrusted to a child who had no ability to defend himself and had no judgment. "There is no sin in using gold," he said. "Why do you think it's a sin?" I felt guilty for my unreasonable attitude. The other day he told me that the temple here also means commemoration. You need to learn how to distinguish between a religious belief and a place of worship, not just a memorial. Nowadays gold is not even considered wealth. Our singing voice and system are our gold. This is the real wealth of today. The gold in the temple is all that is left in the world, and now it is not good for the economy, but in the Dark Ages, gold was the main source of human suffering. The gold in this temple is nothing more than a symbol of peace. I asked him if the forefathers of today's ruling class were really industrial workers. He confirmed this by saying that the ancestors of today's Electrex and Love worked among the glows at that time, as they did all of them. I looked around and I saw that thanks to Kirsten, many real tragedies of prehistory have been preserved and are commemorated here. As in the works of Surazin, Vanna Aragia, here highly skilled artists have succeeded in incorporating real life into synthetic ivory. Soon we had to leave, and it was someone else's turn. I barely had time to see Fabius Sigra's frescoes. I happened to see our very own Hans Christian some scenes from Hans Christian Andersen's The Little Match Girl, perfectly depicted on the curved interior walls. The text is written below in small gold letters. This is the original text in Old Norse Scandinavian. Oaths and grand processions. In the afternoon we spent 2 or 3 hours in the church resting. When we flew back to the temple in the evening, the crowd throughout Rosnidal was unprecedented. People crowd the vast squares, wide streets, and numerous parks. Thanks to Jaeger's help, Stefan and I managed to climb to the outer outdoor hall of the dome, where we could see an unobstructed view in all directions. Our plan was to stay there for half an hour while our friends could see the entrance to the roofs from below, so we could save our seats in the huge golden square. When the last rays of sunlight faded, the vows began to sound. People gathered there and in 3 other places around the valley. Many faculty members and top representatives of the ministry addressed the millions of young people who were about to begin 2 years of service. They speak directly to them, but also indirectly to other people. Thanks to their incredible sound system, every word of the vow echoes through the valley but doesn't hurt your ears. The oath was recited in an ancient language peculiar to the clergy. Nevertheless, I understood a few words: for the motherland, for the soul of the nation, for the pride of our ancestors, for our system, for the rise of the human spirit, for our culture. The young man and woman repeated, I swear. My lifeless pen is powerless to describe the power and energy of the moment. After taking the oath, the children began to sing. Children from the distant past. From those old times. Join us today for Spring Meadows. Let us free you from endless suffering. Deeply satisfied, with a secret sense of pride, I grabbed Stephen's hand and tried to hide my emotions from those around me. They also sang Chauhan's two works by Brahms, Lullaby and Sister. I secretly wiped away a tear until it slid down my cheek. Then we all went down to the hall square on the first floor and left in the sight of that spectacular sight. We found friends very easily. They were watching a performance by some of their friends, the poetess of Blomsford, the painter Nichfeld, Sjold, and their old friend Araya, who all attended the ceremony. The grandeur of the whole ceremony exceeded all expectations. Overall, it is an incredible spectacle and experience, not only because of the splendid costumes and unimaginable precious and semi-precious stones that adorn every object and every corner, but also because of the centuries of spiritual tradition, all of whom are revered in the famous institutions of their world capital. Today all the great men are present at the anniversary. Especially from most of Northern Europe. There, in the sea of jewels adorned with the uniforms of the TT, Love, and Electrics, near the chapel complex that made up the Temple of the Unknown Soldier, Stefan showed me two elders, only one of whom had white hair and no crown on his head. Look, said Stefan, pointing in their direction, it's Nicholas Raevsky, next to him is Gunnar J.R. Shearer. I found myself staring at them, their shadow was the only one in the golden congregation that did not shine. Then it's them. They are the ones Stephen talks about the most this fall. They are the ones he lives and works and he so adores and constantly praises others. This is the poet and philosopher, who occupies the highest place in the modern spirit for 18 months. They are considered the greatest of the living. Little Rosia woke me up from a momentary trance, asked me when I would hear the trill, and pointed to the inner dome that was unlit tonight. Once a year, she said, on the evening of this anniversary, hundreds of millions of little souls come to the temple to participate in the commemoration, those who are pure, those who are chosen, those who have sensitive antennas may be lucky enough to hear the fluttering as they enter the temple. I silently asked Stephen so that no one would hear me tell such fairy tales to this child, and no one would know why they were accustomed to convincing children of things that were not true. He replied nonchalantly, almost indifferently, that she must have read it in some children's book. In fact, I'm not surprised. Besides, this isn't the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. It's not the first time I feel like these people don't particularly care about rational and critical thinking, they deliberately cross the boundaries between reality and the dream world. At the same time, the first processions of hundreds of people who arrived in the city center in the shape of a cross from 4 different points on the horizon have already begun to reach the 4 gates, one on each of the 4 sides of the temple. But as far as I know, all those processions that were lit with huge torches will remain outside the temple. The flags and floats of the parade can only be accessed from the west gate. No one spoke. They all turned their attention to the procession, looked with respect and pride at the girls who were about to begin their service in the coming days, and silently placed all the old badges of the Union dating back to their 2nd century under Kirsten's plastic and on the golden square. From the most prestigious love to the last citizen, everyone is watching them. Singing can still be heard outside the temple. Then, the 6x6 floats begin to enter the temple. Symbolically, flowers were sent from all over the world to cover the emblem. For the sake of the children who die every day, the girls said as they put the flowers away. For those who starve to death while others throw away their food, for the homeless who breathe dying in the icy streets, for the sick who died because they had no money to pay for treatment, for the crippled children, those who were burned alive, buried en masse, dying for no reason are some of the lamentations that people mourn. I felt a shiver. My spine, we have never paid such tribute to the victims of our way of life. The storage of flowers, ancient flowers, are flowers and not their modern floral cultural achievements. Hydrangeas, violets, begonias, mimosas, and carnations lasted for hours in the same solemn atmosphere. The ceremony will end with a prayer. The first break came after the 12th group of 6 people entered with flower pots. We benefited a lot from this opportunity, as Stefan also wanted to visit the new Karelia region so that it was not too late and we had to return to Geistel. On the way back, I remembered Fabius Sigra's frescoes, these masterpieces of the 9th century. I remember those golden letters on the wall with the story of the little match girl. I wonder, you great artists, you glossy-faced prophets, do you know where your inspiration comes from? Or do you think your soul is the source of everything? Do you believe that you are creating a better world from nothing? Yes, that's what you think, that's what we thought at the time. Snow White Shelter. 22-7. The Snow White Sanctuary, with walls made of synthetic ivory, I was told to visit, not far from the Pantheon, after all. I came here today thinking I could see the navel of the valley, but there are no temples or statues. They have kept the place as it was, they respect the charm of the past. Except for the bright rose petals, the fruit of the newly planted roses around, the rows of rose tree banners and the thousands of candles burning on the golden menorah, almost everything else has remained as it was on the day of the big event, quaint. It's like time stopped in 986, giving you a chance to feel the atmosphere of that era. At this time of day, there are only a few pilgrims here, and the peace and quiet there are priceless. One breathes here an air of ecstasy, prayer, and deep faith, an air that purifies everything around it. I can't help but think of the past, about Waki, or the way I imagined Folky from the story of Astrux I and Ryan, and I came to the conclusion that the greater the temporal and historical distance between us and this colossal figure, the more we appreciate it and the more we enjoy his preaching. His sermons on the greatest hero in the world in the book Spiritual History of Mankind, illustrates all aspects of our human spiritual way of life. Humans have been walking their own paved path for more than 500 years. Thousands of years ago, Wagi created a perfect concept of Christ love for all humanity, and from it gave rise to emotional treasures, a highly sought-after moment when the boundaries of the world of being finally opened up to a degree that even the most spiritual and open-minded people of the 20th century dared not imagine. This spiritual revolution is greater than what religious faith dared to proclaim at its peak. It shows people what really matters in life, it justifies ideas and values that have long been unjustly the object of ridicule and clarifies the important role they play in the great reality, even if we are ignorant of it. No 24/7. Back to our villa late at night. We flew straight back from the valley. I can't see the beauty of the countryside with my eyes. From above I can see my favorite places from last year's trip. They brought back so many memories from our meetings with the group, from my first days with Sylvia, like I did every night 10 months ago. I sat there, gazing at the beauty of the distant countryside. It feels like yesterday. 25/7. That's where Sylvia grew up, and I was deeply moved by the thought of her running around this house as a child. I feel that this environment has somehow strengthened my sense of responsibility to make her happy, and this feeling has been permeating my heart for the past few months. 26/7. At dusk. Our love is completely different now. The initial excitement and enthusiasm have now been replaced by great affection. When I was with her, I completely forgot about myself. Never in my life have I cared so much about someone else, a dear friend, a neighbor, a beloved. I don't think I can stop being her faithful and loyal friend no matter what I do in life. I will never stop being hers and always ready to make any sacrifice when needed. I deeply felt the pain and anxiety of her parents, their pain and their desire for her happiness. I feel like I have a strong sense of responsibility to them, as if I was chosen among thousands to make her happy. Back to his homeland. Section 30-7. Home, sweet home. I'm flying back to you again. This time, I have neither sadness nor regret here, just like the last time I was with Stefan, 9 months ago. Today I came here alone and flew over the familiar scenery of my childhood. Who says I have nothing in my new life? I have one of the richest galleries in the world, right here, right in front of me. These sights, these incredible images, belong to me more than anyone else. To the rest of the world, they are just harmonious lines and colors. Oh, my dearest motherland, when I come back tomorrow, it's double the joy for me. I would like to ask Sylvia to join me in sharing my joy, a world full of living memories and familiar places. They say there's no better place than home. I often go back to where I grew up virtually, I often let my memories eat away at me and take me back in time for a while, but nothing in the world feels like you're really there, no matter how long it took you to come back, no matter what you left behind, even if what you left behind doesn't exist anymore. I feel so blessed and so honored to have the opportunity to be here again, and for that I thank God for having never done anything to deserve such an incredible fate, so lucky and such a divine gift. I felt as if I belonged to the truly enlightened elite, as if I were Rosny, a member of Rosarns Dal. Confess everything to Sylvia. 1-8. I let my enthusiasm and spontaneity prevail, and I really shouldn't. It's not her fault, and it's my duty to restrain myself for her. I managed to hide my past life and my true identity from everyone, including Sylvia, and I managed to bury it deep inside me for a whole year, and within 10 minutes I was all ruined. My heart was pounding with joy, I lost control, and I told her everything at once. She was taken aback, and all her doubts and hesitations had turned into a definite. Until now she conquered all fears and doubts, she was always on my side, she had faith in me, she trusted me. Her faith and trust built such an unshakable moral foundation for our love, and I destroyed that unshakable foundation in the blink of an eye just by telling her the truth. I spoke in a sincere tone, without a doubt. Her suspicions were confirmed. I knew it would pass one day, she will forget everything and we will return to normal. People can get used to anything. I speak from experience. I'm hers, she's mine, and that will never change. In fact, I'll talk to her tomorrow. Over time, she will calm herself down because she is destined to be associated with a foreigner in her world, in her time and in her circle, with a man from a bygone era. When I told her I was flying over the Swiss Alps, she suggested that we go there together the next morning, just the two of us. We set off this morning with a clear blue sky and 2 hours after sunrise. She was very funny and energetic throughout the journey, as if our relationship had just begun. She's as naughty as a child. I don't know what she's thinking when she doesn't feel dizzy in my life. But I pretended not to hear and told her not to look down, but to look at me. I want to help take care of her. She jokingly replied that if she looked at me, she would feel another kind of vertigo. I noticed how she used the French word to describe it, just to add to the playfulness of her speech. She kept joking until we arrived. She was elated. Upon arrival, I felt very proud to see her so thrilled, with the natural wonders of my homeland. I talked to her about everyday life, our friends, our lives, trying to hide how excited I was that I could never see my former life again. We walked for a long time and finally decided to stop on a hill and rest among the wild flowers. It must have been around noon. "You're right," said Sylvia, who had been silent for a long time, "this place is magical, and I feel reborn." We talked about 1,000 things and she was very happy. In fact, sometimes I see her humming while she ties a dark green silk thread to the windflower we just got together. She's making a small wreath. Then, I remember asking her what part of everything we've seen and experienced over the past few months has been her favorite. The next thing she said made me happier than before: "As long as we're together, it's beautiful everywhere." Then she talked to me about her love of nature. She laughed and said, "I think it's running through my veins." Later I remembered the meaning of her name: it means forest. I sat there, enjoying the light that fell on her forehead, the curvature of her eyebrows, and the roots of her golden hair, and over time I felt immensely blessed that the love of my youth was by my side. But at the same time, I feel that this boundless gravity is not confined to the narrowness of my poor heart, to the limitations of my personal existence. It transcends me and becomes a divine promise that anyone wants to be worthy of something like this. It is so unique, it is not limited by time, space, and reason. Because seeing her is truly a divine gift, a salvation from the ravages of time. It brings hope for the ultimate triumph of life over the fate of death. Come to think of it, without this strange awareness of my fate, without the vivid memories of my past life and the deep gratitude for my new life, this relationship, together with all the other circumstances I have experienced here, and all the events I have witnessed, might have been merely normal, even ordinary I dare say, for me, as it seemed to Sylvia, two souls simply joined together and had a close bond. The next time she spoke, she said something that I couldn't restrain anymore, and that's when I revealed everything. She reached out and handed me the garland she had made, and asked me, "Can you put this garland on my head? I think it's time for us to go home." "That's enough for today, put it on my head, let's go, I want to wear it on the way back." To her, these words may be as simple and unimportant as a drop in the ocean, but she doesn't know what effect they have on me. As I was immersed in a thrill and surprise that I had never seen before, I looked around and couldn't believe it. I just realized that we had been sitting in the same place thousands of years ago when Anna and I talked about a wreath of windflowers. I remember exactly what she said to me that day: "Enough for today. Let's go back. I need to get home early. The next time we come, I'm going to make a garland out of windflowers. Can you put it on my head?" Then she agreed, and she swore to me that we would come back, but that was the last time I saw her alive. Then I felt the spark inside me ignite and explode. "What's wrong? What have I done to you? What did I say?" She looked at the tears welling up on my pale face and asked me worriedly. I took her in my arms, squeezed it tightly and began to kiss it. "Oh, my dear Anna, my dear Anna. How many years have you taken me back with these words? So that's not a lie. We kept our promise and we are back." I realized from Sylvia's reaction what I had just said: her expression is simply indescribable. She turned pale and unintentionally, I want to believe that she tried to walk away from me. She looks like she's scared of me. At first I didn't do anything and didn't say anything because I was frozen. Her spontaneous reaction left me speechless. After I got over the shock, I tried to convince her to look around, but without success. In vain I told her about her mother, her brother, her friend Amalia, and the circumstances of her home, recounting as many facts and details as she could remember from her past life, in order to convince her. "Don't you remember the orchard? Itinerary manuals? How many hours did we sit under that tall aspen tree? Don't you remember when we climbed these 2 peaks? Nothing? I tried everything, I used all my memories and all my strength to make her believe in my. I mostly talked to her about the last time we saw each other. I sat on the edge of her bed, in her room, and a few days before she died I urged her to do her best to retrieve those memories, the memories that I am sure still live in her heart, but nothing, she couldn't remember anything. She didn't speak at all. She only looked at me, and that was her worried look. All she said was, "I'm cold." And then we left. I spoke to her as logically as I could, with all my trust in her, and tried to show her that there was no reason to be so surprised to hear this true story. I explained to her that many people knew about my situation and had studied it thoroughly, including Stefan, Jaeger, doctors, Professor Malson, people from Norfor, like Valdemar Esclud, Coirel Mademoiselle and many others, and even more Rosersdal people. So there's no reason to be afraid. I even encouraged her to go to Jaeger and ask him personally if I was crazy. That's true, I knew it. I already felt, but again, I tried not to believe, she whispered. Gradually, we both calmed down. She approached me, stroked my hair, and wiped my eyes, like a mother would do when her child was upset. But then she walked away again, and sat there alone, lost in thought. No one spoke for a while, and she whispered, God doesn't seem to want people to remember this. She cried. We were all so excited that we couldn't keep our mouths shut. I stood up first and helped her up. Let's go, I said. When we left, she told me she believed in me and then she assured me of her love for me. Just don't expect me to feel like I'm from another era like you, she said, and I fully believe and respect everything you tell me about your life, but I'm not like you. I am a woman of my time, and I am like everyone else. We barely spoke the whole journey back. This event completely wiped out the joy of the morning with a wreath of wind flowers. Sylvia wore a garland of flowers I had placed there on her head, and she was wrapped in a blanket usually made of synthetic fur to protect her from the wind. She no longer seemed anxious or worried, just moved, say a word or two every now and then. I noticed that she never said the name Andreas again, and from that moment on, she was in the mountains. Go back in time. Verses 1 to 8. Late night. Not long ago, I sat Stephen down and told him the whole truth about my old relationship with Anna, and then I told him about today's affair with Fenghua. His reaction was not at all like Sylvia, no surprise, no fear, no look of horror. He believed me right away, he didn't doubt me at all. Excited by the spiritual power of the great love that overcame time, he clasped my hand and smiled at me. In my story, he didn't find anything abnormal, and he didn't find anything that violated the laws of life. I've told you before, says Stefan, that human perception of time and space is not infallible. It may be that our minds conceive of yesterday, today, and tomorrow in great reality, and believe that they are distinct from each other, just an eternal being that does not correspond to the standard, human conception of time. So that's why you're putting me through all this pain, my dear God? Perhaps Stefan was right, this transcendent love between two people, a love that had gone through hardships and hardships, was now almost sacred. Fate has reserved a special place in this world for this love, even after thousands of years. And this wonderful work of destiny transcends my personal limitations. This miracle deserves a place among the highest and most sacred achievements of the human soul. This is the epitome of true love. It is truly worthwhile for a person to come into this world as a person and live this life. If things are so different from what our eyes and reason imagine, if such a divine destiny can be left to a person in this world, it really is something worth living. We don't know what life is, how it unfolds, and what it contains, but those who are worth discovering will have a wonderful surprise. It's a reality that our minds can't understand, our words can't express. What is that feeling now? My eyelids are getting heavier. Am I sleepy? Yes, it was sleep that aggravated my eyelids. For the first time in my life. Oh, what a sweet feeling. Does this mean that I can rest at night from now on? Oh, I miss this, I'm starting to feel relaxed. Come to an end. At this time, Andreas Northam fell asleep for the first time in a year. As soon as Northam fell asleep, Paul Amadeus Dienich's consciousness returned to its natural state when he returned to Switzerland in 1922, and he recovered from his coma. Conclusion. Strange people emerge endlessly.